The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 845. You are not as good as Fang Shi, an outsider. Fang Shi guessed correctly. It was Elder Yin who took action. Elder Yin now looks particularly displeased with Pigmaster Han. When he sees him, he thinks of his heavy storage ring. Even if Fang Shi is not a disciple of the Changsheng sect, it would be too shameless for you, Pigmaster Han, to attack a little girl. Besides, Fang Shi is related to the Northern Territory. If you really shoot her to death, won't it cause trouble for the Changsheng sect again? What Fang Shi said was true. This Han Jide was a black sheep who could be killed but not kept. If Sima Xiaoya hadn't stopped him, he would have beaten this bastard to death. Pigmaster Han wants to die right now. He felt that Sima sect leader must have done something wrong again. Sima Qinghong, you and I are at odds with each other. The other three Pigmasters also looked at Sima sect master differently. Could it be that the sect leader was hiding his clumsiness in his previous song? Sect leader Sima knew that he had taken the blame for Elder Yin, but he felt comfortable taking the blame. He shouted sternly, Master Han, what do you want? Come and capture him. If he resists, he will be killed without mercy. Master Han originally wanted to resist, but he didn't dare to take action after hearing the next sentence. Although he had brought many people with him, if Sima sect master and the other three Pigmasters took the opportunity to launch an attack, the people from Suzaku Peak would not be their opponents at all. It actually gave Sima sect master a reason to kill him. Not to mention the joy in Sima sect master's heart when he saw Master Han Feng being captured without any help. For the first time in so many years, he had the absolute upper hand. Although the man surnamed Han could not be killed in the end, it could at least take half of his life. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Fang Shi. The more you look at it, the more pleasing it becomes. It's no wonder that Elder Yin is willing to help enemies. Who wouldn't like a little girl who knows how to do things like this? At this moment, someone from behind the crowd said, Sect Master, it would be too hasty to convict Jide based on some speculation. Following the voice, an old man with white beard and hair came slowly. The crowd took the initiative to move out of the way. It's not that the people who eat melons show respect for the elderly and care for the young. It's mainly because they were intimidated by the intruder's majesty and involuntarily gave way to the road. Many disciples did not know the person coming, but some disciples did. The one who came was none other than Elder Ji, one of the Supreme Elders of the West. The Changsheng sect has a total of Western Supreme Elders, namely Elder Bo, Elder Jung, Elder Shu and Elder Ji. Although Elder Ji is ranked in the Western position, his cultivation level is the highest among the Westerners. He is also the backer of Master Han. Pigmaster Han breathed a sigh of relief. He had sent a message to Elder Ji through the communication stone before coming to Wudao Peak. As long as the old man intervened, Sima Qinghong did not dare to do anything to him. Elder Ji went up to the high platform, and Sima sect leader and others stepped forward to salute. Elder Ji waved his hand. No need to be polite, I also heard a rough idea about Jide. Except that the gate of Suzaku Peak was hacked, there is no substantial evidence. He is indeed a little unjust. Sect Master, our Changsheng sect has strict rules and must pay attention to evidence in everything. We cannot convict Jide for this. What he said was quite polite, but he exerted pressure while speaking, which made Sima sect leader feel very uncomfortable. But in fact, he was used to it. The Supreme Elder of the West had never taken him seriously as the sect leader. If they, the Westerners, hadn't checked each other, they might have forced him to give up his position as the sect leader. This was also the reason why he took the risk of letting Fang Shi and the others enter the Changsheng sect. The wolves he introduced might be able to help him get rid of these constraints. Sect Master Sima gave a bitter smile. Elder Ji, logically, I should have released Master Han Fang if you had spoken, but you have also seen that he has provoked everyone's anger. If he was released so lightly, I'm afraid it would be difficult to convince the public. Elder Ji looked at the crowd and narrowed his eyes. Who has any opinions? All the people he glanced at lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. In the dead silence, someone said crisply, I have an opinion, we all have an opinion. It's just that they're afraid of being retaliated by you, so they dare not speak out. However, public opinion cannot be suppressed, and anger will not disappear. If you don't care at all what we disciples think, and you don't care about the reputation of the sect, you can just pretend that nothing happened. Elder Ji looked at the speaker. She was a little girl wearing the clothes of a direct disciple of Wudao Peak. Although he had never met him, he still guessed the identity of the other party. Are you Fang Shi? Fang Shi immediately said, Northern Territory Envoy Fang Shi has met Elder Ji. Elder Ji sneered, are you using your identity as the envoy of the Northern Territory to suppress me? Do you think I can't do anything to you because I am afraid of the Northern Territory? Fang Shi smiled, you are overthinking, I am just saying hello to you out of politeness. Besides, with your status, you would never bully a little girl like me, right? Let's get down to business. I don't know why you want to protect Han Jide. Is it worth risking your reputation for such a morally corrupt black sheep? Of course, you must have your own considerations in doing this. Sect Master Sima won't be able to offend you, and we disciples don't dare to argue with you. For your sake, Han Jide can be spared the death penalty but cannot escape the living crime. First of all, the Guardian formation was destroyed because of him, and he must pay full compensation. Secondly, the Enlightenment platform was seriously damaged and he had to fund repairs. In the end, apart from Suzaku Peak, the other West Peak disciples were frightened and may even have ruined their way to ascension. He must compensate. By the way, there are 3 of us. We came to the Changsheng sect to exchange and learn, not to be frightened, so we have to compensate the 3 of us. As for the specific amount, I'm not sure. This has to be negotiated by the sect leader and the other 3 Peak Masters. Sect Master Sima and the 3 Peak Masters wished they could raise their hands and feet to agree that this Fang Shi Jian was their mouthpiece. Elder Ji was very angry. He was already very disgusted with Fang Shi, and now he wished he could get rid of her. But just like Fang Shi said, he maintained his identity and did not bother to do anything to Fang Shi, a junior, but this did not prevent him from exerting pressure. In fact, Fang Shi was fine at all, but in order to show off her majestic and awe-inspiring image, she was forced to break out in a cold sweat, and her body was trembling slightly. Elder Ji, even if I die here today, I will still say that Han Jide is a black sheep who can be killed but not kept. Anyone who sees this scene will praise her for her pride. Elder Ji didn't expect Fang Shi to be so stubborn, so he couldn't help but increase the pressure. Fang Shi originally wanted to act more tragically, but she ended up bleeding from all her orifices and fainted with a choked sound. Junwen screamed suddenly. Little junior sister, what's wrong with you? I advised you before to stay out of the Changsheng Sect's business, but you refused to listen. You insisted on saying that the right path in the world is subject to vicissitudes of life, and you insisted on standing up for the disciples. What's the result? Everyone else is safe, only you are seriously injured. You're going to die, aren't they just being dumb? I'm not even worth it for you. The disciples of the Changsheng Sect were already very dissatisfied because of Elder Ji's threat, but now they saw Fang Shi being forced to bleed from all her orifices by Elder Ji. Junwen even called them cowards in and out of words, and all of them felt their blood boil. They looked at Elder Ji and Peak Master Han angrily, roaring with dissatisfaction. If Han Jide is not severely punished, we will never agree. If Han Jide is not eliminated, our Changsheng Sect will never have peace. Elder Ji, as the Supreme Elder, you actually support Han Jide, a black sheep. You have disappointed us so much. You are not as good as Fang Shi, an outsider. Ellipsis. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 846. Today is such a good day. Elder Ji can believe his ears. I, one of the great elders of the west of the Changsheng Sect, am actually worse than a little girl from the northern territory in your eyes. He even suspected that these disciples had been poisoned by Fang Shi. If they weren't poisoned, why do they all look like idiots? What do you believe in what she says? If she sells you, do you still have to help her count the money? In addition, Elder Ji was also a bit dissatisfied with Peak Master Han. If it weren't for standing up for you, I wouldn't be embarrassed. You said you want to find a woman. There are so many women in the world, why do you have to find your own niece? Even if you don't look for it, you actually bring out a scoundrel. It's really stupid. Dissatisfaction is dissatisfaction. His and Peak Master Han's interests are tied together, so they have to support him. Originally, he thought that as soon as he showed up, Sima Sect Master would be subdued, and then he would just have to ask Master Han to make some symbolic compensation. But now that Fang Shi is making such a fuss, I'm afraid it won't be possible without a little blood. After all, it has aroused public outrage. If he continues to blindly protect Master Han, the other three Supreme Elders may make trouble. The plan for now is to make a quick decision and end this matter quickly. He couldn't help but look at the unconscious Fang Shi, wishing he could step forward and slap her to death. At this time, Fang Shi was miserable. Her face was covered in blood, and even her clothes were stained with blood. Anyone who looked at her would think that her injuries were serious. Elder Yin is one of them. The old man was so angry. Ji Xiaoxie, you actually did this to a little girl, you are so majestic. Are you worthy of being an elder? What a mismatch of virtue. He had not been optimistic about the chosen Western Supreme Elder at the beginning. Although his cultivation was just okay, each one was more calculating than the last, and he did as he said. They did not focus on improving their cultivation, but used the interests of the sect as pawns in intrigues. If they hadn't interfered, Sima Shao wouldn't have lost power, he wouldn't have lured the wolf into the house, and he wouldn't have muddle-headedly funded the enemy. So, it's all their fault. If there is no profit, Han Jide might have given his storage ring to this Ji Xiaoxie. The more Elder Yin thought about it, the angrier he became, but he did not take action because although Elder Ji's cultivation level was not as good as his, he was not an ordinary person. If he took action rashly, his identity would probably be exposed. Don't worry, there are plenty of opportunities to deal with him. He is more concerned about Fang Zai's injury now, although he knows that Fang Zai's involvement is not to uphold justice as Junwen said, but mostly to provoke disputes within the Changsheng Sect. But this is not important, anyway, this is in line with Sima Shao's wishes. Look how pitiful the little girl is. Elder Yin is not indistinguishable from friend to foe. The key is that he has been meditating all year round. To put it exaggeratedly, he may have only seen Sima Sect leader for hundreds of years, and he has no friends or relatives. During this period, although he was only spying on Fang Shi and the others in the dark, they were still considered one-sided acquaintances. In addition, Fang Shi and the others learned his swordsmanship, so the old man naturally felt that Fang Shi and the others were closer to him. At this time, Fang Shi woke up. When she heard the deafening sounds of protest around her, she knew that the fifth senior brother was starting to show his strength again. Thinking about the fifth senior brother back then, forget it, I can't remember it. She can be considered a reformer of fifth senior brother. Of course, the main reason why the effect is so good is that the timing of bleeding from her 7 orifices is just right. A little earlier or a little later will not achieve the current effect. She even had some doubts that the bleeding from her 7 orifices was not a side effect of practicing the technique, but she had become a strid. Otherwise, why would it be just right every time? Although she thought this guess was a bit outrageous, considering the 5 dog strid roots in her dungeon, it didn't seem too outrageous. While letting her thoughts run wild like wild horses, she motioned to Junwen and Jingyan to help her up. After Fang Shi was helped up, she turned around and raised her hand towards the crowd. The next moment, the whole place was silent. Elder Ji. Sect leader Steamer. Senior officials of Changsheng Sect. No, let's just say that Fang Shi's prestige is so high now. Fang Zai's little face was covered with blood, but her eyes were bright and firm. Elder Ji, I know that my cultivation is incomparable to yours. You don't even need to do anything. You only need to use pressure to make me bleed, but I will not give in because of this. Because what I represent is not myself, but tens of thousands of Changsheng Sect disciples. If you don't give us a reasonable solution today, we will never give up. As soon as Fang Shi finished speaking, Zhang Wen raised his fist and shouted, "Never give up." The melon-eating crowd also shouted, "Never give up. Never give up." Ellipsis. Elder Ji was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He wanted to take action. Regardless of his identity, the key point was that if he took action, his reputation as a supreme elder would be completely ruined. Don't do anything, this Fang Shi is really abominable. He has never been so frustrated in his life. At this moment, Sima Sect Master said in a deep voice, "Fang Shi, you have misunderstood Elder Ji. Elder Ji's pressure on you was not to protect Peak Master Han. He just felt that your words were a bit excessive, so he punished you with a small punishment and a big warning." Elder Ji, am I right? Elder Ji. Of course he knew that Sima Sect leader was passing a ladder to him. Although the ladder was full of thorns, he had to take it. He had no choice but to say against his will, "Sect Master, you understand me. I taught Fang Shi a lesson just because she was a little arrogant." As for Han Jide, although there is no definite evidence that Tianlei came for him, he does have strong suspicions. Then according to what Fang Shi said before, you set a compensation amount and let him and Duke Fang compensate. Master Han. I invited you here to support me, not to condemn me. If this is the solution, do I still need you to come forward? Elder Ji also felt guilty, but there was nothing he could do. Water could carry a boat or capsize it. If he didn't give in today, his position as the Supreme Elder might not be stable. No matter what, let's get through this first and then think about it in the long term. Just find a way to get back the stolen property twice as much. As for Fang Shi, he can be killed but not kept. Although it was inconvenient for him to do it himself, it can be easier to kill a little girl. Compared to the terrible mood of the two of them, Sima Sect leader Jian was almost happy. Today is such a good day. Next chapter around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 847. All the bamboo shoots were dug up by Fang Shi. Sect Master Sima discussed with the other three peak masters for a while and finally gave a specific amount of compensation. Of course Master Han would not agree, so he started bargaining. Fang Shi didn't interrupt at this time, but sat back on the recliner with a weak look on her face. As for where the recliner came from, it was naturally provided by Zhang Wen. When he took out the recliner, Fang Shi refused to sit on it, saying it was impolite. Zhang Wen looked distressed. Little junior sister, if you were like this, who would still pick on these false ideas? You really don't know how to take care of your body. Do you still want us to beg you to sit down? After hearing what he said, Fang Shi reluctantly sat down. As a result, she became the only person with a seat at the venue. Even Elder Ji and Sima Sect Master are standing there. Fang Shi watched Sima Sect leader and others quarreling so hard that their faces turned red and their necks thickened, and she sighed in her heart. Sure enough, all disputes stem from the word profit. People like her who have no desires and regard money as dirt do not have such troubles. After several rounds of fierce games, Sima Sect leader and the others finally reached an agreement on the price. First, Master Han will be responsible for all expenses incurred in repairing the protective formation. Second, compensate the Wudao Peak for a city and a 20% share of the Changjin Lingxi mine, and compensate each of the other three peaks for a 20% share of the Changjin Lingxi mine. Peak Master Han's heart is bleeding. Originally, the Changjin Lingxi mine was unique to Suzaku Peak, but now it is shared equally among the 5 peaks. Not to mention giving Wudao Peak a city. He had previously compensated 5 cities to the Exeter family, but the number of cities he controlled was getting smaller and smaller. As for why Wudao Peak was given an extra city, it was because Sima Sect Master said that the Wudao Tower was struck by lightning, which posed a hidden danger to the stability of Wudao Peak. Master Han almost vomited blood. Ever since Fang Shi entered the Changsheng sect, Sima Qinghong, you have become more and more shameless. Seeing that they had reached a conclusion, Fang Shi said slowly. Sect Master, where are the shares between the 3 of us? Sect Leader Sima. By the way, there are these 3. Just say that they can't afford to be early because they have no profit, and they're working so hard to get involved so they can get a piece of the pie. Little did he know that sharing a piece of the pie was just a side trip, mainly to shift the blame away. Peak Master Han wanted to strangle Fang Shi to death, but of course he was unwilling to compensate her. When he was about to refuse, Elder Ji gave him a warning look. You've already lost money, the big boss, and you're still missing 3 of them. A small leak will sink a great ship. Peak Master Han was so angry that his head was buzzing. He didn't invite a backer, he invited a living father back. Peak Master Han gritted his back teeth and said, Fang Shi, I can only compensate the 3 of you 10 million spiritual stones at most. If you don't agree, then forget it. Fang Shi nodded. Okay, I'm not greedy. The 3 of us each have 10 million, a total of 30 million. Master Han. I'm talking about 10 million in total. As soon as he grits his teeth, 30 million is 30 million. If I kill you in the future, the money will still be mine. So, I nodded in agreement. Many people who eat melons suffer from pink eye. Before, they regarded Fang Shi as their backbone and spiritual support. At this moment, he started to mutter. No wonder Fang Shi yelled so hard. He dared to love her just to extort money. Have we not become her tools and been used by her? Isn't this treating us like monkeys? Just when they were thinking this, Fang Shi motioned to Zhang Wen and Jing Yan to help her stand up. She turned around and said to everyone. Everyone, I don't want these 30 million spiritual stones for the 3 of us, but for everyone. Although these 30 million are not much, they represent our dignity and power as disciples of the Changsheng sect. This is what we deserve. Boom. The scene immediately exploded. No one expected Fang Shi to say that, and those pink-eyed people wanted to slap themselves with big ears. Fang Shi is such a good person. They actually judge the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. They're so damned. At this time, Fang Shi continued. Everyone has seen my current state. I don't have the energy to complete the work of distributing spiritual stones for the time being. I will start distributing them after my body recovers. I would like to ask my enthusiastic colleagues to help me tally the list in advance, so as not to send out the wrong ones or miss them later. Everyone cheered as they agreed. Master Han was so angry that his nose was crooked. Are you using my money to buy fame? You are so damaged. Sect Master Sima was murmuring in his heart. According to Feng Zai's temperament, she definitely wasn't so generous, so why did she do this? To win people's hearts. For some reason, he thought of what Elder Yin had casually said before, that it would be better for him to be the sect leader than to let Feng Shi be the leader. He felt a little uneasy in his heart, but when he thought about it, he couldn't help but laugh. He is also confused. Feng Shi is from the Northern Territory, and she is still a little girl. Even if she tries to win people's hearts, it is impossible for anyone to let her be the leader of the Immortality Sect. There must be too many things going on recently, and his mind is a little confused. Elder Yin in the dark couldn't help stroking his beard, looking at Feng Shi with eyes full of admiration. Be generous and generous. Treat money like dirt. This is what monks of our generation should look like. At this time, he selectively forgot about his heavy storage ring. At this time, Elder Ji said to Sima sect leader. Now that the matter has been resolved, I will return to Haoshan Holy Realm. Don't forget what we Westerners told you before, and give us an answer as soon as possible. When Sima sect leader heard this, his good mood suddenly dropped, but he still said a few polite words. Elder Ji then turned and left. I was confident when I came here, but when I went back I didn't even have any bamboo shoots. Because all the bamboo shoots were dug up by Feng Shi. After Elder Ji left, Sima sect leader said a few more words, mainly to appease the melon-hungry people and let them practice hard in the future and shine for the sect. After saying this, he signaled for everyone to leave. Although most of the people left, there were still many disciples who spontaneously stayed to greet Feng Shi and offered to escort Feng Shi back to her residence to prevent her from being retaliated by the people from Suzaku Peak. Sect leader Sima. Is it possible that you also want to imitate Elder Yin and become enemies? Thinking of Elder Yin, he felt a little uneasy. Now that the old man believed that the storage ring was taken away by Master Han, he wouldn't do anything extraordinary, right? At this time, Elder Yin was following Master Han all the way, preparing to find an opportunity to take off his storage ring to see if there was his heavy storage ring inside. On the other side, Feng Shi was escorted all the way back to his residence by his enthusiastic disciples. Zhang Wen sent everyone away on the grounds that Feng Shi was weak and needed to rest. As soon as they left, Feng Shi immediately jumped to life. The first thing she did was check the storage ring she found in the cave. She had to take a good look at what good things were in there. She put her consciousness into it and her eyes sparkled when she saw the treasure inside. Looking around, I saw a handbook. When I opened it, I saw that it contained sword skills and illustrations. The more I look at it, the more familiar it becomes. Isn't this Jun's swordsmanship passed down from the 5th senior brother's family? Then he saw the set of swordsmanship behind him. Feng Shi. This couldn't be the storage ring of the elder of the Guardian Sect, right? Alas tilde. I thought it was a gift from nature. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Closed black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 848, the elder of the Guardian Sect, his surname is Yin. Zhang Wen saw Feng Shi looking helpless and asked. Little junior sister, what's wrong with you? Feng Shi let out a long sigh. 5th senior brother, there is clearly a spiritual stone mine in front of me, but I can only look at it but cannot own it. Do you think it is painful or not? Zhang Wen's eyes lit up. Little junior sister, are you eyeing the Changjin Lingxi mine? Yes, the Wafeng family has a 20% share, why don't they give it to us? You think of a way, let's try to get half of the share. Feng Shi. I don't know if I'm drifting or if you're drifting. She said speechlessly, I'm not talking about the Strit stone mine, but the storage ring I picked up in the cave. The property inside is priceless if you take it out, and the spiritual stones are piled up like mountains. I originally thought it was an ownerless storage ring, but I found a handbook inside, which contained 2 sets of sword techniques that we had previously collected from the elders of the Guardian Sect. In addition to the swordsmanship, there are also 2 sets of sect uniforms from the Shangsheng Sect. The materials are very unusual, and they're of a style I have never seen before. They're probably the elder uniforms of the Guardian Sect elders. Combined with the location of the cave where we found the ring before, who else but the elders of the Guardian Sect would be free to live there? Therefore, this storage ring should belong to the elder of the Guardian Sect. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan were completely stunned. Is it such a coincidence? Jing Yan thought for a while and said. Little junior sister, is there something wrong here? If nothing else, if it is the storage ring of the elder of the Guardian Sect, why is there no divine mark on it? Why did he put the storage ring under the futon? Feng Shi shook her head. I feel strange too, and I can't think of a reason for the moment. Zhang Wen rolled his eyes. Junior sister, do you think the old man did it on purpose? He just wanted to use this ring as bait to catch us. Feng Shi, he didn't know that Tianlei was here to kill me, and he didn't know that we would enter the cave. How could he be trying to catch us? Zhang Wen scratched his head. That's true, he doesn't have the ability to predict the future. Regardless of why he did this, little junior sister, what are you going to do? Feng Shi sighed. Of course the original thing will be returned. Zhang Wen's eyes widened. Little junior sister, are you crazy? With the little junior sister's money-obsessed personality, she is willing to let the duck fly. Feng Shi, 5th senior brother, a gentleman loves money and acquires it in a proper way. I am a person with a bottom line. Zhang Wen, oh. Feng Shi. At this time, Jing Yan said. Lao Wu, stop fooling around. The junior sister just likes money but is not greedy. She knows what money should be taken and what money should not be taken. Zhang Wen glared at Jing Yan. You are the only one who can speak, and you are the only one who understands, little junior sister. Can't I just make a joke? Jing Yan just pretended not to hear it. Lao Wu seemed to be having a convulsion recently, as if the pickled cabbage jar had become semen. If he hadn't been sure that Lao Wu had no romantic feelings for his junior sister, he would have thought that he was jealous. But this is almost the same as jealousy, it's just that she doesn't want him to exceed his position in the heart of the junior sister. In fact, he was really worrying too much. In the little junior sister's heart, the status of the fifth junior brother is almost equal to that of the master, and there is no way he can reach it. At this time, Fang Shi glanced at Zhang Wen. Although she didn't say anything, Zhang Wen knew that the junior sister was unhappy. Not because he said she was greedy for money, but because he was angry with Jing Laoshi. He immediately laughed and said, Jing Laoshi, I am teasing you. Don't be angry with me, otherwise I will be too proud. Jing Yan shook his head and laughed. Why am I angry with you? Let's discuss the storage ring. Zhang Wen felt a little sorry to see Jing Yan being so generous. It seemed that he would have to control his bad words in the future. He scratched his head and asked Fang Shi, little junior sister, what exactly do you think? Fang Shi sighed again. It's impossible to say that I haven't been greedy at all, but due to circumstances and reasons, I have to return this ring. First, although the elder of the Guardian Sect taught you swordsmanship because he misunderstood your identity, he must have known our identities later, but he did not attack us, which shows that he has good intentions. If I misplaced this storage ring, I would be repaying a favor with a certain evil. Second, paper cannot contain fire. Even if there is no divine mark on the storage ring, sooner or later he will find that the storage ring is with me, and he will be passive by then. Third, and most importantly, I am a soft-hearted person. When I think of the old man crying there because he lost his ring, I feel very unbearable. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan. We believe the first two, but you should take back the last one. At this time, Fang Shi said again. I also caused his old man's cave to be hacked, I feel so guilty. In the future, when he is willing to reveal his identity, I will make it up to him. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan looked at each other and understood the meaning in each other's eyes. This compensation is not the other compensation, maybe the younger junior sister is using her crooked brains again. Zhang Wen asked, then why do you want to go back? Jing Yan also frowned, this was really a big problem. Send him back to the cave. What if you were caught by the elders of the Guardian Sect? When the elders of the Guardian Sect arrived, the first one said that he had picked up a storage ring. Who can believe this? Just find a place to put the storage ring. What if someone picks it up? It's really easy to invite God but hard to send away. Fang Shi said slowly, since the blame for Tianlei has been passed on to Master Han, let's pass the storage ring to him as well. Good things come in pairs. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan, are you sure this is a good thing? The key is how to get rid of it. Han Feng's major level is so high, it would be too difficult to frame him. If not, he would have to involve himself. Fang Shi took off the Xiangyun hairpin from her head and said to Ji Lei. I guess the elders of the Guardian Sect must suspect that Master Han has taken his storage ring, and will definitely go to him to search. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan thought that Fang Shi wanted Ji Lei to hide the ring in Master Han's courtyard, but they both felt it was inappropriate. Although Ji Lei was relatively hidden, it was very likely that Master Han could discover it with his cultivation. They were about to talk when they heard Fang Shi say, if you want to go to Master Han's courtyard, you will inevitably pass by the gate of Suzaku Peak. The gate of Duke Peak was struck by lightning before, and with so many things happening today, it must have not been repaired yet. You hid the storage ring in the ruins of the mountain gate, and left a subtle power of thunder and lightning on the storage ring. The elders of the Guardian Sect must be able to sense it. You hide in the dark and watch, he takes the storage ring away from you and comes back. Zhang Wen was a little puzzled. Junior sister, although there is no risk in doing this, will the elder of the Guardian Sect connect this matter with Peak Master Han? Fang Shi smiled. If you don't connect with him, who will you connect with? When you doubt a person, even if he gives you money, you will feel that he has evil intentions. Don't worry, Elder Yin will figure out the truth of the matter on his own. Zhang Wen asked in confusion, little junior sister, how do you know his surname is Yin? Fang Shi took out the notebook and motioned to Zhang Wen to read it himself. Sure enough, Zhang Wen saw 3 big characters written like dragons and phoenixes on the cover page of the notebook, Yin Gutuo. Zhang Wen was stunned when he looked at those 3 words, specifically the word, Yin. Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 849 He just wants to know his father. Fang Shi saw Zhang Wen was dazed and said, Fifth senior brother, please take a moment and take a look at the sword formation recorded in it. Although it cannot see the light, you can improve it and use it for your own use. Zhang Wen finally came to his senses and hurriedly looked at the sword formation recorded at the back of the manuscript. Fang Shi and Jing Yan also watched together. After memorizing the sword formation, Fang Shi used the cleaning technique to remove the auras of the 3 people on the note and put it back into the storage ring. At this time, Zhang Wen suddenly said, little junior sister, do you think Elder Yin's surname is Yin? Fang Shi. What you ask seems to be nonsense. Why do you think his surname is Yin? Either his father's surname is Yin, or his mother's surname is Yin. Could it be that 5th senior brother was disappointed because the other party's surname was Yin rather than Jun? 5th senior brother is really persistent when it comes to recognizing his father. Junior sister, do you think there is a possibility that his original surname is Jun, and in order to make himself speak less, he had his mouth removed? Or maybe my original surname is Yin, and he added it to make my son more eloquent. Fang Shi. Jing Yan. If nothing else, you are really literate. Fang Shi said with a serious face. 5th senior brother, I think you have been obsessed with recognizing your father recently. If you are crazy about recognizing your father because of your longing for family love, Master and we will definitely treat you twice as well, and I will do our best to find out your life experience in the future. But if you just want to find a backer, then you are too naive. The mountain depends on the water and the flow. Only when you are strong can you be fearless. If you have any brains, you shouldn't associate Elder Yin with your father. Regardless of how old he is, how can he marry a wife and have children with a character like his who has been practicing for many years? Jungwon stood there like a little quail, weak, pitiful and helpless. What the junior sister said is too serious. He just wants to recognize his father, and by the way, find someone to support him. Well, he does seem to be a bit like his dad lately, and everyone, a capable boss, looks like his dad. Just when he was feeling a little ashamed, he heard Fang Shi say, "Fifth senior brother, I'm not telling you, why are you so stubborn? Blood relationship is important, but in many cases it is not that important. You have to find your biological father by blood. How limiting is this? You learn from me, if you have nothing to do, just find a foster father, take on dozens of masters, etc. Isn't this more cost-effective than finding your only biological father?" Jung Wen. No, didn't you just teach me an awe-inspiring lesson, saying that the mountain depends on the water? However, when Jung Wen thought about it, what Fang Shi said made sense. There is only one biological father and mother, but if it is a foster father, a foster mother, 7 aunts and 8 aunts, a master uncle, and a master, then it will be a big deal. Why hadn't he thought of this before? She has to be a junior sister. A word to wake up the dreamer. Little junior sister, you are so right. I was ignorant and narrow-minded before. Let's discuss it. What kind of relationship do you think we should have with Elder Yin? Fifth senior brother, I have exactly what I want. Elder Yin is a good person. Our wealth cannot go to others. Little junior sister, do you think we should recognize our adoptive father or master when the time comes? How about we move down a bit and become his grandchildren or disciples, even great-great-grandchildren? Ellipsis. Jing Yan was too embarrassed to listen. He kept thinking silently in his heart, our Xuanshan sect is upright. Right. After a while, it got dark. Fang Shi let Jilei come out of Xiangyun hairpin and asked him to take the storage ring to Suzaku Peak. Jilei doesn't want to do such a sneaky thing at all. This will damage its reputation as Master Chanlei. But the Phoenix dog was very kind to me and even protected me when I was struck by lightning. It would be a bit unkind if I didn't agree to such a small thing. Forget it, who made her a Phoenix dog? I'll just pamper her. Jilei thought as he hung the storage ring on his neck and flew away swaying. It has a strong sensing ability and easily avoided the Changsheng Sect sentry. In addition, it specially chooses hidden places to walk, so it arrived at Suzaku Peak very smoothly. It hides sneakily in the grass, looking for opportunities. Although the gate of Duke Peak was destroyed, the people on duty were still there. Because it was just a mountain gate within the sect, the disciples on duty were not too serious. A few people gathered there and chatted quietly. What do you guys think of today's events? How can we watch? Just stand and watch. Who asked us to deal with such a peak master? I think this matter is not over yet. Tianlei may come again at some time. Sooner or later, we will have to lose everything we have in Duke Peak. Isn't it? Other peak disciples can go to Fang Shi to collect money. Not only can we just watch, but we also have to listen to their cynicism. Okay, just stop saying a few words. If it reaches the ears of the peak master, we won't get any good results. Ellipsis. Jilei really wanted to go out and scare them, but he thought of the consequences and held back. Seeing those people chatting lively, he found an opportunity to hide the storage ring in the ruins of the mountain gate. After hiding it, it was hidden in the grass again. It said to itself that it didn't know whether Fang Go's guess was reliable or not. Could Elder Yin really come here? If this doesn't come, why don't I have to keep it here? While it was muttering, Elder Yin came. Of course, although Jilei saw it, the disciples on duty were unaware of it. Elder Yin has actually already been to Suzaku Peak, but as soon as Master Han came back, he summoned the elders of Suzaku Peak to start. He was not easy to start. So, he returned to the cave. He briefly tidied up the cave before coming back again. He had already passed through the mountain gate, but his steps stopped. Why does it seem to have the aura of thunder? Although the mountain gate was destroyed by thunder, a few hours had passed and the aura of the thunder should have dissipated long ago. How could it still remain? Out of curiosity, he took out his spiritual sword and turned over the ruins. Even though there was such a big movement, the disciples were still not aware of it. Elder Yin flipped through it a few times and saw his heavy storage ring. He even thought he was dazzled. When I first took the storage ring into my hand, I confirmed that it was real. His hands trembled slightly, and then he probed his consciousness into it. There are a lot of the same things inside. Elder Yin almost cried with excitement. It took him a while to calm down. So the question is, why is his storage ring inside the ruins of the Suzaku Peak Gate? See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 850 Was my majestic ferocious beast scared? Elder Yin pondered for a while and guessed the truth of the matter. It must be Han Jide, that little bastard, who knows that he has sinned deeply and is worried that he will be controlled when he is tried. If that happens, his storage ring will definitely be confiscated. Once his storage ring is confiscated, won't he be able to keep his heavy storage ring? Not only would he not be able to protect it, but it might also reveal that he had been to the cave, which would prove that the thunder was caused by him. That's why he hid the storage ring in the ruins of the Suzaku Peak Gate, and then came back to get it when he had the chance. Right, that is it. It's a pity that he doesn't know that the mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole is behind him. No matter how cunning he is, he can't escape from the clutches of my hometown sparrow. Elder Yin swept away his previous frustration and even grew an inch taller. Because before I was downcast, now I am like an old rooster, holding my head high. He originally wanted to beat Master Han unconscious and forcefully take away the opponent's storage ring. As for the consequences, how could he care so much? Now that he found the ring, he felt that he should have a sense of the overall situation, at least not to embarrass Sima Sioa. But he was not willing to let Master Han go like this. At least you have to give him some trouble. He suddenly remembered that during the previous competition, several direct disciples of Suzaku Peak used the secret technique of Suzaku crying blood, and this secret technique required the assistance of bird soul powder. Queppa powder is made by grinding and drying the fruits of the queppa tree. There is only one queppa tree in the entire southern region, which is located on the back mountain of Suzaku Peak. It takes 1,000 years for the bird tree to bloom, another 1,000 years to bear fruit, and another 1,000 years to mature. In other words, it takes 3,000 years to harvest a batch of bird trees. That's why the bird's eye powder is so precious. Counting the days, these days are the time when the bird's apple is ripe. How about he kindly help the bastard surnamed Han pick it? Thinking of this, he flashed and disappeared into the night. Although Jile wanted to follow him and have a look, he was afraid that Elder Yin would discover his whereabouts, so he had to go back to deliver the report. After seeing Feng Shi, Jile was speechless. Although it can't speak, it doesn't stop it from taking credit at all. Feng Shi also gave it face and praised it. As expected of the future god of thunder, he is reliable at what he does. This makes Jile extremely beautiful. Even the phoenix and the dog admit that I am the god of thunder. I am the god of thunder for sure. Ha! When I say this, it seems that I am giving too much credit to Feng Go. She is not heavenly Dao, so what does it matter if she admits it or not? No matter, although the phoenix dog's cultivation is not very good, it can provide emotional value to this Lord Thunder God, and that's fine. At this time, Junwen said with a look of gloating, "Little junior sister, do you think Elder Yin won't beat Master Han to death in a fit of anger?" Feng Shi said with a smile, "It won't be a big deal if you shoot him to death. After all, the old man should have regained his senses after finding the storage ring, but he can only cause trouble for the other party." Junwen gave a thumbs up. "Little junior sister, you are so clever at bringing trouble to the east. Peak Master Han probably doesn't even know if he caused the thunder, let alone that he has offended the elders of the Guardian Sect." Feng Shi smiled even brighter. "I can't help it, I just like to help others, especially evil people. Speaking of villains, if my plan just now doesn't work, I'm going to throw the storage ring to Kyungchi, and I think it will like me more." Junwen. "Are you sure it likes you and doesn't hate you?" Not to mention, Kyungchi was also thinking about Feng Shi at this time. During the day, the little girl's orifices were bleeding and it looked quite miserable, but as a member of the same species, it could tell at a glance that she was playing a cruel trick. "Are you actually willing to part with 30 million spiritual stones? Gee, this is obviously an invitation to buy people's hearts. Is it possible that this little girl wants to be the leader of the Shangsheng sect? This ambition is bigger than elder maize when it's dried out. But it's good to have ambition. If there was no ambition, he would still look down on her. Old man Mei, call me Xiao Shishi tomorrow. I have something to do with her." Elder Mei, who was meditating, opened his eyes and glanced at Kyungchi. "She was seriously injured today and has to recuperate in the hospital these days. How can she have time to see you? Let's talk about it in a few days." Kyungchi, "Old man Mei, you actually dare to talk to me in this tone? Are you going to rebel?" Elder Mei said calmly. "I have to remind you that although you have been cleared of the suspicion of attracting Qian Lei for the time being, Master Han is eager for you to cause trouble so that the accusation can be pinned on your head again. Therefore, you should calm down recently, otherwise I will be unable to help you even if I want to." Kyungchi said angrily. "You old man Mei, you actually threatened me. Was my majestic ferocious beast scared? However, Xiao Shishi does need time to recover from her injuries. I will see her again in a few days." Elder Mei was amused in his heart, but he didn't expose it. He used to think that his job was not very good. Although he made some profit, he was also tortured by Kyungchi, but now he feels that this job is not bad. If nothing else, at least you can avoid some right and wrong. Look, Peak Master Han suffered a big loss this time, and the sect will definitely be in chaos next. As the saying goes, the storm is about to come. Sure enough, something happened the next day. It's just that it's different from what Elder Mei expected. It's not that something happened to the other West Peak, but something happened to Suzaku Peak again. All the fruits of the bird tree at the back of Suzaku Peak have disappeared. You must know that this is a bird's fruit that only matures once every 3,000 years. Not only can the keso fruit be used to make keso powder, but it is also a very precious medicinal material. The keso fruit from this tree is worth billions. And you can't buy it even if you have money. However, many people are very puzzled. As the treasure of Duke Peak, the Quepi tree is not only heavily guarded by soldiers, but also has several top-notch formations. Who is so powerful that he stole the fruit? Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 851. Elder Yin rewarded Seema sect master with 2 fruit stones. The whole sect was talking about the theft of Quepe fruit. Who do you think is this fruit thief? I heard that Suzaku Peak sent dozens of disciples to take turns on duty, and there was no gap at all, not to mention that there were 5 layers of top-notch formations surrounding the bird soul tree. This formation was arranged by the formation elders, and each level of the formation was arranged by different people, so they were afraid of being guarded and stolen. It ended up being lost anyway. This fruit thief is so powerful. To put it bluntly, even our sect master can't do it. Yeah, forget about the sect master, I don't think even the supreme elder can do it. Do you think it's possible that this is God's punishment for Master Han? Those bird souls turned into nothingness immediately. Don't tell me, your statement is reliable. After all, there are no people with such a high level of cultivation in this world. Maybe the Quepigoer disappeared on its own. Therefore, people should not do evil things, otherwise they will suffer retribution sooner or later. Ellipsis. The 3 men became tigers, and the saying that the bird soul fruit was lost because God was punishing Master Han soon spread. The rumors became more and more intense, and even Peak Master Han himself heard about it. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Although he didn't vomit blood, his current condition is not good either. Yesterday, he was half angry to death because of the Tianlei incident. As a result, he received the news that the Quepi fruit was stolen in the morning. Now that I have been blamed again, can I not be angry? The key is that the elders in the peak are becoming more and more dissatisfied with him. If this continues, his position as the peak leader will not be stable. He gritted his teeth and ordered his men. Check thoroughly. I must find the person who stole the fruit. However, he also knew that his subordinates might not be able to count on him. The other party could easily steal the fruit and probably wouldn't leave many traces. So, he summoned Elder G again and asked him to help find clues. Elder G is really here. But as soon as they met, Master Han got scolded like crazy. You used to do things quite safely, why are you becoming more and more outrageous now? I think it's all because you are obsessed with your children's personal affairs. If you want to eliminate the influence, you should quickly cut off the relationship with your niece. As for your son, let him go for the time being. It won't be too late to stay with him after the storm has passed. Master Han nodded in agreement, but no one knew what he was thinking. Elder G gave Master Han a lecture before asking what happened. He couldn't help but frown. If he could steal the Queppy fruit, it wouldn't be impossible, but he certainly wouldn't be able to steal the fruit without alerting anyone. Either the opponent's cultivation level is unfathomable, or the opponent has some incredible spiritual weapon that can hide the aura and move freely in the formation. He couldn't help but feel a little greedy. If he could get such a treasure, he would be able to suppress the other three Supreme Elders. Therefore, without being urged by Peak Master Han, he began to search for clues with all his strength, but unfortunately found nothing. He even had some doubts that those rumors were true, and that the Queppy might have transformed on its own. At this time, Elder Yin, who had hidden his merits and fame, was chewing the bird's fruit in the cave. Sema Sect Master sitting opposite him could only stare. Elder Yin finished chewing a bird's apple and threw the core in front of Sema Sect Master. Here's a reward for you. Sect Leader Sema. Okay, although the pulp powder made from the core is not as good as the whole fruit, it can still be used. Elder Yin took 2 sips of tea. King Hong, it's not that I'm reluctant to give you fruit to eat. The key is that your consciousness is too weak and cannot be replenished. If I give it to you, it will harm you. Sect Leader Sema, thank you, Elder Yin, for your consideration. Elder Yin said proudly, how is it? Did I do this well? That bastard Han Jide is probably very angry now. I asked him to steal my storage ring. I didn't beat him to death because I was taking advantage of him. Although Sema Sect Master felt that Elder Yin's guess was not reliable, after all, who would throw such a valuable storage ring into the ruins? If someone picks her up, there will be no place to cry. But he didn't say it out loud. On the one hand, Elder Yin felt good about himself now. If he exposed it, he might be angry. After all, this old man was used to suppressing anger. On the other hand, he was happy to see Elder Yin deal with Master Han, which was beneficial to him. Of course, this did not mean that the matter had passed away in silence. He was going to let Elder Huai investigate the matter secretly. Anyway, Elder Huai also knew about the existence of the elders of the Guardian Sect, so there was no need to hide it from him. Sect Master Sema complimented Elder Yin without any trace, and Elder Yin was so happy that he rewarded him with another fruit core. Sect Leader Sema. Let's just say that you stole dozens of Queppy fruits and were only willing to give me 2 cores, so you can't give me 2 fruits. Even 1 will do. Why do you keep so much fruit? This thing is good, if you eat too much you will burp. Could it be that you want to keep it again? To benefit the enemy? He thought about his words and then said. I heard that Peak Master Han asked Elder G to help him find out about the theft of the Queppy fruit. The other 3 Supreme Elders are probably also paying attention to this matter, so you should try not to leave the cave recently to avoid causing trouble. The subtext of his words is, don't go looking for Feng Shi and the other 3. I'm really afraid that you might become confused and become enemies again. Elder Yin actually gave him face, nodded and said. Although I don't take that extra too seriously, since you said so, I will listen to you. Except for occasionally taking care of Feng Shi's 3 cubs, I spend the rest of the time meditating in the cave. Sect Leader Sema. What I said is the same as what I didn't say. But he didn't dare to go into details. After all, the elder of the Guardian Sect in front of him would fall out whenever he wanted to, and he might become Sema Shire again. After chatting for a few more words, Sema Sect Master left with deep worries. As soon as he left, Elder Yin couldn't wait to clean up the 3 of Feng Shi. When he arrived, the 3 people in Feng Shi were discussing the theft of Queppy. Zhengwen gave a thumbs up. This fruit thief is so awesome. No, I shouldn't have said stealing, I was doing justice to God. A scum like Peak Master Han deserves retribution. Feng Shi echoed, 5th senior brother, you are absolutely right. This senior fruit picker is not only highly cultivated but also an upright person, with no trace of dirt in his eyes. Not only that, he also has a good sense of the overall situation, otherwise he would not be picking the fruit with the head of Master Han. Zhengwen said curiously, little junior sister, who do you think has higher cultivation level, the senior who picked the fruit or the senior who taught me swordsmanship? Feng Shi thought about it for a while and said, I guess I can imitate them. Anyway, they're all great heroes. They're 100 times more powerful than that Supreme Elder in the West. It's a pity that we didn't get to meet such a great hero. It's really a pity in life. Ellipsis. Jing Yan silently watched the 2 perform, and all he could do was keep nodding. He thought to himself, he didn't know what Elder Yin in the dark thought after hearing these words. Elder Yin is looking beautiful now. Although Sema Sect Leader had complimented him a bit before, he felt that Sema Sect Leader was just flattering him, but the 3 brats in front of him were different. Everything they said was true, and everything they said was true. Ji Lei looked at Elder Yin's grinning lips with disdain in his heart. A few good words can coax you into losing your mind. What a brainless idiot. My Lord Thor is different, I am always awake. Those sweet words of Funga are of no use to me. When Feng Shi was banging, the sound of big stone sounded in his consciousness. The Tiank Alliance is sending people into the 9 Netherrealm again. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 852. A little girl in her 3s. Ever since Feng Shi came out of the 9 Netherrealm last time, the formation spirit of Big Shitu seemed to be dead. Unexpectedly, he jumped out today. While Fang Shi continued to praise the unknown hero who stole the fruit with Zheng Wen, he asked Da Shitu. Are the Tiank Alliance sending inner disciples this time? How many people did they send? Is the target still the Xuantian sect in the Nine Nether Realm? Big Stone said immediately. Yes, we are still inner disciples, but this time the number has doubled compared to last time, with more than 200 people. The target is the Western sect in the Northern Territory, but Xuantian sect should be the first to go. Fang Shi couldn't help but sneer in her heart. These people are really dedicated to Xuantian sect. However, if you want to enter the Nine Nether Transformation Realm, you have to enter the 10,000 Talisman Heart Refining Cave. She is now weak, and it is obviously not suitable to enter the cave. So, she said to the Big Stone. You first set some obstacles for them, and I will raise them for 2 days before leaving. Da Shitu said, I am willing to give them a stumbling block. The key is that I have almost used up all my spiritual stones. I am afraid that I am powerless. Fang Shi sneered, are you negotiating terms with me? Do you think I care about the Xuantian sect in the Nine Nether Realm, so I will accept your threat? You may have made a mistake. Although Jiu Realm is important to me, it is not necessary to enter. But if you offend me, do you believe that I will make your life worse than death? Big Shitu really wanted to have the guts to say he didn't believe it, but whether it was the lesson he learned last time or the conclusion he came to during this period, it told him one thing. Fang Shi could do what he said without any ambiguity. Haven't you seen how miserable Master Han is? It hurriedly explained, I didn't mean that, I just asked for help. I really don't have enough Strud stones now. You are extremely smart, can you help me think of something? Fang Shi snorted coldly, when asking for help, you must have the attitude of asking for help. Dashiru, I sincerely ask you to help me. I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Although Fang Shi suspected that Da Shitu didn't mean what he said, he was almost done and said. That's pretty much it. Since you've begged me so much, I'll give you a clear path. Where is the big enemy of the Tiank Alliance, and you don't take advantage of them, are you being out of ideas? Da Shitu sighed, I did it. I scooped up more than half of the Strud stones in the groove of the Nine Nether Transformation Formation Disc. I would like to continue to do it, but I'm afraid they will become suspicious. Fang Shi pouted. You were said to be short-sighted, but you were really short-sighted. Isn't it normal for the Strud stones to be consumed faster after the array disc is opened? Even if they're suspicious, they will only suspect that there is something wrong with their array, and will not suspect you. After all, they don't know your existence at all. If they suspect that there is a problem with the formation disk and take it apart for repairs, you might be able to seize the opportunity to seize complete control of the Nine Nether Realm. Wouldn't it be wonderful? After hearing this, Da Shitu suddenly woke up from a dream. This time his flattery was much more sincere. Master, if I say you are smart, then others will be just as smart as you, and you are full of smarts. Fang Shi. If I don't want to praise you, just shut up. What does it mean that my whole body is filled with thoughts? Am I a sifter? You just go ahead and pluck their wool as I said, and then use it as a stumbling block for those inner disciples. This is called taking from the people and using it for the people, do you understand? Big Stone. Is this what it means to take something from the people and use it for the people? I always feel like something is not quite right. No matter what, I'll just do whatever she says. After Fang Shi sent away the Big Stone, she and Zheng Wen sang and praised the fruit-stealing hero for a while, and then said. Fifth senior brother, they boasted that the bird's nest fruit was so amazing. Can this thing be eaten? Zheng Wen scratched his head. I don't know about that. Anyway, it can be used as medicine, but it's hard to say whether it can be eaten. Jing Yan finally found the stage for the performance and said quickly. Junior sister, I have heard people mention that this bird's apple is very delicious, but because the medicinal properties are too strong, the consciousness will not be able to bear it if you eat too much, so you can only taste it briefly. Fang Shi sighed. Don't even try it, I've never seen this bird's soul fruit before. There's no one on the tree this time. We'll have to wait 3,000 years. By then I will become a little girl over 3,000 years old. Jing Yan. A girl over 3,000 years old. This little girl is so small. Zheng Wen immediately said, then I will become a young master who is more than 3,000 years old. Jing Yan. Elder Yin in the dark laughed so hard that his branches trembled with laughter. According to them, wasn't he in his prime? I didn't expect to get younger while still alive. Or why is he willing to take care of these three little brats? It's so interesting to listen to them talk. He was happy because he was not stupid enough to use the bird's soul fruit to attack his enemy. So even though Fang Shi and Zheng Wen played for a long time, they still didn't get the gift of nature. Fang Shi yawned. Senior brother Shi, fifth senior brother, I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to rest for a while. You guys can practice your swordsmanship. Although Zheng Wen and Jing Yan knew that Fang Shi was talking nonsense, they still cooperated and expressed some concern. So, Fang Shi closed her eyes and rested on the recliner, while Zheng Wen and Jing Yan started practicing their swords. Elder Yin watched with gusto. These two brats, especially Zheng Wen, were so talented. If I can get his guidance in the future, my achievements will definitely be better than his. At this time, Sect Master Sima was talking to Elder Huai. There is something fishy about the Tianlei matter. Because this matter involves the elders of the Guardian sect, it is not appropriate to make it public. Therefore, I cannot come forward, so you will investigate it secretly. Elder Huai nodded hurriedly, and then asked with a gossipy face. Sect Master, is Krapagua the Guardian Elder of the sect? Before he could finish his words, he was frightened back by Sima sect leader's eyes and did not dare to say anything further. However, he also guessed that it must be the elder of the Guardian sect who did it. This Guardian sect elder is really informal. At this time, Sima sect master said solemnly. Although the elders of the Hu sect act unruly, they are also dedicated to the good of the sect. However, the west of Haoshan Holy Realm is thinking about how to fight for power. The day when the Haoshan mirror was about to open was about to begin, and they began to plot again. Yesterday, he called me over and said that in the past, fixed quotas were allocated to the 5 peaks. This year, we plan to hold a selection trial in advance. How many qualifications the 5 peaks can obtain to enter the Haushan Mirror will depend on their abilities. And this selection trial is in charge of the Supreme Elder of the West. How many places do you think we at Wu Dao Peak can get? Next chapter around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 853. The person I brought here is not a wolf, but a pixie. Elder Huai was very angry after hearing this. They're really getting more and more outrageous. Previously, they gave us 2 fewer places because of the small number of direct disciples at Wu Dao Peak. This time they don't even pretend to be, and plan to grab it openly. Sect Master, the more you tolerate them, the more they push forward. You can't give in at any cost this time. Sect Leader Sima smiled bitterly. What can we do if we don't give in? If Exafeng unites, can I withstand this pressure? The most important thing is that the jade dew that opens the Haushan Mirror is in the hands of the Supreme Elder of the West. If we don't agree to the selection trial, I'm afraid we won't have a single spot in the Enlightenment Peak. Elder Huai gritted his teeth and said, isn't there another elder from the Hu sect? Let him uphold justice for me. Sect Master Sima's wry smile even deepened. Elder Yin's cultivation is indeed much stronger than that of the Supreme Elder of the West, but if their Westerners join forces, Elder Yin will win miserably even if he can win. What's more, even if the Supreme Elder of the West and the Peak Master of the West are removed, do you think they will sit still and wait for death? By then, the Shangsheng sect will fall into internal strife. If the Western Great Family colludes with the Northern Territory, the Shangsheng sect will be in danger. Elder Huai sighed. Sect Master, you consider the overall situation, but others don't think about this at all. After hearing what you said, are you going to give in? Agree to hold a selection trial? It's not that I'm being harsh, but N.A. Shiwei will not only reveal the content of the trial to N.A. Exafeng in advance, but will also tamper with it during the trial. Maybe even Luo Chen, the mainstay, won't be qualified to enter the Haushan Mirror. After hearing what Elder Huai said, Sect Master Sima's face became even more sad. Elder Huai suddenly had an idea. Sect Master, I have thought of a way. After you brought the 3 Fangxi people in, Qinglong Peak and Suzaku Peak became nude one after another and suffered from Coptis lienensis. It is better to let the 3 of them also participate in the selection trial. Anyway, they're now nominally direct disciples of our Enlightenment Peak. With the 3 of them here, it will definitely muddy the waters. It's not certain who will take advantage then. After hearing this, Sect Leader Sima pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. Although the 3 of Fangxi can indeed disrupt the situation, if the 3 of them get the qualifications to enter the Haushan Mirror, wouldn't it be an advantage for them? Elder Huai smiled. Sect Master, haven't the 3 of them received enough benefits from our Changsheng sect? First, there were a lot of jade boxes as a reward from the Patriarch, and then there were a lot of rewards from the 10,000 Talisman Heart Refining Cave, not to mention that they also learned the sword skills of the elders of the Guardian sect. I think the benefits in the Haushan Mirror are not bad. Sect Leader Sima. Although what you said is correct, why do I feel so aggrieved when I hear it? The person I brought here is not a wolf, but a pixie. Do not. It's Tao Ti. There is no taboo on meat and vegetables, as long as it is valuable, he will put it in his pocket. Elder Huai continued, Sect Master, if we at Wu Dao Peak don't get the same number of places as in previous years, I'm afraid people's hearts will be upset. Instead of doing this, it would be better to use the help of Fangxi and the others to solve this dilemma. As for the benefits they received, they should only be regarded as rewards given to them. Sect Leader Sima let out a long sigh. There are more than just the benefits in the Haushan Mirror. Forget it, you don't understand even after I tell you. I'll weigh this matter again. When Elder Huai saw this, he couldn't say anything more and resigned. He thought about Tianli's matter for a while but couldn't figure out a way. After thinking about it for a while, he came to find Fangxi. He really had no doubt that Tianli's matter was related to Fangxi. After all, Fangxi acted so well that even she herself forgot that this matter was related to her. Fangxi felt nervous when she saw Elder Huai coming. It's not anything else. The key is that Elder Yin hasn't left yet. If Elder Huai mentions the other party, then she will reveal her secret. Fortunately, Elder Yin may have seen enough, or he may be too lazy to look at Elder Huai's old face, so he walked away anyway. Fangxi suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Huai first expressed his greetings and then gave Fangxi some supplements. Say it or not, Elder Huai is still very good at getting things done. After laying the groundwork, Elder Huai said, Shaoxi, there are no outsiders here. Tell me the truth. Do you really think that Tianlei is coming for Master Han? Fangxi asked doubtfully, isn't it coming for him? Could it be that it's coming for you? Elder Huai. If you talk like this, let's stop talking. Elder Huai looked to the west, turned on the isolation array, and then said. To tell you the truth, the cave of the Elder of the Hu sect was struck by lightning, and his storage ring was also lost. Although the storage ring was later found in the ruins of the Suzaku Peak Gate, the matter was full of doubts. According to the information I received, when the lightning struck yesterday, Peak Master Han did not even leave Suzaku Peak. He never went to the cave of the Elder of the Hu sect, let alone stole his ring. Someone is clearly setting this up. The sect master ordered me to investigate this matter thoroughly, but I have no clue at all. You have a sharp mind, help me analyze it. After hearing this, Fangxi felt a little complicated. On the one hand, all the flaws he left were noticed by Sima sect leader. On the other hand, she was shocked at Elder Huai's trust in her. Is it appropriate for you to discuss such a confidential matter with me? How did she know that Sima sect leader did not tell Elder Huai the truth about the swordsmanship in order to protect Elder Yin's reputation, so Elder Huai thought that the 3 Fangxi people were Elder Yin's favorites? Of course the favorite of the elders of the Hu sect is one of his own, or a direct descendant. In this case, there is nothing that cannot be said. Besides, he spilled the beans last time, so it's no different this time. Fangxi thought for a while and said. If it's framed up, it doesn't make sense. After all, the storage ring that the elder of the Guardian Sect thinks must have a lot of good things in it. Who would be willing to use it to make a trap? Elder who I couldn't help but nodded. Yes, you are right. Although the sect leader didn't say it clearly, I heard that there were indeed many good things in it. The elder of the Who sect almost went crazy at the time. Then you said it wasn't framed, so why did the storage ring end up in the ruins of the Suzaku Peak Gate? Fang Shi thought for a while and then said. Elder Huai, do you think it's possible that Tianlei did it? Its thunder and lightning power was exhausted and it could not kill Peak Master Han, so it threw the ring of the Protector Elder into the ruins of the Suzaku Peak Gate, hoping to get rid of Master Han with the help of the Protector Elder. Elder Huai, Tianlei can still use conspiracy and tricks. Fang Shi smiled and said, I don't know if it will work or not. I just made a guess. After all, I really can't think of other possibilities. As for Tianlei, you don't have to doubt it. I think it's just here to kill Peak Master Han. If he wasn't guilty, could he promise to compensate us for so many good things? Fang Shi said these words without any psychological burden, because the ring was indeed placed in the ruins by Tianlei, but this Tianlei was not the other Tianlei. Although Elder Huai felt that what Fang Shi said was unreliable, Fang Shi had helped him find a solution anyway, so he sincerely thanked Fang Shi. Seeing him like this, Fang Zai's conscience, which had been away from home for many years, became a little uneasy. Okay, from now on, she will protect Elder Huai and let him experience the flying feeling of good people being rewarded. Elder Huai didn't know that he had been dragged by Fang Shi too. The younger brother, he lowered his voice and said, Xiaoxi, do you want to hear something good? See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 854 Old Acquaintances Who Act and Watch Theatre. Fang Zai's eyes lit up. What's the good thing? Elder Huai looked to the west and then said, Actually, I shouldn't reveal this to you, but we have a relationship, and after much thought, I still think it's better to just talk to you. Do you know why the place where the Supreme Elder of the West is called Haoshan Holy Land? Fang Shi really didn't know. After all, she had been in the Northern Territory before. She only knew that there was a super sect like the Changsheng sect and didn't know much about it. Elder Huai saw Fang Shi shaking his head and said, The Holy Land of Haoshan is named because there is a Haoshan mirror inside. The Haoshan mirror is not an ordinary mirror, it is an artifact passed down from ancient times. There is only this one artifact in the North and South regions, including the Demon Realm. Unique. The main task of the Supreme Elder of the West in the Haoshan Holy Realm is to guard the Haoshan mirror. There is a universe within the Haoshan mirror, with countless opportunities that open every 3 years. But only the direct disciples of our Changsheng sect are eligible to enter, and only the top direct disciples can enter. Logically speaking, you three have absolutely no chance of entering the Haoshan mirror, but you three are so lucky that you have caught up with the opportunity. Elder Huai paused for a moment when he said this, and was very satisfied when he saw the excitement and yearning on the faces of Fang Shi and Zhang Wen. As for Jing Yan, this kid has always been expressionless and has no reference value. He continued, the Supreme Elders of the West each support one peak and want to get more places to enter the Haoshan mirror for the peaks they support. Although I had selfish motives in the past, it was not too much. This year, it was proposed to hold the selection trial in advance. Xiaoxi, you are a smart person. You should know the twists and turns involved, right? Fang Shi immediately said, if I guessed correctly, this selection trial must be in charge of the Supreme Elder of the West, right? If that were the case, there would be a lot to say in it. Not only would they leak the questions to the Exafeng disciples, but they would definitely also tamper with them during the trial. Elder Huai, I'm not judging a gentleman with a villain's heart. They're planning to divide all the places in our Enlightenment Peak. This is too much. I asked how Elder Ji knew that Peak Master Han was not a thing, yet he came out of the Haoshan Holy Realm to support him. It turned out to be a den of snakes and rats, working together in collusion. Elder Huai feels that the 3 idioms behind Fang Shi are so right. It means that their sect leader only cares about the overall situation, otherwise he should let the elders of the Guardian sect take the lead in beating that old guy to death for relying on his elders. He nodded and said, Xiaoxi, you are right, they are eyeing our spot at Enlightenment Peak. Although the sect leader knew the secrets inside, he could do nothing about it. After all, the Supreme Elder of the West controlled the Jade Dew that opened the Haoshan mirror. Furthermore, it is difficult for the power of the Enlightenment Peak to compete with the other West peaks. Therefore, even if you are not willing, you have to compromise and you will definitely agree to hold the selection trial. Didn't this opportunity come to you? Fang Shi looked puzzled, Zhang Wen also had a question mark on his face, and Jing Yan frowned slightly. Elder Huai said with a smile. You are still young. Then I will give you some pointers. The sect leader is now in dire straits and urgently needs to find a way to break the situation. The 3 of you can definitely recommend yourself to act as a sharp knife to break the situation. You are now nominally my disciples of Enlightenment Peak, so you are naturally qualified to participate in the selection trial. You have a special status. There are some things that the disciples of Enlightenment Peak cannot do, but you can. Especially Xiaoxi, you are resourceful and can often do amazing things. By then you have muddied the water, and it will not be so easy for Exafeng to succeed. In this way, not only will the sect master's urgent need be solved, but the 3 of you will also have the opportunity to obtain the qualifications to enter the Haoshan mirror. It can be said that you killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Fang Zai's eyes brightened even more. Zhang Wen was so excited that he stood up. Even Jing Yan's expression that had remained unchanged for thousands of years had cracks. Elder Huai was very satisfied. This was the result he wanted. Even though the sect leader didn't let go, there was no other way except letting Fang Shi and the others go in to disrupt the situation. If the sect leader takes the initiative to let the 3 of them participate in the trial, they might still take Kiao, but after he says this, they will not only take the initiative to ask for help, but also be grateful to him and the sect leader. Even if the sect leader blamed him for being loose-spoken and punished him afterwards, he would admit it. As long as it is something that is beneficial to the sect master and Wu Dao Peak, he will do it even if he bears the infamy. Feng Zai's voice trembled slightly. Elder Huai, is everything you said true? As long as we take the initiative to volunteer, can the sect master agree to let us participate in the selection trial? Elder Huai considered it for a moment and said, I don't dare to tell you the truth, but I am at least 90% sure. However, you can't say now that you have to wait until the news of the selection trial spreads before you go to the sect master to take the initiative. Besides, aren't you familiar with the elder of the Hu sect? If you can get him to say a few good words to you, this matter will be a done deal. Fang Xixin said, are we familiar with the elders of the Hu sect? Are you an old acquaintance of actors and actresses? She looked grateful. Elder Huai, no matter whether things work out or not, the three of us will remember your kindness. If you can be of use to us in the future, just ask. Zhang Wen also said with a sincere face. Yes, Elder Huai, I thought you were a good person when I first met you, and indeed I was right. If you don't dislike me, you will treat me as your disciple from now on, and I will definitely be filial to you. Elder Huai. What Fang Shi said is normal. Why does Zhang Wen seem to want to force this kid to become my disciple? Let's not talk about whether I am willing or not. The key point is that I don't have the guts to compete with the elders of the Guardian sect for disciples. Fang Shi was speechless. Fifth senior brother, I suggest you cast the net widely and focus on recovery, but are you too impatient? You scared Elder Huai away again. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 855 Jinglao 4, you actually learned how to grab lines. Although Elder Huai was not scared away, he did not want to continue this topic, so he said. You don't have to be so polite. If you are willing to participate in the selection trial, it will be mutually beneficial. The days are long and we will take our time. Fang Shi immediately said. No matter what, we appreciate your kindness. By the way, didn't you want to introduce senior brother Mingzhen to us before? Why don't you find the time another day for the three of us to be hosts and you arrange for us to meet? Elder Huai immediately understood the meaning of Feng Zai's words, which was a disguised promise to take care of Huai Mingzhen during the selection trial. He was immediately overjoyed. To be honest, although his nephew was considered top among his direct disciples, he was not particularly top-notch. If he had relied on his own ability, he would not be sure of being qualified to enter the Haoshan Mirror. If the three people from Feng Shi help, the hope will be much greater. He immediately smiled and said, this kid was talking about getting to know you a few days ago. When your injury is almost healed, I will introduce you to him. Fang Shi said a few more polite words, and for a while the guests and hosts were enjoying themselves. As he spoke, Fang Shi hesitated for a moment and then said, Elder Huai, I have to remind you that Elder Huai will come to see the three of us from time to time, but he likes to, well, come and go without a trace. Try not to mention it when you talk to us in the future. And his old man. Elder Huai said in his heart that he came and went without a trace, didn't he just like to listen in the corner? Fortunately, Fang Shi reminded him, otherwise he wouldn't know why he died one day. Although this girl Fang Shi is full of bad intentions, she is still a good person as long as she is not on the opposite side of her. After chatting for a while, Elder Huai got up and left. After he left, Jing Yan said, Little junior sister, he is using us as swordsmen. If we do a good job, they gain. If something really happens, they will have nothing to do with us, which is a good plan. Fang Shi curled her lips, it's just using each other. If they didn't need us as knives, we wouldn't have a chance to enter the Haoshan Mirror. The only artifact in Juyu continent is a bit interesting. Hearing what she said, Jing Yan was even worried for a moment. About the Shangsheng sect. Because he knew that Fang Shi must be thinking about the Haoshan Mirror. However, it is a divine weapon, so even if you care about it, there is probably no chance. At this time, Zhang Wen said, Junior sister, we are very pressed for time right now. Don't forget, we still have to enter the 9 Nether Realm. Fang Shi glanced at him, if Da Shitu is working hard, I should not need to intervene for the time being. Besides, even if I go in, I will go in alone. Because the big stone can only transport me to the 9 Nether Realm for the time being. Zhang Wen suddenly felt a little disappointed. If you can't hang out with your junior sister, what's the point of your life? He rolled his eyes, little junior sister, I'll give you a trick, and you won't need to go in. Fang Shi asked curiously, what trick? Aren't the people from the Tiank Alliance going to the Northern Territory to cause trouble with the Xuanshan sect? You asked Big Stone to take them and transport them to the Changsheng sect in the Southern Territory. If the Changsheng sect can't even deal with that few people, it will be the end. Aren't those people from the Tiank League just trying to pick on the weak? Let's first pick him up with a big weight. Fang Shi. Fifth senior brother is growing so fast. How could he come up with such a damaging method? Of course, if she hadn't been worried about time and the selection trial, she really wouldn't have adopted this method. Because she entered the 9 Nether Realm not only to resolve the crisis in the Xuanshan sect, but also to gather information and learn something. When Zhang Wen saw Fang Zai's shocked expression, let alone the pride he felt in his heart. I, the gentleman with a sword known all over the world, am not only good at swordsmanship, I am also good at trickery. The so-called wise and courageous, all-rounder in both civil and military means is me. Fang Shi immediately told Da Shitu about this matter, and Da Shitu agreed wholeheartedly. It was originally a little worried that if Fang Shi entered the Juyu transformation realm, she would ask it to settle the previous share, so it was just right if she didn't go in. Early the next morning, a news spread in the Changsheng sect. You can go to Fang Shi to get the money. Even if she is suffering from illness, Fang Shi will fulfill her promise. Fang Shi's reputation suddenly grew to a new level. Even those who used to scold Fang Shi behind his back have changed the views this time. Fang Shi is actually not a bad person. Before, they were a bit extreme. Fang Zai's yard had limited space, and she didn't have the energy to deal with so many people, so she asked the disciples who received the money, about 100 people, to nominate one person to receive the spirit stones on their behalf, and then distribute them. The person who collects the spiritual stones on your behalf needs to come with a signed form to avoid any mistakes. Soon someone came to collect the money. Fang Shi took the form with the pale face, read it and said, Senior brother, don't you know what to call me? I. Bai Hufeng Chen Jung. It turns out to be Senior Brother Chen. I am very grateful that you are willing to take the time to help me distribute the spirit stones. The extra spirit stones are just a small token of my appreciation, so please don't refuse. If you ever need me, Fang Shi, in the future, just ask, don't be polite. Chen Jung looked at the extra 5,000 spirit stones and felt happy. He originally just liked to make things happen, but he didn't want any benefits. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected harvest. Fang Shi's work is really grand. Fang Shi chatted with him for a while, and not only exchanged contact information, but also found out that Chen Jung liked a female disciple from Qinglong Peak. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan felt that if the conversation continued, the junior sister might have more than one foster brother. As soon as Chen Jung left, someone else came. Fang Shi still uses the same routine, giving money first and then getting close to her. Ellipsis. After more people came later, Zhang Wen also began to take charge of reception work. Jing Yan also wanted to share the worries, but he couldn't do it and could only help maintain order. I was busy until night and then stopped. At this time, Elder Yin also came, quietly. Seeing the thick stack of forms in Fang Zai's hand, the old man had an illusion. Why did he feel that what this little girl was holding was the roster of the Changsheng sect? When Fang Shi knew that Elder Yin was coming, he said, I chatted with a few people from the Enlightenment Peak today, and from what they said, the Western Supreme Elder from the Haoshan Holy Realm doesn't like the Enlightenment Peak very much. Zhang Wen curled his lips. Not only do I not like it, Jianshu is a thorn in my side. The Changsheng sect is also known as a super sect. I think it will fall apart sooner or later if things continue like this. Fang Shi sighed. Yes, what I fear most is that Xiao Qiang will cause trouble. In the end, it will be the ordinary disciples who will be unlucky. At this time, Jing Yan felt blessed and immediately said, actually, it's not that pessimistic. Have you forgotten the senior who taught us swordsmanship? Even though the Western Supreme Elder has extraordinary cultivation, he will not be the opponent of that senior. If he is willing to take action, he will definitely be able to turn the tide. Zhang Wen, this seems to be my word. Jing Laoshi, you actually learned how to grab lines. No matter what Zhang Wen thinks, Elder Yin is quite happy. This kid Jing Yan is usually taciturn, but he didn't expect to be quite talented. However, even ordinary disciples can see that the Supreme Elder of the West is partial, which shows that they have gone too far. What a waste. No, I have to talk to Sima Xiao. Elder Yin immediately stepped away and left. Fang Shi and the three of them looked at each other and smiled, hiding their merit and fame. When Fang Shi was in her prime, a familiar voice sounded in her consciousness. Xiaoxi, who is that older mortal? Fang Shi was surprised and happy. Grandpa, are you awake? Zhu Xuan snorted coldly. I'm not awake, I'm cheating. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Closed black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 856. Are you planning to kidnap Grandpa again? Fang Shi heard a strong sour taste from these 5 short words. However, she is more concerned about another thing. Grandpa, can you see Elder Yin? Zhu Xuan said disdainfully. It's just a small still, it's all left over from my play. Only the 3 of you who don't open your eyes can think how great he is. I'm not talking big words. If I were like him in my prime, I could hit 8 of them. Even Lao Chai too can beat him 3 times. Fang Shi, so your cultivation back then was twice as high as my second grandfather's and you still had some twists and turns. Zhu Xuan said proudly. That's an understatement. If it were a normal fight, I would be more than twice as tall as him, but if I fight hard, like him, I could kill at least 3 of them. Fang Shi said with admiration. Grandpa, I knew you were the number 1 person in the 9 nether continent. And you were the number 1 person in the fault. The second and third ones are far behind you. You deserve to be alone. Invincible. Zhu Xuan laughed loudly. You little girl, you are very discerning. You are right, your grandfather and I have always pursued defeat. However, everyone I met was a loser, and no one could beat me. Zhu Xuan was originally holding back his anger and wanted to settle the score with Fang Shi, but Fang Shi misled him and started bragging about his great achievements back then. By the time he remembered it, his anger was almost gone. He snorted coldly. I almost fooled you. What is the intention of the 3 of you in praising that old guy like a bastard? Are you planning to pull out Grandpa again? Fang Shi. What is Grandpa Huola? This Grandpa is not a rag, so how can he use scratching? She said seriously. Grandpa, whether or not to pull this off depends on how the situation develops, and it's not something I can decide. Besides, didn't you teach me before that you should use all available resources? This network is the greatest resource. Also, you taught me that the overall situation is the most important thing. You made a huge sacrifice for Langyan Yuan and Juyu continent that day. I am your granddaughter, so of course I have to learn from you. When I accept my master and my grandpa, it's all for the sake of the overall situation. Blood-devouring world, did I say such a thing? Could it be that I slept for too long and forgot? Grandpa, I still say that no matter how many grandpas I accept in the future, only you are my biological grandpa. After the Tiank Alliance matter is resolved, I will change my surname. My name is no longer Fang Shi, my name is Zhu Wuyu. When I die in the future, I will have to enter the ancestral graves of our old Zhu family. Blood-devouring world, you don't have to think so far ahead. He said impatiently. Okay, I'm too lazy to take care of your nonsense. However, I don't understand. Is that person named Yin worthy of your favor? What kind of Guardian Sect elders have you seen? I haven't seen any Guardian Sect elder teach sword skills to the enemy. Fang Shi, didn't you think that this enemy was your granddaughter? But she also knew that Zhu Xuan was angry right now, so she could only go along with what he said. Grandpa, you are really right. Elder Yin is really not qualified as an elder of the Guardian Sect. Mainly because he is too simple-minded. In terms of strategy, he cannot catch up with you even if he flatters you. Grandpa, a lot of things happened during your arrest, let me report to you. Fang Shi rumbled through what had happened recently, and Zhu Zhaohun was successfully diverted once again. After listening, Zhu Yanhuan sighed. I originally thought that the Tiank Alliance was a formidable opponent, but after hearing what you said, it's not that bad. Their 9 Netherrealm has been sieved by you, and they still know nothing about it. What a waste. It seems that I still have a hard time finding defeat. Fang Shi. This chapter is short, the next chapter will be longer, about 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 857, Blood-devouring Huan Zhen is a first-generation wizard. Although Fang Shi complained in her heart that her chief grandpa was getting better and better at boasting, she didn't expose it and even cooperated to help him brag a few words. Zhu Xuan's mood suddenly turned cloudy. He actually knew that he was bragging. If the Tiank Alliance really had no ability, Jiu continent would not have experienced the catastrophe. Let's not go too far, let's just say that the dead air in those places is a big trouble. Just say it happily. Show me the swordsmanship that Elder Yin taught you, and let me see. Because Fang Shi was injured and couldn't show it off, she asked Zhang Wen to sparring with Jing Yan. After Zhang Wen and Jing Yan finished showing the 2 sets of swordsmanship taught by Elder Yin, Zhu Xuan clicked his tongue and said, the first set was just okay, but the second set is bullshit. I see, his talent in swordsmanship is only that much. The reason why the first set is slightly more outstanding is because he absorbed and borrowed the original longevity sword technique. As for the sword technique he developed himself, it is bullshit. Fang Shi. Don't you think it's unconscionable to say this? As if he had guessed Fang Zai's thoughts, Zhu Xuan snorted coldly, do you think I'm talking nonsense? Let me tell you this, these 2 sets of swordsmanship are all loopholes in my eyes. If you don't believe it, just do what I said and compete with that boy Junwen to see if he can't resist. After hearing this, Fang Shi stopped pretending to be sick and immediately called out the wooden sword. Although Mu Jian has woken up, he still has no energy. Otherwise, if Blood-devouring World wakes up, it will definitely have a few gossips with Fang Shi with its mean personality. However, the competition between Fang Shi and Zhang Wen was mainly about moves, not the use of wooden swords to exert force. Zhang Wen took the lead in using Elder Yin's original Liangyi Wangxiang sword technique, and Fang Shi cracked it according to Zhu Xuan's instructions. At first, Zhang Wen didn't think anything of it, but he soon fell into passivity. Before he could fully use the sword move, Fang Zai's sword move forced him to change his sword move, otherwise he would be stabbed by Fang Zai's spiritual sword. Zhang Wen simply switched to Zhen's sword technique, and the situation was much better this time. However, after more than a dozen moves, he felt a little constrained. He always felt that the power of the swordsmanship was greatly restricted. How should I put it? It was very frustrating. He was so frustrated that Fang Zai's eyes almost glowed green. She really thought that Zhu Huan was bragging at first, but she didn't expect that according to his instructions, she could really limit Zhen's sword technique. In the previous competition with several direct descendants of Baihu Peak, they could also limit the performance of Zhen's sword technique, but it was very limited. Blood-devouring Huan's method of cracking it was much more sophisticated than theirs. Of course, this is because Zhang Wen has slowed down, otherwise Fang Shi would not be able to achieve the current effect while learning and using it at the same time, but it is enough to show that what Zhu Xuan said is true. In his eyes, these 2 sets of sword techniques are all it's a for. Fang Shi couldn't help but sigh once again that Zhu Yanhuan was truly a genius of a generation. Even the word, genius, is not enough to describe him. If he hadn't sacrificed his body and most of his consciousness in order to save Lang Yuan, he would definitely be able to accomplish some amazing feats. However, Fang Shi thought about the temperament of this cheap grandpa. It was unlikely that he would achieve great things, but it was possible that he would cause great harm. Zhu Xuan looked at the look of shock and admiration on Fang Zai's face, not to mention his pride. Shaoxi, when I reach this level, it doesn't matter what sword technique I use. Intangible things look like tangible things, and no moves look like moves. Anything can be used as a sword, and a single swing of it can be a killing move. In my eyes, your swordsmanship is not only full of flaws, but also very slow, every move is like a turtle crawling. Of course, it's still early for you to reach my level. If nothing else, just your cultivation level, each one is worthless than the other. Especially you. I've been sleeping for such a long time, why are you still in the golden elixir stage? Do you have any special feelings for Jindanchi? You were planning to stay in the golden elixir stage for the rest of your life. He babbled for a long time without hearing Fang Shi speak, and then he realized that the little girl was frowning in deep thought, not knowing what she was thinking. Zhu Xuan was a little unhappy. He said how much he valued me as his biological grandfather, but in the end, you were deserting me when I said it. Sure enough, my granddaughter's mouth is a liar. When he was about to scold Fang Shi said to himself, the speed of sword moves is completely different in the eyes of different people. In other words, the same speed of time is seen differently in the eyes of different people. Does this count as controlling the power of time in a sense? Zhu Xuan was confused when he heard this, what a mess. However, he also saw that Fang Shi seemed to be on the verge of having an epiphany again. He has always regarded himself as a genius, but when it comes to enlightenment, there is really no comparison between him and his own granddaughter. This little girl suddenly had an epiphany. I don't know why she has so many ideas in her little head. The key is that these ideas are in line with the rules of heaven, otherwise there will be no enlightenment. Sure enough, while he was thinking about it, Fang Shi began to meditate on the spot. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan were both used to it. They looked at each other and began to protect Fang Shi. While protecting the law, the 2 of them were also thinking about the sword moves Fang Shi used just now. Zhang Wen has been drifting very much during this period, and now he is like a punctured ball, feeling ashamed of himself. His so-called swordsman genius is nothing compared to Zhu Xuan. Let's practice steadily from now on. At this time, Elder Yin was reprimanding Sima Sect Master. As the leader of a sect, you should have the courage of a sect leader. Look what you have become like. Even those ordinary disciples know that those bastards are partial, which shows how arrogant they are. You are not as good as that little girl from Fangxi. She dares to challenge Ji Xiaoxie, but you are like a shrunken turtle. I remember you were bloody back then, but why did you become more and more useless the longer you lived? Sect leader Sima smiled bitterly and said, I also want to show off my authority, and I also want to challenge the Supreme Elder of the West in person, but my strength does not allow it. I only control the Enlightenment Peak, and there is no way I can compete with the Lingmei Exafeng. You came just in time. I am facing a problem now. The Supreme Elder of the West has proposed to hold the selection trial for the qualifications to enter the Haoshan Mirror. After hearing this, Elder Yin cursed loudly. You bastard, you bastard. Sooner or later, the Changsheng sect will be destroyed in their hands. Just wait, I'll go to Haoshan Holy Land and beat them all to death. Sect Master Sima, you are truly my living ancestor. If shooting them to death would solve the problem, why should I worry so much? Sect Master Sima persuaded Elder Yin to give up the idea of going shopping in Haoshan Holy Land. He snorted coldly. It won't work this way, that won't work either. What do you think we should do? Is it possible to give up the place? Sect leader Sima. What if I knew what I should do and ask you? He remembered Elder Huai's suggestion and said. Elder Huai thought of a way. He asked Fangxi and the others to participate in the selection trial in the name of disciples of Wudao Peak, so that they could muddy the waters. Before he could finish speaking, Elder Yin nodded and said, this is a good idea. That Xiao Huai has some brains. Sect Master Sima, this method is good, but Fangxi and the others are from the Northern Territory after all. You also know the situation of the Haoshan Mirror. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to let them in? Elder Yin glanced at him. You know it's inappropriate now. When you let Fangxi and the others enter the Changsheng sect, why didn't you consider whether it was appropriate? They have also learned sword formations, sword techniques, earned spiritual stones, and taken treasures. Do you know it is not appropriate at this time? Sect leader Sima. Let's not talk about anything else. Don't you know what swordsmanship is all about? It's really strange. Elder Yin was not so sharp-tongued before. Why has he grown up so fast recently? Elder Yin added, it's already settled whether it's suitable or not. You might as well make the best use of it and let them try it. I don't think those three brats are heartless, and they will definitely repay their kindness in the future. Besides, they will have to join our Changsheng sect sooner or later. The more they get, the more they will feel a sense of belonging to our Changsheng sect. Sect leader Sima, how did you come to this conclusion? Could it be that ZNNZ came to his senses? Elder Yin, this matter is important, I will weigh it. Elder Yin curled his lips, then you weigh it slowly. Your biggest shortcoming is your indecisiveness, otherwise you wouldn't be in the current situation. Sect leader Sima, you are not indecisive in old age, you just taught swordsmanship to others when you saw them wearing the clothes of a direct disciple of Wudao Peak. Of course, he only dared to think about these words in his heart and would never dare to say them out loud. At this moment, Sect leader Sima received a summons from Elder Huai. Sect Master, a vision has come from heaven. Someone among the direct disciples seems to have had an epiphany. I'll go over and have a look first, and then report the specific situation to you. Elder Huai is definitely a reliable confidant, diligent in his eyes, diligent in his words, and even more diligent in his hands and feet. Sect Master Sima immediately went to the courtyard and looked down. His yard is on a high ground, overlooking the area where his direct disciples live below. Elder Yin also looked down. After just one glance, he said, the place where the light came from is Fangxi's yard. That little girl must have had an epiphany. Sect Master Sima, if nothing else, you are really familiar with this terrain. Once you see it, you won't miss it. Fangxi had another epiphany. Others can't have an epiphany in their lifetime, but she is so good, she has an epiphany every 3 days. When he was slandering, Elder Yin stroked his beard and said, this kid Fangxi is like me, with understanding and aura. Sect leader Sima. Like you shit. You guys can't fight each other, okay? What's the matter? Are you endangering your enemies and endangering your blood? See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 858. You are quite self-aware. When Sima's sect master was speechless, Elder Yin said angrily, enlightenment is not a trivial matter. If some short-sighted person starts to cause trouble, the little girl's life will be in danger. I have to help protect the Dharma. After Elder Yin finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. Sect leader Sima. What do you mean by this? Not long-sighted. Are you going to help protect the Dharma? Those who didn't know thought she was your granddaughter. The more Sima's sect master thinks about it, the more angry he becomes. There is no sect master in the world who is more aggrieved than him. The peak masters in the West are working on their own affairs, and the supreme elders in the West are fighting for power and profit. One of the only elders of the Guardian sect is an enemy, and the other. Let's not mention it. Fortunately, he still has a loyal confidant like Elder Huai, otherwise he would be such a failure as the leader of the bulk sect. Just as I was thinking about it, a message from Elder Huai came. Sect master, I found out. It was Fangxi who had the sudden enlightenment. This Fangxi had an epiphany in just 3 days. Putting aside her understanding, she was truly the darling of heaven. Sect master, why don't you consider my previous proposal and let Fangxi and the other two take part in the selection trial, and we can also benefit from her good luck. Sect leader Sima. It seems that his confidant is not so reliable anymore. At this time, many people gathered outside Fangxi courtyard and were talking a lot. In fact, Fang Zai's courtyard originally had the formation activated and no one could see what was going on inside. However, her epiphany caused the surrounding spiritual energy to fluctuate and the formation failed. Fangxi had just gained a good reputation, so although everyone was envious and jealous, few people had red eyes. Most of them praised Fangxi for his high understanding and good luck. Elder Yin, who rushed over like he was on fire, couldn't help but nodded when he heard these comments. Regardless of whether this girl Fangxi deliberately spent money to buy fame, at least the effect was very good. If Sima Xiaoya had such means, he wouldn't be such a coward now. He ducked into the courtyard. Zhu Yanhuan won't bother others when he sees him. This old man is here again. Why are you so indebted? Just like that dog, it comes running when it smells some meat. Look at how bear-like he looks, like a skeleton that has become a sprite. He still has the nerve to wander off to the west. He is so shameless. Come as soon as you come, and you are as sneaky as that rat. How about an elder like you who is still protecting the sect? Guarding the mouse hole is more than enough. Elder Yin didn't know that someone had reduced him to nothing, and his attention was all on Fang Shi. Fang Shi was still meditating at this time, and the spiritual vortex had formed around her, and there was light flickering. As time goes by, the spiritual energy vortex continues to expand. At first, only the spiritual energy from the surrounding courtyards gathered here, and then the entire living area of the direct disciples. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan were the first to benefit because they were close to each other. Their bodies were washed with spiritual power and felt warm. Meditation would be very effective at this time, but they were worried about Fang Zai's safety and did not practice. Instead, they concentrated on protecting Fang Shi. Zhu Xuan was very satisfied. Although his granddaughter was full of bad intentions, she was a passionate and sincere person like him. She could risk her own life for the people she valued. She treats these two senior brothers as her own brothers, and he is really worried that she is sincerely feeding the dogs. Fortunately, these two boys are not bad, and they are both good children with conscience. To his surprise, Elder Yin did not meditate, but stood not far from Fang Shi, as if he were a protector. Zhu Sihuan felt a little sour. If I hadn't been in trouble, I wouldn't have needed you, you idiot. See what you can do. They even got into the drama of secretly guarding. People outside the courtyard don't have so many worries. They all meditate and practice on the spot, for fear of wasting this rare opportunity. Elder Huai was also among them. It's not that he doesn't care about Fang Shi, as long as he feels that the elder of the Guardian sect must be inside at this time. After all, Fang Shi is his favorite. As long as he is here, it will be fine even if the Supreme Elder of the West comes to cause trouble. Elder Huai did not forget to send a message to his nephew before meditating, asking him to come over quickly to take advantage of the opportunity. In fact, Huai Ming frame would have been overturned long ago without him being summoned. No fool would not come to such a good cultivation opportunity. For the first time, many disciples of Wu Dao Peak feel that it is good to be a disciple of Wu Dao Peak, because those who are near the water tower get the moon first, and even if the disciples of other peaks want to take advantage of it, they will not have time. Qiongqi within the barrier also noticed the abnormality. I heard that Fang Shi said to Elder Mei after his enlightenment. Old man Mei, how are you? I have good taste, right? I have long seen that Xiao Shishi is a talent, otherwise I would not treat her differently. Before Elder Mei could speak, it continued. Do you know how I figured it out? Because a bad-tempered person like her would have been shot to death if she didn't have the ability. I am the best example. Isn't it because you can't beat me that I'm still alive and kicking after being hated so much? If I didn't have the skills, you would have eaten me alive. Elder Mei, you are quite self-aware. Qiongqi rolled his big eyes. After Xiao Shishi's epiphany, her injuries will definitely be healed. You can bring her to me tomorrow. I want to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. Elder Mei readily agreed because he was curious about Fang Zai's sudden enlightenment and asked Fang Shi when he came over. An hour later, the scope of the spiritual vortex began to gradually shrink, and finally disappeared. After another moment, Fang Shi opened her eyes. Elder Yin was stunned. Because he saw thousands of brilliance flashing through Fang Zai's eyes. Even though it was only for a moment, it was enough to shock him. He didn't know exactly what was going on, but one thing was certain, little girl Fang Shi would have great fortunes in the future. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan also noticed this scene. The two of them were not as shocked as Elder Yin. After all, it was normal for anything to happen to their junior sister. Not to mention that there are thousands of brilliance in her eyes, it would not be surprising if she grows another eye. At this time, Fang Shi sighed. I just yawned. Why did I accidentally have an epiphany? Why is it so difficult to get some sleep? Elder Yin. People outside the courtyard. Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 859 Fang Shi's golden pill ran away from home. Although Fang Zai's words deserved a beating, the people present did not feel disgusted. On the contrary, they thought this little girl Fang Shi was really interesting. The reason is simple, they all get benefits. Just such a short period of practice can keep up with the usual month. This is more affordable than Fang Shi giving them spiritual stones. As the saying goes, the butt determines the head, they will go to whoever gives them benefits. Everyone thought, it seems that they have to get closer to Fang Shi in the future. She eats meat and we drink broth. It's a pleasure. Across the courtyard gate, many people congratulated Fang Shi and congratulated her for having another epiphany. Fang Shi walked out of the yard generously and made everyone feel like a spring breeze with her superb water-draining master skills. She gained a lot of favorability without even turning on the saint's light. Huaiming frames are also among them. Ever since Fang Shi and the others used Zhen's sword technique, his view of them had changed. To put it bluntly, it's a strong-willed mentality. When you are strong, you will naturally be convincing. Of course, there is another reason why Huaiming frame has such a favorable impression of Fang Shi and the others. He won a large amount of spiritual stones by betting on their victory. In his eyes, Fang Shi and the other three were just like the boy who gave away money. Who can have trouble with money? Now he was not only given spiritual stones, but also opportunities. The status of Fang Shi and the others in his heart was even higher than that of Elder Huai. He squeezed the front. Junior sister Fang Shi, Elder Huai is my uncle, and I am Huai Mingzhen. Fang Shi smiled more and more sincerely. It turns out to be senior brother Mingzhen. I have wanted to get to know you for a long time. Today I finally have the chance to meet you. We will continue to visit frequently in the future. Zhang Wen came over and said with a smile, Brother Mingzhen, I heard from Elder Huai that you have a good drinker. Let's have a drink some other time. Although Jing Yan did not speak, he smiled and nodded to Huai Mingzhen. Huai Mingzhen did not expect that Feng Shi and the others would be so enthusiastic. He felt warm in his heart and said hurriedly, "I'll be the host another day, let's have a good time together." Ellipsis. Feng Shi chatted with everyone for a few more words, and then everyone dispersed. Zhengwen closed the courtyard door and reopened the formation. Feng Shi looked at the time and saw that it was already midnight. In addition, she was very tired now and had no energy to trick Elder Yin, so she said, "Senior brother Shi, senior brother 5, it's getting late, let's take a rest early." Zhengwen and Jingyan nodded in unison. They had just been concentrating on protecting Feng Shi, but now they relaxed and felt very tired. Elder Yin saw the three people entering the house and left in a flash. Zhengwen and Jingyan still made beds on the floor in the outer room, while Feng Shi slept on the bed in the inner room. As soon as Feng Shi lay down, Zhu Yanhuan's voice sounded in his consciousness. "Every epiphany you have is related to the power of time, and maybe you will have good fortune in it. Unfortunately, I don't know much about the power of time, but I think you can use the beast core of the ruined beast to practice more in the future. The beast core is transformed from the time shuttle stone, and it will definitely be of great benefit to you." Feng Shi felt that Zhu Xuan's words made sense, and quickly blew a wave of rainbow farts, praising him for his vision and knowledge, and he was worthy of being the #1 person in Juyu continent. Zhu Xuan snorted coldly. "If you say this, I won't be stubborn with you, after all, what you said is the truth. My understanding of cultivation is not the same as that of anyone before or since. That little rat is incomparable to me." Feng Shi was stunned for a moment. A rat spirit. Where did the rat spirit come from? But after thinking about it for a moment, I realized that this rat spirit refers to Elder Yin. Her chief grandpa's mouth is really bad. However, Elder Yin is too thin, so with his sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, coupled with his sparse beard, he does look a bit like a mouse. Although Zhu Xuan still wanted to brag for a while, he didn't say anything more when he saw that Feng Shi was a little weak. Besides, he was also tired. He has not fully recovered yet. If Elder Yin's appearance had not made him very jealous, he might have just woken up for a while and then continued to fall into a deep sleep. The people in the house were asleep, and the red smoke carps in the fish pond were blowing bubbles. Their moods are somewhat complicated. Originally, they hated Feng Shi with all their might, and they only waited to find Feng Shi to settle the accounts when they couldn't bear it any longer, making her regretful, and life would be worse than death. But they never expected that Feng Zai's epiphany today would make them benefit too. And it also got great benefits. This is difficult to handle. Will they continue to hate the pervert, or will the grudges be wiped out? They discussed and discussed, but they could not come up with a result, and finally sank to the bottom of the pool and disappeared. The next morning, Feng Shi sat on the bed with dull eyes. "Grandpa, you asked me yesterday if I had any special feelings for the Golden Core stage, and if I was prepared to stay in the Golden Core stage for the rest of my life. I can give you the answer now. I guess I have no luck with the Golden Elixir period, because my Golden Elixir seems to have run away from home." She was completely confused now. Because she was too tired yesterday, she didn't look inside her danshan, and she didn't think of it until this morning. In the end, after looking for a long time, I couldn't find the Golden Elixir. There was nothing in the danshan except those 5 dog's-trud roots. She had previously speculated that she was born from a broken pill, but now the golden pill is gone. Is such a big golden elixir going to disappear? Even if it is completely broken, there still has to be a corpse. Feng Shi pressed the 5 spiritual roots, and they cut out and knelt, indicating that they didn't know either. Feng Shi did not suspect that they were lying, because she could sense their emotional changes to some extent, and they were also very anxious and confused at this time. Zhu Xuan initially thought that Feng Shi was lying there before she woke up, but after repeated confirmations, he believed that what she said was true. But how could the golden elixir be gone just because it was gone? I have never heard of anyone having an epiphany and losing the golden elixir. At this time, Zhengwen and Jingyan also came in. After listening to Feng Zai's words, both of them were stunned. Junior sister's golden elixir is gone. After a while, Zhengwen said, "Little junior sister, let's not worry about the golden elixir for now. Do you think your current cultivation level has deteriorated?" Feng Shi was stunned. "It doesn't seem like it seems to be a little stronger." Zhengwen immediately said, "In that case, I guess it's a good thing that the golden elixir is gone. It may be that it ran away from home and went outside to practice. I'll come back when I'm almost done practicing." Feng Shi. Jingyan. Blood-devouring world. Are you talking human language? Whose golden elixir would run out to practice on their own? However, Zhengwen's words reminded Zhu Xuan, and he pondered for a moment and said, "Zhengwen, although this boy is short-sighted, one thing he said is right. Since your cultivation level has not declined but has risen, it shouldn't be a bad thing if the golden elixir is gone. You just said that the broken pill should be transformed into a baby, and now the golden pill has been transformed, but it has not yet condensed into a nascent soul, so the current situation has been caused. It is estimated that as your cultivation level increases, the nascent soul will also appear." Feng Zai's eyes lit up, and she felt that what Zhu Xuan said was very reasonable. If something really went wrong, her cultivation would definitely deteriorate and her body would feel unwell, but it didn't. She immediately felt much more relaxed and relayed Zhu Xuan's words to Zhengwen and Jingyan. After the two of them listened, their worries were relieved. Zhengwen quickly thought of a question. "Little junior sister, your golden elixir is gone, and others can't tell what kind of cultivation you have now. If someone asks, what will you say?" Feng Shi thought for a while and said, "I'll let him guess. Zhengwen. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket." The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 860. From now on, there will be 5 ferocious beasts. Feng Shi thinks it's good that others can't see her cultivation. It's more convenient whether she's pretending to be a pig or bluffing. When her mood improved, Feng Shi started to have breakfast. While the 3 of them were eating, Elder Mei sent a message to Feng Shi, saying that Qiongqi wanted to see her. Fang Shi thought that nothing would happen anyway, so she agreed. Originally she had many competitions, but because she was injured, the competition date was postponed. Those disciples who are qualified for the competition are eager to ask for it. Because they felt that they would lose if they went up, but they were too timid not to go up, so Fang Shi now postponed the competition to save them. After breakfast, Fang Shi and the other two people left the courtyard and prepared to go to the back mountain to meet Qiongqi. Fang Shi was very busy along the way. Because everyone she met would greet her, and she was not a rude person, so she naturally had to respond. After chatting a few words about this and a few words about that, it was almost time by the time she reached the back mountain. Qiongqi was already impatient with waiting and had been cursing for a long time. Elder Mei thought that it would not look good when it saw Fang Shi. Who knew that when Fang Shi came, Qiongqi stood up and shook his two front paws desperately. Xiao Shishi, you are here, I miss you so much. Elder Mei felt that it was no different from that little native dog that was shaking its head and wagging its tail. Fang Shi said with a smile, I miss you too, I dreamed of you last night. Qiongqi suddenly grinned widely, isn't this a coincidence? I dreamed of you last night too. Elder Mei. I bet a spiritual stone that both of you are telling lies. No matter whether they're telling lies or not, Fang Shi and Qiongqi both provided each other with full emotional value. Fang Shi asked Qiongqi, aside from meeting me, did you come to me for anything else? Qiongqi put his big face on the barrier and said sincerely, I mainly want to see you, but besides that there are a few trivial things. At this point, it widened its eyes. Wait, why can't I see your cultivation? What's going on? Fang Shi looked unfathomable, yes. Qiongqi. Elder Mei also belatedly discovered this incident at this time, and guessed that Fang Shi might have used a spiritual weapon or talisman that could conceal his cultivation. What's the point of just covering up your cultivation? Just as he was thinking about it, he heard a strange cry. Xiao Shishi, aren't you already in the stage of becoming a god now? You were afraid that someone would be envious, jealous, and resentful, so you concealed your cultivation, right? Fang Shi. You really think highly of me? Become a god. I haven't even reached the edge of nascent soul yet. Elder Mei also felt that Qiongqi was talking nonsense. He had never heard of anyone who could be the first to break through from the golden elixir to the divine transformation stage. After Qiongqi got a negative answer from Fang Shi, he immediately blinked at Fang Shi and said, okay, whatever you say is what I understand. Fang Shi, you know what daddy is. She was too lazy to talk to Qiongqijuo and urged, what do you want to see me for? Qiongqi rolled his big eyes and said, I want to sworn friends with you. From now on, the Western Great Ferocious Beasts will become the 5 Great Ferocious Beasts. You will be the eldest, I will be the second, and the remaining 3 will decide who they're in the ranking. Fang Shi. Is this what you call human language? Should I marry you? Do I return the head of the beast? She felt that it was definitely not the case that Qiongqi was looking for her. Maybe he suddenly realized that he can see through her cultivation level, so he changed his mind. That's why you're talking nonsense here. Fang Shi glanced at her, sworn brother. Do you think you are qualified to be on an equal footing with me? Even if you want to be my spiritual pet, I have to consider it. Qiongqi really didn't expect Fang Shi to be so crazy. She, a little ant, actually wants to be its master. I want to eat shit. It wanted to attack, but held it back. Xiao Shishi, you're unwilling to sworn brothers with me. I am so sad. When I find the other 3, we will recognize you as the boss. Tao Su and Golden Pig. It is impossible to recognize the boss. You should follow us and recognize the boss. What they are more concerned about is that Qiongqi actually calls it the second child, which is really shameless. You don't know if it's windy or rainy, and you don't know how much you weigh. You wait. Wait and see how we deal with you after you are contracted. Qiongqi had no idea that 2 of the Western beasts had been contracted by Fang Shi. It was looking at Fang Shi sadly. Fang Shi raised her eyebrows. If you really want to recognize me as your boss, that's not impossible. I have said before that I want to taste your meat. If you cut off 10 pounds of meat for me to taste now, I will reluctantly accept you as my little brother. Qiongqi almost couldn't control the violent energy in his body. It kept saying silently, you are Qiongqi, you like evil people, you must protect your own animal design. After some psychological counseling, it grinned and said, I told you that my meat is poisonous. When the poison is cured, it won't matter if it's 10 kilograms, it can be 100 kilograms. Fang Shi curled her lips, then you should pay a deposit first. I always feel cold at night recently. I think your hair is good. You can pick some for me and I will make a fur vest to wear. Qiongqi couldn't bear it and wanted to break up immediately, but in the end he endured it. Xiao Shishi, I'm a little dizzy, I need to rest for a while. Before he finished speaking, he fell to the ground and fainted. It decided not to see Fang Shi in the recent period. It was afraid that it would be angry to death. Fang Shi knew what was going on, but she didn't expose it and started talking to Elder Mei. Elder Mei also knew that Qiongqi was just pretending, so he ignored him. Qiongqi felt a little miserable. Before Fang Shi came to the Changsheng sect, he not only had endless delicacies from the mountains and seas, but also had endless treasures from heaven and earth, and even had female handymen to play and sing for him. Since she arrived, not only has she stopped performing, but even old man Mei has started to rebel and refuse to listen to it. Not to mention that most of its net worth was given to her. It is not unfair to say that she is the leader of the beast. Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 861 traveling tens of thousands of miles to bless you. Elder Mei chatted with Fang Shi for a few words, and then brought the topic to yesterday's epiphany. Xiaoxi, what was the reason for your epiphany yesterday? Although he felt that it was a bit presumptuous to ask this, after all, it involved chance, but Bu Wen had another song on his mind. Qiongqi, who fainted on the ground, moved his ears because he was also very curious. Fang Shi couldn't tell the truth but couldn't refuse Elder Mei, so she had to make it up. I distributed all the 30 million souls that Master Han gave me yesterday. You also know that our Xuanshan sect is not rich. My master wishes he could break one soul stone into an 8-petal flower. Such a large sum of money says if it's gone, it's gone. I feel a little bit sad in my heart. I enlightened myself that money is a good thing, but there are many things that are more important than money. Such as justice, such as the overall situation, such as feelings. Besides, if you give up, you will get something. Once the money is spent, you will have the motivation to continue making money. Elder Mei, what are you talking about? Does this have anything to do with enlightenment? How did you know that Feng Shi was messing around there? She rambled on for a while, and finally came up with the reason for her epiphany. Then I thought of Master Han who provided me with financial support, and then I thought of Tianlei, and then I thought of Tiandao. What do you think this heavenly way is? Is it God? I don't think so. This should be the rule, right? The way of heaven should be a collection of all the rules in the world. If you happen to understand one of the rules, you will have an epiphany. Feng Shi was about to continue pulling down, but who knew that the sea of consciousness was shaking, and the body was even more radiant. Elder Mei. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan were also stunned. What's happening here? Junior sister has another epiphany. It doesn't seem like it. So what's the situation now? Qiongqi, who was pretending to be dizzy, jumped up. She was blessed by the devil. She was actually blessed by the devil. Oh my god. This world is so crazy. The devil actually blessed her with a human race. Elder Mei was so shocked by Qiongqi's words that he almost sat on the ground. What? Was Feng Shi blessed by the devil? How can this be? Although there is no precedent, those are all legends in the classics. Not to mention the human race, even the demon race has only a few blessings from the devil. Which of those words she just said caught the devil's favor? Is it about the understanding of heaven and enlightenment? But the words she said were not original to her. They were also recorded in some classics. Why did the devil give her a blessing? Elder Mei really couldn't figure it out, and after thinking about it, he could only attribute it to Feng Zai's good luck. Zhengwen's eyes flashed slightly. No wonder the situation in front of him seemed familiar to him, but he just didn't expect it in his hurry. Now listen to Qiongqi say, isn't it a blessing from the devil? The devil is so interesting. Not only did you give blessings in the demon realm before, but now you go all the way to the southern territory to give blessings to your little junior sister. As Feng Zai's biological grandfather, Zhu Xuan felt a little sad. He is an out-and-out demon, and he has sacrificed so much to save Lang Yin Yuan. Why doesn't the demon god give him a blessing? What's the difference between him and that girl Feng Shi? Talent, cultivation, comprehension. After thinking about it, he came to the conclusion that all he needed was a mouth. When this girl Feng Shi was in the demon clan, she often blew the demon god's rainbow farts and built many demon temples. Of course the demon god liked her. It's because I have such a good impression of her. That's why I traveled millions of miles to bless you. Ugh. So it's not just that you can be rewarded by your superiors if you work hard, you have to be good at it. As the saying goes, there is no way to work hard, and there is no effort to work hard. Zhu Xuan was very emotional, but despite being sour, he was still really happy for Feng Shi. After all, this was his granddaughter. When you die in the future, you will have to be the kind of biological granddaughter who will be buried in the ancestral grave. The time of the devil's blessing was much shorter than the epiphany. After a quarter of an hour, the light disappeared and Feng Shi also opened his eyes. She looked at Elder Mei in confusion. Did I have another epiphany just now? But it doesn't feel like it. Zhang Wen was amused in his heart. The junior sister is really good at acting. But she really had to act. After all, she had never been to the devil world, so of course she didn't know what the devil's blessing was. The one who went was Zhu Wuyu. Qiongqi inside the barrier yelled. Xiao Shishi, if you ask that old waste, you might as well ask me. It was the devil who gave you a blessing just now. The devil does not give blessings to people easily, it is even rarer than enlightenment. Xiao Shishi, you are really amazing, you are a master of both humans and demons. Feng Shi. God, both humans and demons take it all. Although he was secretly complaining about Qiongqi's nonsense, there was a look of shock on his face. The demon god gave me a blessing. You said the demon god just gave me a blessing. Is this true? Qiongqi vowed. Of course it's true. I can swear on the lives of the other 3 ferocious beasts that everything I say is true. Kui Wu Hei Jin Pig, #% and #%%#. At this time, Elder Mei said, Shashi, what Qiongqi said must be true. I have read relevant records in some classics. The devil must have really blessed you just now. Feng Shi had a dull look on her face, and after a long while she said, why did the devil give me a blessing? Is it because I look good? Elder Mei. At this time, Sima Sect leader arrived. Although this is the back mountain, the vision from the sky still attracted the attention of many people. It's just that because Qiongqi is being held here, many people don't dare to approach. Sima Sect master happened to hear what Feng Shi said. What? A blessing from the devil. Seeing him coming, Elder Mei and Feng Shi saluted quickly. How could Sima Sect leader care about these false etiquette and asked Feng Shi. What did you just say? Have you been blessed by the devil? Feng Shi bared her little white teeth and said, I'm not sure either. I think it's different from the sudden enlightenment. Both Qiongqi and Elder Mei said it was a blessing from the devil. Sect leader Sima looked at Qiongqi. Are you sure that was a blessing from the devil? Qiongqi nodded. I've seen the devil give blessings, and that must have been the devil's blessing just now. Although Qiongqi acted wantonly, he was still polite to Sima Sect master because he knew who he could offend and who he couldn't offend. Sect master Sima nodded and asked Elder Mei about the specific situation, and then looked at Feng Shi with a complicated mood. Another epiphany and a blessing from the devil. Why have I never encountered such a good thing? No wonder Elder Yin has a blood relationship with his enemy. This Feng Shi's luck is not generally good. At this moment, he realized that he couldn't see through Feng Zai's cultivation. But he didn't care. Like Elder Mei, he felt that Feng Shi had used a spiritual weapon that could conceal his cultivation. He was initially hesitant about whether to let Feng Shi and the others participate in the selection trial, but this time he was completely determined. Elder Huai is right. Let the three of them participate and maybe Enlightenment Peak can bring them good luck. Thinking of this, he smiled and said to Feng Shi, "The fact that you are blessed by the devil means that you are very talented in cultivation. If you practice hard in the future, you will have a bright future. If you have any difficulties, just come to me and I will try my best to help you solve it." Feng Shi hurriedly said, "Sect Master, no matter how good my cultivation talent is, I must have a noble person to support me, and you are my noble person. If you hadn't made an exception and allowed the three of us brothers and sisters to enter the Changsheng sect, I wouldn't have had such a good fortune. I, Feng Shi, am a person who knows how to repay kindness. If you can use me in the future, I will definitely accept it." Sima sect leader said to himself, "No need to do that. You will have a chance to repay your kindness in a few days." At this time, the voice of Xi Xuan sounded in Feng Shi's sea of consciousness. "Shaoxi, the rat spirit is here." Ji Lei, who was about to remind Feng Shi, was very depressed. Originally, it relied on being able to see Elder Yin to gain a firm foothold with Feng Go, but now it has been cut off by old Piao. "I finally had a specialty, but it was actually exploited. It's so hard. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket." The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 862. Elder Yin has an idea. Ji Lei secretly cursed Zhu Xuan, the old Piao, for being so dishonest. "It's not good for you to take someone's job, but you take mine. If it weren't for Feng Go's sake, I would have to split you up." Zhu Xuan didn't know Ji Lei's resentment, and all his attention was on Elder Yin. This rat spirit is really haunting and annoying. Qiongqi's big eyes rolled around, and they also spotted Elder Yin. He noticed it when Elder Yin came last time. He thought he was here for him, but he didn't expect that he was just being sentimental. This old guy is here for Feng Shi. This Feng Shi is really amazing, even this half-buried old guy is interested in her. But yes, she has epiphanies from time to time and can receive blessings from the devil. Having such good luck will certainly attract bees and butterflies. Qiongqi feels that he is really literate. It's easy to say two words. Especially how appropriately the word attract bees and butterflies is used. This Changsheng sect is like a big garden. Among the flowers and plants in the garden, Feng Shi, the little girl, is the reddest and most fragrant. Of course, she is the best at attracting bees and butterflies. Elder Yin never dreamed that others could see him, and thought that his invisibility method was very successful. The old man stared at Feng Shi with excitement. This girl had actually been blessed by the devil. He had thought that this little girl was unusual before, and he was right. He now finds Feng Shi very pleasing to the eye, and the more he looks at her, the more he feels that she looks a bit like him. Could it be that they are really related by blood? Although he has never been married, he might have a side bloodline. Of course, he also knew that his idea was unrealistic, so he might as well accept this little girl as his disciple. That Zheng Wen and Jing Yan are not bad, why not just pack them together? The more Elder Yin thought about it, the more he thought it was a good idea. Whether Feng Shi and the other three would agree was not within his scope of consideration. After all, in his opinion, it was their fate that he was willing to accept the three of them as apprentices. Only a fool would disagree. However, Elder Yin learned from the previous lesson and decided to inform Sima Xiao first to prevent him from giving him another big reason. At this time, Sima Sect Master chatted with Feng Shi and the others for a few more words and left. Elder Yin hurriedly followed. As soon as Sima Sect Master entered the study, Elder Yin appeared. "King Hong, I have an idea." Sect Master Sima suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart, but he still asked. "What do you think?" Feng Shi and the other three are rare talents. If they cannot be used for their own purposes, it will definitely be a big loss for our Changsheng sect. As an elder of the Hu sect, I cannot sit idly by and ignore it. So I plan to make a sacrifice and reluctantly accept the three of them as apprentices. What do you think? Sect leader Sima. Are you sure this is a sacrifice? Is it reluctantly? Why do I feel that you can't wait and want it more than you want? He somewhat understands Elder Yin's thoughts. After all, the three of them in Feng Shi are indeed excellent, especially the girl in Feng Shi who has great luck. Not to mention Elder Yin, he was moved. But she is from Xuanshan sect in the Northern Territory. Can she willingly join the Changsheng sect? If she was here as an undercover agent, wouldn't the Changsheng sect be in danger? But he also knew that Elder Yin had already made up his mind. If he tried to stop him, not only would he not be able to give up the idea, but it would probably make him unhappy. Therefore, he has to pay attention to strategy. He thought about it and had an idea. Elder Yin, I am really touched that you have made such a big sacrifice for our sect. You are worthy of being the pillar and backbone of our Changsheng sect. It has to be you at the critical moment. Elder Yin felt somewhat uncomfortable on his face, because he felt guilty. King Hong, this is what I should do, just say whether you agree or not. Sect Master Sima said with a smile, as long as you are willing, I have no problem with it. Not to mention that you want to accept Feng Shi and the other two as your disciples. I don't have any problem with you even if you want to accept the demons as your disciples. Elder Yin nodded, I saw you right at the beginning, you are indeed a good material to be the leader of the sect. Sect leader Sima thought to himself, if I follow you, I will be a good candidate to become the leader of the clan. If I don't follow your lead, I'll probably be Sima Shire again. He coughed slightly. Elder Yin, although I am sure I have no objection at all, you can't be too hasty on this matter. Elder Yin frowned. Why? This chapter is short, the next chapter will be longer, about 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 863. It definitely doesn't taste good. Sect leader Sima sighed. Your identity is special and cannot be made public unless there are special circumstances. Therefore, you can only take the three of them as disciples privately. Elder Yin frowned. There's nothing wrong with being private. I don't care about those false reputations, as long as they can learn my skills and help me protect the Shangsheng sect in the future. Sect leader Sima smiled bitterly and said, You don't care, what about them? Elder Yin immediately said, They're very transparent and don't care about these false names. You are worrying too much. Sect Master Sima said in his heart, They don't care about false reputation. If he didn't care, would Fang Shi be willing to use those 30 million spirit stones to buy fame? However, he couldn't bear to talk to Elder Yin about this, but said, Actually, whether you care about the false reputation is secondary. The most difficult thing to deal with is the Northern Territory. The three of Fang Shi are all direct disciples of the Xuanxin sect, and Fang Shi is known as the light of the Northern Territory. If they stay in our Changsheng sect and never return, the Northern Territory will definitely not give up. Let's not talk about how much impact this will have on the situation in the northern and southern regions. The key is that it is detrimental to the three of them. When the time comes that you can't show up, the pressure will all fall on the three of Fang Shi. There are many people in the sect who are hostile to them. It will definitely add insult to injury and the situation of the three of them will definitely be very bad. Are you willing? Elder Yin frowned, but he didn't think so much. If the dispute between the northern and southern regions was caused by his personal selfishness, then he, as an elder of the Guardian sect, would be derelict in his duty. What's more, he couldn't bear to let Fang Shi and the other three be in trouble. He pondered for a while and suddenly looked at Sima Sect Master with an unkind look. I said before about conquering him, why didn't you say this? Did you deliberately deceive me? Sect Master Sima said hurriedly. How dare I deliberately deceive you? You misunderstood me. The concerns I mentioned are not unsolvable, they just take time, so I remind you not to act too hastily. How to deal with it? First, our relationship with the Northern Territory has just eased, so it is not appropriate for major friction to occur for the time being. There is nothing to fear from the Northern Territory human race. What we are afraid of is the alliance between the Northern Territory human race and the demon tribe. I don't think their alliance will be strong, and it won't be long before there's a rift. By then, the human race in the Northern Territory will have too much time to take care of themselves, and naturally they will not dare to openly challenge us in the Southern Territory. Secondly, you cannot appear in public at that time. Fang Shi and the other three must have a convincing reason to stay in the Changsheng sect. Although they had shown some strength on the forum before, it was not enough. After all, they had not yet fought against the top direct disciples of the sect. Elder Huai had previously proposed to let them participate in the selection trial. I think this is an opportunity. At that time, the top direct disciples of the Five Peaks will participate. If the three of them can obtain the qualifications to enter the Haoshan Mirror and get the opportunity within the Haoshan Mirror, they will probably convince the public. Thirdly, Master Han hated the three of them deeply, but he was somewhat worried about Fang Shi's identity as the envoy from the North region. If it was announced that Fang Shi and the others had joined the Changsheng sect at this time, he would not have so many scruples. Master Han will later involve Elder Ji, so it's best to uproot him before you consider accepting the three Fang Shi people as disciples, so as not to harm them. After hearing this, Elder Yin looked very ugly. Because if you want to achieve these three things mentioned by Sect Leader Sima, especially the first one, it might take 3 to 5 years. Even far away. The apprentice is right in front of him, why should he wait? Isn't this torture? But he also knew that what Sima Sect Leader said made sense, so he said with a cold face. Then let's wait until the Haoshan Mirror trial is over first. Sect Leader Sima nodded, I listen to you. Elder Yin cursed in his heart, you obey me on your face, but you're a kid in your heart. On the other side, Fang Shi and the others have returned to their residence. When passing by the fish pond, Fang Shi said to Zhu Xuan. Grandpa, what do you think of these fish? Zhu Xuan curled his lips, the meat looks very bad at first glance, it must not taste good. Fang Shi chuckled, I think so too, but there's something fishy about them. Fang Shi told the story about red smoke carp. Blood-devouring world is back with interest. If I guessed correctly, the Audiobook should be a formation disc, and it is also a teleportation formation. Junwen heard that the kid must have accidentally activated the teleportation array, so he was teleported into the water. As for whether this water is the fish pond we saw, it's hard to say. Maybe there is something fishy under the fish pond. My dear granddaughter, you have nothing to do when you are idle anyway. How about you drain all the water in the fish pond and sprinkle some salt in it to see if those red smoked carps will turn into dried salted fish. Fang Shi, Qiangqi should recognize you as the boss. There is still a small chapter, which will be finished around midnight. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 864 Carp leaps over the dragon gate. Fang Shi said to Zhu Xuan. Grandpa, if we act too hastily, these red smoke carp may come to a death trap. Anyway, we are not in a hurry, so just wait and see. Zhu Xuan snorted coldly, you don't follow me at all, you think too much about everything. What's the use of thinking so much? Just take the first step and that's it. Ji Lei Xin said, didn't you just take over and end up like this? Where do you have the nerve to teach Fang Go a lesson? Besides, no matter how bad the phoenix dog is, it is still my Lord Thunder God's spiritual pet. Are you worthy of teaching her a lesson? You old lady is so cool. Fang Shi didn't care about this. She truly regarded Zhu Yanhuan as her elder and respected him very much. Not to mention just educating her a few words, even scolding her was nothing. She smiled and said, Grandpa, how can I compare with you? You are the number one in the north and south regions. You have no rivals in the world, so naturally you have nothing to worry about. I can't do it. I'm still a little kid. I have to think before and after everything I do. Speaking of the golden elixir, Fang Shi hurriedly looked inside her danshan, wanting to see if her nascent soul had sprouted. After looking at it for a long time, there was nothing but 5 dog spirit roots. After the 5 dog spirit roots noticed Fang's eyes' spiritual consciousness, they hurriedly poured some of the handling fee that the devil had just blessed and intercepted into Fang's eyes danshan. They don't want to be so cowardly, after all, they have worked hard to save the handling fees. But in the matter of Jindan, running away from home, they were somewhat derelict in the duties. Such a big golden elixir disappeared under their noses. They were so sorry for Feng Go. The key is that the Phoenix dog hasn't blamed them yet, which makes them feel even more guilty. Feng Shi ignored the 5 dogs' fruit roots and withdrew his consciousness. She was not too disappointed. After all, she had experienced too many twists and turns along the way, and her mentality was very stable. She still had time to let the red smoke carp perform the rainbow waterfall, mainly to make blood-devouring world happy. She raised this fish, so this is considered a kiss for Kaiyu. The red smoke carps were cursing in their hearts while performing hard. Zhu Xuan was amused and laughed. My dear granddaughter, it's too monotonous to just let them perform the rainbow waterfall. You put up a few hoops in the fish pond and let them jump over it like puppies. This project is called carp drilling into a dog hole. Feng Shi, Grandpa, why not let the carp jump over the dragon gate? Okay, just let those 2 silly boys do it and let me have fun. Feng Shi immediately directed Jun Wen and Jing Yan to get some iron rings in the fish pond, and then asked the red smoke carp to perform a carp leaping over the dragon gate. This leap lasted half an hour. The red smoke carp almost turned from big carps jumping around to belly-up bargains. The red smoke carps are scolding you. Just say why this pervert has been so quiet these days. It turns out he is holding back some bad moves. Originally, we planned to offset the grudges, but now it seems that we have to find a chance to deal with her. At worst, she'll be spared her life. After Feng Shi entered the room, he introduced several sword formations and the blood-devouring world that Jun Wen had improved. Zhu Xuan immediately said, I heard that the silly boy is indeed more talented in swordsmanship than you, but you don't have to worry about his shortcomings and strengths. After all, there are too few people in the world who are top-notch in all aspects like me. I have been the only one for so many years. It probably won't happen again in the future. Feng Shi. After Grandpa Cheap woke up, she finally understood how others felt when they heard her Versailles. Zhu Xuan pointed out some shortcomings and suggestions of the sword formation and asked Feng Shi to relay them to Jun Wen. Jun Wen suddenly became enlightened and kept blowing rainbow farts to Zhu Huan. Blood-devouring world was already crazy, but now he is even more crazy. My dear granddaughter, if I enter the house mirror this time, maybe I will get the chance to recreate my physical body. Then you won't have to look forward and backward all day long. Grandpa will lead you to kill the West. What a bullshit Tiank alliance, I can kill them all by myself. After destroying their bastard nest, the 2 of us will travel around and enjoy delicious food. I will help you find 180 handsome young people, and you can marry as many as you want. Feng Shi. You have been a bachelor all your life and you actually want me to marry several people. Otherwise, you should find more wives, and maybe you can give me some uncles and aunts. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 865 We will never return to Xuanshan sect in the future. While Feng Shi and Zhu Huan were exploring the marriage market for each other here, Sect Master Sima had already called Elder Huai into the study. Elder Huai, after careful consideration, I feel that your previous proposal is feasible. Let the 3 of Feng Shi participate in the selection trial. You find time to talk to them. Elder Huai thought to himself, look, I just say that the sect leader has to agree in the end. Or why is he the sect leader's confidant? Everything should be planned in advance. No matter what the sect master has thought of or unexpected, he must do his best. Of course, he would not be so stupid as to tell Sima sect master that he had leaked the secret in advance. He thought for a while and said, Sect master, if I were the first to invite the 3 of Feng Shi to participate in the selection trial, that girl Feng Shi would definitely have to take Kiao with her character, and she might even negotiate terms with us. Why don't we wait for them to take the bait themselves? After the news of the selection trial was released, they came to invite themselves after smelling the smell. In this way, they are the ones begging us. Not only do you not have to agree to their conditions, you can also make demands on them. What do you think? Sect Master Sima nodded approvingly. You are still thoughtful, so let's do as you say. By the way, I heard you explain some time ago that your detective practice has encountered a bottleneck. It just so happens that I have nothing to do in the afternoon. You can ask him to come over soon and I will give him some advice. Elder Huai felt happy and hurriedly agreed. Sect Master Sima is so busy with affairs on weekdays that he doesn't even have time to recruit disciples, let alone instruct other direct disciples. Huai Ming Frame will definitely benefit a lot from his guidance. Elder Huai knew that this was Sima sect leader's affirmation of his work, his ability, and his loyalty. He finally understood what it means to die for a confidant. Elder Huai came out of Sima sect leader's study and hurriedly sent a message to Huai Mingzhen, asking him to come over as quickly as possible. He was waiting outside the courtyard of Sima sect leader. A quarter of an hour later, Huai Mingzhen ran over wheezing. Uncle, what urgent matter are you looking for me for? I almost lost my shoes trying to get here quickly. Elder Huai glared at him. Don't be such a talker. The sect master said that he should give you some advice, so you must seize this opportunity. Please behave yourself when speaking and acting in front of the sect master, do you hear me? Huai Ming Frame was stunned at first, and then became ecstatic. Uncle, don't worry, I am sensible. Elder Huai gave some more instructions before letting him go see Sima sect master. He thought to himself that if Ming Detective received the guidance from the sect master and had Feng Shi and the other 3 taking care of him during the selection trial, he would probably be very confident in getting the qualification to enter the Haoshan Mirror. Well, he was really worried about this nephew. If Feng Shi was his niece, why would he worry about it? Just wait and count the money at home. It's a pity that he doesn't have such a good life. Feng Shi, whom he missed, was practicing. She took 2 black beast cores according to Zhu Xuan's instructions. Out of guilt, only a few of the 5 dogs' fruit roots were retained, and the rest were injected into Feng Shi's Danshan and meridians. Zheng Wen and Jing Yan were also meditating and practicing. They could not withstand the violent energy contained in the Black Beast Core, so Feng Shi asked them to practice with the Purple Beast Core. Even with the Purple Beast Core, they had some difficulty and could only slow down the rate of absorption. The three of them practiced together until late at night, and then took a rest. Feng Shi was a little confused. Why didn't LD Yin come? Little did she know that LD Yin was worried because he could not accept the three of them as disciples for the time being, so he decided to meditate in the cave for the next period of time and wait for the selection trial to begin before coming out. The next day, the news of the selection trial spread. When Jun heard about it, he asked Feng Shi, "Little junior sister, Sima's Sect Master must be waiting for us to take the initiative to ask for help, and he may even impose conditions to embarrass us. If you ask me, we won't go. In the end, you will have to take the initiative to come to us." Feng Shi smiled. "Fifth senior brother, have you ever flown a kite?" Junwen was stunned. Weren't they talking about the selection trial? Why did the junior sister say she wanted to fly a kite? I'm talking about the elbows, and you're talking about the shaft of the hips, but the donkey's lips are not the same as the horse's mouth. But he still nodded. Let it go, what's wrong? Feng Shi said slowly, this kite string, you can't let it fly at the same time, and you can't retract it at the same time. You have to retract and retract it freely according to the situation, so that the kite can fly high and stable. Therefore, when you are dealing with people, you can't always have the upper hand. You have to let them enjoy the sweetness occasionally, so that the relationship can last long. After all, Junwen had been following Feng Shi for such a long time, and he immediately gave a thumbs up. Little junior sister, it has to be you. You're right, we have to play a long game to catch the big fish, we can't just harvest all the wool at once, we have to give the fat sheep time to grow wool. Feng Shi was feeling very happy when she heard Zhu Xuan say. What does it mean to be able to move freely? To put it bluntly, it means lack of strength. When I'm dealing with people, I never have to consider what the other person thinks. He has to do what I want whether he likes it or not. If he doesn't, I'll deal with him. I also put out a long line to catch big fish. I caught the big fish and the small ones first, even the shrimps. Give the fat sheep a chance to grow wool, wouldn't it be enough to catch a few more sheep? In short, you are too weak. Feng Shi. Other people's grandpas are warm-hearted, but her cheap grandpa is so nice, he is here just to prick people's hearts. She had to be pierced several times every day, and she was about to be pierced into a sieve. After the three people from Feng Shi had discussed it, Pipian Pipian came to see Sima's Sect Master. When Sima's Sect leader heard the news of the three people asking for a meeting, he thought to himself, no matter how smart that girl Feng Shi is, she still can't calm down despite her experience. Otherwise, people wouldn't have come here as soon as the news was released. After the meeting, they exchanged a few polite words and then Feng Shi got to the point. Sect Master, I won't talk in circles with you anymore. The three of us came here today mainly to participate in the selection trial. Do you think you can give us this opportunity? Sect leader Sima frowned. I'm afraid this won't work, because only direct disciples of our Changsheng sect are eligible to participate in the selection trial, and you are just in name now. Feng Shi blinked his eyes. Then please correct us. People go to higher places and water flows to lower places. Changsheng sect is much better than our Xuanshan sect. We will not go back to Xuanshan sect in the future. Sect leader Sima. You are so shameless and it makes it difficult for me to handle it. Next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 866. You won't be able to trouble me if you do this. Of course Sima's Sect Master didn't believe Feng's eyes lies and said with a smile. Feng Shi, don't be joking. Furthermore, even if what you said is true, at this critical moment, the people at Xfeng will not agree to let you participate in the selection trial. Okay, don't worry about this, just go back and practice hard. Feng Shi sighed. Well, since you said so, forget it. Sect leader Sima. No, I'm just going to pretend to have a fight with you, and then I'll make some conditions, and you just give up. Don't you know the words perseverance, 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 and perseverance? Fortunately, Feng Shi said again, Sect Master, I heard that the selection trial is presided over by the Supreme Elder of the West, which is very detrimental to our enlightenment peak. It's not that I'm judging a gentleman's belly with a villain's heart, there's something going on here. Of course, you must think more clearly than I do, and you know it without me telling you. How about you help us get the qualifications for the selection trial, and we help muddy the water for you? What do you think? Sect Master Sima was amused. The plot was exactly the same as the script written by Elder Huai. No matter how crazy this little girl Feng Shi is, won't she still fall into the trap? Sect leader Sima pretended to think deeply for a moment, and then said. Feng Shi, what you said is all right, but you have forgotten one thing. I am the leader of the Changsheng sect. I must consider issues from the perspective of the entire sect and will not be limited to one peak or temporary gains and losses. So although your proposal really moved me, I still can't agree to it. Jun Wengson said, you almost got it. Give you some sunshine and you will still shine. If the junior sister is made anxious, she will immediately cut the kite string. By then you won't be able to fly even if you want to. Feng Shi didn't take it seriously. Since it was a tug of war, it would naturally take several rounds. How could it end so easily? She smiled. Sect Master, you take care of the overall situation, but there are some people who are just like dogs. I mean what if someone with a black heart gets involved in the selection trial and destroys all the direct disciples of Enlightenment Peak? You have no place to buy the regret medicine. But it's different when the three of us go in. We are even more evil than them. Before they could take action, I would harm them first. This is called nip in the bud. Sect Master Sima, well, even if you are allowed in, you should try not to touch the direct disciples of other peaks. After all, they are all the pillars of the sect. Feng's eyes little white teeth. As long as they don't provoke me, I won't touch them, but if they provoke me or provoke our disciples at Enlightenment Peak, I will definitely let them know what it means to regret it. Since you agree, we won't disturb you anymore. Just wait for the good news of our triumph. Sect leader Sima. When did I say yes? I mean, even if you are allowed in, don't you understand what that means? That's just a hypothesis. He couldn't help laughing and scolding. Girl, you are really following the rules, that's all. Since you have said this, I can't refuse any more. Then I will find a way to get you the qualifications to participate in the selection trial, but the premise is that after you enter, you must protect the direct disciples of Wu Dao Peak. Can you do it? Fang Shi nodded hurriedly. Don't worry, we will do our best. Zheng Wen and Jing Yan also made guarantees. In fact, Sima Sect Master originally wanted to put forward some other conditions, but it turned out that it was difficult to put them forward after pulling back and forth. He didn't particularly care. Anyway, he had the absolute upper hand in this round of confrontation. In the next few days, direct disciples returned to the Changsheng sect one after another, including Luo Chen and the other 5. As soon as he entered the mountain gate, Jiang Yan said, I still remember that Fang Shi said that after we come back, her appearance fee will be 1 million. What nonsense. I will challenge her tomorrow, and I will beat her to pieces. Luo Chen said calmly, the selection trial will be held soon. Don't look for trouble. If you miss the qualification to enter the Haoshan Mirror, you will lose more than you gain. Jiang Yan said reluctantly, then let her go first, and I will deal with her after she comes out of Haoshan Mirror. It was a coincidence that when they were about to arrive at their residence, they happened to meet Fang Shi and the others. Fang's eyes lit up when she saw them. Aren't these the 5 big fat sheep that went to earn spiritual stones for her? Look at this, you must be returning home with a full load. She smiled and said, Senior brother Luo, are you back? Did the trial go well? When Luo Chen saw her taking the initiative to say hello, he nodded. Fortunately. If he were a normal person, he would have said goodbye and gone about his own business, but Fang Shi had never been a normal person. Senior brother Luo, you have come back just in time. The selection trial will begin soon. The Sect Master asked me to take the lead in gathering everyone together to discuss countermeasures. We are waiting for the 5 of you. Then let's meet in our courtyard at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Luo Chen and the other 5 looked dumbfounded. The Sect Master asked you to take the lead. What does it mean? Is it possible for you to be our leader? Why? Besides, you are not disciples of the Changsheng sect at all, so how can you be qualified to participate in the selection trial? Jiang Yan had long disliked Fang Shi, and now he was even more furious. Fang Shi, you are really not afraid of the wind and your tongue. Are you taking the lead? Who do you think you are? Even if he takes the lead, it has to be Senior Brother Luo. Then he heard Fang Shi say, okay, let Senior Brother Luo take the lead. The meeting venue will be changed to Senior Brother Luo's yard. I will inform everyone right away. Jiang Yan. No, are you so without opposition? You won't be able to trouble me if you do this. He glared at Fang Shi, I think you just deliberately talk nonsense. The Sect Master originally asked Senior Brother Luo to take the lead, right? Fang Shi nodded, you are so smart, you guessed it right. Jiang Yan. Why is this Fang Shi so hated for her words? Just when he was still about to say something, Fang Shi raised her eyebrows. Senior Brother Jiang, do you dare to come over there with me and have a private chat? Before Luo Chen could stop him, Jiang Yan sneered and said, why don't I dare? Let's just talk. He strode towards the direction pointed by Fang Shi. Fang Shi also jumped over. Zheng Wen and Jing Yan stayed where they were. Naturally, Zheng Wen would not stand dryly, smiling and greeting Luo Chen Shi. Jing Yan, on the other hand, stood dry. Fortunately, Bailey Hao on Luo Chen's side wasn't very talkative, so they both stood dryly. Not lonely. On the other side, Jiang Yan frowned and asked Fang Shi, what do you want to tell me? Do you think what you said last time was too arrogant, so you want to apologize to me? Fang Shi wondered, what did I say last time? Why don't I remember? Jiang Yan snorted, stop pretending. Didn't you say last time that your appearance fee would be raised to 1 million spirit stones when we came back? You also said you would let us earn more spirit stones to pay the appearance fee. I see you are scared. I was worried that we would really compete with you, so I called me over to talk alone. Fang Shi nodded, you are right, I really don't want to compete with you because I don't have time. Let me think about it. I auctioned out a total of 85 places, only 2 of them were competed, and there were still 83 left to compete. Even if I compete in 2 days, you will have to wait until half a year later. By the way, you must be very concerned about how much appearance fee they gave me, right? Not much, just over 33 million. It's just a small amount of money, a drizzle of money, it's not enough to put my teeth between my teeth. Jiang Yan. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Closed black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 867. Could it be that Jiang Yan was struck by lightning? Jiang Yan felt that Fang Shi was just bragging. 85 more. More than 33 million. Are all those people being taken advantage of? Fang Shi kindly took out a small notebook, which recorded the names of those who qualified for the competition and the amount of the auction, and handed it to Jiang Yan for him to read. Jiang Yan replied this time. After all, no one would create such a small notebook just to brag. He cursed those people in his heart. Every one of them had his head kicked by a donkey. In addition to scolding those who were taken advantage of, he was also a little bitter. The 5 of them had only earned a fraction of this amount of money even though they had worked so hard outside to do the trials. Why? Is it just because of this Fang Shi that people hate her? But at this time Fang Shi said, if you really want to compete with me, you can go find the people on the list and buy the qualifications from them, but I guess you will have to increase the price before they're willing to sell it to you. Jiang Yan. I would only do this if I was short-sighted. He snorted coldly, I have to prepare for the selection trial recently and have no time to deal with you. I will deal with you when I come out of the Haoshan Mirror. Fang Shi said with a smile, okay, you are welcome to challenge me at any time. After all, as a strong person, I have the responsibility to help the weak grow. Jiang Yan was so angry that he clenched his fists loudly. If Luo Chen hadn't warned him before, he would really have lost his composure and challenged Fang Shi. He gritted his teeth and said, "Do you have anything else to do? If not, get out of here. I don't have time to make ink with you." Fang's little face suddenly darkened. "Jiang Yan, who are you telling to get lost? If you can speak human language, speak it. If you can't, just shut up. The Sect Master praised the five of you in front of me, and I thought you were such extraordinary people. As a result, you don't even understand what respect means. Fortunately, I was willing to act as a shield for Luo Chen, but it turned out that you didn't understand the profound meaning of the Sect Master at all. You're a bunch of idiots." After Fang Shi finished speaking, she turned around and wanted to leave. Jiang Yan was stunned. "Wait a minute. What did you mean by what you just said?" Fang Shi snorted coldly. "What do you mean? It means literally. The sect leader asked me to take the lead. Don't you understand why? Just to attract the other X-Feng's attention to me and make me the leading bird, the leading rafter. In this way, wouldn't Luo Chen be safe? Since you are willing to let Luo Chen be the leader, of course I have no objection. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. We will have a meeting in Luo Chen's yard tomorrow." Jiang Yan's big eyes rolled. "What you said is wrong. Since it is the Sect Master's wish, we must obey it. It's your turn to take the lead, and we'll all go to your yard tomorrow." Fang Shi glanced at him. "Can you represent the Westerners?" Jiang Yan slapped his chest loudly. "Of course you can." Fang Shi snorted noncommittally and walked towards Jian Wen and the others. Jiang Yan quickly followed and whispered, "Don't talk for a while and leave it to me." Fang Shi ignored him and walked faster. Luo Chen and others were puzzled when they saw Fang Shi walking in front and Jiang Yan trotting behind, with smiles on their faces. What happened to Jiang Yan? Why have attitudes changed so much? When the two of them got close, Jiang Yan said to Luo Chen, "I just thought about it, since it is the Sect Master who asked Fang Shi to take the lead, we should not play the opposite tune. Let's go to Fang Shi courtyard for a meeting tomorrow." Luo Chen. The other three people. They even suspected that Fang Shi had done something to Jiang Yan. Could it be that she had poisoned him? Jiang Yan winked at Fang Shi, and Fang Shi said, "Then it's settled, we'll leave now if we have anything else to do. By the way, senior brother Jiang Yan, I am not very familiar with our direct disciples of Wu Dao Peak, so I would like to trouble you to inform me." Jiang Yan. "This is too much. I just need to speak for you, but you want me to notify other people for you. Do you use me as your little brother?" But when he thought that Fang Shi was acting as a shield for Luo Chen, his heart trembled, and he nodded and said, "Okay." Luo Chengxian. Could it be that Jiang Yan was struck by lightning? Otherwise, will someone take away your body? After Fang Shi and the others left, Luo Chen asked Jiang Yan, "What's going on?" Jiang Yan shook his big head. "It's nothing. Fang Shi just told me some recent things that happened. I think she is quite capable and qualified to take the lead." Luo Chen, "What did she say?" Jiang Yan immediately said, "She auctioned off 85 competition qualifications, and the auction fee alone was more than 33 million. Luo Chen, the three of them all looked shocked. Are these people crazy? What's wrong with this money, but to buy a qualification for a competition? But this also shows that Fang Shi is really capable of deceiving. If they had her skills, they would have made a fortune long ago." Luo Chen looked at Jiang Yan. "Besides this matter, what else has she done?" Jiang Yangsan said, "She only said this one thing." He didn't want to tell Luo Chen the truth because he knew Luo Chen's character. If he knew that Fang Shi was using him as a shield, he would definitely not agree. Isn't this short-sighted? Someone attracts hatred, why not? Anyway, that Fang Shi is not from their Changsheng sect, and he has no friendship with them. When he was worried about how to continue editing, he looked up and saw Huai Ming's frame not far away, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Junior brother Ming Jian, come here." Huai Ming Zhen had a good relationship with the five of them, and originally wanted to come over to say hello, but when Jiang Yan called him, Diana came over. After a few words of greeting, Jiang Yan said, "Junior brother Ming Zhen, tell me, senior brother Luo and the others what Fang Shi has done recently." Huai Ming Zhen suddenly became energetic. "When it comes to junior sister Fang Shi, I have a lot to say. I have eaten with them a lot recently, and they are considered acquaintances. Among the three of them, the one I admire the most is junior sister Fang Shi. Although she has only been in our Changsheng sect for a short time, she has made countless great achievements." Luo Chen and the other five. "You've been talking for a long time, except for boasting about Fang Shi, and you haven't said a single fact." But they also saw that Huai Mingzhu really admired Fang Shi, and Jian Duzhu regarded him as his idol. Now they were even more curious about what Fang Shi had done. Next, Huai Ming framed all the great achievements of Fang Shi. Although he did not add any exaggeration, he also used some exaggerated rhetorical techniques. Luo Chen and the other five were stunned for a moment after hearing this. When he heard that Fang Shi actually dared to confront Elder Ji, Jiang Yan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "If nothing else, your courage and backbone are worthy of admiration." Later, when he heard that Fang Shi had received blessings from the demons after his enlightenment, Jiang Yan was so shocked that his eyes almost fell off. No wonder the sect wanted Fang Shi to serve as a shield for senior brother Luo. Even if Fang's eye's luck was attacked, it would still have to bounce back. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 868 Fang Shi Candied Whores. Luo Chen couldn't help but nodded after hearing Huai Ming Zhen's words. No wonder the sect master asked her to take the lead. She is indeed capable. Huai Ming Frame was confused. Let Fang Shi take the lead. Why haven't I heard about this? Neither the uncle nor Fang Shi mentioned it. But he didn't say anything. The first rule of life his uncle taught him was, meddle less and live longer. On the other side, Jing Yan was asking Fang Shi. "Junior sister, do you really want to be the leader? This is not a good job." Zheng Wen also said, yes, if you become the leader of the direct disciples of Wu Daopeak, Xifeng will definitely target us. Fang Shi smiled and said, even if I am not the leader, can they let me go? Don't forget, Sima Sect leader asked us to participate in the trial just to muddy the waters. How can this be achieved without attracting their attention? Besides, this is a good opportunity to recruit the direct disciples of Wu Daopeak. From now on, I will be their boss. Zheng Wen and Jing Yan thought the same thing, but they were more curious about why Jiang Yan wanted to speak for Fang Shi. Fang Shi said with a smile, because I am acting as a shield for his senior brother Luo Chen. Zheng Wen. Jing Yan. Dare you take this opportunity to sell it to Luo Chen and the other 5 people. For others, it's just killing 2 birds with 1 stone at most, but for the junior sister, it's often candied horse on a stick. Only then did the 2 of them understand why Jiang Yan's attitude had changed drastically. They were deceived by the junior sister. The 3 of them arrived at the library while chatting and laughing. The library was closed for several days, but now it has finally reopened. The selection test was about to come, and Fang Shi felt that it was not possible to work behind closed doors in the room, so she decided to come and read a book. In order to avoid the spontaneous combustion of animal skin rolls from happening again, Fang Shi decided to stay away from the animal skin rolls and not touch or look at them. After entering the library pavilion, Fang Shi found that there were many more disciples on duty, each of them staring at the disciples reading the books like thieves. Others might be uncomfortable, but Fang Shi and the other 3 didn't care and looked attentively. Fang Shi was looking attentively, and the voice of Xi Yanhuan sounded in his consciousness. What kind of bullshit are you looking at? The first page is full of loopholes. Books like this should be burned, lest they mislead others. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Xuan pointed out the loopholes in the book. Although he was nitpicking in some places, there were also several places where, as he said, the information recorded above was wrong. Fang Shi immediately blew a rainbow fart, and blood-devouring world became even more crazy. How about it? Let me just say that this Changsheng sect is not worthy of its name. The sect leader has no real power, the 5 peaks are in charge of their own affairs, the Western Supreme Elder only fights for power and profit, and the Guardian Elder has no idea. Even the books in the library are full of loopholes. I'm not bragging, if it weren't for Lang Yin Yuan's ancestral teachings, I would have been able to overthrow the immortality sect by myself. When all the spiritual pets heard this, their mouths turned into pouts. Again, how could you become such a bear when you were so talented? Fang Shi didn't care too much. On the one hand, Zhu Xuan was really capable. On the other hand, she felt that Zhu Xuan had been lying in a grave all these years, lonely and cold. It was normal for him to brag after he finally came out. In the following time, Zhu Xuan continued to find trouble and never tired of it. It is also rare that he has dabbled in all aspects, he is really an all-rounder. Fang Shi once again refreshed her understanding of this cheap grandpa. In terms of cultivation, he is definitely the #1 person in Juyu continent. Before I knew it, it was time for the library to close. Zhu Shuhuan cursed loudly. Whose library is still closed? Aren't all the songs open? I just said that this Changsheng sect is not good, and you can see it from this. Fang Shi felt that he had not played the find fault game enough, so he got angry here. She yawned. Grandpa, actually the Changsheng sect is just okay, mainly because your cultivation level is too high and your understanding is too strong. You look at the problem from a high position and naturally find loopholes everywhere. A little shrimp like me, let alone seeing the loopholes, can't even learn. Zhu Yanhuan felt very comfortable, as he was his granddaughter, so what he said was pleasing to the ears. When they returned to their residence, Fang Shi and the others did not rest. They practiced until midnight before resting. Zhu Xuan is very satisfied. These 3 little guys are not only talented but also very hardworking. Although they're definitely not as good as his original achievements, their future will be limitless. The next morning, before it was even past midnight, guests began to arrive one after another. They are all direct disciples of Wu Daopeak. In fact, these direct disciples were very confused when they received the summons from Jiang Yan. Fang Shi was actually leading the team in this selection trial. Normally shouldn't Luo Chen lead the team? After all, Luo Chen is their recognized senior brother. How to jump out of Fang Shi? But they all knew that Jiang Yan and Luo Chen had a good relationship. Since Jiang Yan had summoned them, this matter must be true. So they all came. Fang Shi did not show up, but Jing Yan and Zheng Wen were responsible for the reception. Huai Ming Frame also helped with the work. There was limited space in the house, so everyone stood in the courtyard and chatted. At about the same time, Luo Chen and 5 others arrived. To be honest, even though Huai Ming Frame told them all about Fang Zai's great achievements, they were surprised, but that was just a surprise. Luck is indeed part of strength, but it is not all. They don't think Fang Shi is better than them. If they fight, they will definitely not lose. After all, they are the top direct disciples of the Changsheng sect, and they're not the kind of waste who talks on paper. They spend almost half of the year training outside and have experienced life and death. When Zheng heard that everyone was here, he shouted into the room, "Little junior sister, don't sleep, everyone is here." Everyone. What the hell? Fang Shi is still sleeping. We're here to have a meeting, and you're sleeping in the house. You don't take us seriously. Especially Jiang Yan, he wished he could turn around and leave. But thinking that Fang Shi was Luo Chen's shield, he endured it. Not only did he endure it, but he also helped Fang Shi excuse himself. Fang Shi was injured before and has not recovered. It is inevitable that he is not in good spirits. It is normal to wake up later. Luo Chengxian. They had a bold guess in their minds. Could this Jiang Yan have a crush on Fang Shi? That little girl is really good looking, but she is from the Northern Territory. When Jiang Yan saw everyone's suspicious looks, he suddenly felt a sense of superiority, as if everyone was drunk but I was alone. What do you know? I am protecting senior brother Luo Chen. At this time, Fang Shi walked out of the house sleepily and yawned. You're all here. You guys chat first, I'll go in and have breakfast. After saying that, he turned around and entered the house. Everyone. Jiang Yan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. No wonder the sect leader asked you to use him as a shield. With your detested virtues, you're a perfect target. My dear friends, in order not to affect the reading experience, I will try not to write digressions at the end of the text in the future. Normally there are 2 chapters a day, 1 chapter at 9 p.m. The second chapter may be later. If there is no update or less update, I will ask for leave. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 869. Could it be that she is already a god-forming monk? Jiang Yan really wanted to scold Feng Shi, but when his words came to his lips, they turned into. Feng Zai's injury hasn't healed yet. If she continues to hold meetings while hungry, she might lose her strength. We don't have anything urgent to do, so let's wait until she finishes eating. Everyone. She is exhausted even during meetings without eating. Are you sure she is qualified to lead the team in the selection trial? Besides, why aren't we in a hurry? Wouldn't it be nice to go back and practice during this time? However, because of Jiang Yan's bad temper, everyone only dared to mutter in their hearts. Everyone speculated what kind of magic, soul, or medicine Feng Shi had given Jiang Yan, or else how could he help Feng Shi speak like this? Waiting and waiting, half an hour passed before Feng Shi slowly walked out of the house. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. In fact, I don't want to be the team leader, but the sect leader said that none of you can take on this important task, so I can only reluctantly take up the post. Everyone was already suffocating in their hearts, but hearing her say this made him even more angry. One of them, Qian Hongshu, snorted coldly. Feng Shi, I think you take yourself too seriously. What do you mean that none of us can shoulder the heavy responsibility? Not to mention others, senior brother Luo Chen is not 100 times better than you. I would say that senior brother Luo Chen is the best candidate to lead the team. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yan cursed. Fuck you. Since the sect master said so, it makes sense for the sect master. What kind of big cloves of garlic are you pretending to do? Senior brother Luo's cultivation is good, but has he achieved enlightenment? Has he been rewarded by his ancestor? Did he break through the 10,000 talisman heart refining cave? Has he been blessed by the devil? Jiang Yan originally wanted to remove Luo Chen, but as he talked, he realized that senior brother Luo seemed to be really not as good as Feng Shi. Bah. These can only show that Feng Shi is lucky. Senior brother Luo is the #1 direct disciple of Wu Dao Peak. He glared at Qian Hongshu fiercely and continued. In short, Feng Shi is the best candidate to lead the team. No one else can do it, not even senior brother Luo. Qian Hongshu's face turned red from the rebuke. His original intention was to flatter Luo Chen, but in the end he seemed to be slapping the horse's hooves. But he didn't dare to argue with Jiang Yan, so he could only remain silent. As a result, others did not dare to speak even though they were dissatisfied with Feng Shi. Feng Shi looked at Jiang Yan approvingly. No wonder the sect leader said that among these direct disciples, senior brother Jiang has the best view of the overall situation. It is indeed true when I see you today. Jiang Yan clearly knew that Feng Shi was talking nonsense, but he held his head high without delay. Feng Shi glanced around the people present and chuckled. Not one of you is convinced by me, right? It's simple, let's test our swordsmanship. If I lose to any one of you, I won't be the team leader. Do you dare to challenge? Qian Hongshu had just been scolded by Jiang Yan and was holding his breath and angry. When he heard Feng Zai's words, he immediately said, I will compete with you. Feng Shi nodded, okay. But I'm still injured. Don't use your spiritual power during our competition. We'll only compete with moves. What do you think? Qian Hongshu thought to himself, this Feng Shi is really cunning. Her cultivation level is not as high as mine, and she also knows Jun's swordsmanship. If she only tried the moves, she would have a big advantage. While he was thinking about it, Feng Shi said, Don't worry, I don't use Jun's sword technique, I only use our Xuanshan Sect's Xuanshan sword technique. I will teach you a truth today, swordsmanship is not important, the key is the person who wields the sword. Qian Hongshu sneered, anyone can tell lies, let's do it. Feng Shi raised her chin, you start first, I'll give you 3 moves. Qian Hongshu is so angry. He didn't bother to argue with Feng Shi, so he raised his sword and stabbed Feng Shi. Feng Shi did not call out the wooden sword. She even hid her hands behind her back and tilted her head to the side slightly to avoid the sword. Qian Hongshu immediately returned his hand and stabbed her in the front. Feng Shi leaned back and dodged the sword again. Qian Hongshu swung his sword and stabbed her lower abdomen again. Feng Shi twisted her waist and turned sideways to avoid the sword. 3 moves, I'm going to start counterattack. Qian Hongshu didn't take it seriously at all and continued to attack. He rushed towards Feng Zai's face with his sword, but Feng Shi disappeared. The next moment, someone tapped him on the shoulder, you lose. Qian Hongshu froze on the spot. He is a direct disciple of the Changsheng sect. Although he is not the top group, he is still in the early stages of becoming a god. He didn't even see how Feng Shi ducked behind him just now. This can only mean one thing, Feng Shi moves too fast. She was showing mercy and just patted him on the shoulder. If it were an enemy, his life would be gone. He didn't believe that he could be such a waste, or he didn't believe that Feng Shi could be so strong. How could she, a golden elixir cultivator, defeat him so easily? The next moment, he belatedly realized that he can see through Feng Zai's cultivation. Could it be that she is already a spiritual monk? Yes. She has an epiphany and is blessed by the devil, so her cultivation level will naturally soar. Although it is a bit exaggerated to cross a large level of nascent soul, the fact is right in front of her, she has definitely reached the level of god transformation. Not only did he think so, but other people also thought so. The way they looked at Feng Shi changed a lot. No wonder Feng Shi is so crazy, it turns out he has advanced to become a god. If so, she is indeed qualified to be the leader. At this time, Feng Shi said calmly, is there anyone else who wants to compete? No one expected that Luo Chen said, "Junior sister Fangxi, I'm coming. However, I'm not competing for the position of team leader, I just want to compete with you." Fangxi nodded, "Please." This time she didn't say anything to give 3 moves, and she summoned the wooden sword. Although she and Luo Chen have never fought against each other, Luo Chen's reputation is there, and he is definitely not someone to take lightly. Luo Chen signaled Fangxi to attack first, but Fangxi was not polite and immediately used Bian Chushu, the first move of Xuanshan sword technique, to stab Luo Chen between the eyebrows. Luo Chen did not dodge, but used the golden goose move to force Fangxi to withdraw his sword and defend. Fangxi raised her eyebrows, which was interesting. The two of them went back and forth, fighting for more than 80 rounds in one breath, but there was no winner. Fangxi thought to herself that this Luo Chen was indeed not simple. If she used her spiritual power, she would definitely not be able to defeat him. Of course, if a fight really breaks out, she has plenty of tricks to deal with him. But she can't use those damaging moves right now because she has to convince the crowd. So, she decided to use a plug-in. Zhu Xuan had been impatient for a long time. In his eyes, Luo Chen's swordsmanship was full of flaws. If Fangxi hadn't wanted to test Luo Chen's skills, he would have given her some advice. As soon as Zhu Shihuan took action, Luo Chen immediately fell into a passive position. He felt that every move he made was within Fang Zai's prediction. Before the sword move could be used, Fangxi had already made a move to break it. He had no choice but to change his tactics temporarily, but in the end he was still manipulated by Fangxi. In a moment of panic, the wooden sword in Fang Zai's hand was pressed between his eyebrows. Fangxi withdrew his move and stood with his sword behind his back. "I accept the concession." Zhu Xuan couldn't help but nodded. Although his granddaughter's cultivation was not very good, she was as good as him in terms of personal temperament. Look, this is a great example. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 870 Fangxi has a kind heart. Luo Chen was not someone who couldn't afford to lose, so he immediately gave Fangxi his hand. "Thank you, junior sister Fangxi, for showing mercy. I am convinced that I have lost." There was a commotion among the crowd. Luo Chen actually lost Fangxi. Although he didn't use his spiritual power, this also shows that Fang Zai's swordsmanship is stronger than Luo Chen's. Transform into a god and cultivate your skills. Crush Luo Chen with your sword skills. No wonder the sect leader asked her to be the team leader. It seems that she does have 2 skills. How do they know that none of the 2 things they think are true? Strength is the last word. Initially, everyone had some complaints about Fangxi being the team leader, but now they all had no objections. This is what Fangxi wants. The initial sight is to test their tolerance and to train their obedience. The subsequent sword show was to demonstrate her strength and convince them. But this is not enough. She said to Luo Chen, "Brother Luo, I just took advantage of not using my spiritual power. If we really fight, you will definitely not be able to beat me." Luo Chen. "No, normal people shouldn't say later that I can beat you." Fangxi smiled, "Senior brother Luo, it's just a joke, don't take offense." Having said this, she looked at everyone. "I've been a bit negligent today, so please forgive me. I am not doing this to show off, but to test your patience. We are all a family, and I will make certain things clear. This selection trial is in charge of the Supreme Elder of the West. I am not judging a gentleman with a villain's heart. In addition, Exafeng may have known the content of the trial long ago. Only we, Wu Daofeng, had our eyes darkened and knew nothing. Not to mention, we may also suffer unfair treatment during the selection trial process. All these require us to be patient, only in this way can we find the right opportunity to gain the qualification to enter the Haoshan Mirror. If you can't even endure this little grievance I've given you, you will definitely fall into someone else's trap when the selection trial comes." Everyone suddenly realized, let's just say, Fangxi is usually a good person, why is he so over the top today? It turned out to be to test their patience. Jiang Yan immediately said, "I have seen it a long time ago, otherwise can I speak for Fangxi? It's just you who are stupid and can't see it." Everyone. But this time, Fangxi continued. "There is a saying that there is no rule without rules. There is also a saying that there are thousands of people in a family but only one leader. Since you elected me to be the team leader, you must follow the rules and obey my orders unconditionally. Can you do it?" Although some people are wondering, didn't the sect leader let Fangxi be the team leader? Why did she say she was recommended by us? But before they could think about it, Huaiming Zhen pulled his neck and shouted, "Yes, we can do it." As soon as he took the lead, and Zhen Wen also started shouting, others began to express their opinions. Fangxi glanced at Huaiming Frame with admiration. This person is indeed a professional sitter. You can work anytime and anywhere. Fangxi raised his hand and pressed it down. After everyone fell silent, he said, "In this case, I'm going to say something ugly first. If anyone doesn't listen to my orders, don't blame me for being ruthless. Of course, if anyone doesn't want to follow me, that's fine. Then don't follow the team and act alone. However, I have to remind you that some people are much more vicious than you think, and the selection trial may very well become a means of eradicating dissidents. If you are alone, don't blame me as the team leader." Everyone thought, "You have said so, who would be so stupid as to act alone? Isn't that no different from seeking death?" It's not that these direct disciples are easy to fool, the key is that they also know that the Supreme Elder of the West does not want to see them at Enlightenment Peak, and their sect leader does not have much say, otherwise there will be no selection trials. As a result, everyone expressed that they would follow the leader's lead and would never act privately. Fangxi was very satisfied. She decided to give everyone a little sweetness so that they could be more committed. When it comes down to it, strength is the last word. Starting from today, I will let my 2 senior brothers teach you Jun's sword skills. Although the time is a little tight, you are all geniuses, and I believe you can learn a rough outline. There was a commotion among the crowd. They have been coveting Jun's sword skills for a long time. Who would have thought that Fang Shi would be so generous and selfless that he would teach it to them for free? She is such a good person. Jiang Yan didn't take it seriously, because he had never seen Jun's swordsmanship before, so he thought it was just a rumor passed down by others, nothing special. As a result, after Jun Wen demonstrated Jun's sword skills, his eyes almost popped out. He is also very talented in swordsmanship, and of course he can see the wonders of Jun's swordsmanship. Now he had to admit that Fang Shi was really awesome. Originally, he thought that Fang Shi was willing to act as a shield for Luo Chen because the sect leader had promised her some benefits, but now it seems that he has a villain's heart and a gentleman's heart. Fang Shi has a kind heart. Fang Shi was thinking at this time that this swordsmanship originally belonged to the Changsheng sect, so she was using it as wool on a sheep. Fang Shi asked everyone to practice first, while she strolled out of the courtyard to see Sima's sect leader. As soon as they met, Fang Shi sighed. Sect Master, the three of us agreed to your participation in the selection trial, and we also agreed to muddy the waters, but I did not agree to be the team leader. Well now, the direct disciples of Wu Dao Peak have to elect me to be the team leader, even if I don't want to be. They stayed in my yard and refused to leave. Where is the leader? Isn't this a living target? Otherwise, please send a message and give this team leader to Luo Chen. Sect leader Sima. Although he didn't know the truth behind it, he can make a rough guess. Those direct disciples were not familiar with Fang Shi, so how could they be willing to recommend her as the team leader? She must have done something with it. It's just that he is a little confused, but others are easy to talk about, while Luo Chen and the other five willing to recommend Fang Shi as the team leader. Especially the master Jiang Yan, who had a hot temper and was about to fight with his eyes, actually agreed. He said while thinking. Since everyone recommends you, it means they recognize your ability. Besides, even if you are not the team leader, with your Sect Master Sima wanted to say, with your virtue, who changed it too. With your excellence, you will definitely get into trouble. If you are as good as Lin Feng, you will destroy it. So, don't refuse, you will be the team leader. Fang Shi blinked, is it for nothing? Sect leader Sima. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 871. The more spiritual stones there are, the greater the certainty. Sect Master Sima laughed angrily. He has met all kinds of people, but Fang Shi is the first person who can explain the important points so naturally. Probably the last one too. The key is that when she says it, although you will be angry, you don't find her annoying. Also magical. He took a sip of tea, calmed down his mind, and then said. How can you be called by Dang? Being the team leader can not only exercise your leadership skills, but also help you communicate with other direct disciples. It is also mutually beneficial. Fang Shi tilted her little head and looked at Sima's sect leader intently. You are all right, but since I have become the team leader, I have to be responsible for them. Not only do I have to endure huge psychological pressure, but I also have to find ways to improve their strength. Just now, I taught them Jun's swordsmanship for free. You should reward me for your kindness and reason, right? Sect leader Sima. Bullshit. Jun's swordsmanship. That is obviously Elder Yin's immortal sword technique. It's something from our Changsheng sect. Do you think it's appropriate for you to use our things as a favor to us? But he soon remembered that Fang Shi had no idea that Elder Yin was the enemy of this immortal sword technique. From her perspective, she really should seek some benefits from him. Sect leader Sima took a deep breath. What reward do you want? Fang Shi said with a smile. Talk about money hurts feelings, just reward me with some magical weapons, heavenly materials, earthly treasures and so on. Sect leader Sima. It's as if those things cost nothing. After some weighing, Sima's sect leader still gave Fang Shi 3 high-grade spiritual weapons and 3 heaven-level herbs. Fang Shi put away the things happily and thanked Sima's sect master sincerely. Sect leader Sima thought that was the end of the matter, but then he heard Fang Shi say. Sect master, there is still half a month until the selection trial. Do you think it is a bit too monotonous to only let the direct disciples practice swordsmanship? Should I add some other training subjects to them? For example, team combat strategies, how many simulations of actual combat, conspiracy, and so on. Sect master Sima nodded. Just look at the arrangements. Fang Shi chuckled twice, but these all require funds. Will you allocate some funds for me from the public? Sect leader Sima. He really wanted to give Fang Shi one word, get out. But Fang's eyes next words made him give up this idea. Sect master, I heard that our enlightenment peak was allocated 10 places to enter the Haoshan mirror in previous years. If you provide sufficient funds, I guarantee that we can exceed this number. Sect leader Sima looked at her. How confident are you? Fang Shi, the more funds, the greater the certainty. Sect master Sima didn't know how many times he was speechless. You really are after money. But yes, she heard that Xuanshan sect was extremely poor, so she was afraid of poverty. He held up a finger, 1 million. Fang Shi also stretched out a finger, 10% sure. Sect master Sima raised 3 fingers, 3 million. Fang Shi also stretched out 3 fingers, 30% sure. Sect leader Sima was heartbroken and stretched out 10 fingers, 10 million. Fang Shi stretched out her hands and gave Sima sect master a high five. Make a deal. Sect leader Sima. What if I do business with you? But this is similar to doing business. Sect master, just take a look. I said 10, that's a conservative estimate. It's only more than this number but not less than this number. You give me the spiritual stone first, and then you go to the public to report the dead. After all, I am short on time and have heavy tasks, so I can't afford to delay. Sect leader Sima, you and I have been together for such a long time. Why didn't you realize that time is tight and the task is heavy? However, he was too lazy to argue with Fang Shi and immediately gave her 10 million spiritual stones. Fang Shi smiled brightly, blew a rainbow fart, and skipped away. After she left, Sima's sect master belatedly thought of a question. She talked for a long time, but didn't say what to do if she can get 10 places. I bet she did a business that was sure to make a profit without losing any money. No wonder I was so anxious to get the strud stone in my hand. I was afraid that he would regret it. How come there is such a human being in the Northern Territory? Fang Shi didn't care what he thought and returned to her residence with the heavy storage ring. Fang Shi now finds these direct disciples extremely pleasing to the eye, because in her eyes, these are money trees. The cash cows are learning Jun's sword technique with Jun Wen and Jing Yan. They are all concentrating on it, fearing that they will miss every move. Fang Shi couldn't help but nodded. Although these talented people can compare with her, they were still outstanding. When Zhu Xuan heard her thoughts, he immediately felt that she was worthy of being his own granddaughter. Confidence can be said to be of the same origin. Fang Shi watched for a while, mainly to let Zhu Xuan look and find out the shortcomings of those direct disciples in swordsmanship. Then, she motioned for everyone to stop. Everyone was enjoying their studies, but they were reluctant to be interrupted by Fang Shi. Jiang Yan even said, "Fang Shi, what's the matter with you? Can't you wait until we finish learning the sword?" Fang's little face sank. "Jiang Yan, is this your attitude towards me, the captain?" "Of course I have a reason to stop. Do I still need to report to you? This is like the sect leader making a decision. Would you still run over and ask why?" Fortunately, the sect master praised you for having a view of the overall situation. Is this your view of the overall situation? If you do it again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Jiang Yan. Isn't this considered heartless? Anyway, I gave you cover, and even belittled senior brother Luo just to promote you. You actually didn't give me face in public. This is too much. He was about to have an attack when he heard Fang Shi say, "Why did I interrupt you?" It's because you can't see your own shortcomings at all, and the more you practice, the more useless you become. Let's just talk about you, Jiang Yan. Do you think you are something extraordinary? But every time you draw your sword, you will subconsciously look at the specific part you are going to attack. What's the matter? Are you afraid that the enemy will not know where you are going to attack? Or are you a naturally warm-hearted person who would rather burp yourself than get hurt by the enemy? Jiang Yan shut up. Because he thought about it and found that he did have this habit, but it was just subconscious and not obvious. Unexpectedly, Fang Shi pointed it out. Her eyes are so sharp. Fang Shi looked at him. Are you convinced? Jiang Yan has an advantage, that is, if you can tell the truth, you will accept it. So even though it was hard to say it, I still squeezed out one word from between my teeth, I accept it. Fang Shi nodded. In addition, the elders of Xfeng may have discovered your problem a long time ago, and they will naturally tell the disciples at the peak, so you can give them a trick. From now on, in addition to learning swordsmanship, you must also practice the ability to attack in the east and west. For example, when you draw the sword, you look at the opponent's eyebrows, but the real target of the attack is his lower abdomen. When the time comes, you can give them a surprise. Jiang Yan's big eyes suddenly lit up. Son. What a loss. But how can it be said that the bad move is so good when it is used on others? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 872 Fang Shi and Jun Wen are so pitiful. Jiang Yan looked at Fang Shi at this moment and felt that she was 2 feet tall. This Fang Shi really has 2 brushes. He looked ashamed and said, "Junior sister Fang Shi, I was rash just now, I will definitely change it in the future." Fang Shi nodded and looked at Luo Chen. "Senior brother Luo, you are quite accomplished in swordsmanship and have great understanding, but there are still some areas that need improvement." Fang Shi identified all the areas that everyone needed to improve on. Although these were basically seen by Zhu Xuan, it did not delay Fang's eyes highlight moment. These proud men admire Fang Shi immensely, because this not only shows that Fang Shi is great at swordsmanship, but the key is that she does not hide her secrets. Even the elders of the Changsheng sect only teach their own disciples, and they hide other direct disciples. I didn't expect that an outsider from Fang Shi would be so generous to them. Just for this reason, she is qualified to be their leader. No wonder she can become the light of the Northern Territory, she does things with dignity. Fang Shi was tired after a long day, so he drank some tea to moisten his throat, ate 2 snacks, and then continued. Everyone, I have to give you a heads up. Now Xfeng is eyeing us and can use any tricks. Your relatives and friends may be trying to find out who you are under the guise of caring about you. Even if it is not their intention, they may still be taken advantage of. Once someone snoops and loses the information, you will lose the qualification to enter the Haushan Mirror. It's a chance to get an opportunity. Therefore, you must remain vigilant to anyone who contacts you and do not take it lightly. At this time, you will have to disown your relatives. Be ruthless. In addition, in order to ensure sufficient training time, your food and accommodation will be in the 3 courtyards of our senior brothers and sisters. If you need to go out, you must obtain my approval. Don't worry, it doesn't cost you anything. I just went to the sect leader to apply for funding. Although this process was extremely difficult, it was successful anyway. With this funding, I promise to provide you with good food and drink, open the spirit gathering array when you practice, and distribute elixirs to you regularly. Although the funds may not be enough, I will make up for the gap. Who made me your captain? After everyone listened, not only did they not have any dissatisfaction with Fang Shi for restricting their freedom, but they felt that Fang Shi, the captain, was really interesting. Thinking about their initial hostility towards Fang Shi and their malicious speculations about Fang Shi, they're really not human beings. Jiang Yan, in particular, patted his chest and said, "Fang Shi, no, captain, I don't care about others. I, Jiang Yan, will listen to you from now on. Whatever you say will be yours." Huai Mingzhen also said, "Yes, captain, you not only taught us swordsmanship and pointed out our shortcomings, but also took care of my food, clothing, housing and transportation. It can be said that you are kind to us. Only by practicing hard and obeying your orders can we be worthy of your kindness." As soon as they said this, others also expressed their opinions. Much the same, they all show loyalty anyway. Only Luo Chenxi was speechless, but his attitude was not bad. They're different from Jiang Yan, who has a hot temper and doesn't have so many twists and turns in his heart. Fang Shi could also understand that they, the Westerners, were the best among the direct disciples of Wu Daopeak, so it would be good if they could cooperate, but it was not that easy to get them to show their loyalty. It's okay, take your time. Fang Shi motioned for them to continue practicing their swordsmanship, and she entered the room. She gnawed on a spiritual fruit, and then used her spiritual consciousness to ask Big Stone, how is it over there in the Nine Nether Realm? Big Stone gloated and said, I teleported the inner disciples of the Tiank Alliance to the Southern Territory, and arranged for them a thrilling encounter with the monster riot. Immediately afterwards, a surprise moment was arranged for them when the Earth Dragon turned over. While they were flying with their swords, I arranged a golden feather eagle welcoming ceremony for them. Finally, they fell outside the mountain gate of Changsheng Sect. The two sides are currently confronting each other. They haven't taken action yet. They're probably afraid of each other. Fang Shi was very satisfied. Keep watching and report any situation at any time. Dashi quickly expressed his loyalty and then said, Master, can the distribution ratio between us be changed? Fang Shi asked in confusion, why do you think that I am 8 and you are 2 is inappropriate and you want to change it to me and 9 and you are 1? Dashiru, I just talk nonsense, just pretend you didn't hear anything. Ugh. It seems that it is impossible to change the distribution ratio. It is better to get more wool from Tiank League. After Fang Shi dismissed the big stone, she pondered inside the room for a while, and then called Zhang Wen into the room. Zhang Wen Pingpian ran in. I feel so happy. Why didn't junior sister call Jing Laoshi, only him? Isn't this obvious? Junior sister and him are fine. He is my junior sister's only biological brother. Little junior sister, what do you want from me? Fang Shi lowered his voice. 5th senior brother, your next task is to improve the sword formation, and when the time comes, you can catch another X-Feng by surprise. In order to speed up the progress, if you encounter any problems, just come to me and I will ask Grandpa to help you answer them. Zhang Wen rolled his eyes and whispered, Little junior sister, the sword formations I know are limited, why not let Luo Chen and the others teach us several sword formations? This is called mutual benefit. Fang Shi chuckled and said, I think so too. The two senior brothers and sisters suddenly burst out into evil laughter. People outside who were learning swordsmanship. Are Fang Shi and Zhang Wen discussing how to sell us? After all, this laughter sounds so malicious. Jing Yan. Can you two restrain yourself? Now you don't have to carry anyone on your back when you risk bad water. He coughed lightly and said to everyone, the two of them were caught and tortured by the old devil of the demon clan, and they have become ill. Don't mind. Only then did everyone suddenly realize, and then began to feel sympathy and pity. Although the Northern Territory humans are now in alliance with the demons, they were sworn enemies before. The demons are very cruel, so it's no wonder that the two of them fell ill. How pitiful. Therefore, when Fang Shi and Zhang Wen came out of the house, they received a lot of sympathetic looks. Fang Shi. Zhang Wen. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 873, 1. Helping others in the same vein. Anyone else would have been confused for a while, but that didn't happen here in Fang Shi. If you want to sympathize, then sympathize. It's best to give me some spiritual stones. Although Zhang Wen is not as open-minded as she is, his ability to resist being beaten is not that strong now. It doesn't matter whether he sympathizes with him or resents him. Fang Shi looked at everyone. During the selection trial, we at Wu Daopeak are likely to encounter an encirclement and suppression by the disciples of X-Feng. If we want to defeat many with less, Zhen's swordsmanship alone is not enough. We must improve the sword formation to make it more suitable for Zhen's swordsmanship. In this way, not only is the power doubled, but it can also catch them off guard and take them by surprise. Now you spontaneously form a team and demonstrate your best sword formation. My 5th senior brother and I will take a look. Of course, although we have done some research on sword formations, we have not yet been able to improve them. We will turn to the elders of my 5th senior brother's family for help. As for the method of asking for help, you don't have to worry about it. Anyway, suggestions for improvement can be given in 5 days or in 1 hour. Those direct disciples had already preconceived the idea that the Zhen family was a large and reclusive family, even stronger than the Changsheng sect. After all, on the Dao Forum that day, the opponent was able to neutralize Fang Zai's sword light silently, which shows his strength. Furthermore, Zheng heard that they used the improved sword formation during the competition, which shows that the Zhen family has a deep foundation in sword formation. Therefore, when they heard Fang Zai's words, they didn't have the slightest suspicion that the other party wanted to secretly learn their sword formation, and they even shed tears of gratitude on their faces. Because they got the improved sword formation in vain. Even Luo Chen, who was cautious by nature, didn't think there was anything wrong with this, because Fang Shi only asked them to demonstrate and didn't ask them to teach them the sword formation. If you can learn it just by looking at it, then this sword formation is no secret. In addition, Fang Shi had previously told them not to contact others as much as possible, so no one asked the teacher, and they immediately scrambled to practice the sword formation. Fang Shi smiled and said, come one by one, don't be anxious. These money trees are so cute. The enemy is actually so active. He is indeed the disciple and grandson of Elder Yin. The same passion for helping others. The three of Fang Shi stared intently at the sword formations practiced by these direct disciples. Zhu Yanhuan also watched with concentration. Although the demon clan did not have a sword formation, with his understanding of the sword, improving the sword formation was just a piece of cake. To be honest, he felt that the sword array was just for mediocrity. A peerless genius like him doesn't need this thing at all, he alone is enough. He doesn't need any cooperation or cover. There are too many people, which is a hindrance. Why there has been little development in the Southern Territory for so many years is probably related to this sword formation. Instead of thinking about how to enhance personal strength, all my thoughts were on the sword formation. I was studying why 1 + 1 is greater than 2, but why couldn't I imagine that 1 is worth 10? Of course, he is the only genius in the world, and these mediocre people can only rely on this thing. That's it. For the sake of my granddaughter, I can't help but point out these mediocre people. After Fang Shi saw the 3 sets of sword formations, he gave the cash cows pills that would help stabilize their spiritual consciousness. Not only that, Fang Shi also opened the spirit gathering array and asked them to meditate and practice so that the effects of the medicine can be better absorbed. The cash cows had previously thought that the elixirs given by Fang Shi were just ordinary elixirs, but they did not expect that she would be willing to give them earth-level elixirs. What is activated is the high-level spirit gathering array. She doesn't know how much funding the sect leader has allocated to her. If this continues, she will definitely have to waste money. Fang Shi is such a good captain. As everyone knows, the reason why the good captain was so generous was to have a reason to run into the house and memorize the sword formation, so as not to read too much and remember it. She has a photographic memory, but she is still human. After Fang Shi arrived at the house and wrote down the array diagram, her task was completed. It is the job of Zhu Xuan and Zhang Wen to improve the sword formation. She is self-aware that she is indeed not as good as these two in the sword formation, so professional matters should be left to professionals. The only troublesome thing is that she has to act as the spokesperson of Zhu Xuan, otherwise Zhu Fenghuan and Zhang Wen will not be able to communicate. Zhu Fenghuan and Zhang Wen began to discuss how to improve the sword formation through Fang Shi's translator, not to mention that the old and the young were quite in tune. Zhu Xuan couldn't help but said to Fang Shi, although this silly boy Zhang Wen is lacking in heart, he is indeed better than you in the way of swordsmanship. He can barely be considered a talent. Fang Shi said with a smile, my 5th senior brother was really lacking in skills before, but since he got involved with me, his brain is quite flexible. Zhu Yanhuan sneered coldly, compared to others, he may be quite flexible, but compared to us men, he will be short-sighted even in the next life, let alone this life. Fang Shi yielded, if you say that, I won't be stubborn with you. After all, other people's hearts are solid, and ours is a sieve. Blood-devouring world. He has not fully recovered yet, so he plans to rest for a while after improving the 2 sword formations. Shaoxi, I'm a little tired. He was about to say take a rest, but when he saw Elder Yin coming, his next words became, I'm a little tired, but I can improve this broken sword formation with my eyes closed, let's continue. By the way, the rat strit is here, please pay attention. Snort. Today I will show Mouse Jing what true genius is. What is the pillar of Juyu continent? What is the #1 person in Juyu continent? When Fang Shi saw him, it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and she knew that Grandpa Cheap was trying to overpower Elder Yin. Look at this damn desire to win. Fang Shi gave Zhang Wen a look, and Zhang Wen understood immediately. Elder Yin, who loves to help others, is here. When he saw that Fang Shi was still discussing the sword formation with him, he knew that Fang Shi had no intention of hiding the improvement of the sword formation, but he would definitely not let the other party know about the existence of blood-devouring world. So he has to be careful and don't let anything slip. He and Fang Shi were having a heated discussion, while Elder Yin looked confused. It seems like he hasn't been here for a few days, right? Why do you feel like the Changsheng sect has changed? Why did these direct disciples of Wu Dao Peak end up in Fang Shi courtyard? And everyone is practicing there as well behaved as little quails. What happened in the past few days when he wasn't here? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 874, you can convince yourself to be submissive by yourself. Elder Yin calmed down, and then he noticed that Fang Shi and Zhang Wen were discussing the sword formation there, and seemed to want to improve the Lu Hei Wuji formation. He couldn't help but look shocked after listening for a while. He had known that Zhang Wen was very talented in sword formations before, but he didn't expect that this girl Fang Shi also had such unique insights into sword formations. Could it be that she was hiding her clumsiness in the previous song? Or is it that the previously improved sword formation was too simple and she didn't bother to take action? How many surprises does this girl have waiting for him? After listening for a while, Elder Yin couldn't help but look horrified. Because the insights Fang Shi put forward were even more subtle and sophisticated than what he thought. How long has it taken a young girl like her to practice swordsmanship, let alone come into contact with sword formations? How did she do it? This can no longer be described as genius. What a genius. Because humans simply can't do it. Zhu Yanhuan looked at Elder Yin's chameleon-like expression, not to mention the pride in his heart. Mouse Spirit, how are you doing? You know how high the sky is and how high it is, right? You know that there are people outside the world, right? Where did you go from now on? You will be hit in many places in the future. You just get used to it. Zhu Yanhuan helped Zhang Wen improve 9 sets of sword formations in one breath. Not only do they maximize their strengths and avoid their weaknesses, but each one is more suitable for Zhang's swordsmanship. No matter how tired he is full of energy now. If Fang Shi hadn't said that the quantity was enough, he could have improved 99 and 81 types. Elder Yin was dumbfounded. He has an urge to show up now and take a disciple. Because he is afraid of missing a peerless disciple like Fang Shi. If that's true, what's the point of his life? But thinking of what Sima sect leader said to him, he held back. What Sima Shaya said made sense, so he still had to wait. At least wait until Fang Shi comes out of the Haoshan mirror. But this time, Fang Shi stretched out and said to Zhang Wen. 5th senior brother, in order not to scare everyone, we will only come up with 3 types of improved sword formations to give them a buffer time. Elder Yin said to himself, 3 types are also scary, okay. Not to mention 3, 1 is enough to shock the world. Zhang Wen didn't think much of it. After all, in his opinion, improving the sword formation was not difficult. He could do it even if there was no blood-devouring world and it took some time, but the effect was much worse than that of the blood-devouring world. But this is normal. Blood-devouring world has become an old goblin. How old is he? If he can do this at his age, he is already the #1 person in the Juyu continent sword formation. There is no way, he is so confident that his sword is known all over the world. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen ate a few snacks and drank some tea before strolling outside. At this time, Luo Chen and others had just finished practicing. All of them are in high spirits. Huaiming Zhen said excitedly. Captain, the effect of the elixir you gave us is so good. I feel refreshed now, and the effect in just this moment is better than that in a year of practice. Everyone. I know you want to flatter me, but don't flatter me too much. Jiang Yan pouted. Huaiming Zhen, can you not be so exaggerated? Although the pill the captain gave us is very effective, it cannot be practiced for a year longer than you. Before Jiang Yan finished speaking, Huaiming Zhen suddenly looked happy. I'm going to make a breakthrough. After saying that, he immediately started meditating. Jiang Yan. Everyone. They all knew that Huaiming Frame had been stuck on the second level of the god transformation for a long time, but they didn't expect that he would break through now. Is Feng Zai's elixir so magical? In fact, Huaiming's breakthrough was mainly due to Sima Sect Master's instructions to him a few days ago. The elixir and Strud gathering array given by Feng Shi were just the last bit of help. Even without the elixir and Strud gathering array, you would still be able to break through after a while. But people don't know. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but they feel lighter and more refreshed, and even the sky is bluer than before. The eyes looking at Feng Shi became more and more eager. The captain is really willing to spend a lot of money on them. Again, the captain is such a good man. So, they all came over to express their gratitude, which probably meant thanking the captain for his generosity and his righteousness. Elder Yin was dumbfounded. Team, Captain. I haven't come out for 800 years and I only recognize clothes and not people. You all hang out in the sect every day. Is it possible that you are all blind? Don't you know that Feng Shi is from the Northern Territory? Sima Xia and I fought for her to participate in the selection trial, but you let her be the captain. Zhu Xuan saw the confused look on Elder Yin's face and thought to himself, you're a rat but you have a long face but a short knowledge. Feng Shi is my granddaughter, why is it so strange that she is the captain? If you knew that she was a human being who became the holy aunt of the Blood Demon clan, the island owner of Langyan Abyss, and the adopted daughter of the Demon Emperor, would you still be scared to death? The psychological endurance of this human race is too weak. We demons are still transparent and know how to adapt. From the human race to the demon race to the satanic race, those who are useful are our own people, and those who are useless are trash. Elder Yin was stunned for a moment, and then thought about it. Feng Shi will be my apprentice sooner or later, and there is nothing wrong with her being the captain. Besides, any position is filled by capable people, and Feng Shi is much better than them. If she isn't the captain, who should be? That's the good thing about Elder Yin. He can persuade himself to be submissive without the need for others to persuade him. After a while, Huaiming Frame successfully broke through to the third level of transformation. His mouth was grinning to his ears. No wonder his uncle asked him to get closer to Feng Shi and the others, saying that Feng Shi had good luck and maybe he could borrow some of it from them. Knew it. Since he moved closer to Feng Shi, not only has his fortune been prosperous, but he has also broken through the bottleneck of cultivation that had been stagnant for so long. This is really in line with the saying, if the bird follows the phoenix and flies far away, this little bird like him has to follow the phoenix in Feng Shi. He has no other abilities, but he can continue to be her caregiver. After all, he has experience. So, he started to show off. In his mouth, the pill Feng Shi gave him was a miracle medicine, not to mention the flesh and bones of the living dead. The Strud gathering array is even more amazing. It absorbs the spiritual energy of the sun and the moon and gathers the essence of heaven and earth. Even a big cabbage can turn into essence if placed in it. Not to mention others, even Feng Shi can stand listening. She coughed twice, interrupting Huaiming's endless stream of rainbow farts. Everyone, my fifth senior brother and I have improved 3 formations. Let my fifth senior brother explain them to you. When you heard about it, you immediately started to show off. Put one hand behind your back and start pointing the country with the other hand. Needless to say, he is really talented in sword formation. No one was offended even if he was just pretending, because they were all attracted by what he said. Everyone thought Feng Shi was bragging when she said she had improved 3 sets of sword formations. Even if there is no bragging, the so-called improvements are just changes to some details. But after listening to Zheng Wen, I realized that this is a real improvement. Not only was the power of the sword array increased by at least 30%, but it was also very suitable for Zheng's swordsmanship. What shocked him even more was that some of the changes even went in the opposite direction. They can imagine how, surprised, the other people in Exafeng would be if they broke through the sword formation according to the previous sword formation. They all looked horrified. They felt that this sword formation must have been improved by someone from the Zheng family. After all, Feng Shi and Zheng Wen would not be able to do it no matter how talented they were. The strength of the Zheng family is so terrifying. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 875 I am just like the royal empress. The other direct disciples were okay, after all, they had known the power of the Zheng family before. But Luo Chen and the other 5 people only heard Huaiming Frame mention it and didn't take it seriously. If the Zheng family is really that powerful, why is Zheng Wen still a nascent soul cultivator? But now they believe it. 3 such exquisite sword formations were improved in just 1 hour. The strength of the Zheng family is simply unfathomable. As for Zheng Wen's cultivation, there may be a lot of meaning in it. It is estimated that the elders in the family deliberately asked him to slow down his cultivation speed in order to consolidate his cultivation. Jiang Yan was a leader, so he immediately patted Zheng Wen on the shoulder and said, Junior brother Zheng, I didn't expect your family background to be so prominent. You really hide it. Others also cast envious glances. Reincarnation is a technical job, and they're envious of it. Zheng Wen. He ran on the road to find his father, but he never thought that one day he would create a fictional big boss father for himself. Do not. Not just the boss dad, but also a huge Zheng family. In fact, he only has a big family. It seems that the junior sister is right, the mountain depends on the water and the water flows, and only you are the most reliable. He is such a talent. Elder Yin in the dark was so angry. These blind things. There is no such thing as a Zheng family. That sword technique is mine, and I am the one who resolved the sword glow. The sword formation was created by these two brats, Junwen and Feng Shi. He felt that Junwen's arrogant look was very annoying, so with a flick of his finger, Junwen, who was just showing off, fell down. Junwen climbed up calmly, smiled bitterly, and said nothing. But everyone understands. The elders of Jun's family must have secretly taught Junwen a lesson. The rules of the Jun family are really strict. Elder Yin was so angry that he gritted his teeth. I wish I could make all these blind people fall into disarray. Zhu Xuan enjoyed watching the play. Not only did he watch it himself, he also explained it to Feng Shi. The mouse Strud was so angry that his face turned green. Apart from anything else, his psychological quality is not good enough. I thought that when I was misunderstood like that, I was not in a hurry. Even if someone wrote some nonsense on the tombstone that almost caused a disaster, wouldn't I still have a good time in the grave? Therefore, this rat Strud cannot compare with me. The mouths of all the spiritual pets in Feng Shi are about to turn into gods. This old Piao is really good at blowing. Especially Ji Lei, he didn't like the blood-devouring world 120 who stole his life. It's a pity that it can't speak and can't express it in words. It can only make up a jingle for Zhu Huan in its heart. Piao is shameless. I like to brag when I have nothing to do. It blew so hard that the sky was dark and the earth was dark. What a pity it's a big-headed ghost. Feng Shi automatically filtered out the boastful words of Zhu Xuan and only listened to the useful ones. When she heard that Elder Yin was very angry, she gave Junwen a hint. Junwen immediately did not dare to act anymore, and brought the topic back to the sword formation, helping everyone answer their questions. Elder Yin's expression softened when he saw that everyone was practicing well. Although these direct disciples are not very smart, their qualifications are pretty good, especially the 5 of Luo Chen. In a real fight, Feng Shi and the other 2 might not be their opponents. It was not until midnight that everyone rested. The 3 of them from Feng Shi still lived in Feng Shi's courtyard, while the rest lived in Junwen and Jingyin's courtyard. Although there are 51 people, the Changsheng sect is lavish and the rooms are very spacious, so you can fit in no matter how crowded you are. Zhu Yanhuan yawned. The rat Strut is gone. I'm going to sleep for a while. If you have nothing to do, don't call me. God knows that he has lost his energy for a long time, and it is only because of that damn desire to win that he has persisted until now. Feng Shi reviewed what happened today and thought about her next plan before falling into a deep sleep. Strings of bubbles popped up in the fish pond, and the red smoke carp wished they could sing a song. Their hard days are finally over. The arrival of these direct disciples rescued them from the dire straits. That pervert Feng Shi couldn't torment them in front of so many people. After all, she had to maintain her hypocritical mask. By the way, when the training is over, she will have to participate in the selection trial, so they will be more free. If she can get the qualification to enter the House and Mirror, she might not come back for a long time. So, the red smoke carps put their fins together and made a pious wish to heaven. Let that pervert Feng Shi get the qualification to enter the House and Mirror. If our wish can come true, we are willing to eat pancakes for 10 days. Close black lens bracket. At this time, Feng Shi was eating grilled fish in his dream. It smelled so good. Eat without making a sound. Early the next morning, many direct disciples of Wu Dao Peak received messages from relatives and friends. It probably meant asking them why they didn't return to their residence and where they were. Without Feng Zai's reminder, these direct disciples would have told the truth that they were training here in Feng Shi. But now everyone has become more vigilant, feeling that the purpose of the other party's interrogation is impure. I don't see you caring much about me on weekdays. Why are you so enthusiastic now? There must be a demon in the abnormal situation. It must be the same as what the captain said, either you have bad intentions or you are being used by others. Anyway, you want to trick me? No way. There aren't even windows. Some people simply didn't reply, and some even started the attack. It's none of your business. It had to be Huai Ming Frame. After receiving the summons from Elder Huai, this guy came to Feng Shi first. Captain, my uncle summoned me to ask where I am. Should I ignore him or lie to him? Feng Shi, just tell the truth, but don't reveal other details. Huai Ming Zhen breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll be relieved, otherwise it would be difficult for me to have both loyalty and filial piety. Feng Shi. I didn't expect you to have such a conspicuous bag. Zhang Wen glanced sideways at Huai Ming Zhen. This boy should not be underestimated. But he quickly calmed down. The grandfathers, adoptive fathers, masters, senior brothers, older brothers and sisters around my little junior sister are like Christian carp crossing the river, but in the end, am I the only one left by her side? I am just like the Empress of the Palace, no matter how many warblers are around the Emperor, I will always stand firm. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 876. Of course it's Shaoxi and Shaowen. Huai Ming Zhen didn't notice Zhang Wen's thief-like eyes. He was replying to Elder Huai. Uncle, everyone else and I here with Captain Feng Shi. We are here for a closed training session during this time. If you have nothing to do, don't send me a message, lest our captain misunderstand me. Elder Huai received the message. What? Feng Shi is the captain. Ming Zhen and the others are training in a closed camp in her yard. Where is this going? But then he thought about it and realized it. The sect leader must have wanted Feng Shi to attract the other ex-Feng's attention, so that Luo Chen and the others would be safe. As expected of the sect master. Really thoughtful. That's right, he came to see Sima sect leader in a hurry. As soon as they met, they started blowing rainbow farts. Sect master, your move of making Feng Shi the captain is so clever. The direct disciples of Exafeng must focus on the 3 of Feng Shi. In this way, our direct disciples will be able to relax a lot. In addition, Feng Shi has been given the title of captain, and she will have to take responsibility whether she is willing or not. She will definitely work hard by then. Sect master, let me just say that no matter how smart Feng Shi is just a little girl. You were just unwilling to argue with her before. As long as you move your wrist a little, she will not be able to eat and walk around. Sema Sect leader looked at him calmly. She really couldn't bear to go around and blackmailed me for 3 spiritual weapons and 3 heaven-level herbs, and also asked for 10 million training funds. Elder Huai. The flattery seems to have been slapped on the horse's hooves. However, Elder Huai was a veteran after all, so he immediately said, "It's not a bad thing that she wants something, it shows that she sincerely wants to lead those direct disciples to win a few more places. The more she gets, the more she must pay." Sect leader Sema. Why do these words sound familiar? By the way, Elder Yin, who likes to capitalize on his enemies, is also of the same tune. He didn't bother to argue with Elder Huai, because he knew that even though Elder Huai had some petty thoughts, he was indeed very loyal to him. Asked Detective Ming, what did Fang Shi train for? Elder Huai immediately showed a hard-to-speak expression. Sect Master, you may not believe me when I tell you. That bastard Ming Zheng only said that he was training at Fang Shi's place. He didn't say anything else at all. He also asked me not to disturb him when I had nothing to do, so that Fang Shi would not misunderstand. Sect leader Sema. Won't these direct disciples become Fang Zai's confidants after the trial is over? Sect Master, how about I go and have a look? She can't turn me away. Sect leader Sema pondered for a moment. No need, Fang Shi is a greedy girl, but she is not a person who breaks her word. Since she promised me that I can get 10 places, she should go all out. If you go, she will definitely feel that I don't trust her enough, which is not good. Elder Huai immediately said, she might not be happy if I go empty-handed, but if I go with something, she will definitely welcome me happily. Sect Master, please give me some elixirs or spiritual fruits that will help with cultivation, and I will take them to inquire about the situation. Sect leader Sema was so angry that he no longer cared about his sect leader's demeanor, and pointed at the door. Get out of here right now. Elder Huai felt aggrieved. He doesn't want things for himself, or to enhance the strength of his direct disciples. Why can't the sect leader hear the flattering words? However, seeing that Sema Sect Master was angry, he did not dare to say anything more and left in despair. As soon as Elder Huai left here, Elder Yin came. King Hong, I see that Fang Shi gave a lot of elixirs to those direct disciples, and also activated the Skylight Spirit Gathering formation. Do you have to give her some compensation? Otherwise, the little girl would be at a huge loss. Elder Yin has unilaterally determined that Fang Shi is his disciple, so of course he cannot let her suffer. Besides, if he helps her get more benefits now, when the master and apprentice recognize each other in the future, he, the master, will also have face. Sect Master Sema almost died of anger. Elder Huai, who had his elbows turned outward, had just left, and here came another elder from the protecting sect who was a rival. What evil had he done to meet these 2 sleeping dragons and phoenixes? But he did not dare to get angry at Elder Yin, so he could only hold back his anger and said, I gave Fang Shi 10 million spirit stones before, which is enough for her to train. Elder Yin frowned. 10 million. Too little. Why should I give you 100 million? Sect leader Sema couldn't bear it anymore. Elder Yin, Wu Dao Peak doesn't have that much spare money. If you are willing to give it, you can give it yourself. Elder Yin, no matter how dull he was, could tell that something was wrong, and his face immediately darkened. Sema Shao, what do you mean? I'm not discussing with you, I'm ordering you. Sect leader Sema is very tolerant, but now he doesn't want to endure it anymore. Sema Sioa is Sema Sioa. I have to explain it to you today. Elder Yin, there are things I have wanted to say for a long time. Although you are optimistic about Fang Shi and the other 3, they're not your disciples yet after all. They're from the Northern Territory. Are you going too far by giving them benefits over and over again? Have you forgotten that you are the guardian elder of Changsheng Sect, not the guardian elder of Xuanshan Sect? Elder Yin was also angry. He sneered again and again, you Sema brat, no wonder you treat my nose, not my face, it turns out you have been dissatisfied with me for a long time. Do you think my elbows are turned outward? Look what this is. Elder Yin said and threw a jade slip at Sema Sect Master. Because of his anger, he first smashed Sema Sect Master and staggered him. Sect Master Sema probed his spiritual consciousness into the jade slips and discovered that there were 3 sets of sword formations. He could tell at a glance that these 3 sword formations were improved sword formations, and they were very sophisticated. He asked in surprise, did you improve this? Elder Yin sneered, I don't have this ability. It took my 2 good disciples an hour to improve it. This is only part of them. They have improved 9 types in total. They have not announced the other 6 types, so although I know it, I can't tell you. Sect leader Sema was too lazy to care about what he said next, and asked in disbelief, who are the 2 good disciples you mentioned? Of course it's Xiaoxi and Xiaowen. Sect leader Sema. If you say Fang Shi will be Fang Shi. If you say you hear it, then you will hear it. What a small stream. You give me goosebumps when you talk like that. But what he was more concerned about was that Fang Shi and Zhang Wen actually improved 9 types of sword formations within an hour. Is this possible? Could it be that Elder Yin claimed that his achievements were theirs in order to flatter them? Elder Yin rarely understood his expression and snorted coldly. Do you suspect that I created these sword formations? I'm not as dirty as you think, 1 is 1, 2 is 2, I never lie. Although Sema Sect leader was skeptical about Elder Yin's statement that he never lied, looking at his expression, he thought it was true. If this is the case, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen's talents in sword formation are too amazing. Then doesn't he really lead the wolf into the house? Wrong. And many more. The prerequisite for Fang Shi and the others to improve the sword formation is to be able to master the original 3 sets of sword formations. How did they know? He looked at Elder Yin suspiciously. Could it be this enemy again? Elder Yin knew what he meant as soon as he looked in his eyes, gritted his teeth and said, It's really not me this time, it's your direct disciples who did the good deeds. When I came just now, they were scrambling to demonstrate the sword formation to Fang Shi. Sect leader Sema. Come on, hit me to death. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 877 Who told us that Wu Dao Peak has no backer? Sect Master Sima felt that his hard work seemed to have no meaning. Elder Yin from the previous generation was an expert at fighting enemies. Elder Huai of the same generation gave his nephew to Feng Shi as a childcare provider. The younger generation of direct disciples rushed to leak the secret. He had been busy for a long time and seemed to have been doing all the work for Feng Shi. He was confused. Had Feng Shi poisoned those direct disciples? Why don't any of them have any sense of confidentiality? Don't you know how important the sword formation is to the Changsheng sect? Elder Yin saw Sima Sect Master's pale face and feared that he would be angry, so he quickly said, King Hong, don't get me wrong, they're just demonstrating the formation, not teaching the sword formation to Shaoxi. They didn't expect Shaoxi and Shaowen to learn it after just one look. The only fault is that my two apprentices are too talented. Sect Master Sima, are you comforting me or adding salt to my wounds? Elder Yin continued, besides, you are not at a loss. Feng Shi taught the improved sword array to those direct disciples. 3 sets were replaced by 9 sets, and they were more powerful. If you really count this, you still made a profit. ! Quote. Sect Leader Sima, although what you said seems to make sense, I always feel that something is wrong. Elder Yin sighed, King Hong, I admit that I have done a few stupid things recently, but my original intention is for our Changsheng sect. As for me, I won't live much longer. Sooner or later, I will face a catastrophe. If I die, you will be alone and struggling, so I found 3 helpers for you. Especially Shaoxi, although that girl is greedy for money, but she values love and justice, she will definitely become your right-hand man in the future. Sect Leader Sima really wanted to ask Elder Yin how he could tell that Feng Shi valued love and justice. However, he could also see that Elder Yin showed his true feelings, and there was no need to argue about who was right and who was wrong. If they were really investigated, he was the culprit who led the wolf into the house. The most important thing now is the selection trial. He calmed down. Elder Yin, I was wrong just now, don't take it to heart. Could you please tell me in detail how Feng Shi trains? Elder Yin told everything he saw and heard. Sima Sect Leader nodded frequently after hearing this. In any case, Feng Shi was indeed very attentive and the funds that were extorted from him were not in vain. As for the 100 million that Elder Yin mentioned, don't even think about it. At this time, Feng Shi was watching Luo Chen and 5 others practice the sword formation. Luo Chen and the other 5 are indeed the best among the direct disciples of Wu Dao Peak. Both their mastery of swordsmanship and their tacit understanding of cooperation are far superior to the others. The most important thing is that no other direct disciple can do the sword formation they practiced. To be precise, other disciples are not skilled enough to use this sword formation. Feng Shi suddenly had an idea in her mind. If the sword formation is improved into a sword formation that can be used by other disciples, it will definitely be able to surprise other Exafeng. She immediately told Zhu Yanhuan about this idea. Zhu Xuan pondered for a moment. Although it is a bit difficult, it is not a big problem. Let me think about it. Feng Shi felt confident after hearing what he said, and continued to watch others demonstrate the sword formation. After they had seen enough, Zhang Wen and he went into the house to improve the sword formation. Jing Yan organized his direct disciples to meditate and practice. While Feng Shi acted as a bridge for communication between Zhang Wen and Zhu Xuan, she thought in her heart that time was limited and it would be impossible for the money trees to learn all the improved sword formations. When the time comes, it will be counterproductive to leave a bottle less than half full. Therefore, after improving several sets of sword formations, they must choose one among them and practice it carefully. After a while, Elder Yin came in a big way. Although he failed to persuade Sima Sect Leader to allocate more funds to Feng Shi, he at least made Sima Xiao accept reality. His trip was not in vain. When Zhu Xuan saw Elder Yin coming over, he immediately became furious. The rat spirit is here again. You said he was full of food and came to peak when he had nothing to do, just like that shameless rat. Feng Shi smiled and said, Grandpa, Elder Yin is probably also concerned about the progress of the training of these direct disciples, so he came to take a look. Zhu Xuan snorted coldly. If he really cares, why doesn't he go to the other West Peak to see it? Maybe he can get some useful information. Isn't it better than him standing here like a fool? Feng Zai's heart moved. It must be her cheap grandpa. She has more experience doing bad things than she does. In fact, Zhu Xuan just said it casually, and the main purpose was to belittle Elder Yin. Unexpectedly, it was unintentional. Of course, he will definitely not admit it, but start to brag. Anyway, the central idea is to boast that he is both civil and military and unrivaled. Feng Shi blew a few rainbow farts, and then gave Zhang Wen a wink. 5th senior brother, I'm a little tired, let's eat something before continuing. When Zhang heard that he was already a mature admirer, he nodded immediately, okay. Feng Shi ate a piece of snack and sighed. The Supreme Elder of the West must have leaked the question in advance, so the direct disciples of Exafeng may know the content of the selection trial now. Even if you don't know everything, you can at least know one part of it. We are the only ones at Wu Dao Peak who know nothing. This is so unfair. It's a pity that I don't have the ability to be invisible. Otherwise, I would secretly go to the West Peak and maybe get some useful information. Even if you can't figure out the test questions, you can still know yourself and the enemy, and you will be more sure of winning by then. Zhang Wen immediately understood what Feng Shi meant and said quickly. It would be great if the senior who taught me swordsmanship was here. With his old man's cultivation, let alone trying to find out the news, it would be a piece of cake to even rip off the head of the Western Peak Master. It's a pity that his old man's dragon has disappeared, and we have no way to see him, let alone ask him for help. Feng Shi sighed again. Yes, so I can only think about it. Let's take a break and continue to improve the sword formation. Who told us that Wu Dao Peak has no backer? The speaker was unintentional, and the listener was intentional. Elder Yin was moved in his heart. Yup. I can go find out about the other Exafeng. If they can leak the questions, I can steal the questions. This is called coming and going. Elder Yin thought of this and left in a flash. Zhu Xuan snorted coldly. What an old stick. He will leave when others clear the way. Fang Shi doesn't care what Zhu Xuan says, she is in a great mood now. She believed that with Elder Yin's cultivation, he would definitely be able to glean useful information. By then, the other West Peaks would only know 1/3 of the exam questions, while their Enlightenment Peak would know all of them. Coupled with her intelligence and the full cooperation of the cash cows, the quota will definitely be tied. This kind of comeback against the wind feels so good. I couldn't help but laugh out loud as I thought about it. Junwen also laughed together. The cash cows cultivating outside suddenly showed signs of sympathy. Fang Shi and Junwen got sick again. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 878. Elder Yin is looking for melons. Fang Shi and Junwen came out of the room and once again received a wave of sympathetic looks. But neither of them cared. Fang Shi immediately asked Junwen to explain the sword formation to everyone. Not only are there the 9 sets that were improved today, but there are also 6 sets that were kept secret yesterday, for a total of 15 sets. Those direct disciples looked at Junwen as if they were Tiandao's own son. After all, in their opinion, the strength of the Jun family is simply too terrifying. No wonder Fang Zai's relationship with Jing Yan doesn't seem as close as that with Junwen. They were originally wondering, since Jing Yan was the grandson of the head of the Wang Fu family, why did Fang Shi want to see Junwen more? The key is that Jing Yan has no grudges about this. This time the case is solved. It turns out that Junwen's family background is too powerful. It's not that Jing Yan doesn't have any opinions, he just doesn't dare to have them. Who dares to provoke the prince of the Jun family? Junwen didn't know that in just one day, he had transformed from a member of the Jun family to the crown prince of the Jun family. He was immersed in the sword formation at this time, trying his best to explain to everyone. Because he knows that these people will be comrades in the fight against the Tiank alliance in the future. The more you teach them, the stronger their strength will be, and the Juyu continent's hope of winning will increase. The younger junior sister has an overall view of the situation, and he is a gentleman who is known all over the world with his sword. Elder Yin on the other side arrived at Qinglong Peak like a man who was eager to eat melons, looking for melons in the west. However, he found that the direct disciples of Qinglong Peak were practicing in their own courtyards and were not gathered together. He had no choice but to run around from courtyard to courtyard. Judging from the few words he heard, these disciples knew nothing. He jumped into the courtyard of the Peak Master of Qinglong Peak, and happened to catch up with Peak Master Mo, who was convening the elders to study the selection trial. Elder Yin was overjoyed. It was better to come early than to come by chance. One of the elders said, Peak Master, is there still no movement from Elder Bo? Logically speaking, he should give us some advice. Why is there no movement? Peak Master Mo shook his head. Maybe the old man has his own considerations. In any case, after you go back, you must urge the disciples to practice diligently and strive to get more places. Another elder said, actually, it doesn't matter if Elder Bo doesn't mention it to us. Our Qinglong Peak direct disciples all have very good qualifications, especially Shen Jilin, who is quite talented in making talismans. Although Fang Shi broke her record in the Wanfu Liangxin cave, it doesn't mean anything. I think Fang Shi is mostly just talking on paper. By the way, Elder Zhang, I heard that Shen Jilin broke through to the 3rd level of Shen transformation a few days ago. Her cultivation speed is really amazing. Elder Zhang said with a smile. That's right, Jilin is now at the 3rd level of Shen transformation. She has the best water-strip roots. She laid a solid foundation in the northern territory before. After arriving at our Changsheng sect, I gave her a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. So the progress is very rapid. Having said this, he said to Peak Master Mo. Peak Master, regardless of whether Elder Bo gives us any advice, as long as we from Exafeng work together to eliminate the disciples from Enlightenment Peak, we will get more places than the previous session no matter what. Therefore, the top priority now is to reach a consensus with the other 3 peaks. Once the selection trial begins, we will first form an alliance to eliminate Wudao Peak, and then we, West Peak, will compete for the top spot. Peak Master Mo smiled and said, don't worry, Peak Master Han and I have already reached a consensus. As you said, Wudao Peak will be eliminated first, and then we will fight for victory at West Peak. Ellipsis. Elder Yin was furious when he heard this. These bastards. He has no ability to fight with others, but he is better than the other at fighting in the inner circle. He listened for a while, but didn't hear anything useful, so he jumped to White Tiger Peak. As a result, the other 3 peaks had the same result. They did not get the Western Taishang Elder's confession, but they reached a consensus to eliminate the Enlightenment Peak first. Elder Yin thought about it. After all, there was still more than 10 days before the selection trial. The idiot in the Haoshan Holy Realm might not have revealed the news just to be on the safe side. If this is the case, then he will come here every day from now on, and if there is any trouble, don't try to hide it from him. Especially Suzaku Peak. That Han Jide hates Fang Shi so much that he might use some destructive tricks when the time comes. He felt that it was necessary to tell Sima Xiao what he heard so that he could be prepared. So, come to see Sima Sect leader. King Hong, after careful consideration, I decided to explore the situation on the other side of Exafeng. In this way, we can turn passive into active. As a result, I didn't expect what the bastard Baozhong, Uncle Ji and Naxi were thinking. They didn't reveal the problem for the time being. However, the Peak Masters of Naxi had already formed an offensive and defensive alliance. They agreed to work together to eliminate the direct disciples of Wudao Peak from the beginning of the selection trial. You have to find a way to remind Xiaoxi and them. Sect Master Sima was really shocked. He didn't even think of this move. How could Elder Yin still think of such a good idea? Is this a sudden enlightenment? Elder Yin felt very proud when he saw Sima Sect Master's shocked look. He would not tell Sima Xiao that he was inspired by the conversation between Fang Shi and Junwen. In fact, if he told the truth, maybe Sima Sect leader would be able to guess some clues. It's a pity that Elder Yin didn't say anything in order to add glory to himself. Sect leader Sima really blew a rainbow fart, the kind that meant it sincerely. If Elder Yin can really steal the question successfully, it will be a great achievement. Regarding the Exafeng alliance, Sima's Sect master had actually expected it for a long time. He had expected it the moment the Supreme Elder of the West proposed the selection trial. He felt that Feng Shi must have thought of it, but in any case, Elder Yin came over specifically to say something, so he had to call Feng Shi over to remind him. Therefore, the next morning, Sima's Sect leader called Feng Shi to the study. I learned from some channels that another Exafeng has formed an alliance, and they will join forces to eliminate the disciples of Enlightenment Peak at the beginning of the trial and selection. You should think carefully about how to break it, so as not to be passive when the time comes. Feng Zai's eyes lit up. You mean they have formed an alliance? Is there such a good thing? Sect leader Sima, no, did you misunderstand? They formed an alliance, not started fighting. He looked at Feng Shi in confusion. You said their alliance is a good thing. Feng Shi nodded. Of course it's a good thing. Only if they form an alliance can I use my ability to sow discord, confuse right and wrong, frame up, incite and stir up trouble, add fuel to the fire, and fan the flames. Sect leader Sima. If nothing else, you know so many idioms. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 879 I am that little fishman. Sect leader Sima glanced at Feng Shi and motioned for her to elaborate. Feng Zai's little white teeth. Sect master, don't you want me to muddy the water? If there is nothing in the water, I can't muddy the water even with all my abilities. Now the alliance between Exafeng and Exafeng is like a piece of loose sand. Doesn't this provide me with convenient conditions? We can't defeat the West with one enemy, so let's use our strength to fight and let them bite the bullet. When the time comes, let's have a snipe and clam fight and the fisherman will get the benefit. I am that little fisherman. Sect Master Sima had actually guessed Feng Zai's intention, so he was not surprised by what she said. He shook his head. You think very simply. Then Exafeng disciples are not fools. You can fool them with just a few words. Feng Shi laughed and said, if a few words doesn't work, just say a few more sentences, or 5 Western sentences will do. It's okay, I just like bum, I'm not afraid of getting tired. Sima Sect Master, in short, you can't place all your hopes on this. You have to think of other countermeasures to avoid being caught off guard. The smile on Feng Zai's face became even brighter. Sect Master, I was just about to report to you that my 5th senior brother and I improved 18 sets of sword formations, all of which were taught to Luo Chen and the others for free and selflessly. I'm not bragging, any set of these sword formations can catch other Exafeng off guard. In addition, I also pointed out the shortcomings of senior brother Luo Chen and others in their cultivation, and even helped senior brother Huai Mingjian break through to the 3rd level of God transformation. But you were a little bit expressive. What will you reward me with? Sect leader Sima. You only talked about the improved sword formation, why didn't you talk about how you learned the original sword formation? Is it your credit for Huai Ming's frame breakthrough? That's the result of me provoking him for half a day. You really know how to put gold on your face. However, didn't Elder Yin say that Xin Zhanwen improved 9 sets of sword formations? Why did it become 18 sets? Is it possible that 9 more sets have been improved? 9 sets of sword formations can be improved in one day, which is outrageous. Is that human being? Sect leader Sima suppressed his turbulent thoughts and said calmly. You are the captain, and it is your duty to find ways to improve the strength of your team members. Furthermore, I have already allocated 10 million funds to you. It would be too much for you to ask for rewards from me. He thought Feng Shi would have to argue after hearing what he said, but Feng Shi nodded. You're right, it's true that I didn't think carefully about this matter, but I was a bit greedy. Sect leader Sima. Unexpectedly, Pixiu also has a day of self-examination. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Feng Shi say. Sect Master, what we discussed before was 10 million to guarantee 10 places. Does that mean you will reward me 1 million for adding 1 more place? For example, if I get 15 places, will you give me an additional 5 million spiritual stones? Sect leader Sima. Pixiu is Pixiu, and it is impossible to get out of the eyes of money in this life. However, he changed his mind and thought that 1 million quotas would be okay. After all, that was the qualification to enter the Haoshan Mirror. Besides, no matter how talented she is, she can't get many places. Being able to get 15 is already an extraordinary performance. So, he nodded. Okay, I promise you. Feng Shi said with a smile. Then I won't disturb you. I'll go back and continue training them. You just watch. Sect leader Sima waved his hand, indicating that she could retreat. Even though Feng Zai's words were fantastic, he had no idea at all. But what he could do now was limited and he could only hope that Elder Yin could succeed in stealing the question. Feng Shi came out of Sima's sect leader's study, and Zhu Yanhuan said. That rat strid really doesn't have enough to eat and can't do anything. He went to the other West Peak for a walk and found out such obvious information. He is just a loser. Feng Shi said with a smile, perhaps the Supreme Elder of the West has not disclosed the issue yet, so Elder Yin has gained nothing. Zhu Xuan snorted coldly. In the final analysis, he is still too useless. Why wouldn't he go to that Haoshan Holy Realm? Feng Shi. There is something wrong with what you said. Although the Supreme Elder of the West is not as good as Elder Yin in cultivation, he is not useless. If Elder Yin goes to Haoshan Holy Realm, his whereabouts may be exposed. Besides, if anyone could easily enter the Haoshan Holy Realm, the Haoshan Mirror would have been stolen long ago. But she didn't break up with Zhu Yanhuan, because she knew that Zhu Yanhuan just wanted to have fun. Feng Shi originally wanted to go back to the courtyard, but she didn't expect Elder Mei to send her a message, saying that Qiongqi wanted to see her and had something good for her. Although Feng Shi felt that Qiongqi was not holding back anything good, the benefits brought to his door should not be wasted, so he went to the back mountain humming a ditty. From a distance, she saw Qiongqi waving his claws at her with his big eyes wide open. Xiao Shishi, you're finally here, the bad little cutie. I miss you so much. Feng Shi was too lazy to speak, so she gave Qiongqi a perfunctory gesture. Qiongqi was stunned. What does she mean? Did she mean to say that she could control me? Or is it as easy as crushing an ant to kill me? Does she already know my plan? Can she pinch and calculate? Impossible. I must be thinking too much. She must be bluffing because I have used this trick a lot. Yes, that's it, I can't be fooled. Fang Shi saw Qiongqi's big eyes rolling around, with a slightly panicked look on his face. Although he didn't know why he suddenly became timid, it didn't stop her from following her plan. She first greeted Elder Mei, then looked at Qiongqi. What do you want to give me? When Qiongqi saw that Fang Shi looked at it with a look that was 3/4 arrogant, 3/4 understanding, 3/4 sneering and 1 point careless, it couldn't help but look away, not daring to look at it. Suddenly, he felt that he was too cowardly and could easily arouse Fang Zai's suspicion. He quickly looked at Fang Shi and said with a smile, "Xiao Shishi, I heard that you were going to participate in the selection trial. I was afraid that you would be injured, so I decided to give you a beast armor." Fang Shi asked in confusion, "Beast armor?" This was the first time she heard of this thing. Elder Mei had obviously never heard of it, and there was a look of confusion on his face. On the other hand, Zhu Shihuan clicked his tongue and said, "I didn't expect that there is actually a beast armor in this world. I thought it was just a legend." Fang Shi hurriedly asked, "Grandpa, what is animal armor?" The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 880 Beast Armor. Zhu Yanhuan explained. I have only read relevant records in an ancient book. It is said that some special monsters or monsters can use their own blood to refine armor, which is called beast blood treasure armor. Some people also call it beast armor. It is rumored that the beast armor is very strong, stronger than heaven-level defensive spiritual weapons, and can even withstand the full blow of the divine perfection. In addition, the user can use the original magical power of the beast armor by dripping his heart blood on the beast armor. Although it can only last for a quarter of an hour, it is still very amazing. I just don't know if the beast armor Qiongqi mentioned is the kind I mentioned. If it is this kind of thing, it would be a good thing. Anyone else would have been excited at this moment, but Fang Shi asked, "Grandpa, what are the disadvantages of this beast armor?" She didn't believe that Qiongqi had such good intentions. If it really had good intentions, how could it be guilty? Although it tried its best to act normal, how could it hide it from her, a drama queen? When Zhu Xuan heard Fang Zai's words, he said, "The classics don't record any disadvantages of beast armor. Do you suspect Qiongqi has bad intentions? Otherwise, don't accept it." Fang Shi chuckled, "Of course you have to accept it, even if Qiongqi has bad intentions, this beast armor is indeed a good thing. If I'm really in danger, this thing might be able to save my life. As for Qiongqi's crooked idea, he just needs to take advantage of it." Qiongqi saw Fang Shi looking at it with a smile, neither saying he would accept it nor saying he wouldn't accept it, and the smile froze on his face. "What does stinky girl mean? Did you really guess my plan?" "Probably not." "Ah, it knows. This stinky girl doesn't even know what beast armor is, otherwise she would have lost everything with her greed for money." So, it quickly said, "Xiao Shishi, you may not know what animal armor is. Let me introduce it to you." What Qiongqi said was similar to what Zhu Xuan said, except that it was more exaggerated. Jian Jandu would blow this beast's armor to the limit. Elder Mei was stunned when he heard that. His face was full of envy. After hearing this, Fang Shi curled her lips. "Okay, stop bragging. To put it bluntly, isn't it just a drop of your blood? You are hiding in the barrier and being a coward, how can a drop of your blood make a difference?" Qiongqi, "Well, that's different. This beast armor was refined when I was at the peak of my power. It's the only one in the world. It's definitely a treasure." Fang Shi glanced at it. "Well, since you said so, I will reluctantly accept it." Qiongqi is so angry. Although it did have another purpose, Fang Zai's tone still annoyed it. "I give you something, but you still pick and choose, are you still reluctant? It's so bad to beg for food. Shameless." Although it was half angry in its heart, it did not show it on its face and threw a set of fiery red armor out of the barrier. It is said that the armor is actually like a big red cloth, which is very ugly. Seeing Fang Zai's disdainful expression, Qiongqi hurriedly said, "Beast armor can change its shape according to the will of the person wearing it. If you don't like the current style, you can change it to something you like. How about you try it on now?" Fang Shi said nonchalantly, "I still have things to do, and I don't have enough free time. Let's talk about it then." After saying that, Fang Shi put the beast armor into the storage ring, chatted with Elder Mei for a few more words, and then left. Seeing Fang Shi walking away, Qiongqi rolled his big eyes, showing a proud look. "No matter how good you are, you can't beat me. Still want to take advantage of me? Go dream." Just when it was feeling triumphant, it suddenly froze. Why can't it sense the beast armor? What did the stinky girl do to its beast armor? On the other side, Fang Shi has thrown the beast armor into the Shankan banner. Unless it is absolutely necessary, mushrooms will grow inside. Fang Shi returned to his residence, rested for a while, and then asked his direct disciples to choose the sword formation that suited them to practice, so as not to bite off more than they could chew. While she was watching, Huai Ming Frame came up and said, "Junior sister Fang Shi, although the sword formation you three brothers and sisters used at the forum was not bad, the more people in the sword formation, the more powerful it will be. Otherwise, I will join you too. Let's make a Western sword formation, what do you think?" "Fang Shi, what about your former companions?" Huai Ming Frame scratched his head. "They just happened to choose the 7 luminaries killing formation. I am redundant. 7 companions. We originally chose the 8 desolate burning sun formation, okay. You said you were too stupid to learn this formation, so you had to let us choose the 7-year killing formation. It seems that you are willing to give up your face just to flatter me." Fang Shi thought about it. Anyway, Elder Huai asked her to help take care of Huai Ming Zhen. If the Western sword formation is a Western sword formation, let's use the Western sword formation. When Huai Ming saw that Fang Shi had agreed, he felt so beautiful in his heart. He is definitely the captain's confidant now. After all, we are all teammates together. Even if he can only get one of the Western quotas, he will definitely be one of them. His brain is so good. Jun Wen curled his lips when he saw how his scheme was succeeding. Do you really think your rainbow fart is useful? It's not because your uncle paved the way for you. What kind of ability can you rely on your own elders? I, a gentleman, can rely on no one in the world with my sword. I can make a family tree myself. At this time, Fang Shi asked Huai Ming Frame to practice the Western sword formation, and then asked Jun Wen and Zhu Xuan to improve it. Because it is used by my precious granddaughter, Zhu Huan is particularly concerned about it. In the end, the best of the best was selected and the West Sea Dawn formation was decided. Fang Shi and Jun Wen were the first to master this formation, followed by Jing Yan and Huai Ming Frame at the end. Huai Ming Zhen was a little annoyed. Although he was not the best among the direct disciples of Wu Daopi, he was still considered to be in the upper reaches. But now he is a laggard. No. I have to catch up even if I don't sleep. So Huai Ming Frame practiced day and night, and finally caught up with the progress after a few days. Fang Shi's training was in full swing, and Elder Yin was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Although he visited other Xfeng every day, he never succeeded in stealing questions. Strange. Isn't it possible that the bastard Uncle Jinaxi is not ready to reveal the problem? Not only was he puzzled, but the West Peak Master was also puzzled. Little did they know that the Western Supreme Elders were wary of each other and were worried that the other three would leak more questions, so they decided not to leak it to anyone. Anyway, as long as Wu Dao Peak is eliminated, Xfeng will be able to get more places than the previous competition. If something unexpected happens, it's not too late for them to take action. In the blink of an eye, there is only one day left before the selection trial. Jun Wen and Jing Yan gathered people together to wait for Fang Zai's lecture. Fang Shi glanced at everyone with her hands behind her back, and showed off the captain's score to the fullest. Everyone, the time to test our training results is coming soon. I am very satisfied with your performance during this period, but this is not enough. You are still missing something very important. Everyone looked confused. Something very important. What is meant? Fang Shi curled her lips. What you lack is a magic weapon to win, and that is a shameless spirit. Everyone. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 881. I'll give you a wise saying. Fang Shi looked at the confused expressions on everyone's faces, and her smile became brighter. Do you think I'm joking? Then you are dead wrong. I am serious. You may not be familiar with the situation in our northern territory. Before I joined our Xuanshan sect was always at the bottom of every Western sect competition. But since I entered Xuanshan sect, the other three major sects can only compete for second place. Because the first place must be our Xuanshan sect. What we rely on is the spirit of shamelessness. Only by being shameless can one be fearless, and only by being shameless can one make the most correct decision in any situation. Of course, I can also understand your concerns. After all, you are the direct disciples of Wu Dao Peak, and you are all decent people. But can face be used as food? Can I help you get the qualifications to enter the Haoshan Mirror? No. So you must risk everything and be shameless. What you lose is not your face, but your baggage. When you get the selection qualifications for Haoshan Mirror, your face will naturally come back. Not only is he back, but he is also shining brightly. Luo Chen and others were stunned for a moment after hearing this. They were the proud ones of heaven, and what they cared about most was their face. As a result, Fang Shi now calls face a burden. Are you telling them to be shameless? At this time, Fang Shi said lightly. What, do you think what I said is wrong? Or do you think you can't do it? Let me tell you the bottom line. In addition, Xfeng has formed an offensive and defensive alliance. They will join forces to eliminate us at Enlightenment Peak from the beginning of the selection trial. Even if you learn Jun's swordsmanship, even if you learn the improved sword formation, do you think you can defeat Xfeng together? There was a commotion among the crowd. Although they knew that Xfeng would definitely target them, they never expected that Xfeng would join forces to eliminate them from the start. Jane is despicable and shameless. Jiang Yan had such a bad temper that he immediately cursed. A bunch of cowards. How can one be considered a hero by defeating the few with more? He's a bitch on weekdays, but he didn't expect that he would use such despicable methods behind his back. Everyone else also looked indignant. Fang Shi raised her hand, and everyone shut up even though they were indignant. Is it useful for you to be angry? Will it make the opponent change his mind? Will it change the fate of being eliminated? Obviously not. All you can do is be more shameless than them. This is called fighting fire with fire. Huai Mingzhen, the stooge, knew it was time for him to take the field, and immediately asked, Captain, can you tell us in detail? How can we be so shameless? Fang Shi said with a smile. Come on, I'll teach you some idioms to praise people, sow discord, confuse right and wrong, frame up, find fault with others, stir up trouble, add fuel to the fire, fan the flames. Everyone. It seems like all these words you use are derogatory terms. Are you sure you're using it to compliment others? Seeing that they could not understand what he meant, Fang Shi said to Jun Wen. Fifth senior brother, explain it to them. Jun Wen immediately became energetic. He banged for a long time, and finally said, in a word, I want him to bite the bullet, do you understand? Everyone felt like they understood but they didn't seem to understand. They understood what Jun Wen said, but how to apply the theory to practice. Fang Shi sighed and said to Jiang Yan. Senior brother Jiang, although the five of you often form teams, I heard that another senior brother Ziwei dislikes your reckless personality and wants to find senior brother Mingzhen to form a team. Jiang Yan, is there such a thing? Before he could think about it, Fang Shi said again. Senior brother Jiang, you don't know yet, right? Bailey Hao seems to be taciturn on weekdays, but he actually gossips a lot about you behind your back, forgetting about other things. He actually said that you have a crush on senior brother Luo Chen. Do you think that's too much? Jiang Yan. Bailey Hao. Luo Chen. They seemed to understand how to use those idioms. Others also looked enlightened. Only Huaiming Zhen looked at Jiang Yan with a gossipy face. This Jiang Yan always talked about senior brother Luo on weekdays. He didn't really have a crush on him, right? Jiang Yan noticed his gaze and immediately became furious. If Fang Shi hadn't stopped him, he would have probably beaten Huaiming Frame half to death. Huaiming Zhen sighed. It seemed that his uncle was right. If you want to live a long life, don't meddle in other people's business. Fang Shi also imparted some experiences to everyone, such as if you want to deceive others, deceive yourself first, and as long as you are not embarrassed, others will be the ones. Everyone looked shocked. It turns out it can still be like this. It's okay like Huaiming Frame, but it's not a fuel-efficient lamp in the first place. But for a person like Luo Chen, who is upright and upright, Jian Shou subverts the three views. He felt like he had opened the door to a new world. When Fang Shi finished playing, he let everyone communicate and learn from each other, and then went inside to drink tea and rest. She asked everyone to ask Zhang Wen if they didn't understand something, or they could ask, top student, Huaiming Zhen. As for Jing Yan, forget it, he himself is a bad student. Zhang Wen straightened his back and started to answer questions for everyone with his hands behind his back. He feels the Changsheng sect is really his blessed place. Not only did he create the Zhen family, a hidden family, but he also allowed him to display his talents. Finally, he said to everyone, in addition to being shameless, I will also give you a free quote of wisdom. Everyone stretched their necks and pricked up their ears, waiting for his next words. Zhang Wen cleared his throat, raised his right hand, and roared with great emotion. Believe in Fang Shi and gain eternal life. Everyone. Are you afraid that you are not a fool? You have to say that believing in the Zhen family to gain eternal life is still somewhat credible. As a result, you said that believing in Fang Shi will lead to eternal life. Fang Shi is indeed capable, but she's not exaggerating to the point of guaranteeing our victory, right? When you saw this, you curled your lips. Look at how stupid you are. Anyway, I've given this to you, believe it or not. Huaiming Zhen said in a nonchalant manner. I believe it. Whatever the captain says is true. If you follow her, you will live forever, but you will definitely get a place to enter the Haoshan Mirror. Although Zhang Wen thought his dog-legged appearance was annoying, he had to admit that he was still a very professional sitter. Inside the room, Fang Shi was communicating with Jin Zhu using his spiritual consciousness. To be precise, the golden pig is suing. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 882, Elder Ji is quite a good person. When Fang Shi collected the beast armor before, he asked Jin Zhu and Yao Zhu about the beast armor, but they knew nothing about it. Because their memories are incomplete. The golden pig said in an arrogant tone. Master, although I don't know what Qiongqi's intentions are, but after careful consideration, I feel that it must have bad intentions. Fang Shi raised her eyebrows. Tell me in detail. The beast armor is refined with Qiongqi's blood. Even if Qiongqi gives you the beast armor, I think it can still control the beast armor. Isn't this an obvious attempt to plot against you? I do have a good idea to let him shoot himself in the foot. Master, do you want to hear it? Fang Shi saw that it was showing off, and snorted coldly, if you have something to say it quickly, and if you have anything to say, let it go. I originally wanted to take Kiao's golden pig. It had no choice but to say obediently. Since the beast armor is its passion, and there is still a connection with it, do you think that if you were the first to accept the blood contract, would you accept the Qiongqi one first? Fang Shi. Don't say it, don't say it. Although the golden pig is edible, it has a really good brain. It seems that the stupidest among the ferocious beasts of the West is the blind man named Yongzhu. Yes, there is also chaos, but judging from its name, it is definitely not much smarter. However, Fang Shi is not ready to try the contract yet. After all, this is just a guess and may be risky. Let's talk about it when the time is right. Qiongqi inside the barrier sneezed loudly, his big eyes rolling around. Could it be that smelly girl from Fang Shi scolding me? Snort. Although I don't know what you did to my beast armor, but we'll see. You yellow-haired girls still want to fight with my majestic beast. Just wait to be abused. On the other side, Fang Shi praised the golden pig and rewarded it with 2 black beast cores. The golden pig is so beautiful that its little tail is wagging. The other spiritual pets were fine, but Niu Jian, who was half dead after being struck by lightning, felt sad. The unscrupulous master has changed her mind. It is no longer her favorite. When it was immersed in grief, Fang Shi gave it 5 black beast cores. The wooden sword was instantly resurrected with full health. Master still has me in his heart. Not only is it me, but I am the best and best in the world. As everyone knows, Fang Shi thinks that the selection trial is about to begin. If the wooden sword is still half dead, it will delay things too much, and it must be replenished. Fang Shi also gave beast cores to other spiritual pets, but they were all purple. No one has an opinion, and no one dares to say it. Fang Shi used her spiritual consciousness to check the situation of the little black ball, and then looked at the situation of the swallowing tiger. Seeing that there was nothing abnormal about the two, she ignored them. Niu Jian, on the other hand, said to the little fat bird in a helpless manner, I see the big people have guardians on their left and right, and these 2 will be my guardians from now on. One is the sleeping protector, and the other is the unconscious protector. Little fat bird, just take the loss. Forget about swallowing the fire animal, the little black ball is not easy to mess with. Even if it is sleeping, it might be able to hear what you say, so just wait to be dealt with. As soon as it got dark, Fang Shi asked everyone to go back to their rooms to rest. While they were resting here, Elder Yin was rushing between the West Peaks for fear of missing important news. Unfortunately, still nothing. Elder Yin had no choice but to return in vain. Forget it, let's wait and see if there's anything fishy after the selection trial begins. At dawn the next day, tens of thousands of people gathered in the large square of Wudao Peak. Except for the more than 200 direct disciples who participated in the selection trial, the rest were all inner and outer disciples. They all came to watch the fun. People who eat melons are the most enthusiastic at any time. Many of these people even came in the middle of the night just to get a good seat to eat. In previous years, the quotas for the House and Mirror were allocated first, but this is the first time a selection trial has been held, so it will definitely be interesting. I just don't know which peak can get the most places. As for the least, there is no need to guess, it must be Enlightenment Peak. Many people still want to see the performance of Fang Xi and the others. Although the three of them performed well on the Tao discussion stage before, they have not played against the top direct disciples. All in all, it's a good show. After a while, the elders from each peak arrived one after another, then the Peak Master of the West Peak and Sect Master, and finally the Supreme Elder of the West Peak showed up. Regardless of the character of the Western Supreme Elder, his cultivation and status were there, and he immediately caused a commotion when he appeared on the scene. After Sect Master greeted them, he announced that the selection trial had officially begun. People who eat melons are very curious about the method of selection and trial. Is it a competition on stage? It doesn't look like much. When they were wondering, the elders from the West each took out a palm-sized array disc. Then he started to form seals, and the Western formation disc actually merged together and turned into one formation disc. The array grew in the wind and eventually became as big as a house. Elder Bo said in a deep voice. The 5 peaks will draw lots, stand on the formation plate in order, and enter the trial formation. After drawing lots, Sect Master and Ziwei Peak Master entered in the following order. Qinglong Peak, Duke Peak, White Tiger Peak, Shuanwu Peak and Wudao Peak. Fang Xi glanced at Sect Master and said to herself, luckily you are still the Sect Master, no one else is so lucky. Sect Master Sima was also a little annoyed. The Supreme Elder of the West didn't want to make a fuss about the Lotus Tube. The main reason was that he was not very lucky. Fortunately, Wufeng was teleported to different places, so there was no need to worry about them setting up an ambush. Shen Zhilan stood in the team at Qinglong Peak, glanced at Fang Xi, and a meaningful smile appeared on her face. Fang Xi raised her right hand, made an 8 sign, and said to Shen Zhilan, "You." Shen Zhilan. Before she could react, the array disc opened, and she and a group of Qinglong Peak disciples disappeared. Fang Xi curled her lips. Young man, you still want to mess with my mentality. I can't trick you. After the Qinglong Peak team entered, it was Suzaku Peak, White Tiger Peak and Shuanwu Peak, and finally it was Enlightenment Peak's turn. Fang Xi led a group of disciples from Wudao Peak to stand on top of the array, waiting for it to open. Unexpectedly, Elder Ji said, Fang Xi, you 3 brothers and sisters are not my disciples of the Changsheng sect. Logically speaking, you are not qualified to participate in the selection trial. However, the sect leader strongly recommended it, and it is difficult for us Westerners to refuse. But here's the ugly thing, whatever happens to the 3 of you during the selection trial has nothing to do with our Changsheng sect. If you have no objections, just sign the life and death certificate. Otherwise, please don't participate. After Elder Ji finished speaking, someone took out a certificate of life and death and handed it to Fang Xi. Sect Master Sima was very angry. Of course he knew the intention of Elder Ji's words, which was to force Fang Xi and the others to withdraw from the selection trial. Of course, it is also possible that Elder Ji and Peak Master Han have already made preparations to get rid of Fang Xi and the others during the selection trial. The purpose of life and death is to deal with the Northern Territory in the future. He felt a little unsure, because he could definitely think of Fang Xi, and this girl wouldn't back down, would she? Fang Xi took a look at the status of life and death and said, there is no reason to have 1 copy of the life and death certificate. There must be at least 3 copies. You keep 1, I keep 1, and the guarantor, the sect leader, should keep 1. Elder Ji snorted coldly and immediately had 2 more identical life and death certificates prepared. Fang Xi glanced at it and without saying a word, she signed and pressed her fingerprints. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan saw this and followed suit. Fang Xi put away one of the life and death certificates and thought, whatever happens to the 3 of us during the trial and selection process has nothing to do with the Changsheng sect. Originally, I was a little worried that if I accidentally killed someone during the trial, or got some benefits, the Changsheng sect would come to settle the score with me. Unexpectedly, Elder Ji took the lead and helped me avoid this trouble. This is not a sign of life and death, it is clearly my disclaimer. Elder Ji is quite a good person. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 883. You don't know anything about her methods. When Elder Ji saw Fang Xi signing the life and death certificate, he couldn't help but snort in his heart, this yellow-haired girl really doesn't know how to live or die. Then, the array disc was opened. The figures of Fang Xi and others disappeared. Sect Master Sima was in a state of confusion, but then he thought about it. That girl in Fang Xi was smarter than a monkey. Since she had signed the life and death certificate, she had probably already thought of a way to deal with it. At this time, there was a burst of exclamation from the scene. It turned out that the Supreme Elder of the West opened the huge teleportation wall in the square, and the screen was divided into 5 pieces, with each peak occupying 1 frame of the screen. At this time, the direct disciples who participated in the trial all looked shocked. Because the environment they were in at this time was beyond their imagination, they seemed to be shrunk countless times, or in other words, other things were magnified countless times. Even the grass looks like a towering tree to them. As for the already tall trees, the simple heads are the ones they look up to. They're like ants at this time, and anything around them can easily take their lives. These proud men are the ones who are looked up to by others. The huge gap they feel at this time makes them involuntarily fearful, helpless, and panic. A trace of surprise flashed in Sect Master's eyes. Although the Western Protector Elder was of average character, he did have some abilities. If nothing else, the ingenuity of this trial is truly unexpected. Elder Yin in the dark couldn't help but nodded. That Western bastard didn't seem to be such a waste. The fans thought the same thing, but they soon discovered that one of the 5 teams had an incompatible painting style. Fang Xi is marveling. The Western Protector Elder has such a wonderful idea. This trial environment is so fun. I used to hear people say that one flower makes the world, and I still didn't understand it, but this time I really understand it. Junwen also looked happy. Little junior sister, do you think the things in this formation are real? If it were real, what kind of spiritual fruit would it be if it were as big as a millstone? If we find one, it will be enough for our whole team. Fang Shi immediately said, it's probably not true. It's just an eyesore. In ancient times, people used to draw cakes to satisfy their hunger, but now we look at the formation to quell our cravings. Luo Chen and others were originally a little panicked when they saw the environment in front of them, but when they heard what the two of them said, they couldn't find the feeling just now. Huai Mingzhen even took the time to cut off a grass leaf and smell it. Not to mention, it really smelled like grass. I just don't know if I can eat it. Ellipsis. The crowd immediately started talking. Some people said that Fang Shi had a good mentality and could adjust the mentality of himself and his team members even when faced with difficulties. Some people also said that Fang Shi didn't know what was going on and wasted time instead of quickly planning the next move. The Supreme Elder of the West said nothing. They maintain their own identity and do not express opinions easily. Sect Master Sima and Master Zue didn't say anything. The trial had just begun, and it wasn't time for them to take action yet. At this time, the direct disciples in the trial formation heard a voice that seemed to have traveled through eternity. You are currently in the Jury Forest. The 5 peaks are all located on the edge of the Jury Forest, with different directions. There is a Dingguin tree growing in the center of the Jury Forest. There are 60 Dingguin fruits growing on it. These 60 Dingguin fruits are the 60 qualifications to enter the Haoshan Mirror. As for how much you can get, it depends on your ability. In addition, if your identity jade token is crushed, it means you will be eliminated and you will be sent out of the trial formation. Shi Yuanzhang, the captain of Qinglong Peak, immediately said to his subordinates, let's go find the team at Enlightenment Peak first and eliminate them from the competition before making any plans. The captains of White Tiger Peak, Xuanwu Peak and Suzaku Peak also made similar statements. Anyway, the 5 teams are now on the edge of the sun-chasing forest, so it is not difficult to find the team from Wudao Peak. There was a commotion among the people outside the formation. I just said that Wudao Peak is out of the question. Look, you did what I said, right? In addition, Exafeng made it clear that he would join forces to kill them, and they had no chance of winning. Isn't this Exafeng a bit too authentic? What's not authentic? It's true that you get the spot in the Haoshan Mirror. Besides, in the trial, in addition to competing for cultivation level, there are also strategies. Who told Fang Shi from Wudao Peak not to find someone to form an alliance with? Ellipsis. The Melanitas were talking and looking at the scene of Wudao Peak. At this time, Fang Shi was saying to Luo Chen and others. The quota in Haoshan Mirror is important, but nothing is as important as life, so when you are in danger, don't hesitate to crush the jade token to escape. Don't feel sorry, life is a process of choices, just keep looking forward. When Fang Shi said this, he paused and continued. I calculated with my fingers, and Exafeng must be planning to join forces to eliminate us, and they're probably on their way here. We can't live up to their enthusiasm, so let's prepare some greeting gifts for them. Fang Shi said as he took out a dozen array discs and asked Luo Chen and others to place them in hidden positions. She took out a few more wooden puppets and put them on the clothes of Wudao Peak's direct disciples, spinning them in circles, then waved her little hand, go ahead at full speed. Luo Chen and others did not object at all, and immediately followed Fang Shi towards the center of Jury Forest. People who eat melon. How did Fang Shi know that Exafeng was teaming up to besiege them? No need to ask, because she is smart. This time, Exafeng was trying to be smart but was mistaken. Instead, Wudao Feng took the lead. You can't say that. It's not necessarily a good thing for Wudao Peak to rush ahead, because they will be the first to run into trouble. Not only will their speed be slowed down, but their combat effectiveness will also be lost. When the time comes when Exafeng catches up again, he will be attacked from both sides. Ellipsis. Sect leader Sima also thinks so. Although Fang Zai's move looks good, it may not be a good thing. I just don't know what formation she has placed. It is estimated that it is not a very high-level formation and will not have much effect. A quarter of an hour later, the people from Baihu Peak arrived first. The Melanitas were surprised to find that Huang Baoli, the captain of Baihu Peak, had a sneer on his face. Fang Shi, let me tell you the truth, we at Exafeng have formed an alliance. If you don't want to suffer, just crush your status jade token to spare us the trouble. The Melanitas were all shocked. Is this Huang Baoli hallucinating? Where is Fang Shi? There are only a few puppets spinning around in circles, okay. However, someone soon realized that the people from White Tiger Peak must have been trapped in the illusion formation, so they mistook those puppets for the people from Enlightenment Peak. Is the formation set up by Fang Shi so powerful? Elder Huai watched all this calmly. Fang Shi can even break the no-fly formation in the Enlightenment platform. Isn't it easy to set up an illusion formation? You know nothing about her methods. Continue at 9:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 884. The formation beasts of the Changsheng sect are also good beasts. Elder Huai did not report Fang Zai's breaking of the no-fly formation to Sima sect leader. On the one hand, he also borrowed the light sword to fly up twice, and on the other hand, he did not stop Fang Shi at that time. This is all a crime. Anyway, Fang Shi would restore the no-fly ban to the original state every time, so it wouldn't be a big deal if she said it or not. The less trouble, the better. The direct disciples of Baihu Peak were not vegetarians. Although they fell into the illusory formation, they soon discovered that they had been tricked and quickly found a way to break the formation. After finally coming out of the illusion array, he triggered the 9 heavens and 10 earths bloodlight array. While they were fiddling with the formation, the people from Suzaku Peak arrived. When Yu Waiyu, the captain of Suzaku Peak, saw the scene, his eyes flashed slightly, and he signaled his men to leave here quickly and go after Wu Daofeng's team. As for the people in Baihu Peak, he didn't bother to care. It's best to lose a few people, so that they, Duke Peak, will have a better chance of winning later. He had a good idea, but unfortunately he didn't get far before he activated the formation. Then came Xuanwu Peak, which had almost the same mental journey as Suzaku Peak, and was also trapped in the formation. Qinglong Peak was the last one to arrive. Seeing that they were about to reach the area where Feng Shi would set up an ambush, Shen Jilin said to the captain Shi Yuanzhang. Senior brother Shi, Feng Shi may have guessed our plan, so she may have set up an ambush in advance. We must be more vigilant. Shi Yuanzhang felt that Shen Jilin was too high-minded about Feng Shi and didn't take it seriously at all. Shen Jilin didn't say anything more. Although she was very popular in Qinglong Peak, everyone only thought that she was talented in making talismans, and she just took this opportunity to improve her reputation. Because Shi Yuanzhang did not listen to Shen Jilin's words, Qinglong Peak inevitably fell into the formation. Again, the direct disciples of the Changsheng sect were not vegetarians. Although they were caught off guard by Feng Shi, they all quickly broke out of the formation. Because of being tricked by Feng Shi, both Captain Shi and other direct disciples were very angry. Of course, there are also people who have such a delicate sense of balance in their hearts. For example, Wang Dayu and others were tricked by Feng Shi. Why are we the only ones embarrassed? It's time for you to experience the joy of being dominated by Feng Shi. Huang Baoli, the captain of Baihu Peak, gritted his teeth and said, "It seems we have underestimated the people at Wudao Peak. But it doesn't matter. They may have encountered a formation beast or a formation demon plant now, and they can't run far. Let's chase them now and take care of them." In addition, the captain of Sanfeng thought the same way, so he chased Feng Shi and the others in the direction they left. This time they had more experience, and they were more vigilant during the chase, for fear of falling into the formation set up by Feng Shi again. But this time, Feng Shi and the others were indeed in trouble. In front of them stood a dozen giant ants. They say they're ants, but to Feng Shi and the others, they look like elephants. These ants are all in the early stage of becoming gods. If they fight, Feng Shi will still be very confident. After all, the trial has just begun and is not very difficult. But Feng Shi was not prepared to do it forcefully, because it would be a waste of time. She is ready to fight the ants with her tongue. She looked at the dozen big ants and sighed, "We really have the same fate." The dozen or so big ants were about to start a fight, but they were stunned when they heard Feng Zai's words. "What do you mean?" Feng Shi sighed again, "Although I don't know if you can understand it, I want to tell you that you are not real monster beasts but formation beasts. We are the team that came in for the trial. There are 5 teams in total, and the other West branch is joining forces to hunt us down. You are destined to become the victims of the trial, and we are also destined to become the stepping stones for the other Western teams, so we are all the targets of bullying. You are even more pitiful than us. Look at the comparison of our strengths, you will definitely die in the end. But what sin do you have? Why should we bear this? This is so unfair." The dozen or so big ants were stunned for a moment. They were formation beasts with limited intelligence and could not fully understand what Feng Shi said. But when they saw the little girl in front of them, her face was full of compassion, and her eyes even turned red. She didn't look like a bad person. Therefore, they have no next move. Feng Shi continued. "I am the most soft-hearted person and I can't stand this at all. I can also understand your instinct, which is to hunt down human beings. How about this? Let me give you a tip. Your ant family is the largest. There can't be only a dozen or so of you ants. You hurry up and get rid of people. It's better to go out in full force. In this way, those people behind will be your meal. Either be killed by us, or become a majestic hunter. How do you choose? You are all smart ants, you will definitely choose the latter, right? In return, how about you let us pass?" When Feng Shi said these words, she silently turned on the light of the scent. Regardless of whether it has any effect, use it first and then talk about it. In addition, she was already prepared for the failure of her lobbying. When the time came, she would take out 2 sacks of talismans and strive for a quick victory. As for the cost, just ask Sima Sect Master for reimbursement at that time. Sima Sect leader outside the formation had an itchy nose and wanted to sneeze. For the sake of his image as a sect leader, he endured it. He thought to himself that Feng Shi was really whimsical. Her words might be useful if told to others. How could the formation beast agree to her conditions with its limited intelligence? Others thought so too. At this moment, the dozen or so large ants made way for a passage, signaling to Feng Shi and the others that they could leave. Everyone. Those big ants actually agreed. How can this be? Feng Shi didn't expect it to go so smoothly. It seems that not only the Changsheng sect are good people, but even the formation beasts of the Changsheng sect are also good beasts. She hurriedly hugged her fists, and then rushed away with the confused Luo Chen and others. Before leaving, Feng Shi kindly reminded the big ants not to block the road. It would be better to hide in the grass leaves and set up an ambush, so as to give the prey a fatal blow. After Feng Shi and the others left, the big ants began to shake the tentacles on their heads crazily. Shaking the ants. A steady stream of large ants gathered over. They did not stand on the ground, but as Feng Shi said, they hid in the huge grass leaves to cover their bodies. At this time, the Exafeng alliance is here. They came with arrogance beyond compare. They came with the confidence to win. Feng Shi. The direct disciples of Wudao Peak. Prepare for our vicious revenge. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 885 Feng Shi has to deal with you. The captain of Exafeng felt a fire in his heart and was eager to prove himself. Especially Shi Yuanzhang, the captain of Qinglong Peak, he didn't follow Shen Jilin's advice before and fell into the pit designed by Feng Shi. He felt a little embarrassed on his face. In addition, he also took a high look at Shen Jilin. It seems that junior sister Jilin is not only talented in making talismans, but she is also not simple in strategy. Others in Qinglong Peak had the same idea. Some of his direct disciples had a good impression of Shen Jilin, but now they were even more attentive. Shen Jilin enjoyed this feeling very much. Ever since Fang Shi arrived at Changsheng Sect, everything has gone wrong for her, but this nightmare will soon be over. Fang Shi, your death has come. She didn't even have to do it herself to kill that bitch Fang Shi. Those people at Duke Peak are the best weapons. Everyone had their own thoughts, but none of them paid attention to the people at Wudao Peak. After all, they had an absolute advantage. The people at Wudao Peak have the only fate of being eliminated. Just when they were full of confidence, there was a sudden sound of something breaking. Everyone couldn't help but follow the sound and looked over, and saw a grass leaf broken, and a big ant fell from it. The big ant was very upset. Why are the grass leaves where other ants hide intact, but only its grass leaves are broken? Is it because it's too fat? However, the people of the West Peak Alliance have already entered the encirclement, so it doesn't matter if it falls. The people from the Xfeng Alliance were stunned for a moment when they saw the big ant, but they didn't take it to heart. It's just an ant in the early stage of becoming a god. Any one of them can easily deal with it. A direct disciple curled his lips. Just an ant. Isn't the difficulty of this trial too low? Isn't this ant lagging behind? Someone immediately said, it's really possible that they're lagging behind. Maybe other ants are besieging Fang Shi and the others in front. We quickly got rid of this ant, and then eliminated those people from Wudao Peak, so that we could quickly win the Dongwin fruit. Shen Zhilan's eyes flashed slightly and she said proactively, I'll deal with this ant. It doesn't matter that Fang Shi is a captain. She wants to use this selection trial to win the favor of Xfeng's direct disciples and take them for her own use. Seeing that no one raised any objection, Shen Zhilan summoned the Feihong sword and stabbed the big ant. The big ant dodged easily. It couldn't help but feel contempt in its heart, but it didn't expect that Shen Zhilan's move was just to attract its attention. The real killing move was the blood spell-binding talisman in his hand. The big ant was immediately unable to move, and its spiritual power was constantly dissipating. Shen Zhilan's admirers immediately cheered. Junior Sister Zhilan, well done. Junior Sister Zhilan's talisman-making skills are getting better and better. The blood curse-binding talisman is very complicated. Not only did Junior Sister Zhilan make it, it's also of top quality. Junior Sister Zhilan was brave and resourceful and won the victory easily. Ellipsis. Shen Zhilan didn't show it on her face, but she was very proud in her heart. The blood curse-binding talisman was indeed difficult to make, but she had a secret. She added the blood of the eight-tailed snow fox into the ink. The eight-tailed snow fox is a fairy beast, and its blood naturally has miraculous effects. As for the consequences of the eight-tailed snow fox being frequently bled, it was not within her scope at all. Anyway, the eight-tailed snow fox is already useless in her opinion, so it might as well become her Fumo blood bank. Just when she was proud, there was a rustling sound all around, and then countless large ants jumped out from the grass leaves. Their eyes are red, full of bloodthirsty madness. In the past, they were the lowest level in the Sun by Sun Forest, but now they are the top hunters. These prey will be their meal. Both Shen Zhilan and the people from the Xfeng Alliance were all frightened. Why are there so many big ants? Isn't this selection trial just beginning? Why did the first game come to a hell difficulty level? But they can't think too much now, because the ants have already pounced on them, and they will die if they're not careful. No one dares to take it lightly, and we all try our best. Judging from the cards, the people of the West Peak Alliance have higher cultivation levels, but the number of giant ants is superior, especially since they can spray corrosive venom, so the two sides are evenly matched. As the battle progressed, people continued to be injured and even took the initiative to crush the jade tokens to save their lives and were teleported out of the formation. Outside of the formation, the melon-eating masses have long been furious. Everyone was so excited that their faces were red and their necks were thick, and they were talking enthusiastically. Brothers, I have learned a lot today. I thought I was eliminated from the Enlightenment Summit, but I didn't expect that the unlucky one was the Xfeng Alliance. Isn't that right? The formations that Fang Shi deployed previously deceived the Xfeng Alliance, and now these big ants have deceived the Xfeng Alliance even more. That Shen Zhilan even took the initiative to ask for help, looking like she was sure of winning. It really made me laugh to death. Ellipsis. Although most of them are from Xfeng, how can Qigui care about this? Besides, those direct disciples were usually aloof and arrogant, but now that they were defeated, these melon-eating people felt secretly happy. Should. Live it. Call you crazy. Did you get your comeuppance this time? Fang Shi has to take care of you. The melon-eating people were quite happy, but the peak master of Xfeng looked very ugly. On the one hand, they secretly hated the disciples for being useless, and on the other hand, they complained about the Supreme Elder of the West. What kind of formation-breaking method are you talking about? Why would the formation beast listen to Fang Zai's words? Besides, isn't the number of array beasts fixed? Those ants will shake people if they say shake them. A huge nest of ants actually came here. Is your formation too realistic? There was nothing unusual on the face of the Supreme Elder of the West, but in his heart he felt like he had seen a ghost. Obviously there were only 16 giant ants set up, but where did the other ants come from? What went wrong? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 886, Monster Insect Gathering. Half an hour later, the people from the Xfeng Alliance finally eliminated the ant colony. However, they also paid a price. Not counting those who were injured, Qinglong Peak eliminated 6 people, White Tiger Peak eliminated 3 people, Suzaku Peak eliminated 3 people, and Xuanwu Peak eliminated 2 people. The reason why Qinglong Peak eliminated the most people was because when Shen Zhilan was fighting the first big ant, her admirers stood at the front to cheer her up. As a result, they bore the brunt of the ant colony's revenge. The captain of Qinglong Peak, Shi Yuanzhang, looked very ugly, but he did not express his anger at Shen Zhilan. After all, she had good intentions when she took the initiative. Just because he doesn't express his anger doesn't mean that others don't express their anger, it's just that no one speaks out. After the West captain counted the number of people, he discussed the next step. Huang Baoli, the captain of Baihu Peak, said doubtfully. Logically speaking, these big ants should ambush Fang Shi and the others. Why are they coming at us? Have Fang Shi and the others already been eliminated? The captain of Suzaku Peak, Yu frowned. This possibility is very small, because there are no traces of fighting here. Could it be that Fang Shi and the others took a detour? Zhu Jiyun, the captain of Shrine Peak, said immediately, "You are right, they should have taken a detour to avoid being caught up by us. I just don't know which direction they went, so it's not easy to judge at the moment." King Long Peak Captain Shi Yuanzhang gritted his teeth and said, "No matter which direction they go, they will definitely rush to the center in the end. Why don't we rush on our way now and wait and see when the time comes? As for our West Peak, it won't be too late to discuss the merits after we get rid of the Enlightenment Peak." His words were agreed by the other three, who continued to travel along the existing route, striving to reach the center as quickly as possible. They are very confident in this, because with the power of Jixi Peak, they can easily pass the trials on the road, certainly much faster than Enlightenment Peak. At this time, Fang Shi was leading Luo Chen and others to fly all the way. Luo Chen and others have not yet recovered from what happened just now. Their captain just said a few words and brought them here. Not only did he successfully pass the level, but he also joined the Xfeng Alliance. They can all imagine how surprising the West Peak Alliance will be. They're allied with Xfeng, and our captain is allied with the Formation Beast. The captain is such a strange person. It's just that this trick can only be used once, and then you still have to rely on real swords and guns. What Huai Mingzhen was concerned about was, why did Fang Shi and Zhun Wen run so fast? Forget about the captain, he secretly transformed into a god at a glance. Zhun Wen is just a nascent soul, why can he run so fast? Could it be Zhun's unique skill? While everyone was running, Fang Shi suddenly stopped. Everyone also stopped quickly. Fang Shi stared at the tall grass not far away and said calmly, "Stop hiding, I saw you, come out." Luo Chen and others opened their eyes wide but did not find anything. Finally, they let go of their spiritual consciousness to search and found the clue. There were dozens of big green grasshoppers lying on those grass leaves, but they were exactly the same color as the grass leaves, so it was hard to spot them. Seeing that they were discovered, the big grasshoppers waved their wings and circled above everyone's heads, making a sharp chirping sound. The chirping sound made everyone's consciousness feel a faint pain. Needless to say, these big grasshoppers are good at sound attacks. Luo Chen and others were all ready for battle. Although these big grasshoppers could fly, their flying height was limited, so they were sure of victory. Just when they were getting ready to go, Fang Shi took out the recording stone, and an infectious voice suddenly sounded from the scene. Wow 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 wow. The big grasshoppers that were still buzzing soon became buzzing tilde buzzing tilde tilde buzzing. Everyone miraculously found that the discomfort in their spiritual consciousness disappeared. Damn these big grasshoppers, they're out of tune. The big grasshoppers tried their best to find the original tune, but the sound of the suona was so contagious that they couldn't adjust it. They were so angry that they wanted to besiege Fang Shi. Zhun Wen suddenly shouted, "Protect the captain." Immediately, Fang Shi was protected by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Huai Ming Frame even shouted, "If you have the ability, come to me. Don't hurt our captain." Zhun Wen immediately rolled his eyes. "You sycophant," Fang Shi said to those big grasshoppers. "Do you know why the big ants in front didn't fight us? Because they knew that we were just bait, and the ones behind were the main force. Once they start fighting with us and the people behind us come up, they will be dead. The same is true for you. If you fight with us now and both sides suffer, you will be dead when our main force arrives." The big grasshoppers flashed suspicious looks. These people were not injured, and they probably did not fight the big ants in front of them. Could it be that what she said was true? Fang Shi continued, "Do you know why I'm telling you this? Because I think it's unfair. Why should we be used as bait? Who doesn't know that bait is the most dangerous thing? So I want to take revenge on those people. Why don't you go and shake people now? If you can't shake that many companions, you can shake other monster insects. For example, butterflies, spiders, scorpions, ladybugs, whatever, there is meat for everyone to eat. Let me tell you all, those people are all white and fat, and they're delicious. If you miss this opportunity, you will feel regretful not only in this life, but also in the next life. Time is running out, so I won't say any more to you. Hurry up and shake people." We left first so they wouldn't get suspicious. Fang Shi said and winked at everyone, who protected her and ran away. Although Luo Chen and others were running with their legs, their minds were already confused. They thought that the same trick could only be used once, but in the blink of an eye, their captain taught them a vivid lesson. With their captain, even the same tricks can tell the difference. Correct. There is also the sound of suona. I heard that when the captain's representative followed the master of the Western family to come to Master Han Fang to settle accounts, he was playing the suona at the gate of the Changsheng Sect. The captain is really versatile. The most important thing is that those big grasshoppers are likely to shake the insects, as the captain said. You can imagine how miserable the Xfeng Alliance will be. They now seem to understand what Zhun Wen said. Believe in Fang Shi and you will have eternal life. As long as you follow the captain, you will win. You don't have to do anything, just obey. Huai Mingzhen felt that he, a shill, should come out and say a few words, so he said with admiration, "Captain, I've learned a lot today. You are so awesome. You have passed 2 levels without spending a single soldier. You are the only one in the world who can do it." Fang Shi shook his head. "That's wrong. Although I didn't waste a single soldier, I also paid a heavy price. In order to disturb those big grasshoppers, I threw a recording stone on the ground when I left. To buy a new one, it would cost hundreds of spiritual stones." Huai Ming Frame and others, what a heavy price. By the time the grasshoppers regained their composure, Fang Shi and the others had already disappeared. However, the sound of woo-woo-wah continued. They took a closer look and found out that Fang Shi had dropped the recording stone on the ground when he ran away. It is precisely because the sound of the suona interferes with the thinking ability of the big grasshoppers that their reaction is half a beat slow. The big grasshoppers were so angry that they chewed up the recording stone. The sound of the Suona disappeared. They thought it would be too frustrating if they did nothing, so they might as well recruit helpers as the stinky girls said and eat all the fat and white people behind. So, one after another began to call friends. After a while, countless demonic insects gathered towards the side. These demonic insects come in different colors, some fly, some crawl, and some emerge from the ground. It's a gathering of all kinds of demonic insects. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 887. I kind of like this tone. The face of the Exafeng Peak Master outside the formation turned green. They have already foreseen the tragic end of the disciples. They couldn't bear it anymore and looked at the Supreme Elder of the West with grief and anger. Where are you from? The Supreme Elder of the West. It's useless for you to look at us. We don't know what's going on. The only thing to blame is that the formation we refined is too advanced. Compared with the reality, the degree of restoration is too high. Westerners simply look at their eyes, nose, mouth, and heart, and don't even look at the Western Peak Master. Sect Master Sima relied on his strong self-control to prevent himself from laughing. What a loss to Fangxi. I thought that this trial to select them for the Enlightenment Summit would be miserable, but I didn't expect that the Exafeng Alliance would be miserable now. The key is that their Wudao Peak didn't use any moves at all, they only relied on Fang Zai's mouth. Elder Yin in the dark was stroking his beard and smiling. You are indeed my good disciple. No one else can learn such a damaging move in 3 lifetimes. If Sima Shaya had such ability, you wouldn't have to live a useless life. If Shaoxi had been the leader of the clan, you would have made those bastards obedient long ago. But this time, the melon-eating people were also talking about it. Fangxi is too bad. But I kind of like this tune. What's going on? You don't like her tone, you just watch the fun and don't mind it. The people in the West Peak Alliance must be in bad luck again. I can't bear to see it. There's nothing to be ashamed of, they asked for it. These monsters were originally prepared for the people at Enlightenment Peak, but they insisted on eliminating Enlightenment Peak at the beginning, so they went to their route. If you put it this way, could it be that the Supreme Elder of the West deliberately increased the difficulty of Wudao Peak, but did not expect to deceive the people of the West Peak Alliance? Ellipsis. The Supreme Elder of the West almost became angry when he heard these last words. Are you blind? The formation beasts that Fangxi and the others encountered at the beginning were obviously normal in terms of number and grade. It was entirely because of Fang Zai's saucy operation that things went awry. What a sway, what a gathering of demons and insects. It has nothing to do with us at all. However, given their status, it is difficult for them to defend themselves. We can only hope that the Exafeng Alliance can gain some energy and regain their face as soon as possible. The disciples of the Exafeng Alliance knew nothing about this. Each of them worked hard to reach the center of Jury Forest as soon as possible. It's just that the Western team is very secretive, and no one wants to be at the front. Because when there is danger, those at the front will surely suffer first. Finally, the Western captain decided to take turns so that no one would suffer. They learned from the previous lessons and were more vigilant as they hurried on. When it was King Longpeak's turn, Shen Jilin rushed to the front in order to save her image. Her move won a lot of favor, even those disciples who were dissatisfied with her before felt that she had been wrongly blamed. At this moment, Shen Jilin frowned and stopped. Captain Shi Yuanzhang, who was not far from her, also stood there. The others didn't leave when they saw this, and looked at the two of them in confusion. Just when everyone was confused, Shen Jilin threw out several talismans one after another, and several caterpillars covered with poisonous stings fell from the grass blades. At this time, these caterpillars had been injured by the talisman and lost most of their combat effectiveness. Shen Jilin's admirers began to praise her again. Junior Sister Jilin is so alert. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have discovered these caterpillars. Junior Sister Jilin is not only alert, but she is also very good at using talismans. She wiped out these caterpillars with just a few talismans. No wonder Junior Sister Jilin dares to walk in the front, she is indeed amazing. Ellipsis. Shen Jilin was about to say a few humble words when there was a buzzing sound above her head. She looked up and saw a group of large grasshoppers flying in from nowhere and hovering above their heads. Huang Baoli, the captain of Baihu Peak, shuddered, "These grasshoppers are good at sound attacks, everyone, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, several more colorful butterflies flew out of the surrounding grass. As they flapped their wings, colorful powder fell down. Huang Baoli shouted again, "Hold your breath, their powder is poisonous and will cause hallucinations." But it's too late. Several disciples who were close to the butterfly had inhaled the powder, and all of them suddenly became crazy, and even started killing each other. Zhu Zhiyuan, the captain of Xuanwu Peak who was closest to them, was furious. He stepped forward, pulled off the jade identity tags from their waists, and crushed them all into pieces. As the jade token was crushed, the disciples were also teleported out of the formation. Zhu Zhiyuan did this to save their lives. Huang Baoli said to everyone, "Everyone, hold on. The main attack methods of these two monster insects are sound attack and poisonous powder. As long as we take more precautions, it is not difficult to get rid of them." When he said this, everyone felt a little calmer and quickly took control of the situation. Just when they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, several more ladybugs and dragonflies flew out from the grass blades. Everyone's hearts tightened. Before they had time to think about it, they noticed something strange under their feet. The next moment, several earthworms as thick as buckets jumped out of the ground. Everyone panicked for a while, and now they couldn't care about anything else, they just wanted to run for their lives. As for the Exafeng Alliance, no one from Lianfeng can care about it at this time, let alone other peaks. Fortunately, Captain West was still calm, and with his sharp voice, he stabilized the morale of the army. Although these demonic insects are numerous in number, their attack methods are very simple. As long as they are dealt with in a targeted manner, it is only a matter of time before they win. For 2 full hours, the talents of the Exafeng Alliance successfully escaped. They got out of trouble, and they paid a heavy price again. King Long Peak eliminated 8 people, Duke Peak eliminated 5 people, Shrine Peak eliminated 5 people, and White Tiger Peak eliminated 3 people. Dozens of people were injured. How arrogant they were before, how frustrated they are now. This is completely different from what they imagined before entering the battle. Originally they thought they could easily eliminate Wudao Peak as soon as they entered, but now they didn't even see the shadow of Wudao Peak, but they lost all their troops. What a hell. Zhu Jiwen, the captain of Shrine Peak, frowned and said, "Is this route more difficult than other routes?" Hearing his words, the other 3 captains looked thoughtful. Could it be that the Supreme Elder of the West deliberately made the difficulty of Enlightenment Peak higher, and they were unlucky because of the accident? The more I thought about it, the more I realized that this was the case. The Westerners made a decisive decision and changed the direction of travel to avoid making the same mistake again. Many people were relieved to see them change course. The Supreme Elder of the West was also among them. Although they didn't do anything, they couldn't stop Fang Shi from interfering in it. It's good this time, the West Peak Alliance has changed its direction, Fang Shi can't trick them anymore, and the West Peak Master won't look at them with sad and angry eyes. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 888 Fang Xi's Mount is Unique 1. When the Exafeng Alliance was besieged by demonic insects, Fang Shi and the others were on their way together. I don't know if it was because the monster insects on the road were shaken away by the big grasshopper, but anyway, they encountered no obstacles. Luo Chen and the others were very satisfied. This was much better than they had imagined. They thought they would have to deal with the siege of Exafeng with difficulty as soon as they entered the battle, but until now, no one from the Exafeng Alliance could even catch up with them. However, Fang Shi was not satisfied. Because walking is too tiring. But her spiritual pets either cannot see the light or are not suitable to be used as mounts here. It seems that they can only use local materials. If I had known this, I should have fooled the big grasshopper just now. How fun it was to jump up and down. Therefore, she was hoping that a monster or insect would block the way soon so that her legs could be freed. So when she noticed that a monster seemed to be blocking her way, she laughed out loud. You really get what you want. Just seeing those monsters blocking the road, a smile froze on her face. Because what's blocking the road is a group of hedgehogs. How can this thing be used as a mount? If you sit on it, you're afraid that if you don't make the first connection, you'll be pierced. She had a look of disgust on her face. Look at the thorns on your body and you have the nerve to come out and block the road. Get out. Another monster comes over. Those hedgehogs. What happened to our thorns? Is it unreasonable for us to have thorns? Or are you not jealous of us? The hedgehogs were immediately furious and all rushed towards Fang Shi. Fang Shi pursed her lips, and Luo Chen and others rushed forward. Although she can use the talisman, it's time fathers to warm up. Otherwise, you will sit back and enjoy the song without any sense of participation. Besides, she also wanted to see the results of these days of training. Luo Chen and others were already eager to try it, and they were all lively and roaring. Fang Shi was watching from behind with her hands behind her back. Zheng Wen and Jing Yan were protecting her on the left and right, while Huai Mingzhen was gesticulating in front with his spiritual sword to show that he was protecting the captain. It's not that he's timid, who makes him and the captain a sword-fighting partner. If she doesn't go up, he won't give the captain face if he goes up. Outside the formation, many people exclaimed. Because Luo Chen and others all use Zheng's sword technique. Not only that, the sword formations they use are also new. To be precise, it is an improved sword formation. The face of the West Peak Master is even more ugly. Fang Shi is so generous. He actually gave Zheng's sword technique and improved sword formation to Wudao Peak. Even the Supreme Elder of the West looked stunned for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Because they believe that although there are some accidents, the final result will not change. Elder Huai looked at it with his hands behind his back, a look of great comfort on his face. Mingzhen, this kid is quite like me back in the day. When I was still a direct disciple, I could see that the sect leader had an unlimited future, so I followed him all the way, and that's how I got my current status. Assessing the situation is also a skill. But this time, within the formation, Luo Chen and others had the absolute upper hand, and the hedgehogs had no power to resist. Fang Shi said while eating melon seeds. Don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless, because you were covered with thorns. If there were no thorns, I would take you as my mounts. Hearing Fang Xi's words, the largest hedgehog squeaked very urgently, and the look it looked at Fang Shi seemed to indicate that it had something to say. Fang Xi's heart moved and she said, everyone, stop it first. Luo Chen and others didn't know why, but they still stopped. Fang Shi looked at the big hedgehog. What do you want to say? Hedgehog, squeak, 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 squeak. Fang Xi's eyes flashed slightly. You want to be my mount? Hedgehog, squeak. Fang Shi clicked her tongue and said, it's good that you have this intention, but how can I sit down with your thorns? Do you want me to experience what it means to feel like sitting on pins and needles? The big hedgehog shook his head hurriedly, and then squeaked a few times at the hedgehog next to him. The hedgehog was stunned for a moment, and then started to use its mouth to pull out the quills of the big hedgehog. In the blink of an eye, the big hedgehog had a bald patch on his back. Fang Shi. You worked hard to be my mount. You are so sincere, I am embarrassed to refuse you. Is it really okay to just use a hedgehog as a mount? There is no second one in the world, right? But there is no other choice right now, so just make do with it. Wait until you find the right one before switching. Thinking of this, she said, okay, don't pull it out, it's enough. The big hedgehog breathed a sigh of relief, then began to chirp again. Fang Shi glanced at it. Do you want me to let your companion go? The big hedgehog nodded desperately. Fang Shi thought for a while, okay, I'm a good person, so I will help you. The big hedgehog squeaked excitedly, and then squeaked at the other hedgehogs. The hedgehogs also started to chirp one after another, and Fang Shi felt as if she had fallen into a mouse hole. After a while, the hedgehogs turned around and walked away, leaving only the big bald hedgehog. Fang Shi tried to make a contract, but unfortunately it didn't work out. After all, it is a formation beast, so it is normal to not succeed. Fang Shi didn't care too much. She had many ways to control the monsters, and it didn't necessarily require a contract. Fang Shi sat on the back of the big hedgehog and felt that it was very good. At least the field of view is much wider than before. She reached out and touched the thorns around her. She thought it would be good to use a hedgehog as a mount. In an emergency, she could also pull out the thorns around and use them as hidden weapons. Thank you to heaven, thank you to earth, and thank you to the Supreme Elder of the West for your selfless gift. Luo Chen and others were dumbfounded. The captain actually tamed a hedgehog as a mount. Let's not talk about whether it is normal or not to conquer the formation beast. The key point is, who in the right mind would ride a hedgehog? Fang Shi didn't care what they thought. She waved her little hand. Set off. Logically speaking, this scene should be very majestic, but the hedgehog's back is surrounded by thorns except where Fang Shi is sitting. She is just like the prisoner in the prison car. How funny it looks. Luo Chen and others did not dare to laugh, and ran obediently behind the prison car. Fang Shi said to them, you don't have to worry. When you encounter the formation beasts again, I will catch a few more so that you can experience the feeling of flying. Luo Chen and others said that only this big hedgehog can bend and stretch, and other formation beasts are not so easy to talk to. But no matter what, the captain still thinks of them, and the captain is so kind to them. Many people are silently thinking in their hearts, believe in Fang Shi and you will have eternal life. This sentence is so true. Everyone outside the formation looked at this scene, and they were all dumbfounded. Fang Shi, you are so awesome. Using a hedgehog as a mount. You are truly unique, unprecedented and unprecedented. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 889 Jury Forest is so big, it wants to see it. What shocked the melon-eating crowd even more was that the big hedgehog did not hesitate to serve as a mount for Fang Shi for the sake of its companions. Is it so intelligent? The formation of the Supreme Elder of the West is comparable to the ancient formation. The Supreme Elder of the West fell into confusion. Are they so powerful? There was a commotion outside the array, but it was peaceful inside the array. Of course, only the Enlightenment Peak side is experiencing peace and quiet. Besides, Exafeng is gnashing his teeth and hurried on, thinking only of reaching the central area as soon as possible. Soon, they encountered the first wave of monsters after changing their route, which was also a group of hedgehogs. The number was the same as that encountered by Fang Shi and the others. However, the total number of people in Exafeng was much greater than that of Wudao Peak, and they killed the group of hedgehogs in only half a quarter of an hour. Qinglong Peak Captain Shi Yuanzhang smiled and said, everyone, although we were delayed a bit before, we have the advantage in numbers and can easily pass the remaining levels. It won't take long to catch up with the progress of Enlightenment Peak. Others had the same idea and felt very happy. It's not that they don't have the ability, it's that the levels they encountered before were too difficult. It seems that the Supreme Elder of the West has indeed increased the difficulty of the route to Wudao Peak. At this time, the people from Wudao Peak who were worried about them were running behind the prison car. Fang Shi was bored, so he took a wooden sword and carved 6 words on a thorn of the big hedgehog. Fang Shi is here for a visit. The big hedgehog is so angry. You just sat down and you still carved words. Why don't you have any sense of morality? Sooner or later I have to pull out this thorn. When it was getting upset, Fang Shi patted its back with her hand, and it stopped immediately. I was wondering, why did this pervert let it stop? Don't you want to use it as a mount? Just as I was thinking about it, I felt a stinging pain on my back. It turned out that Fang Shi had pulled out the thorn on which the words were engraved. The big hedgehog was in pain and angry, but then he thought about it, this thorn was its shame, it might as well be removed. When it was thinking wildly, Fang Shi smashed the thorn in his hand forward, and several monsters suddenly jumped out of the grass in front. The big hedgehog subconsciously took 2 steps back, because those monsters were jackals with flaming golden eyes. The flaming golden-eyed jackal is ferocious in nature, and its cultivation is 1 level higher than it, so it is not something it can provoke. The big hedgehog was scared, but Fang Shi was very excited. Because the flaming golden-eyed jackal looks so good looking. The fiery red fur looks like fire, coupled with the golden pupils, it looks festive. No matter how you look at it, it is a perfect mount. The group of flaming golden-eyed jackals saw that the big hedgehog had become the human race's mount, and they immediately let out a sharp scream. Fang Shi couldn't understand it, but the big hedgehog could. They called it a weakling and the scum of beasts. The big hedgehog wished he could ball up into a ball, it was so embarrassing. Fang Shi said lightly, hedgehog, relax, they will make the same mistake as you soon. When the big hedgehog heard this, the first thought that came to his mind was, are you going to give up after all? When it reacted, it wished it could hit it to death. Shouldn't it be happy that it is about to be liberated? Why are there still some regrets? It must be because it had a lot of thorns pulled out, it lost too much blood, and its brain is not working properly. While it was undergoing complex psychological activities, the group of jackals roared at Fang Shi. You stupid human being. You actually want us to be your mounts like hedgehogs. You are so wishful thinking. Fang Shi said slowly. You are so excited, it seems you are willing to be my mount. Jackals. You call this excitement? Is this called anger? The jackals immediately wanted to attack. Fang Shi raised his hand. Wait a minute, listen to what I have to say. It's not too late to take action after listening. The jackals didn't want to hear what Fang Shi said, but Fang Shi took out a large sack from the storage ring, took out stacks of talismans and stringed them on the thorns of the big hedgehog. Fang Shi sighed. There are too many heaven-level talisman seals. They have been a little damp after being left for a long time. I will dry them in the sun. Jackals. Are you threatening us? Did the human race develop so fast? Are all the heavenly talismans and seals packed in sacks? Fang Shi said while showing off the talisman seal, do you know why the big hedgehog is willing to be a mount for me? He even doesn't hesitate to make himself bald. Big hedgehog. You don't need to say the last sentence at all. The jackals thought to themselves, is there any need to ask? He must be greedy for life and afraid of death. Fang Shi said slowly. Do you think it is greedy for life and afraid of death? Then you are totally wrong. Although the big hedgehog's cultivation is not very good, he still has a lot of backbone and will not compromise just to save his life. The big hedgehog was almost moved to tears. It turns out that perverts can also speak human language. Fang Shi continued. The reason why it became my mount was because it wanted to see places it had never set foot on, to see monsters it could only look up before, and to see the legendary wind fruit tree. In short, Juri Forest is so big, it wants to see it. The next chapter will be around 9:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 890, Junior Sister, she is the light of the human race. As soon as Feng Zai's words came out, let alone the jackals, even the big hedgehog was confused. Didn't I become your mount to save my companions? Does what you are talking about have anything to do with me? But it sounds like it's quite impressive. So it made no sound and listened quietly to Feng Zai's nonsense. The jackals think the big hedgehog is sick. Wouldn't it be better to stay in your own territory? Does it matter to you whether Juri Forest is bigger or not? You're a loser. What does this stinky girl mean by telling us this? Do you think we want to see it too? We don't have the time to spare. If you have that kind of skill, you might as well show off a few more bites of meat. As a result, they became agitated and even tried to take a few steps forward. There was no trace of panic on Feng Zai's face, and she sighed quietly. It seems that I have overestimated you. You know nothing about your own destiny. You don't think you are really a monster, do you? You are just formation beasts. Your existence is nothing but a grindstone for us. I feel so sad for you all. Your life is so short and so confused. Even if you are not killed by us, you will turn into nothingness when the formation is closed. There is no place to come from in life, no destination to go in death, not even a trace can be left behind. It is precisely because the big hedgehog has understood this that he wants to experience more excitement in his short life, at least not living in vain. It will see many high-level monsters that it has never seen before, see the climbing cloud tree that it has never thought of, see the confrontation between the geniuses of our human race, and even more, see the wisdom of the light of the human race. The jackals were stunned. The big hedgehog was also shocked. Luo Chen and others looked dull. To say the least, it had to be Zheng Wen. When others were confused, he immediately said to the jackals. You must be curious about who the light of the human race is, right? Now it's up to me, Gentleman Yi Jianchan Chiawen, to reveal the answer. My little junior sister is the light of the human race. The light of the human race is my little junior sister. It is your blessing that you can get the guidance from my little junior sister. What are you still hesitating about? Why don't you surrender quickly? Surrender early and enjoy early. Stubborn resistance will only bring your life to an abrupt end. Fang Shi glanced at Zheng Wen appreciatively. The fifth senior brother was getting better and better. She looked at the jackals. My fifth senior brother is right. I am the light of humanity, the light of wisdom, the light of kindness, the light of responsibility, the light of cultivation, the light of understanding. Jackals. You can omit it later. Anyway, we finally understand that the human race is all useless, but you are the most powerful. The intelligence of jackals is much higher than that of giant grasshoppers. After hearing Feng Shi say that they are formation beasts, and thinking of some overlooked details, even if they don't want to believe it, they can only believe that they're indeed not normal monster beasts. They were immediately hit hard and stopped barking and glaring at Feng Shi. They feel like a joke. The meaning of their existence is just to serve as a whetstone for others. Even the memories they think are false. Everything here is fake. Feng Shi looked at the group of jackals and then at the confused hedgehog, thinking that sometimes there are benefits to being stupid. She said calmly, whether it's a monster or a magic beast, it's just a lifetime. Although their lifespan may be 1800 years, and your lifespan is only a few hours or days, to you, this is a complete life. As long as your life is wonderful, that's enough. Time has no absolute length, but it can have thickness, and this thickness depends on you. When Feng Shi said this, if she felt something, her whole body and the big hedgehog was surrounded by brilliance. Jiang Yan almost blurted out, has she had an epiphany? Zheng Wen sighed, I can't help it. My little junior sister, the light of the human race, will have epiphanies every now and then. I'm used to it. Jiang Yan and others. The jackals were even more stunned. You have an epiphany before we feel anything. Are you challenging us or yourself? When Zheng heard that the jackals were standing there, he rolled his eyes and said immediately. Did you see it? My little junior sister had an epiphany easily. What does this mean? It means that my little junior sister is favored by heaven and is the darling of heaven. Regardless of whether you are a monster or a formation beast, you all should know the consequences of going against the law of heaven. What do you have to hesitate about? Following my junior sister is definitely the right choice. Let's not talk about anything else, let's talk about the big hedgehog. It obviously has something to do with my little junior sister, maybe it will be a great blessing. Zheng Wen's words obviously spoke to the hearts of the jackals. They looked at the glorious big hedgehog with envy and jealousy on their faces. Even if the big hedgehog can't get rid of its identity as a formation beast, it will definitely benefit a lot this time. Why? Could it be that it was used as a mount for the stinky girl? If the stinky girl hadn't encountered them just now, would this mount still have its turn? Not to mention just pulling out a few thorns, even if it is bald, the smelly girl will not look down on it. At this time, things were going crazy outside the formation. Fang Shi actually had an epiphany. Didn't she just say a few convoluted words? Why did you have this epiphany? Yes, I was confused by what the length and width were. Jackals are also fools. Why are you so stunned? Shouldn't you rush up and attack at this time? The jackals are not stupid. They saw the big hedgehog following Fang Shi to borrow money, so they got interested. I think the jackals will definitely surrender in the end. Ellipsis. The people who eat melons are just watching the fun, but some people with interests are upset. The faces of the Western Peak masters, especially Master Han of the Vermilion Bird Peak, were gloomy. He couldn't understand why Feng Zai's luck was so good. Is it really like what Zhang Wen said, that she is a person favored by heaven? So is he hopeless for revenge in this life? Do not. It must be just a coincidence. The Supreme Elder of the West stared at him with big eyes. Is the formation disc we refined so awesome? Not only do the formation beasts have high intelligence, but they also help with enlightenment. In addition, if Feng Shi really conquered the jackals, would she use the same method to conquer more formation beasts? If this is the case, even if the West Peak Alliance reaches the central area ahead of schedule, they may not be able to defeat the Enlightenment Peak. The Westerners exchanged glances, and it seemed that they needed to do something. This was something they had discussed before. If Enlightenment Peak was eliminated at the beginning of the trial, then everything would be business as usual. If Enlightenment Peak has the upper hand, they will find a way to interfere with the trial process. Feng Shi, you can do it, right? Then there is no need for formation beasts. Who else are you having sex with? Compared to their irritability, Sima Sect leader only felt refreshed. What a right decision it was to let the three of Feng Shi participate in the selection trial. Thinking of this, he glanced at Elder Huai approvingly. After all, it was Elder Huai who proposed this method. Elder Huai was very happy. He was able to get to where he is today not only by judging the situation but also by his wisdom. If Ming Zhen could learn his essence, he would have nothing to worry about in his life. At this time, within the formation, Huai Ming Frame was organizing everyone to protect Feng Shi. In fact, even if he didn't say anything, everyone spontaneously protected Feng Shi. Zhang Wen curled his lips and silently cursed you as a flatterer. Half an hour later, the light around Feng Shi and the big hedgehog dissipated, and Feng Shi also opened his eyes. As soon as she opened it, she jumped off the big hedgehog with a cry. Because the bald area had reground sharp thorns. Fortunately, it was just a sharp point, otherwise Feng Shi would have turned into a sieve sprit. Feng Shi is so angry. He immediately scolded the big hedgehog like crazy. The big hedgehog didn't care at all, because it felt like something was different about itself. Although it couldn't tell what was going on, it thought it was a good thing. Not to mention that Feng Shi just scolded her a few times, it didn't matter even if she stabbed her a few times. Seeing the big hedgehog being scolded, the eyes of those jackals with flaming golden eyes lit up. One of the flaming golden-eyed jackals called out to Feng Shi twice and flicked its tail. The subtext is, I don't have thorns, I am more suitable as a mount than that big hedgehog. Originally, the other flaming golden-eyed jackals were still a bit reluctant to let go, and felt that it was too embarrassing to offer to be a mount. But now that there is someone taking the lead, there is nothing to worry about. As a result, everyone rushed to show their kindness to Feng Shi, and even a jackal with flaming golden eyes rolled on the ground. Big hedgehog. This is too much. I haven't even been fired yet, and you're already fighting for favor. The big hedgehog felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. It didn't even care about being afraid anymore, and hurriedly found the thorn that Feng Shi had thrown out as a hidden weapon in the grass. This is its proof of identity. Must keep it as a family heirloom. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 891. Although you are very good, we are not suitable. The big hedgehog dangles towards Feng Shi with a thorn in its mouth engraved with, Feng Shi comes here. I am your real mount, don't be fooled by those red-haired ones. It's a pity that Feng Shi really doesn't want to experience the feeling of being on pins and needles again. She said to the big hedgehog, although you are very good, we are not suitable. Big hedgehog. That's not what you told me before. You said you had a good view on my back, and you said you could use my thorns as hidden weapons. Fortunately, Feng Shi continued, even if you don't want to be my mount, you can continue to follow me. Of course, if you don't want to, you can leave on your own and I won't stop you. Of course the big hedgehog doesn't want to leave, even if he can't be a mount or a follower, that's fine. Although it didn't want to see any dingwin trees, it felt for the first time that following Feng Shi would be beneficial. Feng Shi no longer paid attention to the big hedgehog, but faced the flaming golden-eyed jackals one by one, and finally picked the flaming golden-eyed jackal that was the first to show his kindness to her. Courageous beasts should be rewarded. Feng Shi said to the remaining flaming golden-eyed jackals. Although you can't be my mount, you can be the mount of my subordinates. 120 of those flaming golden-eyed jackals were unwilling, and the looks they looked at Luo Chen and others were not really friendly. The only person they surrendered to is the light of the human race, and no one else is worthy. Feng Shi glanced at them and said calmly, don't worry, the benefits will not be less. Those flaming golden-eyed jackals heard what she said and immediately figured it out. They're not stubborn beasts, and they're not meant to be used as mounts for anyone. Therefore, Luo Chen and the others no longer need to hold onto their legs, they also have mounts. Although there are only a dozen or so flame golden-eyed jackals, they're big enough to be useful. Luo Chen and the others felt like they were in a dream. Are they here for a trial? It seems like I'm on an outing. The speed of the jackals was much faster than the previous speed, and everyone felt like it was lightning fast. This is a tough time for the big hedgehog. It tried its best but couldn't catch up with the speed of the jackals. Fortunately, Feng Shi still thought about it and let it lie on the back of his mount. Of course, the premise is that the big hedgehog must lie down obediently. If he accidentally stings the flaming golden-eyed jackal, he will have no choice but to run away by himself. The flaming golden-eyed jackal that served as Feng Zai's mount wanted to throw the big hedgehog off, but he did not dare to disobey Feng Zai's order and could only endure it. The big hedgehog was very happy. Are you arguing with me? The results of it. Don't you still have to carry me obediently now? The big hedgehog vaguely felt that he was smarter than before, if he had never thought of this before. Half an hour later, the jackals stopped, not because they were tired, but because they were blocked by someone. To be precise, they are a group of formation puppets. They were all wearing the costumes of the major sects in the Western North region, and they were all elders' uniforms. Jiang Wen couldn't help but curse. It wasn't that he was incompetent, but that the supreme elder of the West of the Shangsheng sect was so disgusting. If you want to make puppets, you can make puppets. What do you mean by dressing them up as the elders of the major sects in the west of the Northern Territory? Does it mean that our elders are worthy of fighting against your direct disciples? Are you making fun of our low cultivation base in the Northern Territory? Or do you just want to see the three of us killing each other with the elders of the western sects of the Northern Territory? Despicable and shameless. What a waste. Not to mention him, even Luo Chen and others frowned. If Fang Xi and the other three were not on their team, they might not care too much, but looking at these puppets at this moment, they felt very uncomfortable. The Supreme Elder of the West is too petty. Just put something on the table, but I like to use these unsavory methods. Outside the battle, the melon-eating crowd didn't care much, and found it quite exciting. Brothers, what do you think Fang Xi will do next? Do you still need to ask? Of course, you are commanding your men and the jackals to deal with those puppets. She can't give up the trial opportunity just because those puppets are wearing the elder uniforms of the Western Northern Territory sect, right? That's true, but if this spreads, she will be disgraced in the Northern Territory. After all, she claims to be the light of the Northern Territory. A false reputation and the qualification to enter the Haoshan Mirror, of course she has to choose the latter. Ellipsis. The West Peak Master thought to himself that the Supreme Elder of the West has finally done something useful, otherwise all the supplies they send every year will be in vain. Although Sima Sect leader didn't show it on his face, his heart was lifted. Elder Yin in the dark was so angry that he gritted his teeth. If he hadn't taken the overall situation into consideration, he would have wanted to step forward and scold the Supreme Elder of the West. Fortunately, you are still the Supreme Elder of the Shangsheng sect, but you actually use such despicable methods, which is really disgusting. Everyone had different thoughts, but all their eyes were focused on Fang Xi. As for the people from the West Peak Alliance, they haven't seen it for a long time. What's so good to see? Everyone's legs are shaking so hard that I feel so tired for them. Within the formation, Fang Xi looked at the formation puppets and curled up his lips. Can you understand human speech? The formation puppets responded by launching attacks, obviously not understanding. Luo Chen and others hurriedly stepped forward to protect Fang Xi, but the jackals made no move. We are mounts, not thugs. But the big hedgehog stood in front of Fang Xi. As for why it did this, it didn't know, but if Shojue did it, it would be good for it. Fang Xi said calmly, come together. We must live. Everyone. Is there still a difference between life and death in this puppet thing? But now that Fang Xi has spoken, Luo Chen and others can only obey. The so-called survival should be to control the puppets and prevent them from moving. This added a lot of difficulty to them. Fang Xi saw the jackals watching the fun and said coldly, I don't raise useless trash. Jackals. Where are we useless? Aren't we serving as mounts for those wimps? But seeing Fang Xi like this, they didn't dare to be lazy anymore, and roared and charged forward. Those puppets were about the same size as Fang Xi and the others. The jackals had an absolute advantage in size. Coupled with the flexibility of Luo Chen and others, those puppets quickly fell into a disadvantage. When the Supreme Elder of the West saw this scene, he felt so regretful. When the puppet was originally designed, it was aimed at trial disciples, so its size was no different from a real person. Who would have thought that the Enlightenment Summit would have formation beasts as external aids? It seems that these formation puppets will be subdued soon. It's just that they don't understand why Fang Xi wants to live. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 892. What do you mean? Half an hour later, those formation puppets were restrained. In fact, if Fang Xi didn't want to live, Luo Chen and the others and the jackals would have wiped him out long ago. Fang Xi walked up to a formation puppet and started to take off his clothes. Luo Chen and others. What do you mean by this? Could it be that they don't like the elders' uniforms worn by the western sects of the Northern Territory? Or do you have any special hobbies? Fang Xi found the puppet disc in the abdomen of those formation puppets. She took out the puppet disc and stared at it for a while, then took out the Shanhei Chankan pen and started to draw on it. Luo Chen and others didn't know why, but they didn't dare to disturb Fang Xi, so they just watched quietly. These direct disciples of Wu Dao Peak were all sword cultivators, and they only knew a little bit about talisman making, weapon refining, formations, etc., so even though they stared with wide eyes, they didn't see anything. Everyone outside the formation wanted to take a closer look, but the picture on the teleportation wall could only see Fang's eyes hands moving, not the specific lines she had drawn. What is Fang Xi drawing there? Doesn't she want to modify those formation puppets? I think she's lost her mind now. After conquering the formation beast, she feels like she can do anything. It's really fantastic. Who says it's not? The requirements for a puppet board against a mage are very high. If you are not careful, the entire puppet board will be useless, let alone a second modification. Ellipsis. Not only the people who eat melons think so, but the Supreme Elder of the West also thinks so. Although those formation puppets are not too high level, they definitely cannot be modified by everyone. Besides, what does Fang Xi want to change those puppets into? Do you want to make them your followers? Within the formation, Fang Xi was still concentrating on carving patterns on the puppet plate. Finally finished. She reinstalled the puppet disc into the formation puppet. The next moment, the formation puppet was activated, but it looked no different from before, except that it did not attack Fang Xi and others. Fang Xi observed it for a while, and then began to modify the second puppet. This time the speed was much faster, and it was completed in only half a quarter of an hour. By the third time, it only takes a few hundred breaths and it will be over. Because her speed was too fast, everyone could only see the afterimage of the Shanhei Chankan brush. Without Fang Xi talking, Jiang Wen took the initiative to do something for Fang Xi, such as taking off the puppet's clothes, taking the puppet tray, placing the puppet tray, etc. Jing Yan was half a beat slower, not even as fast as Huai Ming. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Some things couldn't be achieved by hard work. He could only compare himself vertically. Finally, Fang Shi finished modifying all the puppet boards of dozens of puppets. She looked at Luo Chen and others. Take off your clothes. Luo Chen and others. We don't have a puppet board. Why do you want us to take off our clothes? Seeing them stunned, Fang Shi said, take off your clothes and let these puppets wear them. Luo Chen and others were even more confused now. Could it be that the captain thinks these puppets are an eyesore when they wear the elders' clothes of the Western North Sect, so he wants them to wear our clothes? After all, we're teammates now. Is this appropriate? Huai Mingzhen rolled his eyes. Captain, I also have a set of Sect uniforms in my storage ring. Can I use that set? Fang Shi nodded. All right. Luo Chen and others breathed a sigh of relief, took out the Sect uniforms they used to change, and then put them on the puppets. Fang Shi observed carefully for a while and then said to the puppets, go. The next moment, those puppet figures disappeared into the grass like ghosts. Luo Chen and others looked shocked. Can those puppets understand human speech? No way. Also, where are those puppets? Fang Shi guessed their thoughts and said calmly. They can only understand simple instructions, not what you think. As for where they went, guess what? Luo Chen and others said, how do we know where they have gone? Could it be that he went to explore the way ahead? But looking in the wrong direction is wrong. Fortunately, Fang Shi quickly told them the answer. If I guessed correctly, the people from the West Peak Alliance have changed their route. With the combined efforts from the West Peak, the checkpoints on the road will not pose any threat to them. Even though we have a pack of jackals to move around, we can easily be overtaken by them. So, I have to find something for them to do. I asked those puppets to look for the people from the West Peak Alliance, and then just dangled them in front of them, making them mistakenly think that they were our team from the Enlightenment Peak, and they would definitely pursue them. I deliberately increased the speed of those puppets. It is not that easy for them to catch up. In this way, their speed will be slowed down a lot. Luo Chen and others all opened their mouths. How could they do this? Huai Mingframe immediately started blowing rainbow farts. Captain, high, really high. Those idiots from the West Peak Alliance will definitely be fooled. When they catch up and find out that they're just formation puppets, they will probably be furious. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yan and others couldn't help but laugh out loud. What a fantastic idea the captain had. Fang Shi curled her lips. It would be a waste if it was just used to delay their time. I also prepared a surprise for them. When their patience runs out, they will no longer chase those formation puppets, and I will let those formation puppets follow them. When they encounter the puppet level, the formation puppets I modified will also join the battle, and when they are about to win, they will self-destruct. Although the power of their self-destruction is not too great, it is about the same as the self-destruction of a foundation-building monk, but it is enough for the people of the West Peak Alliance to drink a pot. Luo Chen and others. Are you sure this is a surprise and not a shock? They can all imagine how miserable the people of the West Peak Alliance can be. When he was about to win, he must have relaxed his vigilance. Who would have thought that the formation puppet would actually self-destruct? The whole thing is going to suffer. The captain is too damaged. But it's so cool. Huai Mingframe started spitting out rainbow farts again, and everyone else also joined in with his comments. Fang Shi waved her hand. This is just a small trick on my part. Mainly, I have to thank the Supreme Elders of the West. If the formations they designed were not so exquisite and lifelike, even the formation puppets would be the same as real puppets, and I would have no room to play. Hearing Fang Zai's words, the Western Supreme Elder's nose almost became crooked. This damn girl got an advantage and behaved well. Are those few words she said next praising them? That's insulting them. How abominable. Now they just hope that the people in the West Peak Alliance will not be stupid, otherwise they will definitely suffer heavy losses. The people of the West Peak Alliance were rushing on their way at this time, because their previous victory against the jackals put them in a good mood. At this current rate, they will soon overtake Enlightenment Peak. When they arrived at the central area, they arranged an ambush in advance to catch Wu Daofeng by surprise. At this moment, someone exclaimed, I seem to have seen someone from Enlightenment Peak just now. At first, everyone thought he was dazzled, but soon they also saw the figure disappearing in the grass. Although I couldn't see my face, the clothes I wore were clearly those of a direct disciple of Wu Dao Peak. Could it be that Wu Dao Peak also took this route and hid in order to avoid meeting them? Ha ha. If so, it would save trouble. Captain West exchanged glances and led his men in pursuit. The Western Peak Master outside the formation did not want to continue watching, because they already had a premonition of what would happen next to their disciples. Is this testing the disciples? It's a test of their mental endurance. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 893, One strong soldier, one general, and one nest. The Western Peak Masters looked at the Western Supreme Elder in unison. Although they also knew that the Supreme Elder of the West did not want to see the scene, they were the ones who created this formation. You just make formations, why do you make them so realistic? The puppet plate of the formation puppet can actually be modified. How is this different from reality? Besides, you just watched Fang Shi kill Shishi, can you intervene? Little did they know that the formation puppet was the result of the intervention of the Supreme Elder of the West. The intervention was an intervention, but unfortunately it had the opposite effect. Don't mention the anger in the heart of the Supreme Elder of the West at this moment. Especially when they saw the people from the Xfeng Alliance chasing a few formation puppets like silly road ears, they all wished they could get into the formation and beat those idiots to death. But they also knew that it was not the fault of the people from the Xfeng Alliance for being fooled. If they were in the outside world, they might still wonder if someone else was impersonating them. But in the formation, they were the only direct disciples, and the one wearing the clothes of the direct disciples of Wu Dao Peak was naturally Luo Chen. Hey Al. If I'm to blame, it's because that girl in Fang Shi is too cunning and damaging. Naturally, the people in the West Peak Alliance didn't know these things. They tried their best to catch up with the disciples of the Enlightenment Peak. However, the speed of those formation puppets soared after being modified by Fang Shi. It took the people of the West Peak Alliance a long time to catch up with some of them. A puppet. The people of the Xifeng Alliance were happy, but then they discovered that they were not from Wudao Peak at all, but a formation puppet. They're so angry. King Long Peak Captain Shi Yuanzhang could not help but gritted his teeth and said, "The level designed by the Supreme Elder of the West is too confusing. It is estimated that what we encountered at the Enlightenment Peak must also be the formation puppets pretending to be us." When Shen Zhilan thought that she could see what was happening in the formation outside, her heart moved and she immediately said, "The Supreme Elder of the West is indeed very clever and has a very accurate understanding of our thoughts, which is beyond anyone's reach." The others were not stupid either. They guessed what Shen Zhilan was thinking and agreed. Yes, every level designed by Supreme Elder Shi is very meaningful. This level obviously wants to warn us to be vigilant at all times and to think twice before doing anything. The Supreme Elder of the West's formation skills are too high. These formation puppets are lifelike and their movements are very flexible. It's no wonder we were fooled. The Supreme Elder of the West has good intentions and taught us a vivid lesson this time. Ellipsis. The Western Supreme Elder outside the formation was so angry that he almost vomited blood. You don't blame yourselves for being stupid, but you still blame us. The Supreme Elder of the West felt that he had lost his face, but now his face was once again pushed to the ground and rubbed hard by the disciples of Xifeng. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became, and they even wanted to leave it alone. It's best if the 60 Dingwin fruits are taken away by Wudao Peak. Even if they're given to you, they're just feeding the dogs. Of course, they were just talking out of anger. Their interests were related, so how could they ignore the people of the Xifeng Alliance? But how can we stumble Fang Shi and the others? While they were thinking hard, the people from the West Peak Alliance had already moved forward. Not far after walking out, I met puppets wearing the uniforms of the elders of the Western Great Sect of the Northern Territory. Everyone was stunned at first, and then laughed. This level of the Supreme Elder of the West is a fantastic idea. The highest cultivation level of the elders of the Western Great Sect in the Northern Territory is only the third level of God transformation. Most of them are just nascent soul monks. None of them have immortality with us. The qualifications of the sect elders to fight. Even we can defeat them easily. What you said is so right. Those people in the Northern Territory only rely on the demons to compete with us. Otherwise, without the elders taking action, we can kill them without leaving any trace of them with our team. HMPH. The three of Fang Shi usually show off the power and show off the power. They have probably forgotten that they're from the Northern Territory. Are they worthy of being on an equal footing with us? Ellipsis. While everyone was talking, Shen Zhilan had already swung her sword towards those puppets. She hates the people in the Northern Territory, especially people from Hunyuan Sect. Although Bailey Muchen, that old man, was kind to her at first, it was because she had the best water spirit route. Later, he believed Fang's eyes sounder and wanted to put her under house arrest. He was really looking for death. And her senior brothers, who used to fawn over her like dogs, but later saw her lose power and all defected to Fang Shi, they're all a bunch of snobs. Sooner or later, she will destroy the Hunyuan sect with her own hands. There are 3 other sects, they're also a nest of snakes and rats, these people should all deserve to die. Shen Zhilan killed the puppet in an instant, causing her admirers to cheer. At this time, others also joined the fight. In the blink of an eye, most of the puppets wearing the uniforms of the elders of the Western Gate sect in the Northern Territory were killed or injured. At this time, those puppets wearing the costumes of the direct disciples of Wudao Peak jumped out of the grass and joined the battle. King Long Peak Captain Shi Yuanzhang couldn't help but sneered. It's really a mantis trying to use its arms as a cart. Others have the same idea. Although these formation puppets wearing the clothes of disciples of Wudao Peak are fast, their combat effectiveness is average, not as good as those puppets wearing the clothes of the elders of the Western sect of the North Territory. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, those formation puppets could only parry but not fight back. Seeing victory in sight, the disciples of Xifeng all beamed with joy. Just then, something unexpected happened. Those formation puppets wearing the direct disciples of Enlightenment Peak blew themselves up almost at the same time. Although their self-destruction power is only equivalent to that of Foundation Establishment monks, the Xifeng disciples are too close to them. And there is no defense at all. Now it's a bad luck. Many people were blown to pieces and screamed like pigs. Almost no one in the entire team was spared, and they were all affected, but the severity was different. Forget about that miserable situation. After this level, King Long Peak was eliminated by 9 people, Suzaku Peak was eliminated by 6 people, Shrine Peak was eliminated by Westerners, and White Tiger Peak was eliminated by 3 people. The master of Xifeng clenched his back teeth and looked at it. He didn't know for a moment whether he should scold Fang Shi for being too bad or his own disciple for being too stupid. The melon-eating crowd was extremely excited. So fun. So exciting. This is the correct way to open a trial. If this continues, it is estimated that by the time we reach the central area, the number of people in the West Peak Alliance may not be as large as that of the Enlightenment Peak. I originally thought I would be at the bottom of the Enlightenment Summit, but now it's hard to say who will win. The key is that their captain is awesome. Not to mention that she brought all her direct disciples. Even if she brought a group of handymen up there, she could still trick the people of the Xifeng Alliance to death. This is really in line with that sentence. A strong army will lead to a raging nest. In addition, Xifeng lost because they did not have a good captain. Captain West did not have this understanding. Although they suffered heavy losses, they believed that Wudao Peak must be even worse than them. Maybe there aren't many people left. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 894. The 4 Supreme Elders are quite sentimental. Everyone in Wudao Peak, all alive and kicking, is sitting on the back of the flaming golden-eyed jackal, imagining the tragic situation of the disciples of Xifeng. Many people couldn't help laughing. Jing Yan felt that this laughter sounded a bit familiar. Why did it look a bit like the cunning laughter of the 5th junior brother and the younger junior sister? After the selection trial, all of these people will be led astray by the junior sister, right? Outside the formation, Elder Ji's eyes flashed slightly, and he said to the other 3 Supreme Elders using the secret method of transmitting sounds into secrets. Fang Shi relies on her mouth. How about changing the settings? Once she opens her mouth, the formation beast will be stimulated and become more ferocious and violent. Let her shoot herself in the foot. What do you think? The other 3 Supreme Elders thought this was a good idea and agreed. Half an hour later, Fang Zai's path was blocked by a group of monsters. They're a group of thornback bloodthirsty giant wolves. The jackals breathed a sigh of relief. Because those giant thornback bloodthirsty wolves have spikes on their backs, there is no way Fang Shi would choose them as mounts. Their status as mounts is preserved. What a joy. Huai Mingzhen and others felt that the wolves would still be persuaded by Fang Shi, so they were very relaxed. Fang Shi did not take it lightly. In reality, she would have this confidence. But now they are in the formation, and the Supreme Elder of the West is not unscrupulous. They have been defeated one after another, and they will definitely come up with countermeasures. Therefore, she did not speak immediately after seeing the wolves, but instead greeted the bloodthirsty giant thornback wolves. Fang Shi didn't speak, and neither did anyone else. After all, their captain is the one who has the right to speak. What if they make a mistake and ruin the captain's plan? Strangely, the wolves didn't do much either. Both parties seemed to have been immobilized. Fang Shi tilted her head and looked at the wolves, signaling the flaming golden-eyed jackal carrying her to move forward a few steps, but the wolves still didn't move. Fang Shi was wondering, which song was this sung from? She asked her mount to move forward a few more steps, while the wolves stood there and watched, still making no move. Fang Shi blinked and signaled his mount to pass through the wolves. The flaming golden-eyed jackal carrying her was in a state of confusion. Just go through it like that. It won't be torn to pieces by wolves, right? But he didn't dare to disobey, so he could only move forward cautiously, and was prepared to leave Fang Shi behind and run for his life at any time. Anyway, it didn't sign a contract with the stinky girl, so when the disaster comes, they will fly away separately. However, when it first passed through the wolves made no movement, as if they had not seen it. A bunch of stupid wolves. Fang Shi made a silence gesture towards Zhang Wen and others, and asked them to come through as well. Zhang Wen and others immediately followed the instructions, their hearts in their throats, fearing that the wolves would suddenly attack. However, when they all passed through the wolves were still standing where they were. Fang Shi waved her hand, and the jackals immediately carried them and ran away. They all ran far away. Fang Shi looked back and saw that the wolves were still standing there. Fang Shi couldn't help but said to herself, "Are these wolves just a display? Just for decoration?" The Supreme Elder of the West is quite sentimental. The Western Supreme Elder outside the formation almost fainted from anger. Their original intention was to make the wolves become frantic when they heard someone talking. In this way, Fang Zai's bang bang not only had no effect but also had the opposite effect. However, due to time constraints, the triggering condition for the wolves was mistakenly changed to someone among the human race speaking. Originally, they thought it was nothing. After all, Fang Zai's chatty nature would definitely make her talk, and even if she didn't talk, others would. But they never expected that Wu Dao Peak would collectively become mute. Even the jackals and the squeaking hedgehog have become mute. As a result, this level became a decoration. It's really annoying. The Supreme Elder of the West used to have a lot of status and baggage, but now he can't care about it anymore. Their faces are as grey as the bottom of the pot. The Westerners looked at each other and said, "Change. Keep changing. I don't believe that we can't deal with that stinky girl Fang Shi." They were thinking hard here, while the people eating melons looked confused. What happened? Oops, why did the formation malfunction? The West Peak Alliance is almost at this level. We'll see how they fare later. Can you please pull them down? We are almost reaching this level. They're at least 3 hours behind Fang Shi and the others. Do you think they're stupid? Why didn't you think of finding a mount? Are they stupid? They don't have the ability. What you said is correct. Fortunately, they're still direct disciples, but they were tricked by Fang Shi to the point where they can't even find Bei. It's really embarrassing. Ellipsis. The Master of the West Peak has very good ears, so he naturally heard these discussions, but he could only pretend that he didn't hear them. Now they only hope that the people in the Xifeng Alliance can become dumb, like Fang Shi and the others. After waiting and waiting, the people of the West Peak Alliance finally came face to face with the wolves. Shen Jilin wanted to perform the first song, but the previous few times had not gone well. She felt that this time was an opportunity, so she said first. "Everyone, the weakness of this kind of thornback bloodthirsty giant wolf is the spikes on its back. As long as we focus on this when attacking, we can easily win." Before she could finish her words, those thornback bloodthirsty giant wolves rushed up with red eyes and roared. Most of them pounced on Shen Jilin. Because instinct tells them that this first human race is the most hateful. The most hateful, the dumbest. Shen Jilin was completely unprepared, and it was too late to hide. She stretched out her hand to push the admirer beside her out to use as a backing. Although doing so would harm her reputation, she doesn't care about that much now. But what she didn't expect was that the licking dog actually pushed her away, then crushed his identity card and was eliminated. The dedication of the dog licker is truly touching. But Shen Jilin took it for granted. She didn't force him, it was just him who was stupid. She didn't even have time to think about the self-motivated licking dog, she only thought about how to escape from the wolves. After a fight, although Xifeng killed the wolves, he also paid the price of being eliminated again. The people outside the battle now have something to talk about. Why do you think the West Peak Alliance was attacked by wolves? Do you even need to ask? They're out of luck. What you said reminds me of something. I remember Fang Shi said before that Shen Jilin is a broom star, and whoever gets close to her will be unlucky. Do you think the Xifeng Alliance was implicated by her? When you said that, I recalled it. She had the most fun jumping through these levels, and her admirers were the first to be unlucky. Don't say it, don't say it. It's really possible that this is what happened. Ever since she arrived in our Changsheng sect, our Changsheng sect has been in trouble. Ellipsis. The Supreme Elder of the West frowned. They thought the Broom Star was nonsense. The reason why the Xifeng Alliance is so miserable is entirely because they're too stupid. That stinky girl from Fengxi is so cunning. Fortunately, they have come up with an ingenious level to make that stinky girl Feng Zai's cleverness turn out to be a mistake. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 895. I feel embarrassed. When the Supreme Elder of the West was full of confidence, Feng Zai's voice came from the teleportation wall. Everyone, why didn't the wolves attack us just now? Huai Ming Frame said before everyone else. Captain, I guess the wolves saw that we subdued the jackals, so they didn't dare to turn against us, so they just pretended not to see anything. This is all thanks to your brilliance, wisdom, and intelligence, Captain. Luo Chen and others. You haven't improved in other skills, but your ability to flatter is improving by leaps and bounds. After Huai Ming Frame listed more than 20 praising idioms, Luo Chen said. It seems to me that the wolves are not triggered, but I can't figure out why for the moment. Fang Shi nodded. Luo Chen was indeed the best among these direct disciples, and his brain was very good. You were right. I also think that the wolves were not triggered. As for the triggering conditions, I have thought about it. It may be because we didn't speak. To be precise, it may be because I didn't speak. Speaking of this, Fang Zai's face turned red. The Supreme Elder of the West specially changed the rules for me. I feel embarrassed. Luo Chen and others. Can you write the word, sorry? Fang Zai's words succeeded in making the Melanitas furious again. Isn't what Fang Shi said true? I think it's probably true. Didn't you see that as soon as Shen Jilin from the Xifeng Alliance spoke, the wolves attacked them like crazy? Also, at that time, I saw the Supreme Elder of the West holding something in his hand and gesturing with it. He was probably changing the formation there. Then isn't this cheating? Isn't it a bit too much? Shush, don't talk nonsense. Didn't you say nothing even if you didn't see the Sect Master? Of course the Sect Master won't say anything. After all, Wu Dao Peak didn't suffer, it was Xifeng who suffered. Ellipsis. The face of the Supreme Elder of the West outside the formation turned blue and white, and he was shocked and angry. Fang Shi was surprised that she had guessed the truth, and was angry that this damn girl was so irritating. Westerners think, just laugh, and soon you won't be able to laugh anymore. After a while, Fang Shi and the others were blocked by a group of beautiful three-eared tigers. Zhengwen and others subconsciously covered their mouths for fear of making any noise. Although it is unlikely that this level will be the same as the previous level, what if the Supreme Elder of the West has a seizure? Fang Shi didn't say anything, just looked at the group of colorful three-eared tigers with her hands. Unexpectedly, the tigers suddenly launched an attack. Fang Shi put her hand in her sleeve and suddenly threw it out, and two thick stacks of sky-shattering and earth-shattering talismans hit the tigers. These heaven-collapsing and earth-shattering talismans were improved by Fang Shi based on the explosive functions of the human and demon talismans. Although they were only earth-level talismans, their power was comparable to the heaven-level talismans. The reason why she didn't take up the heaven-level talisman seal first was that Fang Shi had tried several times, and the success rate of sealing the heaven-level talisman seal was very low, which may have something to do with her cultivation level. But the earth-level talisman seal is much better. Caca is the cover. Whether it's used to feed golden pigs or used to fight enemies, it doesn't feel too distressing. The tigers thought they could catch Fang Shi off guard, but they didn't expect that they were tricked by Fang Shi. It was so miserable to be bombed. Although his life was not in danger, he was instantly at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Fang Shi waved his hand, up. Luo Chen and the others and the jackals rushed forward immediately. If the tiger group had not been plotted by Fang Shi, the two sides could still have a fight. Now they were all stunned and quickly fell into a disadvantage. Fang Shi used the same words she used to convince the jackals before. She thought it would take more words to persuade the tigers, but she didn't expect the tigers to agree. Fang Zai's eyes flashed, and then she smiled happily and praised the tiger group for knowing the current affairs. Outside the formation, the Supreme Elder of the West sneered in his heart, just sneer. Do you really think the tigers are so cowardly? These are just what we designed. The tigers pretend to surrender and then give you a fatal blow at the next level. The Supreme Elder of the West felt that this plan was perfect. After all, that stinky girl from Fengxi must be crazy now. She thinks she can conquer the world with just one mouth. Besides, she never imagined that the formation beast would pretend to surrender. They have even begun to imagine the scene of Wu Daofeng being eliminated collectively. At this time, Fengxi was chatting with the tiger group. Are you really willing to submit to me? Tigers, ouch. As expected of the King of Beasts, this vision is different. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. I will definitely let you reach the peak of beast life. Tigers, ouch. Since we are all a family, I'm not polite. In addition to our team, there are other teams also on the way, and they're all our competitors. You are just idle, go and kill them now. Tigers, ouch tilde tilde tilde. Their brains are a little out of touch. They're now pretending to surrender and preparing for a sneak attack in the next level, but now the dead girl asks them to attack some other team. Do they agree or not? Agree, it seems inconsistent with their original intention. If you don't agree, will the dead girl become suspicious? Seeing their hesitation, Fengxi raised her eyebrows. What, you don't dare to go? TSK, I really misjudged you. If you really don't want to go, then don't go. But in the future, don't call me tiger. Let's call you three-eared cat first. The jackals also started making noises, and the big hedgehog kept squeaking. Huai Mingzhen and others also started shouting. The tigers couldn't stand this stimulation and roared away in the other direction. It's not too late to kill those other teams first and then come back. White smoke was coming out of the head of the Supreme Elder of the West outside the formation. Angry. This is nothing like what they imagined. Why doesn't Fengxi act according to common sense? Sima Sect Master looked at this joyful scene and tried his best to keep himself calm and calm as the leader of a sect. My heart has exploded like popcorn. Fang Shi must have seen the trick of the tiger surrendering. Yes, even the big hedgehog had to struggle for his life before surrendering. The tiger surrendered so smoothly. So, a formation beast is a formation beast, but its acting skills are still lacking. At this time, he somewhat believed that Elder Yin was not deliberately colluding with the enemy, because isn't this the Supreme Elder of the West a living example? Every so-called embarrassment to Fang Shi ended up helping Fang Shi and causing trouble for the other Exafeng. Isn't this a way to support the enemy? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 896. The four Supreme Elders no longer distinguish between you and me. The West Peak Master who was gnashing his teeth thought so too. They were extremely dissatisfied with the Supreme Elder of the West. What is this thing you did? If you don't interfere, although the Exafeng Alliance may be slightly slower than the Enlightenment Peak, even if the Enlightenment Peak reaches the central area first, it will not be able to get that and win fruit so quickly. Instead, it will help the Exafeng Alliance remove some obstacles. Well, now, with your interference, the distance between the two sides is getting wider and wider, and the Exafeng Alliance has almost lost half of its members. You might as well just stay there. The Supreme Elder Shi Wei, who has always wanted to be strong in his life, will not give up just like that. What they are fighting for now is no longer the Deng Yunguo, but their face. They didn't believe it. How could Fang Shi rebel within the formation they designed? Since the formation magic beast is not good, then use the formation magic demon plant. Most of the formation demon plants act on instinct. Even if they don't make any changes, Fang's eyes bang bang will be useless to them. The most important thing is that the formation demon plants cannot move, so Fang Shi cannot fool them into taking care of the Exafeng Alliance. But if you go into battle step by step, you will definitely not be able to plant magic monsters. You must go to the difficulty level. Of course, the West Peak Alliance is also facing the same difficulty. As for whether they can cope with it, it is no longer within the consideration of the Supreme Elder of the West. The Supreme Elder of the West has now become a murderer. There is no longer any distinction between friend and foe. There is only one thought in my mind, that is, we must get the place back. While they were hurriedly changing their formations, Fang Shi was eating melon seeds leisurely. She really enjoyed the battle of wits and courage with the Supreme Elder of the West. The fun is endless. Fang Shi thinks that the reason why the Supreme Elders of the West are so passive is simple. They want to play dirty but they also want face. If they go all out and are shameless, and treat her differently first, she will be stripped of her skin no matter how clever she is. It's a pity that they're very naughty. They want to play conspiracy and face at the same time, so they can only be controlled by her. I wonder what surprises they will prepare for her next. I'm really looking forward to it. Seeing that the Western hour has passed, everything is as usual. Fang Shi couldn't help but frown. It was normal but not normal, but she didn't find anything suspicious. Not only her, Luo Chen and others also felt that something was wrong, but everything seemed to be normal around them. Fang Shi weighed the situation and signaled the team to stop advancing. Fang Shi took out a few heaven collapse and earth shattering talismans and threw them in front and to the side. What she didn't expect was that although the heaven shattering and earth shattering talismans were activated, they turned into ashes. Now it's confirmed. This is definitely not normal. Luo Chen and others immediately protected Fang Shi in the middle. This was completely spontaneous. Because they all understand that Fang Shi is their core, anyone can be eliminated, only the captain cannot be eliminated. At this moment, the big hedgehog sniffed. Why did he feel a strange smell? Fang's eyes heart sank and she shouted, "Hold your breath. It's poisonous." Everyone quickly held up the spiritual shield. Fang Shi was not afraid of poison at all, but he pretended to hold up the spiritual shield. The next moment, the surrounding weeds all turned purple, and as they swayed, the smell in the air became more obvious. Luo Chen and others only felt dizzy and dizzy. They probably had inhaled part of the poisonous gas before holding up the spiritual shield. Fortunately, they have good cultivation and can suppress them with spiritual power for the time being. Fang Shi squinted at the purple grass. Although these grasses could release poisonous gas, they did not look like attacking demonic plants. If this is the case, you can continue to move forward while holding onto the spiritual power shield. When you reach a place where there is no poison, let Luo Chen and the others use their spiritual power to force the poison out of the body. However, the Supreme Elder of the West is going crazy now. Will he let her go so easily? It doesn't always feel that simple. Just when Fang Shi was suspicious, something suddenly jumped out from the ground. A jackal with flaming golden eyes was unable to dodge and was entangled by the thing. Fang Shi took a closer look and saw that it was something like a withered vine. Without thinking too much, she immediately swung her sword and slashed at the withered vine. The wooden sword had been prepared for a long time, looking for scolding. Although it was not at its best at this time, it also released a red sword light. After the withered vine was cut off by the red sword light, it quickly retracted underground. The cut-off section of the withered vine was instantly eaten by the surrounding purple weeds. At the same time, several withered vines emerged from the ground, and the speed at which everyone cut them was not as fast as the withered vines emerged. In addition, everyone had to distract themselves from holding up the spiritual shield, so they were obviously at a disadvantage. Outside the array, there was a commotion. Fang Shi is in big trouble this time. Yaoji won't listen to her, even if she has bad intentions. There is no room for her to show off. Ignore Fang Shi. Do you know this demon plant? Why have I never seen it before? I haven't seen it either. Maybe it was made up by the Supreme Elder of the West. It seems that the Supreme Elder of the West had let the water go before, but now he is serious about it. Ellipsis. The face of the Supreme Elder of the West was much calmer than before. Seeing the embarrassment of the disciples at Wudao Peak, some of the cowardice in their hearts was finally relieved. If this continues, in half an hour at most, all the people at Wudao Peak will be wiped out. It seems that you have to resort to ruthless tactics and not be too soft-hearted. Sect Master Sima frowned, secretly hating that the Supreme Elder of the West was nothing, but he was helpless. Elder Yin in the dark was so angry that he wished he could kick all the Supreme Elders of the West into the formation. Elder Huai was relatively calm, because he felt that Fang Shi had not exerted any strength before, so he should not be eliminated so quickly. At this time, within the formation, the withered vines had formed a huge cage, and the jackals were bumping around like headless flies, but unfortunately it had no great effect. They regretted. If I had known this, I might as well have run away midway. The big hedgehog curled up into a ball, and even if the withered vine wanted to devour it, there would be no place for it to eat. Luo Chen and others were already covered in injuries, because those vines had teeth on them, and they would be injured even if they were just touched. Fang Shi was fine. On the one hand, everyone wanted to protect her. On the other hand, she was not poisoned and her actions were not affected. But for a while she couldn't think of a way to solve it. Those dead vines seemed endless. Even though many of them had been cut off, they still kept popping up. Fang Shi had no choice but to wake up the sleeping Zhu Xuan. Zhu Yanhuan yawned and said, "These are two kinds of symbiotic demonic plants. The underground vine is called the burrowing withered vine, and the demonic plant that lives on it is called the purple grass. Most of its nutrients come from the burrowed withered vine. Purple grass can release poison gas to stun the prey, and the dead vines will burrow into the ground and take the opportunity to devour the prey. This thing is more troublesome. The more you cut off its vines, the faster it grows. It might have been just over a foot long originally, but now that it's been chopped down by you, what has it become? You guys are really helpful. Fang Shi. How long has this been, and you still have time to talk about this? Let's talk about it quickly." The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 897. These days, grandsons are more awesome than grandpas. Fang Shi was about to burst into smoke, but Zhu Xuan was not in a hurry at all, and was still buzzing. "Of course, the main reason is that you are too weak. If it were me, let alone this withered vine, I could defeat this formation-breaking technique for him. The Changsheng sect is nothing in my eyes, not even a fart. Not to mention the Changsheng sect, even the Tiank Alliance is just a piece of cake in my eyes. After I reshape my body, I can overthrow the Tiank Alliance alone. I'm not telling you, you should have woken me up earlier. If I had given you advice, you wouldn't have been so miserable. There aren't many of you left now, are there? Are there only a few people left?" Zhu Xuan paused for a moment when he said this, because he found that there was no one missing from 50 West. This is a bit embarrassing. Snort. So what? Don't we still have to ask him for help at this time? Without his sea-fixing needle, the little girl wouldn't be able to play at all. So he continued to brag about himself and boasted to the sky. "Fang Shi couldn't bear it anymore. Just keep talking nonsense. When I die, you can go to my grave and tell me how to solve it. Blood-devouring world. You little girl has quite a temper." He also observed the situation on the field and knew that nothing would go wrong in a short time, so he said a few more words. As a result, the little girl's movie exploded. These days, grandsons are more awesome than grandpas. He snorted coldly. "Look at your potential, you have no patience at all. If you want to get rid of the dead vines that are boring into the ground, you have to start with those purple grasses and get rid of all the purple grasses. The dead vines that are boring into the ground will naturally wither. Remember, you cannot burn it with fire, otherwise the purple grass will not die but will become more and more prosperous. It is best to use ice spells." Before Zhu Yanhuan finished speaking, an iceberg appeared in front of everyone. The purple grass near the iceberg began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. As they withered, the growth rate of the ground-burrowing vines slowed down significantly. Fang's eyes lit up and she shouted to Luo Chen and others, "Use ice spells to attack those grasses." Luo Chen and others immediately followed the instructions. Although some people were unable to cast ice spells due to their spiritual roots, they were not idle. Using their spiritual swords to cut ice cubes from the iceberg and throw them on the grass would also work. Jackals do the same thing. They never expected to see icebergs in their life. I didn't even expect to kill weeds with ice cubes in my mouth. What an exciting day. Ha, does this count as increasing the thickness of time that the stinky girl mentioned? The big hedgehog saw a lot of ice shards on the ground, rolled on the spot, stuck the ice shards on its thorns, then ran into the grass and flicked it, and all the ice shards fell into the grass. It feels like it is getting smarter and smarter. As all the purple grass withered and no more dead vines emerged after the dead vines were cut off, everyone finally managed to escape. Fang Shi saw a lot of withered purple grass on the ground. Although it was withered, it still had a strong smell. She rolled her eyes and put all the withered purple grass into the storage ring. Although these are formation demon plants, they should not turn into nothingness within the formation. Huai Mingzhen asked curiously, "Captain, what do you want with these withered grasses?" Fang Shi smiled with crooked eyebrows. "According to the current speed, we should reach the central area before the people from the West Peak Alliance. The visitors are guests, so we have to prepare some gifts for them. When the time comes, light these dry grasses on fire and give them some flavorful northwest wind to drink." Huai Ming Frame silently gave a thumbs up. "You are definitely the one when it comes to cheating people." The people outside the battle were shocked. Fang Shi, she actually has an iceberg. Who in the right mind would put an iceberg in a storage ring? This is not the first day you have known that she is not a normal person. Not to mention the iceberg, I believe she put a volcano in the storage ring. If you don't worry about the people of the Exafeng Alliance, Fang Shi will trick them again. Isn't there an elder from the West? I guess they are going to change their formation again. Ellipsis. The face of the Supreme Elder of the West was ashen. Their competitive spirit seems to have died. Even such a rare monster plant level can't stop her, what else can they do? Otherwise, forget it and let nature take its course. After all, there are still many pitfalls in the central area. No matter how powerful she was, she couldn't get the Ascension Cloud fruit that smoothly. When the disciples from the West Peak Alliance arrived and really took action, no matter how hard she tried, it would be in vain. However, I felt so frustrated. Especially when they hear the Melanitas beeping, it makes them lose face. If the Western mind is at a loss, just watch your nose with your eyes, your nose with your mouth, and your mouth with your heart. No matter how big the storm is outside, there will be no waves in your heart. The Peak Master of the West Peak did not look at the Supreme Elder of the West at this moment, because their hearts were in their throats. Fang Shi could think of using ice magic to restrain the demonic plant, but could the disciples think of it? If you don't expect it, you will suffer heavy losses in this level, or even the entire army will be annihilated. If the entire army is really wiped out, they will seek justice from the Supreme Elder of the West no matter what. And many more. The Supreme Elder of the West seems to be one of their own. How come they become opposites despite being confused? What went wrong? They didn't know for a moment whether they should blame the Supreme Elder of the West for being an enemy or Fang Shi for muddying the water. At this time, the Tiger group sent by Fang Shi to eradicate their competitors finally found the Xifeng Alliance. The Tigers couldn't wait and rushed forward. By coincidence, the Xifeng Alliance also happened to reach the level of Tiger group. Also, the two groups of tigers merged into one and dealt with the people of the Xifeng Alliance together. There are only more than 120 people left in the Xifeng Alliance. A group of tigers would be easy for them, but two groups of tigers would not be so easy. There was a melee between the two sides. Although the West Peak Alliance won in the end, it also paid a heavy price. Especially at Qinglong Peak, there were only 19 people left after passing this level. Captain Shi Yuanzhang's face looked ugly. Although the Xifeng Alliance is now focused on dealing with Wudao Peak, they will definitely have to compete after eliminating Wudao Peak. They, Qinglong Peak, are obviously at a disadvantage. It seems that we have to think of some way to make an alliance, but we must also put our own interests first. Coincidentally, the other three captains thought the same way. Therefore, when they encountered the Withered Vine level, they were not thinking about how to get through it quickly, but they were thinking about how to preserve their strength to the maximum extent. By the time they wanted to work together to pass the level, it was already too late. The cage formed by withered vines trapped them tightly inside, and some disciples were no longer able to maintain the spiritual shield that blocked the poisonous gas. In order to save their lives, they could only reluctantly crush their identity cards and be eliminated. The Master of Xifeng no longer dared to look further down. Is it possible that the whole army is really going to be annihilated? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 898. Their ancestors and grandsons share the same blood. Just when the Xifeng Alliance was helpless, the voice of the eight-tailed snow fox sounded in Shenjilin's consciousness. Master, I should be able to deal with this kind of demonic plant. During this period, Shenjilin took the blood of the eight-tailed snow fox again in order to make more talismans, so that it fell into a coma these days. Shenjilin didn't care and ignored it after making sure it couldn't die. Just now, the eight-tailed snow fox woke up. Even though Shenjilin was so cruel to it, it still couldn't bear that its master was trapped, so it stepped forward. Shenjilin couldn't help but feel happy when she heard what it said, and quickly released the eight-tailed snow fox. The eight-tailed snow fox is an ice-type monster. It can be said to be the nemesis of the dead vines and purple grass that burrow into the ground. It quickly got Shenjilin out of the predicament. However, its body was bruised by Shenjilin's torture, and it had lost too much blood. At this time, its body was already shaky. Master, I can't hold on any longer. Ice spells should also be able to deal with this demonic plant. Before it could finish speaking, Shenjilin gave it a pill. The eight-tailed snow fox felt sad. Of course it knew what kind of elixir it was, because every time it was tortured to the point of death by Shenjilin, she would feed it this elixir. Although it will restore it instantly, it will overdraw its vitality. Shenjilin was stunned when she saw it, and said coldly with her consciousness. What are you still waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and clean up those demonic plants? She won't tell everyone that ice spells are also useful. If so, how can she win favor in front of everyone? She wants these people to be grateful to her. As for the eight-tailed snow fox, she can't die anyway. Even if she dies, it won't matter. She will definitely be able to contract a better spiritual pet in the future. The eight-tailed snow fox did not dare to disobey Shenjilin's order and could only continue to attack the purple grass. Shenjilin shouted to the people of the Xifeng Alliance, everyone, my spiritual pets can restrain the purple grass, we only need to attack the withered vines. Everyone was overjoyed and quickly attacked the withered vines as Shenjilin said. Of course, some of these people were smart. Seeing that the eight-tailed snow fox was an ice monster, they tried to use ice spells to attack the purple grass and found that it was also effective. Others quickly followed suit. Finally, after an hour, they successfully escaped. While they breathed a sigh of relief, they also began to praise Shenjilin. Especially the few remaining licking dogs praised Shenjilin to the heavens. Shenjilin was very proud in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face and said something modest. At this time, Zhu Jiwen, the captain of Xuanwu Peak, said doubtfully. Junior sister Jilin, I see that the eight-tailed snow fox seems to be very weak. Has it been seriously injured before? Shenjilin's heart moved, and a look of sadness immediately appeared on her face. Originally I didn't want to say it, but since you asked, senior brother Zhu, I will tell the truth. When I was in the Northern Territory, Fang Shi made things difficult for me in every possible way out of jealousy. This eight-tailed snow fox was injured by her in the polar ice field. She struck very hard, and I spent a lot of pills to save the eight-tailed snow fox's life, but because of the damage to its foundation, it still hasn't recovered even after all this time. As soon as these words came out, many people showed indignation. Someone said, this Fang Shi is so vicious. I thought she was not a good person before, but now after listening to junior sister Jilin, it is exactly what I guessed. Yes, she is always good at buying people's hearts. Many people have been deceived by her. Sooner or later, her hypocritical packaging will be revealed. If she has been eliminated, it will be her advantage. Otherwise, when we get to the center, I will make her look good. Ellipsis. Among the people who were shouting, the people from Qinglong Peak and Duke Peak were the loudest. The reason is very simple. Shen Jilin is from Qinglong Peak. She is usually very popular, so they naturally turn to her. Duke Peak was originally dissatisfied with Feng Shi because of Peak Master Han, and now it has become even more dissatisfied. Shen Jilin was very satisfied with the effect. She first used public opinion to make these people dissatisfied with Feng Shi. When the fight came, they would naturally target the bitch Feng Shi. When the time comes, if she uses some tricks, she will definitely kill Feng Shi. Because the eight-tailed snow fox had made meritorious deeds, she showed a rare act of kindness and gave the eight-tailed snow fox a pill to replenish his spiritual power. In the past, the eight-tailed snow fox might have had hope again, but now it was completely in despair. It finally understood that its owner was selfish, and no matter who he treated, he would only use him without sincerity. In her eyes, this spiritual pet is just an object with some remaining value. When the value is gone, it will no longer survive. Outside the formation, everyone was talking about everything. Some people don't believe what Shen Jilin said, while others believe it, but they're more concerned about the next progress now. At this time, Feng Shi and the others had approached the center of Juri Forest. Ever since Elder Zhe became a Buddhist, Feng Shi and the others had a smooth journey without encountering any obstacles. Feng Shi was a little worried at first, but later found out that there was nothing unusual. However, she was a little troubled. Because the blood-devouring one is bragging about itself, and it's all over the place. Although Feng Shi also admitted that her cheap grandpa was really great, and it was okay to brag on weekdays, but now she had to concentrate on the situation around her, so how could she have the time to listen to his bragging? But if the first person told him to shut up, the old man would definitely go crazy. She rolled her eyes and said to Zhu Yanhuan, "Grandpa, the Western Supreme Elder's mental endurance is really not that good, so he actually gave up like that. Let's continue to get more difficult. Anyway, let me reduce the number of people. Otherwise, there are only 60 Dingwingguos in total. Is it possible that I can cover them all? Isn't this inappropriate? Blood-devouring world." He snorted coldly. "Don't drift too early, maybe someone will dig a hole for you long ago." Feng Shi nodded. "What you said is correct, I still have to be calm and be careful with the Wanyan ship, otherwise I won't be able to get all the quotas if I am not careful. Sect Master Sima promised me a quota of 1 million spread stones. Although I am so poor that I only have money left, mosquito legs are also meat, so I should take as many as I can." Blood-devouring world. He didn't want to listen or talk anymore, he just wanted to be quiet. He seemed to understand why the girl was so angry before. Who wouldn't be upset hearing this way of speaking? It just so happens that their ancestors and grandchildren have the same virtue. Seeing that he was silent, Feng Shi curled up her lips. Sure enough, only magic can defeat magic. She was probably going to reach the central area soon, and she was really looking forward to it. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 899, the wallflower is pretty cool. Feng Shi and the others walked for more than half an hour, and the sight in front of them made them stop in their tracks. There was an open space 100 feet away from them, with no grass growing on it. Behind the clearing is a lush forest. The strange thing is that the forest is completely different from the forest Feng Shi and the others are in at this time, and the size and proportion are exactly the same as in reality. Feng Shi and the others were used to being little ants, but now they were a little uncomfortable seeing a forest of normal proportions. Feng Shi looked at the forest and said, "There must be dangers lurking in the central area. If you go in first, you may not be able to take advantage. Maybe you are making wedding clothes for others." Hearing what she said, Hua Mingzhen immediately said, "Captain, what do you mean is that we should wait for the people from the Xfeng Alliance to come over?" Feng Shi curled her lips. "We finally gained a time advantage. If we don't go in, we will lose a lot. Besides, this is a rare trial opportunity, so you can't take advantage of others. Remember, cultivation is about facing up to difficulties. Even if there are no difficulties, you have to face them even if you create difficulties." Hua Mingframe and others. The last half of the sentence is unnecessary. Outside the formation, Elder Yin was stroking his beard and looking at it with a look of comfort on his face. He has to be my apprentice. Apart from anything else, this courage to face difficulties is remarkable. It's not like other people who just cower when they encounter some difficulties, and they have no blood at all. The Supreme Elder of the West did not expect Feng Shi to say such words. Looking at the disciples of the Xfeng Alliance, the West decided not to look at it. It was disturbing to see it. A bunch of unsatisfactory things. By helping you like this, you are still 6 or 7 hours behind Feng Shi and the others, not to mention reducing the number by 2/3. That's right, there are only 65 people left in the Xfeng Alliance after passing the demon plant level. However, the Supreme Elder of the West still has some confidence in his heart. Although the Xfeng Alliance has eliminated many people, the remaining ones are the best. In contrast, the strength of the team at Wudao Peak is uneven. Although there are jackals to help out, after reaching the central area, the cultivation of the jackals and the big hedgehogs will drop a lot, and their physical advantages will be gone. If the two sides were to fight for real, the Xfeng Alliance would have an absolute advantage. Furthermore, if Feng Shi and the others enter the central area first, they will inevitably suffer more serious losses, so the Supreme Elder of the West feels that the prospects are relatively optimistic. At this time, Feng Shi had led Wu Daofeng's team through the open space and entered the central area. As soon as they entered, the jackals and the giant hedgehog quickly shrank in size, becoming the same size as similar monsters in the outside world. They originally looked down at Feng Shi and others, but now they all looked up. What makes them even more depressed is that their cultivation has also dropped to the early stage of nascent soul. The jackals retreated somewhat. This central area doesn't seem like a good place, so I might as well not come here. The big hedgehog didn't regret it, because if it hadn't followed, it might have dissipated as Feng Shi said, and it would be better to live than die. At this moment, Feng Zai's consciousness fell into a trance. As if he had returned to Xuanshan Sect, Master Xiao Beidao smiled like an old dog's tail grass. "Shaoxi, you are finally back. Master has prepared your favorite food for you. Please try it." The table is covered with dishes, snacks, fruits, and dishes, all in a dazzling array, exuding an alluring aroma. Fang Shi sighed. Master, although I miss you very much, a lie is a lie after all, and this is too imprecise. Not to mention anything else, my master is so stingy that he will only prepare some things that I like to eat, but not so much. Following Fang Zai's words, the scene in front of him returned to its original state. She looked around the Western Zhou dynasty. Zhang Wen and the others were all standing there blankly, apparently also trapped in the illusion. She thought to herself that the illusory formation of the Supreme Elder of the West was cleverly designed. They had just entered here and were still immersed in the shock of the proportions becoming normal, so it was easy to fall into the illusion. But this time, she discovered that the jackals had not fallen into the illusion, and were sneaking towards the clearing, obviously trying to escape. Fang Shi coughed. The jackals were so frightened that they almost fell to the ground. Isn't the smelly girl trapped in a fantasy? How come it returned to normal so quickly? Is this illusion too simple or is the stinky girl too perverted? They pretended to be calm and turned around and barked at Fang Shi a few times, which probably meant that we had something to do at home, so we should leave first. Although Fang Shi couldn't understand what they were calling, she could make a rough guess. She didn't care. After the jackal group's cultivation level dropped, it wouldn't be of much value anymore, so she left as soon as she left. Therefore, Fang Shi waved her hand, indicating that they could go if they wanted to. What she didn't expect was that the jackals froze in place as if they had seen a ghost. Fang Shi followed the gazes and saw the big hedgehog standing there blankly, actually falling into the illusion. Isn't it an array beast? How could I fall into an illusion? This is not normal. After being stunned for a moment, the jackals started barking one after another, apparently communicating with each other. After communicating for a while, both Pidion and Pidion came back. Not only did he run back, he also spontaneously formed a circle to protect everyone who was trapped in the illusion. Fang Shi. It's pretty cool to be a wallflower. Of course she knew why the jackals changed their minds, because they guessed the big hedgehog had encountered a great opportunity, and this opportunity should be related to her previous epiphany. Therefore, they also want to take advantage of it. The jackals certainly thought so. They even suspected that the big hedgehog might not be a formation beast anymore. What does this mean? It means it has life. It can get out of this damn place. It can see the vast world outside and even cultivate a great path. This is a huge opportunity. Maybe they can have such a good fortune following the smelly girl. Only a fool would leave. Outside of the formation, things are going crazy. However, since the trial began, frying pots has become the norm. That big hedgehog won't turn into a monster, right? Even if it's not a monster, it's definitely not a simple formation beast. It's really out of luck. Fang Zai's luck is too strong. As long as you get involved with her, you will get benefits. Let alone the distance. Let's talk about the disciples of Wu Dao Peak. If they hadn't followed Fang Shi, they might have been eliminated by the West Peak Alliance long ago. Who says otherwise? It seems that what she said before is true. She is the light of the Northern Territory, that Shenjilin is a broom star, and the X-Feng Alliance is implicated by her. Ellipsis. The Supreme Elder of the West felt that these were nonsense, but he was also very confused. Although this formation was created by them, the effect far exceeded their imagination. What on earth is going on? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 900 Simple People Like Us. When the Supreme Elder of the West was confused, Fang Shi led the jackals to watch the Western Zhou dynasty vigilantly and protect the others. Half a quarter of an hour later, Zhengwen regained consciousness. He came up to Fang Shi and said in an awkward tone, "Junior sister, this illusion is aimed at people with complicated minds. Simple people like us can easily detect it." Fang Shi nodded. "Fifth senior brother, you are absolutely right. We don't have that many twists and turns at all, so the illusion is of no use to us. Everyone outside the formation. Can you two have a little face? Are you the only one who is still naive? Are you the only ones who haven't gone around yet? What a shameless thing to say. However, people with simple minds can indeed break through the illusion faster. The third person to break through the illusion is Jiang Yan. He is quick-tempered and thinks little, which helps him quickly break through the illusion." Jiang Yan said proudly, "Captain, if nothing else, I have never been stumped by illusions. When I took the entrance examination, I ranked first in the state of mind test." Fang Shi immediately said, "Senior brother Jiang, it's rare for you to have such a sincere temperament. You will definitely be able to achieve great things in the future." Jiang Yan suddenly grinned widely. Zheng Wen curled his lips. "Do you think the junior sister is praising you? She is saying you are heartless." Then people woke up from the illusion one after another, and Jing Yan was among them. Zheng Wen patted him on the shoulder. "Jing Laoshi, I usually tell you to think less, but it seems you haven't taken it to heart." Jing Yan smiled bitterly and was speechless. Jiang Shen's nature is easy to change but hard to change. Although his personality has changed slightly after his soul recovered, he is still very restrained. With such a personality, it is inevitable to think too much. Fang Shi didn't take it seriously. There were thousands of people with different faces. It was impossible to expect everyone to be as heartless as the fifth senior brother. Zheng Wen didn't know that his junior sister also classified him as careless. He was walking among the crowd with his hands behind his back, observing everyone's situation. Then Luo Chen, Hua Mingzhen and others also woke up. Although their thoughts are a little complicated, their character is good enough that illusions cannot stump them. However, some disciples have not woken up from the illusion either because their character is not firm enough or because they have knots in their minds. Apart from them, the big hedgehog was still awake. Zheng Wen clicked his tongue and said, "Little junior sister, forget about others, what kind of knot can this big hedgehog have?" Fang Shi said in her heart, "I am not it, how could I know what kind of knot it has?" But this time, Luo Chen and others woke up and realized that the big hedgehog had fallen into an illusion. Everyone was stunned. Their recognition and admiration for Fang Shi has deepened. Soon, 2 hours passed, and there were still 9 disciples still immersed in the illusion. The big hedgehog didn't wake up either. Outside the formation, everyone was talking about it. Fang Shi should abandon those 9 people at this time, otherwise they will lose the time advantage they finally got. Yes, she is a bit too kind of a woman. There is also knowledge in making choices. She shouldn't be delusional that all members of Wu Dao Peak will get that and win fruit. She is really crazy. Ellipsis. The Supreme Elder of the West had similar ideas to them. Even though Fang Shi had many advantages, he was too indecisive and could not be used for much purpose. As if guessing their thoughts, Fang Shi said to Luo Chen and others. Do you think we should keep waiting or go now? Everyone looked at each other, but no one said anything. This is hard to say. Even if you want to give up on those 9 people, you can't say it out loud, after all, people outside can hear it. Fang Shi smiled. You may not know that our Xuanxin sect has always had a tradition that we will never abandon our fellow disciples under any circumstances, even in the face of life or death. It is precisely because of adhering to the spirit of never abandoning or giving up that although our Xuanxin sect is very poor, we are very united. Although this is the Changsheng sect, as long as I am the captain, I will not abandon any team member. It is human nature to weigh the pros and cons, but sometimes friendship and responsibility are more important. Luo Chen and others were shocked. What Fang Shi said was completely different from the previous understandings, but it was undeniable that at this moment, Fang Zai's figure was much taller, and his whole body was even shining. With such a captain, I feel so at ease. The melon-eating crowd outside the formation was in commotion again. Although many people complained that Fang Shi was too indecisive, if they were asked to choose a leader between others and Fang Shi, they would definitely choose Fang Shi. Because if you follow her, you will definitely not be abandoned. Zhang Wen silently watched his junior sister perform there. He bet a split stone that the junior sister must have turned on the light of the saint at this time. Because he is so familiar with this routine. After this, the junior sister must have gained a lot of trust and favor. After Fang Shi got the desired effect, she began to think about how to help the remaining 9 people and the big hedgehog break through the illusion. She wanted both fame and profit. Logically speaking, others could not help in this situation, but Fang Shi had always taken the wrong approach. She used a big brick of consciousness to gently hit the consciousness of those people and the big hedgehog. This intensity is difficult to control. If it is light, it will not have the effect of awakening. If it is serious, it will easily cause the other party's consciousness to be injured, or even seriously injured. Fang Shi had previously helped the beasts and prisoners to strip away their souls in the prison of darkness, and it could be said that he was very proficient in controlling his own consciousness, so this little thing was not a big deal. Under her gentle tapping, the faces of the 9 people who had fallen into the illusion showed signs of struggle, and they gradually woke up. It was a big hedgehog. Fang Shi bumped into it several times, but it still stood there blankly. Fang Shi even thought it might be possible, otherwise why wouldn't there be any reaction at all? Zhang Wen rolled his eyes. Little junior sister, I think this thing may not be an array beast anymore. Why don't you try to make a contract with it? If the contract is successful, maybe it will wake up. Fang Shi felt that this proposal was feasible, so she followed Zhang Wen's instructions and started to contract the big hedgehog. Not to mention, the contract was actually successful. The big hedgehog woke up with a confused look on his face. When it found out that it was contracted by Fang Shi, it was stunned for a while, and then started rolling on the ground crazily. It's contracted. Does this mean that it is no longer an array beast? It really changed my life. It was quite happy, but all the spiritual pets in Fang Shi were not in a good mood, especially Mujian. Forget about other spiritual pets, although they are not as good as it, they are not too useless. How can this big hedgehog be on an equal footing with it? Is it just because it has more thorns? It quickly thought of a good way. Master, you already have so many spiritual pets, but your 2 senior brothers don't have any. Why don't you give them this big hedgehog after the formation comes out? Just show your love for them. Mu Jian felt that his simple head was too clever. Only he and his unscrupulous master can come up with such an inhuman method. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 901. This is completely different from what they set up before. Mu Jian's words moved Fang Zai's heart. She hadn't thought about this before. The key point was that most of the spiritual pets she had conquered were very special, even if she wanted to give them to Zhongwen and the others. For example, Tao Wu, it is just the Tao Wu in the past tense, and it will attract thunder from the sky if you are not careful. Another example is the golden pig, which is a waste of money and only she can afford to raise it. Giving it to Zhongwen and Jingyan would harm them. But we can give each of them 1 golden feathered eagle. As for the big hedgehog, I don't know what will happen to this thing outside. If it has some skills, it can be given to the 2 senior brothers. If it is just a freebie, she can only keep it. However, Fang Shi ignored the wooden sword to prevent it from floating again. When Mu Jian saw that Fang Shi didn't scold him, he knew that Fang Shi had listened and felt happy. The master has 5 close senior brothers and so many recognized senior brothers and sisters. Even her spiritual pets are not enough. In the end, the waves washed away the sand, and it was the only one left. It is a favorite. However, the little fat bird can stay. After all, he has to let him help scold him, otherwise he will not be able to exert his power. Besides, the little fat bird is pretty good compared to other idiots. Mu Jian is having a sweet dream here, but something is going wrong outside the formation. What method did Fang Shi use to wake up those 9 people? It looks like it's a consciousness attack. She's too brave. Isn't she afraid of doing bad things with good intentions and hurting those people's consciousness? This is what makes a skilled artist bold, and he knows what he's doing. Ellipsis. The Supreme Elder of the West felt a little sad. Not only was that girl in Fang Shi full of evil, but she also had such a strong sense of consciousness. How do people in Beiyu teach the disciples? Why do the disciples of the Changsheng sect stretch their hips like this? They were so upset that when they saw what Fang Shi did next, their noses almost became angry. Then Fang Shi took out all the purple grass that he had collected before, and not only put disguises on them, but also opened the formation disc. Fang Shi was explaining to Luo Chen and others. I'm afraid that the atmosphere is not warm enough, so once the people from the West Peak Alliance get close, the formation disk will spontaneously ignite and light these purple grasses to make them feel at home. Luo Chen and others, feeling at home. I'm afraid I won't send them to death. It's hard enough to fall into an illusion. Is there any way to survive if I inhale poisonous gas again? The people of the Exafeng Alliance can only wish for themselves. Luo Chen asked, Captain, what if they don't enter from here? Fang Shi curled her lips. Don't worry, they will definitely go here, because no matter where they enter the central area, they will definitely be teleported here. Luo Chen asked doubtfully, how do you say this? Fang Shi sighed. The Supreme Elder of the West has good intentions. He definitely hopes that our 5 peaks will start a fight after entering the central area, especially if we want the other West Peak to fight with our Wudao Peak. What will happen if they're separated? Therefore, I judge that everything will be teleported here, and there is no need to set up several sets of magic arrays, which saves time and effort. Of course, when the Supreme Elder of the West saw that I had set up an ambush, he might immediately change the formation to allow the Exafeng Alliance to avoid this trap. Then it's hard for me to say anything. After all, I'm an honest person and I will endure even if I suffer a loss. The Supreme Elder of the West almost died of anger. Is this what you call human language? Fortunately, when she set up the formation, it was true as she said, no matter which route you enter from, you will be transported to the Phantom Formation. Otherwise, wouldn't we be able to argue with you? Fang Zai's words also blocked the desire to change the formation. What should be changed? If those people in the Exafeng Alliance don't even have this ability, they don't deserve the Dongwin fruit. As for why their mentality has changed like this unknowingly, they don't know. Anyway, they're upset when they look at Fang Shi now, and they're upset when they look at Exafeng Alliance. No one is happy. After setting up an ambush, Fang Shi led Zhang Wen and others to continue walking inside to look for the Dongwin tree. Luo Chen and others had firm eyes and full of confidence. It's not that they have much confidence in themselves, but mainly in Fang Shi, the captain. At this time, they deeply understood what Zhang Wen told them, believe in Fang Shi and you will have eternal life. They used to sneer at this statement, but now they think it makes so much sense. At this time, a river appeared in front with a stone bridge on it. A huge monster stood at the end of the bridge. Logically speaking, Luo Chen and the others have become accustomed to their own insignificance because the scenery has been magnified several times before. But it was still very uncomfortable at this time. In addition to physical oppression, this monster also exerted coercion, causing their sea of consciousness to become unstable. Many people had beads of sweat on their foreheads and their bodies were trembling slightly. Fang Shi didn't have anything wrong, she still had time to think about it. It would be great if she could also contract this formation beast. If nothing else, this thing is bluffing. Of course, she just thought about it. The fortune of a big hedgehog is something that can only happen by chance but not by chance. At this time, the monster actually spoke human words. Only one person can pass this bridge at a time. Only those who pass my test can get on the bridge. Fang Shi blinked and asked, what test? The monster's face showed a ferocious look. Stay still and let me slap you. If you don't die, you can cross the bridge. Luo Chen and others. With the cultivation and size of this monster, he could probably turn them into meat pies with just one claw. The Supreme Elder of the West, who was outside the formation, was dumbfounded. This is completely different from what they set up before. There is indeed a bridge, but it is only a heart training bridge. As long as you are determined, you can cross the bridge. Where did this monster come from? Fang Shi and others naturally didn't know this. Not only did they not know, but the Melon-Eaters also didn't know. They all thought that this monster beast was originally present in the formation. The Melon-Eaters all stared at the teleportation wall attentively, wanting to see how Fang Shi and the others would break the situation. In their opinion, it is too difficult. As for the big claws of the monster, let alone patting them once, even half of them have to be played. This is obviously because they don't want Fang Shi and the others to cross the bridge. Could it be that the Supreme Elder of the West secretly changed the formation? This is too damaging. The Supreme Elder of the West was in shock at this time, but he didn't pay attention to these gossips, otherwise he would be angry to death. At this time, Fang Shi sneered coldly. This bridge belongs to your family. Why should we do whatever you say? Why don't you go to heaven if you are slapped even if you remain motionless? Good dogs don't block the road, get out of the way. After Fang Shi finished speaking, she raised her hand. Luo Chen and others' bodies reacted faster than their brains, and they rushed forward. At the same time, Fang Zai's divine consciousness, which had already been painted with hundreds of bastards, smashed towards the monster. The wooden sword even burst out with a red light. It had a lot of fun along the way and received a lot of scoldings. Sure enough, opportunities are reserved for the prepared sword. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 902 Sorry, you guessed wrong. The monster obviously didn't expect Fang Shi to do this, and his big head was buzzing from the big brick. His nose was even pierced with a wooden sword. Well, everyone else has 2 nostrils, they have 3. What's even more irritating is that Fang Shi is angry at it while fighting back. I think you are really too busy in meddling in other people's business. It's none of your business if we can't cross the bridge. I still passed your test, who do you think you are? You are so capable, why don't you drink all the water in the river first? The monster roared in anger. Because there is an extra hole in the nose, the snort sounds like a pig. Fang Shi saw that although the monster was at a disadvantage, it was not that easy to kill it. Her eyes flashed. If we try our best to kill this monster, wouldn't it be an advantage to the people of the Exafeng Alliance? It's best to fool it and leave it to cause trouble for the people of the West Peak Alliance. Thinking of this, she shouted to Luo Chen and others, stop it. Luo Chen and others didn't know why, but they all stopped fighting. Even the jackals stopped obediently. The monster stared at Fang Shi. Why didn't you fight? Are you afraid? Fang Shi snorted coldly. Am I afraid? We have the upper hand, what's there to be afraid of? It's just a matter of time before I kill you. But I am a kind-hearted person, and we have no grudges. It is uncivilized to shout and kill. I see that you are a courageous monster. Do you dare to make a bet with me? The monster snorted coldly. Why don't you dare? Fang Shi smiled brightly. She liked this kind of monster who had to be strong throughout her life. Fang Shi clicked her tongue and said, you are quite brave, but if I leave my words here, you will definitely lose. The monster snorted with three nose eyes. I will definitely lose. You are really not afraid of your big words. Don't whine here. Just tell me what you are betting on. Fang Shi said, let's talk about the bet first. If you lose, just get out of the way and let us pass. If we lose, we will stay and be your slaves. What do you think? The monster's big eyes rolled. You tell me what you want to bet on first, and then I decide whether to agree or not. Fang Shi said with a smile, I will hold something in my hand in a moment. As long as you can guess what it is, you will win. The monster thinks this is too easy. As long as it scans it with its spiritual consciousness, it will naturally know what she is holding. However, for the sake of safety, it said, you can bet on this, but you cannot use spiritual weapons or formations that cover up the detection of spiritual consciousness. Fang Shi nodded. This is natural. The demon beast thought about it for a while, and felt that it was all right, and then nodded in agreement. Fang Shi provoked it to swear an oath of inner demons, and she also swore a poisonous oath with little sincerity. Luo Chen and others' hearts were in their throats. Although they felt that Fang Shi was not that stupid, they still felt that this bet was a sure loser. At this time, Fang Shi secretly took out a bird egg from the storage ring, held it in his hand, and said to the monster, guess it. The monster almost laughed out loud. This stinky girl is so heartless. It immediately said, it's a bird egg. Fang Shi slowly let go of his hand, holding egg liquid and broken bird egg skin. Sorry, you guessed wrong. Monster. Fang Shi sighed, actually, I can take a seed, and after you finish guessing, I will spawn a sprout from it, and you will still lose. Do you know where you lost? You have ignored the influence of time on things. At this time it is an egg, and at that time it is broken egg liquid and egg skin. You have to look at the problem with a development perspective. The monster was so angry that all three nostrils were on fire. Isn't this a scandal? But it didn't know how to refute, so it could only vent its dissatisfaction by roaring. Fang Shi curled her lips and said, okay, stop shouting there. If you are willing to admit defeat, quickly get out of the way and let us pass. Otherwise, if the inner demon oath comes true, you will be in trouble. The monster had no choice but to stand aside with gritted teeth. I really thought it was just an ordinary bridge, but you will see it later. Fang Shi casually nodded at a jackal with flaming golden eyes. You go there first. The flaming golden-eyed jackal hesitated for a moment, but still stepped onto the stone bridge obediently. The journey to the other side was smooth. This is normal, it is a formation beast, and even if there is any problem with this bridge, it will not have any effect on it. Fang Shi asked the remaining flaming golden-eyed jackals to reach the other side of the stone bridge. Then she put the big hedgehog into the straight animal bag and said to everyone, I'll go over and take a look first. Before anyone could stop her, she stepped onto the stone bridge. As soon as I stepped on it, there was a clicking sound, and cracks appeared on the stone bridge, as if it would collapse at any time. The river water under the bridge also turned blood red, very strange. Fang Shi didn't seem to see anything, humming a little tune and skipping to the other side of the river. Then, he came back humming a little tune. Monster. You went over and over, and you came back. You were so good at talking. Fang Shi didn't care what it thought, she told Luo Chen and others what she saw when she crossed the bridge just now. Luo Chen and others looked surprised, because in their opinion, both the stone bridge and the river were normal. Fang Shi said with a smile, that means there is an illusion on this bridge. I have a simple mind, so the illusion is not complicated. It's hard for you to tell. Luo Chen and others. Fang Shi continued, actually, this is a good opportunity to temper your character. As long as you keep your heart, crossing this bridge is not difficult. Others were fine, but the 9 people who had been trapped in the illusion array looked embarrassed. They feel that a repeat of the past is likely. Previously, the captain was able to help them on the ground, but it was not easy to do so on the bridge. If they made a mistake, they would fall into the river. Just when they were in trouble, Zheng Wen said with his hands behind his back. I know this question well. I have helped countless people like you cross similar stone bridges in the past. Before you cross the bridge, you silently recite, Sin Fang Shi to gain eternal life. Once you have recited it by heart, then you shout and rush forward to make sure you can cross. The 9 disciples. You seem to be joking. Fang Shi smiled and said, although my 5th senior brother is joking, the method he said also has merit. To put it bluntly, it is to let you focus on one thing. In this way, the impact of the illusion on you will be weakened, and it will be easier for you to detect the illusion. You don't have to chant slogans, you can think of something that can make you concentrate, which will have the same effect. The 9 disciples suddenly realized it, but when they thought about it, they couldn't think of what they were concentrating on. Might as well recite slogans. So, everyone quickly chanted slogans loudly. Not only them, but others also shouted. Although they think they can get through it on their own, who wouldn't want to save some trouble if it can save them? Luo Chen and the others didn't shout. On the one hand, they were confident, but on the other hand, they couldn't shout. It was Huai Mingzhen who shouted the loudest, even jumping up and shouting. If you don't show your loyalty now, when will you wait? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 903, The Wooden Sword is Picky. Everyone outside the formation looked at this scene with complicated expressions. Is the direct disciple of Wu Dao Peak shouting, believe in Fang Shi and gain eternal life? Simply put, it's outrageous. Have you forgotten that Fang Shi is just a lone student? Peak Master Mo of Qinglong Peak had long been holding back his arrogance, but this time he had an opportunity to use the topic to his advantage. He looked at Sima Sect Master and said with a half smile but not a smile. Sect Master, Fang Shi is really popular in your Dao Enlightenment Peak. If you didn't know better, you would have thought she was your disciple. These words are nothing more than mocking the disciples of Wu Dao Peak for turning their elbows outward, and also mocking Sima Sect leader for inviting the wolf into the house. For what he said, Sima Sect master had no psychological burden at all. Fang Shi is Elder Yin's apprentice, and Elder Yin is the guardian elder of the Changsheng sect, so Fang Shi is naturally one of his own. Although the master-disciple relationship is currently only one-sided, it is only a matter of time before it becomes reality. Sect leader Sima said lightly. Peak Master Mo, what you said is serious. Those disciples are just trying to cross the stone bridge quickly. After all, we, the enlightened Peak people, can only take the wrong path. Peak Master Mo. Of course he knew the subtext of Sima Sect Master's words. You Xifeng have the support of the Taishang Elder. What's wrong with the Wu Daofeng shouting innocuous slogans? For a moment, he really didn't know what to say. The key is that the Supreme Elder of the West is doing a disservice. But I can't say this, and I don't dare to say it. After all, their Xifeng disciples are too useless. After taking advantage of it, he turned into the bear he is now, which makes people angry just looking at him. Elder Yin in the dark couldn't help but nodded. Sima Shao performed well this time, quite like my precious disciple. At this time, within the formation, Zhang Wen, after giving instructions to the disciples, rushed across the stone bridge with a roar. In fact, with his character, he can pass quickly even if he doesn't shout slogans, but he is the younger sister's brother, so of course he has to help the younger sister build momentum at this time. Jiang Yan followed closely behind. His speed was obviously much slower than Zhang Wen, but it was still impressive enough. After he reached the other side, Zhang Wen said with his hands behind his back, "Do you know why you are slower than me? It's because you didn't shout slogans." Jiang Yan. Although he was outspoken, he also knew not to offend Zhang Wen. After all, Zhang Wen had the best relationship with Fang Shi. So he grinned twice and said nothing. Everyone thought Luo Chen would be the one to go up next, but Duai Mingzhen said, "I'm coming." He stepped onto the stone bridge while chanting, "Believe in Fang Shi and gain eternal life. No matter what, just rush forward with your eyes closed." We reached the other side of the river in one breath. Jiang Yan's eyes widened because Huai Ming frame was actually faster than him. Is it possible that this slogan is really useful? Others had the same idea, and now they chanted even more piously. Fang Shi felt funny in her heart. As she said before, the so-called recitation of slogans is to make people concentrate, which will weaken the influence of the illusion on people. She had explained all the truth, but others didn't believe it and thought she had brought them good luck. So what could she do? She is really helpless. Everyone started to cross the bridge one after another. Except for Luo Chen, everyone else went on the bridge shouting slogans. Although it took some time, we managed to reach the other side. In the end, only the 9 poor students were left. They were about to get on the bridge when Fang Shi said, "Wait a moment." She smiled sincerely. Although slogans have some effect, they only treat the symptoms but not the root cause, and they may not ensure that you can pass the stone bridge. If you trust me, you might as well tell me what you saw in the illusion before and why you trapped in it. Although I don't have much ability, I'm still pretty smart. Maybe I can help you open your heart. Don't worry, I will turn on the isolation array to ensure that no third person can hear it. Of course, if you think this is your privacy, then just pretend that I didn't say anything and you can get on the bridge now. The 9 people obviously didn't expect Fang Shi to say that, and they were all stunned for a moment. On the one hand, they didn't expect Fang Shi to be so enthusiastic, and on the other hand, they struggled with whether to express their feelings. Since it is a knot in the heart, it is naturally a privacy that is not willing to be touched or is difficult to talk about. Who is willing to tell others? But they also know that if they can't untie the knot in their hearts, they will be trapped like this, and their cultivation will also encounter bottlenecks, let alone attainment and ascension. To say or not to say? Before these 9 people weighed up the results, the voice of the big hedgehog sounded in Fang Shi's consciousness. "Master, if they don't tell me, I will." Do you know what kind of fantasy one encountered before? Before Fang Shi could speak, Mu Jian said. Our master is most annoyed by idiots like you who are trying to say nothing. Just say what you want to say. Why are you asking? Are you taking the master's exam? Or do you want to attract the owner's attention by asking questions? You are just wasting the master's precious time. Time is life, you are murdering the master's life. The big hedgehog was stunned. My brain, which was not very bright to begin with, was completely messed up. Didn't it just say 2 sentences? Why did he become a bad spiritual pet who tried to kill his master? Not to mention the pride Mu Jian felt when he saw this. Baby, even if you have thorns all over your body, I can still easily handle you. Yes, you have thorns all over your body. I think it's too easy to find thorns. Fang Shi interrupted Mu Jian's eloquence and asked the big hedgehog. What kind of illusion did you encounter? The big hedgehog was afraid of being pricked by the wooden sword, so he quickly said. In the illusion, I turned into a monster. I was very happy at first, but my men couldn't bear to let me leave, and I couldn't bear to leave them either. So, I don't know whether I should go out or stay. Mu Jian sneered coldly. I don't know who was rolling on the ground just now. He said he didn't know whether to go out or stay, but his body was quite honest. Fang Shi. You are so mean. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 904. It's almost as if you didn't lose. The big hedgehog argued, of course I am happy that I turned into a monster, but this is different from being embarrassed. I always feel sorry for my subordinates. Mu Jin wanted to say more, but Fang Shi used his spiritual consciousness alone to talk to it. It's almost done. Mu Jian said nonchalantly, okay. It seems that the owner is very satisfied with the white face it sings. It is really the owner's thoughtful little sword. Fang Shi said to the big hedgehog. You value friendship, so it's normal to fall into such a conflict, and I can understand your inner struggle. But you don't have to. In order to save your subordinates, you were willing to become my mount. Since then, you have completed your mission as a leader. You can live for yourself now. Feng Zai's words were like clearing the clouds and revealing the sun, and the big hedgehog immediately figured it out. It suddenly felt refreshed and even suggested that it would cross the stone bridge by itself. Feng Shi happily agreed. After the big hedgehog was released, he ran across the stone bridge and reached the other side in the blink of an eye. Feng Shi said with a smile, "After my enlightenment, it has opened its heart and will no longer be afraid of falling into an illusion." The 9 people who were still hesitating made a decision in an instant and rushed to let Feng Shi resolve their knots. Feng Shi told them not to worry and come one by one. Next, Feng Shi transformed into a spiritual mentor and began to help them with their psychological problems. Although it was not as exaggerated as immediate results, after some hard work by her, it was more or less effective. After being directed, the 9 people stepped onto the stone bridge one after another while shouting slogans. Although it took a little longer than others, in any case, they all passed the stone bridge safely. The melon-eating people outside the formation have been fried for countless times. Feng Shi still has the ability to resolve knots in her heart. Let's just say, what else can she not do? If nothing else, Feng Shi is really good to those direct disciples of Wu Dao Peak. Even if they can't get the Dingwin fruit, it's a huge gain for them to be able to resolve the knot in their hearts this time. Yeah, no matter what Feng Zai's purpose is, those direct disciples of Wu Dao Peak are making a lot of money. Ellipsis. Many people are thinking whether they should also ask Feng Shi to help them when they have time in the future. After all, the knot in your heart may turn into a demon, so it's better to resolve it as soon as possible. At this time, Feng Shi within the formation did not cross the bridge immediately, but jumped up to the monster and said with a smile, "Big man, I admire you as a warrior who keeps your word, so before I leave, I will give you a gift." The monster heart said, "Do you still have such good intentions? Why do I not believe it so much?" Then, it watched helplessly as Feng Shi took out a bird egg from the storage ring and shook it at it. The monster almost died of anger. "What do you mean? Are you laughing at me for losing the bet just now? Big man, don't get me wrong, I mean well. There will be many people passing by here later. You can use this egg to bet with them. They will definitely lose. As the saying goes, get up wherever you fall. If you lose to me and win against them, it means you have not lost. Do you think what I said makes sense? Monster. Do you think I'm stupid? Don't you just want to trick me into making things difficult for those behind you? But, it's not impossible. I want to take revenge on those people for the cowardice I suffered from this damn girl." Feng Shi didn't care whether it agreed or not. She put the egg on the ground and skipped to the other side humming a little tune. Before leaving, he didn't forget to wave to the monster. "Big man, I'm optimistic about you." Monster. Roll. Get out of here. Get away. The Supreme Elder of the West who was outside the formation was speechless. This Feng Shi was always digging holes for the Exafeng Alliance anytime and anywhere. Why did she have so many bad ideas? At this time, the West Peak Alliance finally arrived at the center. Just as Feng Shi predicted before, they were also transported to the place where Feng Shi and the others fell into the illusion before. While they were still immersed in the changes in the proportions of the surrounding scenery, someone sniffed, "Why does it feel a bit like the smell of the demonic plant before?" Captain West was immediately shocked. "It's poisonous. Quick, put up the protective shield." Shen Jilin immediately released the 8-tailed snow fox, thinking she had met the previous demon plant again. With it around, she could sit back and relax. Just when everyone was holding up their spiritual shields, they fell into an illusion again. Since he has fallen into an illusion, he naturally cannot continue to hold up the spiritual shield. All of them were poisoned. Although this poison only causes people to slowly lose their spiritual power and does not pose a threat to their lives, it also causes them to become even more immersed in the illusion, making it difficult to wake up. Not to mention the West Peak Master, even the people who eat melons think that the people of the West Peak Alliance are so miserable. Feng Zai's methods are so ruthless. Many people silently decided on the idea that if they offend anyone, don't offend Feng Shi, otherwise they will die without knowing it. The 8-tailed snow fox also fell into the illusion. In the illusion, it met an excellent owner. She was gentle and kind. She would not beat it for no reason, nor use its blood to make talismans, nor would she overdraw its vitality for her own selfish purposes. She would also treat its injuries carefully, and even promised to cure its congenital defects. The 8-tailed snow fox was immersed in this illusory happiness, with tears falling from the corners of his eyes. A quarter of an hour later, Shen Jilin woke up first. She noticed something was wrong with her body, quickly held up her spiritual shield, took out a few pills, swallowed them, and then began to meditate and adjust her breath. Some people outside the formation said, if it were Feng Shi, he would first feed the others elixirs to replenish their spiritual power, and then quickly find the source of the poisonous gas. On the other hand, Shen Jilin only cares about herself without even taking care of her spiritual pet. Isn't that right? They also said that the 8-tailed snow fox was injured by Feng Shi, and they didn't see how good she was to the 8-tailed snow fox. You can't say that. Shen Jilin has been poisoned. Of course, you have to suppress the toxin in your body before you can save people. Anyway, the toxin is not fatal. It doesn't matter if it's earlier or later. Ellipsis. After a while, Captain West gradually woke up. They were a little surprised to see Shen Jilin already meditating and adjusting her breath. They didn't expect Shen Jilin to break through the illusion so quickly and take a high look at her. Westerners don't bother to meditate and regulate their breathing. After swallowing the elixirs, they start feeding others elixirs to replenish their spiritual power. Only then did Shen Jilin stand up and help them diligently, explaining. I was confused just now, and I didn't even think of this. It seems that I will have to learn more from senior brother Zue in the future. Captain West didn't care what he thought in his heart, and his attitude towards Shen Jilin was pretty good. After feeding everyone the elixir, they began to look for the source of the poisonous gas, and soon found it. They were surprised to see the withered purple grass. However, they all thought that the formation came with the formation. After all, the formation plate that Feng Shi had placed before had spontaneously ignited, leaving no flaws at all. After clearing away the purple grass, they meditated and adjusted their breath while waiting for others to explore the illusion. Soon, an hour and a half passed, and about 2/3 of the people were awake. Someone suggested, why don't we set off first, and it won't be too late to chase us after they wake up. Otherwise, if the people from Enlightenment Peak get the upper hand, we will be passive. Yes, we people have enough to deal with those trash at Enlightenment Peak. Don't waste time here. Let's go over to the Enlightenment Peak and eliminate them first. When they break through the illusion, they can join us in searching for the Dingwin fruit. Ellipsis. The captain of the West was a little hesitant and did not express his position immediately. Shen Jilan's eyes flashed and she said, Brother Zue, the selection trial is to select the best from the best, and the number of Dingwin Wo is also limited, so don't hesitate, make a decision immediately. Her words obviously touched the hearts of the Westerners. Yes, there are only 60 Dingwin fruits in total. Even if these people come together, it is impossible for everyone to get them. If that's the case, let's do it according to our abilities. So, my heart skipped a beat, let's go. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 905 just called Crazy Creek. Seeing that the 8-tailed snow fox had not yet woken up from the illusion, Shen Jilin couldn't help but curse secretly, what a waste. As an immortal beast, he couldn't even decipher the illusion. She didn't want to think about it. The 8-tailed snow fox was now extremely weak and had been poisoned. It was good that it didn't faint. Of course she didn't want to waste time on the 8-tailed snow fox, but she also had to consider what others thought of her, so she fed the 8-tailed snow fox a pill to restore its spiritual power, and then forcibly put it into the strip beast bag. This is what she said to others. It has a knot in its heart after being hurt by Feng Shi. It is difficult to break through the illusion on its own. I can only forcefully interrupt it, otherwise its body will not be able to bear it. Although doing this will damage its consciousness, I can't help it, whichever is the lesser of two powers. Everyone in the X-Feng Alliance believed her words. After all, the 8-tailed snow fox was her spiritual pet, and she had no reason to hurt it. Furthermore, now they only want to find the Dingwin tree as soon as possible, and they don't have the heart to think too much. So Captain West led some people and set off. Seeing this scene, the Melanitas outside the formation felt a little mixed. Without Feng Shi for comparison, they would have felt that Captain West's choice was extremely correct. After all, it was more advantageous. However, their mentality changed subtly at this time. At least if they had to choose between the West Captain and Feng Shi, they would definitely choose to join Feng Zai's team. It's not because Feng Shi is more capable, but because Feng Shi will definitely not give up on any of his team members. The Supreme Elder of the West also felt a little unspeakable in his heart. Before they could figure it out, they all exclaimed. The reason why they lost their composure was because Feng Shi and the others had already found the Dingwin tree. Something's wrong. There are obviously 2 levels behind the Liangson Bridge, 2 levels they carefully set up. Why is it gone? Monsters that weren't there before appeared, and the 2 levels that were supposed to be there were gone. What happened? However, they were relatively calm and soon regained their composure, at least on the surface. The Westerners began to communicate by means of sound transmission, but after a long discussion, no result was reached. However, they are not worried that Feng Shi will get the Dingwin fruit before the arrival of the X-Feng Alliance, because the Dingwin tree is the highest level existence in the entire formation. Moreover, once they climbed up the Dingwin tree, everyone would conduct trials separately. No matter how capable Feng Shi was, he would not be able to help the other people at Wudao Peak. It's not that they underestimated the people at Wudao Peak, only Luo Chen and the others were more confident. The others were studying with the prince, for nothing. Although this was quite a deviation from their initial expectations, at most it would be the same as in previous years, with the Enlightenment Peak able to get about 10 places. This result is still acceptable. Within the formation, Feng Shi and the others were sizing up the Dingwin tree in front of them. They saw a towering tree rising from the ground. They could only see part of the trunk. The crown of the tree was covered by clouds and could not be seen at all. While they were looking at it, an old voice said, Since you can come here, it means that you are all the best among the trialists, which is very good. But it is not that easy to get the Dingwin fruit. You will go through a series of difficulties and obstacles, and even pay your life for it. I took a look and found that only those with the best cultivation among you have the hope of getting the Dingwin fruit, but the others don't have this ability at all. I need to remind you that once you climb the tree, even if you crush the jade token, you will not be teleported out. You can only leave it to fate. If it's still too late for you to give up now, don't risk your life because of greed. Following the words, a huge pressure enveloped everyone. This pressure is even more powerful than the previous monsters, and it can't help but chill people's hearts. Some people feel a little unsure. Although they also want to get the qualification to enter the Haoshan Mirror, can they get it? It would be okay if they could follow Feng Shi. The key is that the Dingwin tree talks about going through the test separately, which means that when they get to the tree, everyone can do their own thing. Yes, this is the last level, you must rely on your own ability. When they were fighting with the Junction people, they heard Feng Shi say crisply. Little sapling, let me ask you, what do you mean by separation? Did we separate after we climbed up the tree? Dingyunshu. Are you blind? Which of your eyes can tell that I am a sapling? It snorted coldly, what I said is very clear. If you don't even have the ability to understand this, quit as soon as possible. Feng Shi squinted her eyes and stared at it. So, if we don't want to separate, then we have to cut down the tree. After all, as long as we knock you down, all 60 Dingwin fruits will be ours. Dingyunshu. What kind of bullshit brain circuit do you have? You actually want to knock down the examiner? It's the other way around. Feng Shi saw that it was silent and said. It seems you have acquiesced. In that case, we won't be polite. Dingyunshu, I'm a bastard by default. It said angrily, I don't. As soon as it said 2 words, it was interrupted by Feng Shi. You're not willing to give in. It's not our fault. Or are you scared? If you are scared, then obediently give us the Dingwin Wo, and we will break up and rejoice, how wonderful. Ding Yunshu was so angry with her. He blurted out, "Am I afraid? What a joke, am I afraid of you bunch of ants? Just because you want to cut me down. What a dream." Fang Shi curled her lips, dreaming. Then if we cut you down, does it mean that we have succeeded in breaking through? Ding Yunshu, who was already mad, didn't even think about it. Of course, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Fang Shi was very satisfied and silently put away the image stone. After all, the Supreme Elder of the West is likely to question her shameless operation of cutting down trees, and she has to leave evidence. Everyone outside the formation was shocked. Fang Shi, what did she say? She wants to chop down the Dongwin tree. Is she crazy? Are you crazy? She wants to wrap up all the Dongwin Guo. I don't think she'll be called Fang Shi anymore. She'll be called Crazy Shi first. Climbing the cloud tree is the last step. The Supreme Elder of the West must have put in a lot of effort. How could it be cut down by them? Ellipsis. Even the Supreme Elder of the West felt that Fang Zai's head was simply too whimsical. So you are still too young. Once you have some results, you will be flying. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 906, Have you changed all my ancestors? Ding Yunshu thought Fang Shi would cut down the tree soon, but Fang Shi asked Luo Chen and others to step back a long distance. Ding Yunshu thought to himself, it seems that this damn girl was just talking big words just now, and now she regrets it. That's right, they're just useless people who still want to cut down trees. What a wishful thinking. While it was thinking about it, it saw Fang Shi taking out a dozen large sacks from the storage ring and giving them to Luo Chen and others. Everyone, follow me and throw the talisman and seal. Blow up this tortoise tree. Ding Yunshu. Is the Shangsheng sect a sect or a big shop selling talismans and seals? Why are there so many talismans? Before it could think too much, Luo Chen and the others threw over a lot of talismans and seals as Fang Shi said. Luo Chen and the others were just like those ruthless puppets throwing talismans and seals. At this time, their minds were spinning. Although they know that Fang Shi is very talented in making talismans, after all, he is the one who has successfully passed the 1,888 levels of the 10,000 talisman heart refining cave. But you can't make so many talismans even if you have talent, right? Even if she painted day and night, she wouldn't be able to draw so much. Besides, do you really want to cut down trees? Will this work? Although Luo Chen and others were greatly shocked, it did not stop them from being obedient. They threw talismans and seals at Dongwin tree one after another. The sound of explosions was heard instantly, and even the ground shook. The Dongwin tree was blown up like little fallen leaves in the wind. However, it quickly calmed down and used its magical powers. The talisman seal heads thrown by Fang Shi and the others turned into ashes. The Dongwin tree made a rustling sound, as if it was mocking Fang Shi and the others for their little tricks. Fang Shi calmly put the big sack back into the storage ring and gave a thumbs up to Dongwin tree. It seems you still have some skills. Ding Yunshu sneered, you are nothing more than a cricket trying to shake a tree, using a mantis arm as a chariot. It's better to give up this unrealistic idea as soon as possible. Fang Shi clicked her tongue, you are quite knowledgeable, and you can actually speak idioms. Ding Yunshu. I highly doubt you are telling the truth. Fang Shi tilted her little head and asked curiously. Little sapling, why do you only defend and not attack us? Is it because as long as we don't climb the tree, you can't attack us? Even if you can't attack us, you can still exert pressure. Could it be that your coercion was a one-time thing and you can't use it now? Ding Yunshu was so angry that he was half dead. Immediately he exerted pressure again. Although nothing happened to Fang Shi, Luo Chen and others were affected. Fortunately, they were standing further apart now, which made it easier to feel than the previous time. Fang Shi was startled and said, hey, you can actually release pressure. It's really scary. My head, my elbows, and my hip shaft are all fine. Do you think it irritates me or not? Dongwin tree was so angry that its trunk began to shake crazily. This stinky girl is so irritating. Angered, it increased the pressure. Luo Chen and the others were fine, but some disciples couldn't even stand. Fang Shi said to Luo Chen and others, this is a rare opportunity to expand your spiritual consciousness. You should meditate and practice. Anyway, at this distance, it can't do anything to you. Luo Chen and others' eyes lit up and they immediately began to sit cross-legged and meditate. Ding Yunshu. Shameless. Shameless. I put pressure on you, do you use it to expand your spiritual consciousness? Can you please respect me? Want to take advantage of me? No way. Thinking of this, Ding Yunshu immediately withdrew his pressure. When it was halfway through receiving it, a large brick with a bastard painted on it hit its sea of consciousness. On the one hand, Ding Yunshu was half infuriated by Fang Shi, and on the other hand, in the process of withdrawing the pressure, when his spiritual consciousness was weak, he was hit hard. Ding Yunshu felt the sea of consciousness buzzing, and even the trunk of the tree shook. It thought Fang Shi would continue to smash, but it didn't. Fang Shi looked at it with a smile, is it fun? Ding Yunshu. What a fun daddy. You call this playing? However, because of Fang Zai's hit, it didn't dare to underestimate Fang Shi. It decided to change its approach. Little girl, you do have some abilities. Why don't you hurry up and climb the tree? You'll definitely be able to pick the Dongwin fruit. Why waste time here? People still have to think more about themselves, why should you care about the life and death of others? I can guarantee you that not only will you successfully get a Dongwin fruit, but I will also give you some good things that will help you practice. How about that? Luo Chen and others felt their hearts skip a beat, especially those disciples with relatively low cultivation levels. Will Fang Shi agree to climb the cloud tree? To be fair, if it were them, they would definitely be shaken. After all, people are selfish. Just when they were thinking wildly, Fang Shi smiled calmly. Little sapling, if you want peace talks, you have to show some sincerity. One Dongwin fruit is too little. How about this? If you give me all 60 Dongwin fruits, I won't chop you down. How about that? Ding Yunshu. I'm afraid you don't want to eat shit. Fang Shi continued, you can't attack us, and you don't dare to use coercion easily. What capital do you have to negotiate with me? As long as we persist, we will definitely cut you down. Do you want to say that there will be trial disciples later? Don't worry, they won't be here for a while. Even if they come, I can convince them to join the tree-cutting team. If you don't believe it, just try it. Ding Yunshu wanted to say he didn't believe it, but looking at Fang Zai's confident look, he felt it wasn't impossible. Little sapling, let's do this. I won't embarrass you. I don't want 60 coins. You give me 50 coins and we'll go back to the bridge. The remaining 6 are enough for you to kill the remaining people. Ding Yunshu. Do you mean not to embarrass me? Just when it was about to refuse, Fang Shi said again. Little sapling, actually I still have a lot of useless methods, but I'm too soft-hearted and I'm too embarrassed to get things done. For example, if you really make me anxious, I will take out dozens of thousands-year-old fire marrow. No matter how powerful you are, can you still withstand the fire? Ding Yunshu. Why don't I blow you to death? And dozens of thousands-year-old fire marrow. Do you think you are a fire-eating animal? The next moment, Fang Shi took out a jade box, opened it and shook it at the Dongwin tree. There was actually a cluster of 10,000 years of fire marrow inside. Fang Shi slowly put away the jade box and said, if you don't reveal your wealth, I won't show the rest. Of course, you can also choose not to believe it. After all, your brain is not very good. Ding Yunshu. Don't you know how to speak well? After Fang Shi put away the jade box, he said slowly. Even if 10,000 years of fire marrow can't burn you to death, I still have the most powerful move. You know the big man guarding the stone bridge in front of you, right? If you really make me anxious, I'll call him over to help. Although that guy doesn't have any great skills, he can still pull onions without any problem. Ding Yunshu. You are the onion, and your whole family is onion. It was a sapling before, but now it's an onion. Have you changed all my ancestors? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 907. He is truly a competent sect leader. Although Ding Yunshu didn't quite believe that Fang Shi could call the monster guarding the stone bridge over to help, he felt a little unsure. Even so, it did not intend to agree to Fang Shi's conditions. That would be too cowardly. But this time, Fang Shi giggled. It's just that this laughter doesn't sound like it could come from a good person. Luo Chen and others looked at Fang Zai's expressions of sympathy. No wonder they said doctors can't heal themselves. The captain has a way of unraveling other people's knots, but she herself still has psychological shadow. Ding Yunshu misunderstood. It thought that Luo Chen and others were sympathizing with it, and it was instantly furious. You ants actually sympathize with me. I really don't know what to say. But then I thought about it, could this damn girl's evil smile mean something terrible? It couldn't help but feel anxious. Fang Shi laughed for a while and then said, Xiao Kong, to say you are stupid, you are so heartless. Have you never thought that with my wicked and smoldering temperament, if you let me climb a tree, you are not afraid that I will do something wicked and shocking? For example, would you like to have a visit here engraved on your body? For example, make you look bald. For example, get a graft on you. Every time Fang Shi said something, Ding Yunshu's heart skipped a beat. Apart from anything else, the grafting thing makes her whole body feel cold. Although it thinks this is unlikely, what if it happens? If other demonic plants grow on it, is it still it? As for the trials it arranged in advance, it felt that it didn't seem to be of much use to Fang Shi. They were all points. Fang Shi kindly told it a story, which probably meant that a monkey monster got into the belly of another monster and made the other person worse than death. Because she spoke so vividly, Ding Yunshu put himself into the monster's perspective, as if there was a monkey monster in his trunk the next second. Ding Yunshu trembled. Terrible. Fang Shi changed the subject. Xiao Kong, this selection trial is just to select talents, and you have fulfilled your duty. Even if you give us the Ding Guo, no one will be able to tell the difference. If you have this time, you might as well recharge your batteries to deal with those people behind. They're much more numerous than us. How challenging it is for you to deal with them. With your intelligence so high, you must think what I said makes sense, right? Ding Yunshu. If I say what you said is wrong, am I a fool? To be honest, it doesn't want to tangle with Fang Shi anymore. What she said was so scary. Especially that monkey demon. It even thinks that Fang Shi is the monkey demon. She was talking about the evil things she had done before. However, it felt that it would be a bit shameful to give in like this. Just when it was hesitating, Fang Shi said to Luo Chen and others, what are you still doing? Why don't you quickly thank Senior Ding Yunshu for your kindness? Luo Chen and others. Wasn't it still a green onion just now? Suddenly he became Senior Ding Yunshu again. But whatever the captain says, we just did. So, he bowed and saluted. Thank you, Senior Ding Yunshu, for your generosity. Ding Yunshu almost cried. It's not easy. It finally got its identity back. It selectively ignored the fact that Fang Shi did not follow Luo Chen and others in saluting. It coughed twice. Forget it, since the purpose of the trial has been achieved, I won't embarrass you, just accept the Ding Guo. Luo Chen and others hurriedly stretched out their hands, and the next moment, everyone had an extra fruit in their hands. Golden color. The fragrance is fragrant. Fang Shi had a little bit of a mouth. It looks delicious. Why don't you give me the remaining 6? Ding Yunshu wanted to tell her to get lost. But I didn't dare. Silence is its last dignity. Fang Shi was just talking. After all, this fruit was only derived from the formation and could not be eaten at all. Besides, things should not be done too badly. If not even a single piece of fruit is left to the Xfeng Alliance, the Supreme Elder of the West might break the jar. Stay on the front line when doing things, and see you in the future. Thinking of the Supreme Elder of the West, she asked Yunshu just in case. You gave us Ding Guo. This doesn't count as a violation of our rules, is it? Are we passing the test in a legitimate manner? Ding Yunshu agreed angrily. Fang Shi raised her eyebrows. Then what if others don't approve? Ding Yunshu snorted coldly. I will guard this level, of course I have the final say. Fang Shi secretly put away the photo stone, relieved. Outside of the formation, this time it wasn't just the pot that exploded, but the house as well. Didn't I see it wrong? Ding Yunshu actually gave Fang Shi and the others 50 West Dingwin fruits. You read that right, it's true. Fang Shi and the others didn't climb the tree, but they got so many Dingwin fruits with just one pop. In other words, all members of the Enlightenment Peak have obtained the qualification to enter the Haushan Mirror. The other West Peaks can only share the remaining 6. Is this too miserable? Who is to blame? Who made them incompetent? If nothing else, the fact that they abandoned their companions is incomparable to Fang Shi. They deserve to be miserable. Ellipsis. The face of the West Peak Master was as pale as a kid. Their West Peak has a total of 6 places. Obviously what they expected before was that their West Peak could get at least 55 places, or even all 60 places. Only 6. One peak doesn't even have 2. If I had known this, why would I have held a selection trial? Fortunately, the Supreme Elder of the West still vowed to hit a record high. Is this an all-time high? This is an all-time low. The Supreme Elder of the West was like a wood carving and clay sculpture, sitting there motionless, not even blinking. Their desire to be strong throughout their lives has died. Their whole life's reputation was ruined. They're like the old losers sitting in rows in the West. They're sad, but some are happy. The disciples of Wu Dao Peak cheered for joy. Since the beginning of the song, they had been criticized by the other West Peak for being cowardly, and now they were feeling proud and proud. In the future, who will dare to say that their father at Wu Daofeng doesn't love their mother? They have Fang Shi. Although this seems inappropriate, Fang Shi is indeed their savior. Elder Huai was so happy that he didn't care about the elder's burden at all. It was his good idea to let Fang Shi and the other 3 people participate in the selection trial. He is also a proper hero. Not to mention Sima Sect Master. It took all of my self-control to stop myself from laughing so exaggeratedly. Happy. What a joy. So what if you have the help of the Supreme Elder of the West? Aren't you still losing so much that you even lose your bottoms and pants? 50 West places to enter the Haushan Mirror. What an opportunity this is. When they come out of the Haushan Mirror, their cultivation will definitely be improved to a higher level. At that time, the other Exafeng will definitely be far away. How wise he was to lure the wolf into the house. He is truly a competent leader. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 908, the etiquette cannot be abolished at any time. Elder Yin in the darkness did a somersault. If he didn't have a shred of sense left, he would have announced in front of everyone that those 3 were his disciples. Or why is he the guardian elder of the Shangsheng sect? When it comes to wisdom and knowledge, who else is there? Sima Xiao still blames me for being an enemy. Am I being an enemy? I still cultivate talents for the Changsheng sect. Luo Chen and others within the formation stood there blankly. At this moment, they still felt like they were dreaming. Especially those disciples who originally had no hope. They originally thought that participating in the selection trial this time was just to serve as a foil for Luo Chen and others. After all, they knew that they had no ability to obtain the qualifications to enter the Haushan Mirror. The result is now. They didn't even use the magic weapon that the captain had taught them before. What is sowing discord? What is confusing right and wrong? What a pity. The only reason to blame is that the people in the Exafeng Alliance are so useless that they haven't even caught up with them. No, it's not that they're too useless, it's that their captain is too wise and mighty. Believe in Fang Shi and gain eternal life. This is really a wise saying. They all looked at Fang Shi with gratitude and admiration. Some even burst into tears and even wanted to give Fang Shi a kiss. You must know that getting the qualification to enter the Haushan Mirror is equivalent to getting an opportunity. This is a huge favor. Fang Shi smiled like a spring breeze. Now that you have obtained the Dingwin fruit, you should crush the jade token and go out. I'll wait for the people from the West Peak Alliance for a while, and I'll say goodbye to them before going out. After all, I'm a polite person. Luo Chen and others. Are you sure you were saying goodbye to them and not digging a hole for them? But what Fang Shi said was the decree of the law. They didn't have any objection at all and they all obediently crushed the jade plaque. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan gave Fang Shi a few words of advice and followed him out. If they stay, they might be held back, so it's better not to cause any trouble to the junior sister. After they all left, Fang Shi said to Ding Yunshu, Xiao Kong, let's talk about 10 spiritual stones. Ding Yunshu, ugly rejection. Fang Shi didn't care whether it was happy or not, and said with a smile. How are you going to deal with those people behind you? Let them climb the tree first. That's too easy for them. I have heard a saying that destroying someone's wealth is like killing their parents. How about we join forces and kill all their parents, 7 aunts and 8 aunts? Ding Yunshu, what do you mean? When they come, you lie to them that if they want to climb the tree, they have to pay a tree fee, 1 million spiritual stones per person. They're all extremely rich and will definitely agree. When the time comes, we'll share the money equally. Ding Yunshu, are you the reincarnation of Pixiu? Fang Shi glared at it. You don't care whether I am Pixiu or Iron Rooster. I will ask you whether you agree or not. Ding Yunshu hesitated for a moment. It's not impossible, but can they pay the money obediently? Fang Shi originally thought that she would have to spend a lot of time. After all, the Dingwin tree was only derived from the formation, and the strut stone was of no use. She didn't expect that she would agree so readily. It seems like you are greedy for anything. She smiled and said, they want to climb Yunguo as much as they want to be a demon, so of course they will agree. By the way, 1 million is just the threshold fee. There must be a priority in getting up, right? Let's hold an auction again, and the highest bidder will go first. Those gangsters will definitely pay a high price, maybe 10 million. The trunk of Dingwin tree couldn't help but shake a few times. 1,000, 10,000. Fang Shi glanced at it. Look at how hopeless you are. Why are you so surprised at 10 million? If they don't have so many spiritual stones, you can ask them to use elixirs, spiritual weapons, etc. If you don't need them, give them to me. Dingyunshu, even if I throw it away, I won't give it to you. It felt that it was too passive and was being led by Fang Shi. Suddenly an idea flashed and it said, you ignored one question. When they arrive, and they see you here, the first thing they will do is beat you up. What will you do then? Fang Shi said lightly. Just say that the rules dictate that no one can fight under the tree, otherwise they will be disqualified from climbing up the tree. Naturally, they will not dare to touch me. Dingyunshu. Why are you so damaged? Fang Shi rolled her eyes. By the way, don't be stupid and tell them that there are only 6 Dingwin fruits left on the tree. This will easily hurt their hearts. Just be vague and make them think that the rest of us at Enlightenment Peak have been eliminated. In this way, their enthusiasm for participating in the auction will definitely be very high. I'm so kind. Dingyunshu, haha. The Western Peak Master outside the formation was so angry that he was trembling with anger. He was bullying someone too much. That's too much. But they couldn't tell what Fang Shi was not good at. Is it possible that others are not allowed to risk bad water? At this time, Luo Chen and others had been teleported out. They all walked down from the array with their faces glowing and their heads held high. Before leaving, he did not forget to bow to the Supreme Elder of the West. The captain said that they are all civilized and polite people. Etiquette must not be abandoned at any time. The face of the Supreme Elder of the West looks like that palette. He reluctantly said a few words of encouragement and sent Luo Chen and the others away. Immediately afterwards, Jing Yan and Zhang Wen were also teleported out. The two of them also saluted and said hello very respectfully, making it hard for anyone to fault them. The Supreme Elder of the West squeezed out the word, good, from between his teeth and dismissed the person. They are no longer in the mood to care about this. They just hope that the people in the Exafeng Alliance can have a little more brains and not really fall into the pit dug by Fang Shi. It's just that they don't have any confidence in their hearts, not to mention those disciples. To be fair, if it were them, they would also be fooled. After all, who could have guessed that Ngunshu would join forces with Fang Shi? What a hell. You, a demon plant derived from a formation, are actually greedy for money. What's the use of getting so many spiritual stones? Is it just to look happy? How outrageous. When they looked at the teleportation wall, they were even more heartbroken. Because the people from the Exafeng Alliance encountered that monster. The monster first exerted some pressure, and then said to them, if you want to get on the bridge, let me take a photo. If you die in the photo, you will be unlucky. After hearing this, the people from the Exafeng Alliance suddenly became commotion. Are you kidding me? With this monster's cultivation level, if you slap them, can they still survive? Seeing this, the monster rolled its big eyes. If you don't want to be photographed, that's fine. I'll make a bet with you. If you win, I'll let you pass. If you lose, get out of here. Everyone was happy and nodded in agreement. After all, a bet is better than a slap on the wrist. The monster copied all of Fang Zai's rhetoric, then held the egg in its big paw. Yes. In order to express herself, Shen Jilin was the first to say, it's a bird egg. The monster laughed. It finally felt the stinky girl's happiness. The joy that only smart people can feel. It was so happy that it forgot to crush the egg, and stretched out its claws as soon as possible. When he heard the cheers of the crowd, the monster lowered his head and looked. At #% ***. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 909. They were so lucky to meet her. The monster was so angry that it almost died. But instead of looking for reasons in itself, it angered Shen Jilin. If it weren't for you, a poor person, rushing to beep, how could I have made such a stupid mistake? It immediately smashed the bird egg in its hand towards Shen Jilin. Fang Shi was very considerate and felt that the monster's claws were too big, so the egg she gave it was larger than the one she had held before. It's as big as a wash basin. Shen Jilin never imagined that the monster would suddenly attack, and it was too late to hide. I could only activate the spiritual shield and defensive weapon, and took it abruptly. Even so, she was knocked upside down and spit out a mouthful of blood. The splashing egg skin and egg liquid also affected some of the surrounding disciples, and they were all affected. They thought to themselves, why are you so unlucky? But no matter what, passing the monster level is a gratifying thing. Although the monster was angry, he kept his word, moved out of the way, and said that only one person could cross the bridge at a time. Of course, people from the Exafeng Alliance are not so stupid as to think that the stone bridge is just a simple stone bridge, and there must be something fishy about it. So no one wants to be the first to pass. The monster couldn't help but curl his lips. What a bunch of cowards. That stinky girl named Fang Shi is much better than you, so she walked over without saying a word. Her subordinates were also pretty good, rushing forward one by one. No one is like this bunch of wimps. They're probably afraid of being smashed to death if the raindrops fall on them. The Supreme Elder of the West who was outside the formation was so angry. Everyone at Wudao Peak has obtained the Dingwin fruit, and you are still fighting among yourself here. A bunch of losers. Waste. Idiot. 205. Anyway, they now look very displeased at the people from the West Peak Alliance, especially those with Juyu from Enlightenment Peak in front of them. The more they look at them, the more they feel like these people are like a bunch of dead fish eyes. After some deliberation, Captain West finally decided to let Qinglong Peak cross the bridge first. Shi Yuanzhang, the captain of Qinglong Peak, felt very unhappy, but now that they had the fewest people left, they did not dare to break up with the other 3 peaks, so they had to swallow their anger. He was the captain, so he had to go first, so he took a deep breath and stepped onto the stone bridge. The face of the Supreme Elder of the West softened a little. In any case, the captain of Exafeng is still responsible. Shi Yuanzhang fell into the illusory formation as soon as he stepped onto the stone bridge. However, he was determined and quickly broke through the illusory formation and reached the other side of the river. The disciples of King Long Peak suddenly cheered and praised Shi Yuanzhang. The monster curled his lips. That hedgehog was faster than him. What was there to brag about? What a bunch of idiots who have never seen the world. Shi Yuanzhang told others about the magic array on the bridge, and everyone finally felt a little calmer. People are always afraid of unknown things, and knowing the answers makes them less afraid. Furthermore, they have experienced illusions before, so they are relatively confident. The people from King Long Peak stepped onto the stone bridge one by one. Although it took some time, they all reached the other side of the river smoothly. Shen Jilin was also among them, and it even took less time than Shi Yuanzhang. Naturally, some of her admirers were bragging again, but Shen Jilin was not in the mood to listen to them now. She had just vomited a mouthful of blood and quickly took advantage of the opportunity to meditate and adjust her breath before the other 3 peaks came. She was very upset. Ever since that bitch Fang Shi came to the Changsheng sect, everything has been going wrong for her, especially this selection trial. Jian Shou was extremely unlucky. She originally guessed that the thing in the monster's hand would impress everyone, but she was hit by the monster and vomited blood. However, the most important thing now is to get the Dingguin fruit. It would be better if we can get rid of that bitch Fang Shi by the way. 3 hours later, all the people from the Xifeng Alliance passed the stone bridge. At this time, several people who had been abandoned by them came one after another. The monster suddenly became energetic. It just so happens that the bird's eggs haven't been broken yet, so let's take advantage of these people for fun. Those few people immediately asked Captain Xifeng for help, but due to the threat of the monster, they all remained silent. Those disciples were already dissatisfied because they were abandoned, and now they were even more dissatisfied. Of course, they would not be stupid enough to speak out, and could only suppress the dissatisfaction deep in their hearts. Although Captain Xifeng felt a little sorry, he couldn't care less now and continued to move forward with the group of people who had passed by. Luo Chen and others who had been teleported to the outside world saw this scene, and they felt more and more that Fang Shi was really a good captain who was hard to find in the sky and on the earth. No matter what difficulties she encountered, she never gave up on any of them. How lucky they were to meet her. Huai Mingzhu immediately began to give a speech. The central idea was to promote how responsible Fang Shi was and how he cared for his teammates. He was about to write a book and biography for Fang Shi. Zhengwen glanced at him and said, "That's all, let this bitch do this kind of hard work from now on." After all, he has already passed this preliminary stage. Within the formation, Fang Shi was yawning and said to Dingguin Shu, "I've already woken up, why haven't those big fat sheep come yet? I really don't know how they got their identities as direct disciples. They're too useless." Peak Master's Eye's face was burning, but he couldn't say anything. Isn't it waste? Peak Master Han of Suzaku Peak was even more furious. He originally arranged for several disciples to take advantage of the chaos to get rid of Fang Shi and the others, but in the end they didn't even see Fang's Eye's shadow. She might even have to cheat her out of a lot of money later. He just felt a heavy punch hitting the cotton, not to mention the anger in his heart. After waiting and waiting, the people from the Xifeng Alliance finally saw Dingguin Shu and Fang Shi. Captain Ziwei exchanged a look. It seemed that all the others at Wudao Peak had been eliminated, leaving only Fang Shi. Why didn't she climb the tree? Is it due to rules or does she have any scruples? Shen Jilin felt happy. Fang Shi was now alone. It was a good time to get rid of her. However, she did not say anything because she knew that the people from Suzaku Peak hated Fang Shi even more and would definitely take action. Sure enough, someone at Duke Peak said, "Everyone, since Fang Shi is the only one left in Wudao Peak, we have nothing to be polite about. We will eliminate her first." His statement was echoed by many people. After all, with one less person competing for Dingguin fruit, they would have a better chance of winning. Although Fang Shi and Dingguin Shu had already made an agreement, Dingguin Shu deliberately wanted to see Fang's Eye's joke, so he didn't say anything. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 910. See you later. Dingguin Shu thought Fang Shi would panic, but Fang Shi stretched himself and said slowly, "You want to eliminate me? Okay, I see that the number of people on your west peak is uneven, so I'll help you even it out, so as not to be unfair when competing for Dingguin fruit. Come here with confidence. My cultivation is not good enough, and I don't have any means to save my life. You can easily kill me." Everyone who originally wanted to take action was stunned. Fang's Eye's words reminded him of one thing. Although they were allies in Xifeng before, they were now competitors. Although Fang Shi was alone, she was full of bad intentions. Whoever rushed to the front might be in bad luck. Therefore, even though they were shouting happily, they were all at least 1 foot away from Fang Shi. Dingguin Shu is so discouraged. I originally expected you to scare the girl to death, but in the end, each of you is worse than the other. It was too lazy to waste any more time and said, "I don't care how you fight in other places, but if someone takes action on my territory, then don't even think about getting the qualification to climb the tree to grab the Dingguin fruit." After hearing Dingguin Shu's words, all the disciples who had been clamoring to attack Fang Shi stopped. Shen Jilin felt so hateful. But I didn't dare to say anything. After all, Dingyangguo was more important. Dingguin Shu continued. "If you want to be qualified to climb the tree, you must pay a certain price. You can either accept my full blow or take out 1 million spiritual stones. You can choose for yourself." Dingguin Shu released his pressure when he said this. Although it was slapped by Fang Shi before, it has recovered now and is not a serious problem. The people of the Xifeng Alliance were enveloped by the pressure of the Dingguin tree, and they all shed cold sweats. They felt that the Dingguin tree in front of them was more terrifying than the monsters they had encountered before. Naturally, they did not dare to receive Dingguin Shu's full blow, and they all expressed their willingness to take out 1 million spiritual stones. Dingguin Shu thought he would have to spend a lot of time, but he didn't expect to get the spirit stone so easily. At this time, Fang Shi sneered coldly. "What a bunch of cowards. Fortunately, you are still direct disciples of the Changsheng sect, but you don't even have the courage to do so. I am different. I am a proud person, let alone 1 million spiritual stones, I will not give it even one spiritual stone. Dingyunshu. Where are you from? However, it quickly realized that the stinky girl was probably afraid that people would suspect that they were collaborating, so she acted like this. It immediately said contemptuously, okay, since you choose to accept my move, after they get up the tree, I will send you on your way. Shen Jilin couldn't help but feel funny in her heart. Fang Shi, a bitch, really didn't know how high the sky was. She was the only one who still wanted to receive a blow from Dingyunshu. It's really about money rather than life. I guess you want to get through with your words again, right? It's really asking for death. At this time, Dingyunshu said to the disciples of the Xifeng Alliance, you can climb the tree now. When the people from the Xifeng Alliance heard this, they immediately rushed forward. They were joking. The one who climbed the tree first must have an advantage. Only fools would not fight. The scene was very chaotic for a while. Dingyunshu immediately released his pressure and said displeasedly, you guys are too noisy. Stop arguing and talk about the spiritual stones. The more money you pay, the higher your ranking will be. If you can't get the spiritual stones, you can use things to pay for the money. Fang Shi burst into laughter. Isn't this just an auction? These are all my tricks, so they won't be fooled and fall for it. Everyone, instead of being taken advantage of, why don't you cooperate with me and let's cut down this Dengwin tree together? Originally, people from the Xifeng Alliance were a little hesitant because they also saw that Dingyunshu's routine looked familiar. It seemed that the auction held by Fang Shi that day was also the same. However, Fang Zai's words successfully dispelled the doubts. This was just a coincidence. After all, it is impossible for Dingyunshu to have anything to do with Fang Shi, let alone collude with her. Besides, this is the formation set up by the Supreme Elder of the West. This Dingyunshu will definitely not turn its elbows outward. After dispelling the doubts, everyone started bidding. These direct disciples are very rich, even if they don't have so many spiritual stones, they still have many treasures. Now I am risking everything to get the Dengwin fruit. In addition, they also have a wishful thinking in their hearts. This formation was created by the Supreme Elder of the West. The spiritual stones and things they sent out will only end up in the hands of the Supreme Elder of the West, and they will probably return it. Give them. Therefore, each bid was higher than the last, and in the blink of an eye, the highest bid had already reached 7 million spiritual stones. Fang Shi felt happy. The Changsheng sect was such a good place. The fat sheep are everywhere. Although he was thinking this in his heart, there was a look of contempt on his face, looking at the Xifeng Alliance as if he were looking at a group of fools. The more she behaves like this, the more joyful everyone becomes when bidding. Everyone outside the formation felt helpless. Is Fang Shi too treacherous, or are the people from the Xifeng Alliance too stupid? After analysis, I still feel that Fang Shi's treachery accounts for most of the reasons. After all, no one would have thought that Dingyunshu would collude with Fang Shi. These two are incompatible. There is another key reason. The people in the Xifeng Alliance didn't know that there were only 6 Dengwin fruits left on the tree, and they thought there were 60. Now that there are only more than 70 of them, the chance of getting the Dengwin fruit is very high, so naturally they have to give it a try. If they had known that there were only 6 Dengwin fruits, most people would have given up long ago. Fang Shi felt that the heat was almost ready, so she sent a secret signal to Dingyunshu as agreed in advance. Dingyunshu said impatiently, okay, let's decide the order according to the existing bids. Pay the money and climb the tree. Everyone did not dare to object, and after paying the money, they climbed up the Dengwin tree one by one. In the blink of an eye, they were transported to different trial scenes. But Fang Shi doesn't care about this now. She just wants to share the spoils with Dingyunshu. If I remember correctly, you just collected a total of 183.66 million spirit stones, 55 Earth-level spiritual weapons, and 315 bottles of Earth-level elixirs. Dingyunshu. If nothing else, you have a really good memory. After Fang Shi talked about a long list of trophies, he said, according to the prior agreement, it's 50-50 between us. I'm too lazy to settle the calculation with you. Just give me 100 million spiritual stones for the first payment, and the rest will be yours. Dingyunshu snorted coldly, I want those useless things. I will take 100 million spiritual stones and give you the rest. Fang Shi nodded, it's okay, I'm easy to talk to, so that's pretty much it. As a result, the two happily completed the work of dividing the spoils. Fang Shi collected the loot and said to Dingyunshu with a smile, Xiao Kong, you are busy, I'm leaving now, see you later. After Fang Shi finished speaking, he crushed the jade identity tag and disappeared. The trunk of the Dengwin tree swayed slightly, and then returned to silence. Outside of the formation, Sima's sect leader was a little confused. Why did Fang Shi just tell Dingyunshu that we would meet again later? Shouldn't it be indefinite? After all, the selection trial is over, and the demonic plants derived from the Dengwin tree formation will also turn into nothingness as the formation closes. Could it be that she was so happy after earning a lot of spiritual stones that she made a slip of the tongue? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 911 Fang Shi fortunately lived up to his fate. Smiling face casual date is just a click away. Sign up and start meeting women in your area today. Singles near you. When Sima's sect leader was confused, Fang Shi had already been teleported outside the formation. She bowed respectfully to the Supreme Elder of the West and said hello. Whether it was her posture, expression or tone, there was nothing wrong with her. The Supreme Elder of the West smiled uglier than crying. Now they feel as if they have eaten Coptis chinensis. How can they say bitter? They didn't want to say a word to Fang Shi, so they just nodded at Fang Shi, indicating that she could get out. Fang Shi turned around and approached Sima's sect master and said with a smile, Sect master, Fang Shi fortunately lived up to his command and fulfilled your instructions brilliantly. Sect leader Sima. Let's not talk about your own praise for now. Didn't you transfer all the hatred points to me? The Supreme Elder of the West and the Peak Master of the West Peak must have thought that I was responsible for all those damaging moves of yours. The point is that I really can't think of those bad ideas of yours. But now he likes Feng Shi, not to mention just passing the blame. Even if Feng Shi blows his mind, he will praise her for her cleverness. Sect Master Sima said with a smile on his face, okay, well done. Feng Shi said a few more words that seemed to be modest but actually boastful, and then Shi Shiren turned around and waved, nodded and smiled at the crowd of Melanitas. Huai Mingzhen, a professional sitter, immediately got into working mode and took the lead in applauding. Jiang Yan and others followed closely behind. They sincerely wanted to thank Feng Shi, not to mention applauding, just a few kowtows would do. Needless to say, the disciples of Wu Dao Peak were also proud and applauded so hard that their hands turned red. Although from a rational point of view, those melon-eating people should not agree with the ex-Feng disciples who have been so miserable, but the atmosphere is here. They can't be unsociable. Besides, if it weren't for Feng Shi, they wouldn't be able to eat so many melons, and a few applause would be of no use. So, they all followed suit and applauded. There was thunderous applause for a moment. The Supreme Elder of the West. None of us have ever enjoyed such treatment. What's the difference between us and Feng Shi? The only problem is that she is not as thick-skinned as she is. No one can act without her. Feng Shi immediately delivered a passionate speech. She first thanked everyone for their support, and then said that the good results achieved by their Wu Dao Peak in the selection trial were not due to her alone, but under the correct leadership of Sect leader Sima and the support of the Wu Dao Peak elders. The results achieved through the concerted efforts of all partners. Finally, she also mentioned that she had some experience in resolving knots. If anyone needed help, they could always go to her. There was another burst of warm applause from the crowd. If it weren't for the fact that the top Sect members were there, some people would probably shout that Sin Feng Shi would have eternal life. Elder Yin in the dark smiled like an old walnut. The more he looked at the three apprentices, the more he liked them, especially Feng Shi. Jian Shou was good in every aspect and had no faults at all. After Feng Shi had finished complaining, she found a place to sit cross-legged, surrounded by Huai Mingzhen and others, and watch what was going on the screen. At this time, the people of the ex-Feng Alliance were undergoing the test of Denggunshu. The scenarios everyone encounters are different, but it can be seen that they are all targeted. Only the first 6 people to complete the assessment are eligible to receive the Dengguin fruit. Feng Shi glanced at it for a few times and then stopped looking. Instead, she used her spiritual consciousness to check the situation of the big hedgehog. Apart from being a little sluggish, the big hedgehog is generally normal, but his cultivation is still at the early stage of nascent soul and has not returned to the early stage of becoming a god. Feng Shi originally wanted to give it to Zheng Wen or Jing Yan, but now she had to give up the idea. It seems that this thing can only be smashed into hands. Mu Jian asked Feng Shi in a bewildered tone, Master, why did you tell Denggunshu that we would meet again in the future? Is there any deep meaning in this? It wouldn't think that Feng Shi made a mistake because he earned 100 million spirit stones. The unscrupulous master had seen many storms and waves, so how could he make a mistake just because he earned 100 million spirit stones? Feng Shi said slowly. I vaguely feel that the trial formation is a bit unusual. Let's not talk about the intelligence of those formation beasts, which is a bit too high. Let's talk about the climbing cloud tree. If the Dengguin tree was just derived from the formation, it shouldn't have agreed to cooperate with me so readily. In addition, if it was just to play tricks on the people of the ex-Feng Alliance, it would not say that elixirs and spiritual weapons were useless to it when the spoils were divided in the end. The subtext of its words was that spiritual stones were useful to it. What does a formation beast need spiritual stones for? When I said we would meet again in the future, I was testing it. It didn't refute my words, which is interesting. Mu Jian immediately started blowing rainbow farts to the point where it was all over the place. The big hedgehog had a clear look of stupidity on his face. What were the owner and Mu Jian talking about? Why can't I understand? However, the outside world is so wonderful. So many people. And they are all such enthusiastic people. Feng Shi rolled her eyes, and instead of looking at the teleportation wall, she began to communicate with Elder Huai. The Supreme Elder of the West is discussing what to do next by means of sound transmission. Regardless of how many places Wu Dao Peak has received, the key point is that there are only 6 places in Exafeng. Isn't this nonsense? They cannot accept this result no matter what. But in full view of the public, it's hard for them to go back on their word, so they have to find something wrong. After much deliberation, I still had to start with Feng Shi and the other 3, and kill them because they were not members of the Changsheng sect, thus interfering with the results of the competition. Also, in the final stage of climbing the cloud tree, the disciples of Enlightenment Peak did not climb the tree to undergo the test, so it does not count. Although it was a bit shameless, there was nothing he could do. At least he had to force Sima sect leader to make concessions. By the way, the 100 million spirit stones that Feng Shi cheated have to be returned. As for the part of the spiritual stone that was pitted by Dengguin tree, it should be teleported out of the formation after the formation is closed. An hour later, each of the West captains got a Dengguin fruit, Shen Jilin got 1, and a disciple named Ding Wenchang from Suzaku Peak got the last one. Many people think this result is expected. Being elected as the captain of the West captain means that he is outstanding in the team. Shen Jilin has been gaining momentum recently, and the one named Ding Wenchang is also a leader among the direct disciples of Suzaku Peak. After the 6 Dengguin fruits were all assigned, everyone was ejected from the formation. The disciples abandoned by the Exafeng Alliance were also ejected from the formation. The 6 people who got the Dengguin fruit felt very proud. Although I had a lot of confidence before participating in the trial, there are still variables after all, and now it is a certainty. When Shen Jilin was teleporting out, she saw Feng Shi sitting in the crowd and thought she had been eliminated. The look in Feng's eyes couldn't help but contain a bit of contempt. No matter how cunning you are, won't you still be no match for me in the end? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 912 The Beautiful Faces of the 4 Supreme Elders. Captain West had the same idea as Shen Jilin at first. But when they saw Jiang Yan and others' faces beaming with joy, while their companions looked downcast, an ominous premonition suddenly arose in their hearts. Because they were uneasy, they did not think of saluting the Supreme Elder of the West, so they stood in the crowd with doubts. The Supreme Elder of the West is so angry. Forget it if you don't have the ability, but your etiquette can't even compare to those of the people at Wudao Peak. What use do you need? At this time, Sima Sect leader said. The Supreme Elder of the West, the selection trial has ended, shall I announce the results now? The Supreme Elder of the West exchanged glances, and Elder Ji said. Sect Master, wait. Sect leader Sima has been prepared for this for a long time. It would be damned if this Westerner obeyed. He wanted to hear what they wanted to say. Elder Ji took a deep breath and said, logically speaking, since the results have been obtained, we should not have any objections, but the selection trial is unfair. First, the three of Fengxi are not disciples of our Changsheng sect, which means Wudao Peak has foreign aid, which is unfair to the other Exafeng. Secondly, the last level is also the most critical level. There is a problem with the way to obtain the Dongguin fruit. The other West Peaks all passed the test according to the rules and got the Dongguin fruit, while the Enlightenment Peak got the Dongguin fruit by threatening the Dongguin tree. Such a result cannot convince the public. Therefore, the results of the selection trial cannot count. Sect Master Sima was almost angry. Fortunately, you are still the Supreme Elder, and you can actually say such shameless words. How disgusting. When he was about to refute, Fengxi weakly raised her hand. Sect Master, as the person mentioned by Elder Ji, can I say a few words? Sima Sect Master nodded. Okay. Fengxi said in a clear voice, let me talk about the first point first. Elder Ji said that our senior brother and sister are not disciples of the Changsheng sect, which is unfair to the other Exafeng. Have you forgotten that before I entered the formation, we signed a life and death certificate? It is written clearly on it. No one has any objections to the three of us participating in the selection trial. Can what is written in black and white be changed? Elder Ji. No wonder this damn girl had to make 2 more copies at that time, she was waiting here. Fengxi continued, let's talk about the second point. You said we didn't get the Dongguin fruit according to the rules. Ding Yunshu personally admitted that our approach was real and effective, and I even recorded it with a photo stone. After Fengxi finished speaking, he revealed the scene at that time. The Supreme Elder of the West. You were so well prepared. Fengxi continued. But one thing you said, Ziwei, is right. This selection trial is unfair, but it's us Enlightenment Peak who are being treated unfairly. I am very irresponsible and speculate that you, West, changed the formation during the trial, and your original intention was to help Naxafeng. As the examiner cheating, I won't tell you the nature of it. It is undoubtedly very unfair. The 6 Dongguin fruits obtained by Exafeng must be invalidated. Otherwise it will be difficult to convince the public. The Supreme Elder of the West. Aren't we just finding fault? Why was he impeached instead? How did she know we changed the formation? Is it possible that she can pinch and calculate? Of course Fengxi didn't know how to calculate. She got the information from Elder Huai. She had long been prepared for the Supreme Elder of the West to deny his account, so she summoned Elder Huai. She never fights an unprepared battle. After hearing Feng Zai's words, Sima Sect leader was stunned for a moment, and then sighed. Alas, there are some things I shouldn't say originally. After all, I am the leader of a sect. I have to take the overall situation into consideration and try to reduce major issues to minor ones. But I didn't expect that you, the West, would take advantage of you, so let's just keep things official. How do you explain the modification of the formation? His heart was filled with joy. Fengxi is really his mascot. Originally, he was worried about how to deal with the difficulties made by the Supreme Elder of the West. Unexpectedly, after her words came out, he naturally took the initiative. The Supreme Elder of the West was so angry that his face was livid. But they did change the formation, and in full view of the public, they couldn't deny it out of conscience. Elder Ji's eyes flashed and he said, we did change the formation, but that was to fix some loopholes. It was not aimed at your Enlightenment Peak, nor did it help the other West Peaks. Fengxi looked at him, do you dare to swear the inner demon oath? Elder Ji suddenly became angry and said, how presumptuous. He released his pressure while speaking. It's a pity that Fengxi is standing there neither humble nor arrogant, like a small pine tree growing in the cracks of the rocks. No matter how wind blows or rains, I still insist on not letting go of the green hills. Elder Ji's coercion played a trick on loneliness. Sect Master Sima calmly stood in front of Fengxi and said in a deep voice. Elder Ji, we are discussing the matter now, why are you so angry? Whether your change of formation is to fix a loophole, you know it very well, I also know it clearly, and everyone present also knows it clearly. The 6 places Exafeng received were unfair and should be invalidated. Elder Ji stared at Sima Sect Master gloomily. He did not expect that Sima Sect Master, who had always been weak, would dare to openly challenge him. Is this going to change the world? Elder Yin in the dark was so angry that he gritted his teeth. If Sima Sect Master hadn't warned him in advance not to be impulsive, he would have taken action long ago. But now he doesn't want to endure it anymore. I can't bear it anymore, no need to bear it anymore. Just when Elder Yin was about to show up, Fengxi was surprised to find that the trial formation disc was actually smoking. Is this thing going to self-destruct? Her reaction was so quick that she jumped over 10 feet away. Sect leader Sima also saw it and quickly jumped out after him, shouting. The Supreme Elder of the West, be careful. Although he wished that the Supreme Elder of the West had been killed by the explosion, he was the leader of a sect and had to consider the overall situation. Although the Supreme Elder of the West is not a thing, if they are all dead, the foundation of the Changsheng sect will inevitably be shaken. If there is an invasion by foreign enemies, the Changsheng sect will be in danger. Well, with internal and external troubles, it is really difficult for him as the sect leader. Although Sect Master Sima reminded him, the Supreme Elder of the West had his back to the formation disc and was still sitting cross-legged in a meditating posture. In addition, they were too close to the formation disc. So it was still affected. They didn't know what kind of fire it was, but it took everyone a long time to put out the fire on Kiran's body. The Supreme Elder of the West is in such a miserable state at this time. Not only were the clothes on his body burned beyond recognition, but even his hair and beard were burnt. But Fang Shi was kind, and took out a big mirror to let them appreciate her beautiful face. The Supreme Elder of the West was so angry that he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Fang Shi. Deceiving too much. This is too much. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 913. This fire doesn't look simple. The eyes of the Supreme Elder of the West are about to burst with anger. They wish they could slap Fang Shi to death. But what puzzles them is that even if their backs are turned to the formation disc, even Fang Shi, a damn girl, can notice that there is something wrong with the formation disc. Why don't they notice it at all? They wouldn't be such a waste, right? Also, they had already put up their spiritual shield after hearing Seema's Sect Master's reminder, so why were they still burned by the fire? This fire is too evil. Not to mention even Seema's Sect Master was puzzled. He originally thought that the formation disc might explode after being burned, so he alerted the Supreme Elder of the West to prevent them from being injured. He never thought that a Westerner would be burned into such a bare shape by fire. This fire doesn't look simple. But this time, his eyes couldn't help but look at the ashes remaining on the ground. After the huge array plate was burned, only a tiny bit of ashes was left, which shows how overbearing the fire was. The Supreme Elder of the West also looked at ashes at this time, with question marks all over their faces. They had suspected that there was something wrong with the formation before, but now there was no need to doubt it. There must be something wrong, and it was a big problem. But what went wrong? It's really puzzling. When they were frowning, Fang Shi asked with concern. Is your burn on the west side okay? Do you need to apply some burn medicine? Although the Supreme Elder of the West felt that Fang Shi was a cat crying and a mouse pretending to be compassionate, it was hard to get angry in front of so many people. Elder Ji said. No, it's nothing serious. Fang Shi breathed a sigh of relief. There's nothing wrong with you in the West, I'm relieved. Then I would like to take the liberty to advise you, West, not to randomly change the formation when it is running in the future. This time I just burned your hair and beards, and next time you may kill the trial disciples. The Supreme Elder of the West. The Westerner Jian is going to be so angry. Elder Ji didn't care about his identity or not, he immediately stretched out his hand to deal with Fang Shi. Unexpectedly, Seema Sect leader once again stood in front of Fang Shi and said calmly. Elder Ji, why do you have to argue with a junior? Besides, she is right. The reason why this formation spontaneously combusted is probably because you modified the formation in the West. Let's get down to business. What do you think of the 6 places Xfeng got? Is it all useless? Elder Ji was so angry that his hands were shaking. He initially thought that Sima King Hong was a soft persimmon, but he didn't expect that he was actually pretending. Where did he get the confidence to challenge the Westerners? Is it because of this little Fang Shi? When he thought of this, his heart moved. Wrong. Although Fang Shi is nothing, behind her is the Northern Territory. There are not only Western aristocratic families in the Northern Territory but also the Southern Territory. Could it be that Sima King Hong had already formed an alliance with them, so he used the selection trial to deliberately find trouble with them? Once they turn against him, he succeeds. Elder Ji couldn't help but feel scared. Although they are on the same front at Xfeng, they all have their own plans. If they really fight. Thinking of this, he squeezed out a smile. Sect Master, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to do anything to Fang Shi. I was just burned by the fire, so I wanted to stretch my muscles. As soon as he said these words, the other 3 Supreme Elders thought he was possessed. Fortunately, Elder Ji immediately told his guest through the method of transmitting secret messages. The other 3 Supreme Elders thought about it and felt that what he said made sense. Sima King Hong swallowed his anger. If he hadn't found a backer, he wouldn't have been so stubborn. It seems that we can't break up just yet, at least not until we find out. What if I only have the qualifications to enter the Hash and Mirror? You can't really let Xfeng lose its harvest, right? The Westerners discussed it for a long time before Elder Bo said. Sect Master, there is indeed something wrong with the trial formation. Apart from anything else, the intelligence of those formation beasts is too high, and it is impossible for us Westerners to design such a formation at our level. And the giant beast guarding the trial bridge was not arranged by us at all. Not to mention that this formation plate spontaneously ignited. Therefore, this selection trial has been greatly disturbed. Of course, everyone has seen your performance at Enlightenment Peak. It is indeed excellent. How about this, giving you 20 places at Enlightenment Peak, and 10 places for each family at Xfeng, what do you think? Sect leader Sima laughed twice without meaning, but was speechless. Elder Bo took a deep breath. Xfeng will not use your quota in vain. Each quota will compensate you for 1 million spiritual stones at Enlightenment Peak. Fang Shi whispered. Let's not talk about anything else, 1 million is too little. Is a place to enter the Hash and Mirror worth 1 million? I think it must be at least 100 million. Sect leader Sima. Are you saying this for me? Of course, he has not forgotten what he promised Fang Shi before, giving her 1 million spiritual stones for every additional spot she gets. Fang Shi continued. Besides, this is not a matter of spiritual stones at all. Our disciples of Enlightenment Peak sacrificed their lives to gain the qualification to enter the Hash and Mirror. Why should they be let out? This is an opportunity for them, a future, and may even be the foundation for future advancement. It would be too unfair to force them to give up. In short, none of us at Wu Dao Peak can be missing. When Huai Mingzhen and others heard Fang Zai's words, they were suddenly moved. Especially for those disciples with relatively low cultivation level, once the Sect Master agrees, he will definitely not let Luo Chen and the others give up, but will only let them quit. The captain was so nice to them. Sect Master Sima saw Huai Mingzhen and others all looking at Fang Shi with moved faces, some even had tears in their eyes, and felt a little touched in his heart. To be honest, he was playing a game with the Supreme Elder of the West, and he didn't really want all 50 people in the West to be qualified to enter the Hash and Mirror. He would be satisfied if he could get 20 places and then get enough benefits from Xfeng. At this point, his mind changed. Fang Shi was right, it would be unfair to some disciples if they were forced to give up their qualifications. Thinking of this, he said seriously, Elder Bo, even if there is something wrong with the formation, it is your responsibility. This fault should not be borne by our disciples at Enlightenment Peak. Therefore, we will not give up any of the 50 places at Wudao Peak. As for the other people in the West Peak who want to enter the Haoshan Mirror, you in the West can only find another way. I remember that although the Haoshan Mirror only allowed 60 people to enter every time it was opened, there was no way to increase the number of places, right? Whether it was Elder Bo or the other 3 Supreme Elders, their expressions suddenly became ugly. Sect Master Sima is right, they do have a way to increase the number of places, but there will be a price to pay. There is one more chapter, about 9:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 914. Fang Shi smiles brightly. Every time the Haoshan Mirror is opened, in addition to using the Jade Dew, it also consumes the spiritual consciousness of the Supreme Elder of the West. If it enters 60 people, it will not have a big impact on their spiritual consciousness, and they can recover after 1 or 2 months of cultivation. Sima Sect Master's sometimes forbearance to them was not entirely out of fear. The main reason was that the West had indeed contributed to the Changsheng sect. If the quota is increased, the damage to their consciousness will be deepened. The more places are added, the deeper the damage to their consciousness will be. Of course the Supreme Elder of the West does not want his spiritual consciousness to be damaged, but Sima Sect Master has such a tough attitude, what should he do? At this time, Master Han sneered twice. Sect Master, being able to speak is not as good as being able to listen. Although what you said seems to make sense, you can't help but think about it. You said that you, the disciples of Enlightenment Peak, should not be responsible for problems with the formation. Do we, the disciples of Exafeng Peak, deserve to be affected? If those formation beasts hadn't been so intelligent, they wouldn't have been bewitched by Fang Shi, and naturally they wouldn't have had any impact on the Exafeng disciples. Not to mention the last level, Fang Shi was the first to get 50 Dingwin fruits with just one mouth. His words immediately attracted the echoes of the other 3 Peak Masters. The reason they didn't speak before was because they felt that since the Supreme Elder of the West was there was no need for them to interfere. The result was good, the Supreme Elder of the West gave in again and again. If they didn't say anything, they might have betrayed him. They all suspected that Shi Wei was burned stupidly by the fire. Sect Master Sima was really confused by the question. When he was worried about how to answer, he saw Fang Shi pouting at the Supreme Elder of the West. Sect Master Sima's eyes suddenly lit up. He said calmly, if you feel that the disciples of Exafeng have been affected by the formation, you should not come to me for explanation but should go to the Supreme Elder of the West. After all, they refined the formation. In short, we will not give up any of the 50 Western places in Wudao Peak. If you want to get more places, go to the Supreme Elder of the West. The Supreme Elder of the West. I usually look like you look like a wilted mouse, but I didn't expect you to be a biting dog. Of course, the West Peak Master would not go to the West Supreme Elder, but would still go to Sima Sect Master to ask for an explanation. Sima Sect Master will not give in, but the Western Peak Master will not give up if he cannot get a satisfactory quota. The Supreme Elder in the West pretended to be mute. Things have reached an impasse. Fang Shi felt that the scene in front of her was like a joke. Even such a big Changsheng sect can kill itself without even using the Tiank Alliance. She has no intention of further interfering. She has already paved the way. If Sima Sect Master cannot walk steadily on his own, he will be such a waste. But she also knew that there would definitely be no result in the fight for a while, and it would probably take a few rounds of gaming. While she was watching the show, the auspicious cloud hairpin on her head trembled slightly, and the 5 dogs' sprig roots in her danshan also felt strange. Fang Shi subconsciously looked up and saw a dark cloud that looked like a 1,000-layer sesame seed cake appearing above her head. It was made of rye noodles. Ji Lei happened to look at Fang Shi. Of course, it is a one-sided confrontation. It was furious in its heart. This time it was fully prepared and would definitely kill this stinky girl. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Fang Shi smiling, and she smiled brightly. Ji Lei thought he was mistaken. The next moment he looked over, he saw a look of panic on Fang Zai's face. This is right. It must have been wrong just now. At this moment, Fang Shi exclaimed. Sect Master, stop arguing. The Sky Thunder is coming to strike Master Han again. Her words immediately caused everyone present to look up to the sky, and sure enough they saw a dark cloud. A dark cloud that is several times bigger than the dark clouds I have seen before. Then, everyone looked at Peak Master Han. Peak Master Han was angry and scared, gritted his teeth and said. Fang Shi, don't talk nonsense. This thunder has nothing to do with me. Fang Shi curled her lips. It has nothing to do with you. Then prove it to everyone. Go outside the mountain gate now and see if the thunderbolt can hit you. Master Han Fang choked. He really didn't dare to leave the Changsheng sect. Mainly because he didn't know what to do. What if the thunder was really aimed at him? At this time, Fang Shi slapped his forehead. No wonder the Supreme Elder of the West said something was wrong with the formation. Could it be a warning from heaven? If you do too much unrighteousness, you will be killed. It is better to do less immoral things. The Supreme Elder of the West. Who among you has done a lot of unrighteousness? However, when they thought about the strange fire, they felt really uneasy. The fire seemed to want to burn them specifically, and it was so evil. Could it really be a punishment from heaven? When they saw the dark clouds above their heads, their thoughts became even more powerful. Especially Elder Ji. Could it be that he usually favors Han Jide, a scumbag who has no regard for human ethics, so God is angry with him? Doesn't Tianlei have his share in this? Once people start thinking about it, there is no limit to it. Not to mention any logic. Anyway, the more the Supreme Elder of the West thought about it, the more frightened he became, especially when he smelled the burnt smell emanating from his own hair and beard. He became even more frightened. Of course, they were people who had experienced strong winds and waves after all. Although they were uneasy in their hearts, they didn't show anything on their faces. But this time, the sky thunder has already begun to smash the protective formation. Different from the past, the power of thunder and lightning it carried today was obviously stronger, but within a quarter of an hour, cracks appeared in the protective formation. There was panic at the scene. Although many people think that the sky thunder is coming to kill Peak Master Han, what if it affects Chi Yu? Therefore, many people ran away quickly, not wanting anything else but to stay away from Master Han. Even the Supreme Elder of the West moved to the side involuntarily. Master Han Feng was furious to death. He wanted to say that Chan Lei was not here for him, but he was afraid that Feng Shi would ask him to leave the Changsheng Sect again. What if Sima Qinghong, an old man, really forced him to leave? Sect Master Sima did not have this idea. On the one hand, he was considering the overall situation, but on the other hand, he suspected that Tianlei was not targeting Master Han. Although there was no clue about LD Yin's storage of the ring last time, he was sure that the ring was not taken away by Master Han. Of course, he won't be stupid, just say it. He was not happy to let Master Han become the target of public criticism. Feng Shi also didn't expect Tianlei to be so powerful this time. It was estimated that the protective formation could not withstand it for too long. It seemed that she had to go back to find those chubby red smoke carts for help. With her deep friendship with them, they must be very willing to help. After all, she fed them so many steamed buns and pancakes, and took the trouble to play games with them. It would be too boring if they didn't help her. In Feng Shi's yard, the red smoke cart felt a little cold. Is it because dark clouds cover the sun? It doesn't matter, just keep it cold. As long as that pervert Feng Shi is not at home, it doesn't matter even if the pool is frozen. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 915 I can prove that the sky thunder is aimed at Feng Shi. Although Feng Shi had made up her mind to go back to Qi Yanli for help, it would definitely not work if she left rashly. She had to find a reasonable reason. She was just thinking about what reason to look for when she heard someone say, I can prove that this thunder is not directed at Master Han, but at Feng Shi. Feng Shi turned around and looked over, and it was Shen Jilin who was speaking. She almost laughed. Shen Jilin is really her good sister, giving her a ladder at critical moments. Shen Jilin's words successfully attracted the attention of many people, especially Master Han. He Jian was going to be crushed to death by Chan Lei, the scapegoat. Now that I have finally grasped the life-saving straw, I have to hold on tightly. He said impatiently. Shen Jilin, do you think Feng Shi caused this thunder? Please tell me what's going on. Shen Jilin glanced at Feng Shi. Although it was only a short moment, Feng Shi could see from it 3 parts of schadenfreude, 3 parts of contempt, 3 parts of resentment, and 1 part of winning. She couldn't help but sigh. Shen Jilin's feelings for her were so complicated. At this time, Shen Jilin said. Feng Shi was struck by lightning when she was in the Northern Territory. Her Heavenly Dao Foundation was based on absorbing the power of thunder. Many people can prove this. You can also think about it, has it been since she came that our Changsheng sect has been struck by lightning? So this thunder has nothing to do with Peak Master Han, it was caused by Feng Shi. Although the melon-eating crowd ran away a lot, there were still many people at the scene, and they immediately went crazy after hearing Shen Jilin's words. Isn't what Shen Jilin said true? I think I've actually heard of the fact that Feng Shi is a Tiandao Foundation builder. After all, there are too few people who have a Tiandao Foundation builder. It seems that since Feng Shi came to the Changsheng sect, this is the 3rd time that the thunder has come. Could it be that she really caused it? If she really caused it, she pointed the finger at Master Han. Isn't this a thief shouting to catch the thief? This is too insidious. Ellipsis. Of course, there are also people who can help Feng Shi, such as Hua Ming Frame. He jumped high and cursed. Fart, dog fart. Shen Jilin, you are purely seeking revenge for personal reasons. You have a grudge against our captain, that's why you said this. If the thunder was really caused by our captain, why didn't the thunder strike our captain last time, but instead struck the gate of Suzaku Peak? Other people at Wudao Peak also spoke out to help. They now regarded Feng Shi as one of their own, so naturally they couldn't let anyone blame her. Amid the quarrel, Elder Huai felt like his heart was boiling. He felt that what Shen Jilin said seemed to be right. Because he remembered that the last time Tianlei smashed the Enlightenment platform into a mess, and Feng Shi was able to break the restrictions on the heart refining road. Could it be that she hid on the Enlightenment platform, so Tianlei kept smashing the Enlightenment platform? There is also the matter of the storage ring. Assuming that Feng Shi really picked up the storage ring, she would definitely not be greedy based on her relationship with Elder Yin, so she would find a way to return it. Otherwise, if it had been someone else, he would definitely have kept it. Who would be so stupid as to give it back? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Feng Shi was very suspicious, and his head was buzzing. I originally thought that this girl Feng Shi was a baby, but now she looks like a talisman that explodes from time to time. It's still the devastating talisman. But, should he tell the sect master about this? If he did, would the sect leader hold him accountable? After much thought, he decided to say it. After all, this matter involved a lot, and he couldn't let the sect master down. Besides, the sect leader himself was the culprit for luring the wolf into the house, and he was too embarrassed to hold himself accountable. But we definitely can't say it at this time. If we say it, both the sect leader and the Enlightenment Peak will be in a disadvantageous situation. Therefore, he is still hoping that Feng Shi can clear away the suspicion. In fact, he didn't need to tell Sima sect leader. Sima sect leader had already suspected Feng Shi. There was some vague suspicion at first, but after hearing Shen Jilin's words, I became more certain. But he thought the same as Elder Huai. Regardless of whether it was the thunder caused by Feng Shi, he could not admit it now. He would even help her clear her name when necessary. Just when everyone was having their own thoughts, Feng Shi burst into laughter. Everyone was stunned by her joy. Feng Shi said slowly. Although it is said that those who are clean will be clean, but in this situation, I still need to say a few words. First, everyone knows the relationship between Shenjilin and me. I hate her, she hates me, and we are enemies who want each other dead. So, you can imagine how credible her words are, right? Second, I remember that when I was building the foundation of Heavenly Tao, Shenjilin, you were not at the scene but were trapped in the formation in the misty forest. Why did you conclude that I caused the thunder? Did you dream about it? Shenjilin sneered. You can't deny that you borrowed the power of thunder to build the foundation of heaven, right? Fang Shi nodded. I admit this, I did borrow the power of the sky thunder, but this does not mean that I caused the sky thunder. At that time, the thunder came towards the monsters in the misty forest. We happened to be practicing inside, so we suffered a lot. My master and the other 3 masters can prove this to me. Shenjilin snorted coldly. You're a nest of snakes and rats, of course they will help you perjury. Fang's eyes originally leisurely toned suddenly turned cold and stern. Shenjilin, what qualifications do you have to slander our Shida sect? Even if our other 3 sects have a problem with you, how can Hunyuan sect be sorry for you? Head Bailey and a group of senior officials almost killed me in order to protect you. They gave you countless training resources on weekdays, but how did you repay them? You deliberately instigated several senior brothers to fight with our 3 factions, and then fled when they were in danger. As a result, they were repeatedly seriously injured, and your second senior brother lost his life one after another. What's even more irritating is that in order to join the Changsheng sect, you actually injured the leader of Bailey, causing him to be seriously injured. You are worse than a beast. Hunyuan's sect has been deteriorating day by day because of you, the Broom Star. It has fallen from the top of the West University sect to the bottom. Now you have come to harm the Changsheng sect. It is so vicious. You framed me just because you wanted to please Master Han, to win everyone's favor, and then to achieve your ulterior purpose. Everyone, let me advise you, whoever is close to this Broom Star will be unlucky. If you don't believe it, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Just when Shenjilin was about to argue, Fang Shi didn't give her a chance to interrupt and raised her voice. Everyone, Shenjilin wronged me, but I'm actually not angry at all. After all, it's not surprising for someone like her to do such a thing. But you should never doubt me just because of her provocative words. Since I arrived at the Changsheng sect, everything I have done has been seen by all, and you must have some understanding of my character. I have always been upright and above board. If I really caused the thunder, there is no need for me to be secretive. Besides, if I were the unlucky guy struck by lightning, would I have epiphanies from time to time? Will the devil bless me? Will the ancestor of our Changsheng sect reward me with so many jade boxes? Do you doubt my character, or do you doubt the vision of heaven, the devil, and the patriarch? People who eat melon. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 916 Spicy Fish Pot. After a dead silence, someone shouted. Fang Shi, we didn't doubt you, we were just saying sarcastic things. Yes, we are all talking sarcastically. Even if we doubt ourselves, we will not doubt you. Shenjilin, you bastard. Fang Shi is right, you are just avenging a personal vendetta, you are slandering her. You are a Broom Star and you still have the nerve to talk about Fang Shi. How shameless. Ellipsis. Shenjilin never dreamed that public opinion would reverse so quickly. Although she kept emphasizing that what she said was true, no one believed her at all. Because the tiger skin Fang Shi pulled was too big. The way of heaven, the demon god, the Grand Master of the Immortality sect. If anyone doubts Fang Shi, then he doubts these 3 people. Isn't that treasonous? Shenjilin was furious to death. She said to Peak Master Han, it's very simple to prove that you are innocent. Just as Fang Shi said, go outside the mountain gate now. The sky thunder will definitely not hit you. Once you are proven innocent, Fang Shi will be the biggest suspect. Peak Master Han almost died of anger. Just to prove that Fang Shi is a suspect, do I have to go out at the risk of being struck by lightning? Not to mention that I am not sure whether I caused the thunder. Now the thunder is angry. Even if I am not, once I leave the mountain gate, it may get angry at me. Will I not be able to explain it even more clearly by then? This Shenjilin looks very smart. Why is she so stupid? No wonder I can't stay in the Northern Territory any longer. After Shenjilin finished speaking, she also realized that what she said was inappropriate, and she was also furious at Fang Shi. Seeing that Master Han's face was ugly, she hurriedly said, of course, those who are clean will clean themselves up. You don't have to do this. Fang Shi glanced at her. Shenjilin, those who are pure are self-cleansing is my line. Please don't pick on other people's wisdom, okay? Shenjilin was originally a little weak due to vomiting blood in the trial formation, but now she was so angry with Fang Shi that her head was buzzing, she felt like the world was spinning, and her body was a little unsteady. When Fang Shi saw her, she was afraid that she would take the lead. Just when she was about to say something and then fainted with lightning speed, she bleeded from all her orifices. She only had time to glance at Junwen before she passed out. That is to say, Junwen, it is impossible for anyone to guess Fang Zai's intention. Junwen screamed, little junior sister, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. You said in the formation that your consciousness was uncomfortable, but now it must be that your consciousness has been damaged due to being slandered and angry. Shenjilin, if there is anything wrong with my little junior sister, I can't spare you. Shenjilin was already on the verge of collapse, but when she heard Junwen's words, she fainted from anger. Junwen gritted his teeth, just pretend. I don't have time to talk to you now, just wait for me. As Junwen spoke, he stuffed pills into Fang Zai's mouth. Anyway, they were pills for repairing the consciousness, so it wouldn't be bad if he took a few more pills. Besides, if you have the conditions at home, just eat them like jelly beans. After feeding the elixir, Junwen said to Sima Sect Master. Sect Master, I will take my junior sister back to her residence first. We can talk about other things after my junior sister as well. Sect leader Sima nodded. Okay, if you need anything, come to me anytime. After Tianli's matter is resolved, I will go visit her in person. To be honest, Sima Sect Master is now a little unsure whether the thunder was caused by Fang Shi. The key is that she doesn't look guilty at all. However, if she leaves now, Tianlei won't follow her, right? If he really followed him, it would be hard to explain. Amid Sima Sect Master's anxiety, Zhengwen and Jingyan left with Feng Shi. Huai Mingzhen and others wanted to go with them, but now that the sect is suffering from the disaster of thunder, it is better for them to stay here as direct disciples. Zhengwen and Jingyan were also a little worried that Tianlei would follow them, but fortunately, Tianlei continued to strike at the original place. In fact, this is easy to understand. The thunder finally split the cracks in the protective formation there. Of course, we must persevere. If we change the place again, wouldn't all the previous power of lightning be wasted? Anyway, as long as the protective formation is split open, even if that dead girl Feng Shi is hiding in the mouse hole, it can get in and hack her to death. Seeing that Tianlei didn't move anywhere, sect leader Sima and Elder Huai were even more unsure. Elder Yin, who was in the dark, followed Feng Shi and the others all the way to Feng Zai's residence. As soon as she arrived at her residence, Feng Shi awoke. In fact, she woke up halfway. Feng Shi said feebly, "Senior brother Shi, fifth senior brother, I'm fine, you don't have to worry. I'm really useless. The Changsheng sect is in crisis now, but I can't help." Zhengwen saw Feng Shi's code and said quickly, "Little junior sister, there are so many talented people in the Changsheng sect, but you are still missing. Don't worry, with them in the Changsheng sect, everything will be fine. What's worse is the senior who taught us swordsmanship. Stop thinking so much and take a nap as soon as possible. This is good for restoring your consciousness." Feng Shi agreed, closed her eyes and fell asleep. Elder Yin, who was in the dark, saw that she was fine and worried about Tianlei, so he left in a hurry. As soon as he left, Feng Shi immediately sat up. Then, he took out the book on the corner of the table. In the fish pond, the red smoke cups were gloating when they saw Feng Shi being carried back by Zhengwen. They thought that the stinky girl was going to die, right? The next moment, they heard the sound of Feng Shi. "Little cuties, have you seen the dark clouds in the sky? They're coming to attack me." Feng Shi did not leave the room, but spoke to the book, but the red smoke cups heard it clearly. The red smoke cups suddenly trembled, feeling an ominous premonition in their hearts. The next moment, I heard Feng Shi continue to say, "I'm at my wit's end now, so I can only come to you for help. You must be very willing to help me, right? Red smoke cups, we are unwilling, very unwilling, extremely unwilling, 10,000 unwilling." Feng Shi sighed. "If you don't help me, I will have to hide in the fish pond. When the lightning strikes, the fish pond will probably turn into a fish stew pot, right? Do you want me to add some Szechuan pepper powder or chili noodles for you? Let's have a spicy fish pot. Red smoke cups, %#tea and %." The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 917. You guys look really rich. The red smoke cup almost cursed all the curse words they knew. This stinky girl Feng Shi is so wicked. What does your being beaten have to do with us? Why should we suffer misfortune with you? Do you really think we were scared? Snort. Even if you name Wire today, we won't be able to help you. Feng Shi leisurely said. If you think what I just said is a threat to you, then you are totally wrong. We have been together for such a long time, but you still don't understand who I am. Red smoke cups, who are you? Greedy for money. Stingy. Immoral. Despicable and shameless. Shameless. Ellipsis. While the red smoke cups were searching for derogatory words, Feng Shi continued. I'm not a good person, but I'm definitely not a bad person. If I really had ill intentions towards you, would you still be alive today? Although you do have some life-saving means, they are of no use to me. As long as I want to, I have 100 ways to kill you. Not convinced, are you? How do you compare with Kyongchi? It doesn't even dare to beat with me, let alone you. Even if you don't help me, I still have a way to deal with Tianlei, but I'm just too lazy to bother. I ask you to help because I respect you, so don't be shameless. The movements of the red smoke cup blowing bubbles are obviously a little hasty. Although they felt that Feng Shi was just scaring them, they still felt a little unsure. Feng Shi flicked the pages of the book with her fingers. Don't think that I don't know. This book is just a teleportation array. It would be fine if you obediently teleport me into the water to avoid the thunder, otherwise I will have to crack it myself. If I crack this teleportation array, I won't just be hiding in it, I'll be the first to connect with your bastard's nest. What Feng Shi said immediately made the red smoke cups become restless. It's like a pot is boiling inside the fish pond. Even though they have countless complaints against Feng Shi, they have to admit that this stinky girl does have some abilities. Could she really be able to crack the teleportation array? If she really cracked it, her character would be as fast as plucking her hair. The red smoke cups don't dare to think about it. Terrible. Scared the fish to death. And many more. But if they agree to her conditions, wouldn't that be inviting wolves into the house? Just as they were thinking, they heard Feng Shi say, I know what you are worried about, aren't you just afraid that I will take advantage of your babies? Don't worry, a gentleman loves money and gets it in the right way. If I really had this idea, I wouldn't ask you to make a wish, I would just take the initiative. Red smoke cups, is there any difference between making a wish and grabbing it? Let's do this. To reassure you, I can swear an oath right now. Without your consent, I will not touch a single bit of your treasure. Otherwise, my danshan will be shattered and I will be struck by lightning every day. Feng Zai's poisonous oath has no great effect on the red smoke cup, because in their eyes, Feng Zai's evil oath, any poisonous oath or inner demon oath is just telling lies to her. They're not that stupid. Feng Shi couldn't help but feel anxious when she saw that the red smoke cup didn't take the bait. If we delay for too long, maybe the sky thunder will break through the protective formation. Zhu Xuan's impatient voice sounded in his consciousness. What's the use of telling him this? If you ask me, just go into the fish pond and fish them all out and bleed them one by one. I don't believe they dare to be disobedient. Fang Shi sighed. Grandpa, although they're just a group of fish, they're usually cowardly and chirping, but when it comes to serious matters, they might even be hard-headed. If they come to kill us, we will lose more than we gain. Zhu Yanhuan said angrily, what should we do? Is it possible for you to kneel down and beg them to open the teleportation array and let you in? Fang Shi. It was impossible to kneel down, but Zhu Yanhuan's words gave her a wake-up call. She said darkly, Big Carps, if you don't want to help me, when I get hit by lightning later, I will hold this broken book on my head and let TNA help me activate this teleportation array. When the time comes, I will transform you from big, lively carps into boiled fish, grilled fish fillets, and fried fish balls. In fact, Fang Shi just said this casually. It was true that the power of the sky thunder was powerful, but it did not activate the formation disc. But Qi Yanli was frightened when he heard this. Even the fiery red scales turned pale with fear. They're not worried that the teleportation array will be opened by the sky thunder, but they're afraid that the sky thunder will discover the secret they have tried so hard to hide on the teleportation array. If this happens, it will be over. Fang Xi observed the situation of the red smoke carp through Zhang Wen's feedback in the yard. When he heard Zhang Wen say that the red smoke carp was scared to death, he suddenly felt happy. There is a door. She has to work harder. I'll count to 3. If you don't activate the teleportation array after counting, I'll have to go find Tianlei for fun with this broken book. 1, 2. When Fang Shi was about to say 3, a white light flashed in front of her eyes, and she disappeared from the spot. The group of chubby red smoke carps also disappeared into the fish pond. Although Zhang Wen and Jing Yan had expected it, they were still shocked. Jing Yan couldn't help but worry. These red smoke carps are too weird. Will little junior sister be okay? Zhang Wen said carelessly, don't worry, even if something happens, it's only because of the fish. Maybe we can eat grilled fish when the junior sister comes back. Jing Yan. I will never be able to learn from your blind optimism in 3 lifetimes. But he also knew that even if the red smoke carp was at risk, it was still stronger than the thunder above his head. If the 2 powers harmed each other, whichever was the lesser, the junior sister had no choice but to do it. At this time, Fang Shi was surrounded by water. It can't be said that, besides the water there is also a group of chubby red smoke carps. The red smoke carp was surrounding Fang Shi, looking gloating on their faces. Because Fang Shi seems to be drowning. If she wasn't drowning, why was she motionless with her eyes closed? He might have drowned. I didn't expect that the disaster of a generation could be caused so easily. She asked for it herself. This is called the reincarnation of heaven to repay displeasure. When the red smoke carps were enjoying themselves, Fang Shi opened her eyes and bared her little white teeth at them. I used to see you on the shore, but I always felt that I couldn't see the flowers clearly because of the mist and moon in the water. This time I saw you in the water, and you look really rich. Red smoke carp. Rich. Are you trying to say that we have a lot of meat on us? Is this pervert trying to stew us again? However, this is 1/3 of an acre of our land, and it's not your turn to be arrogant. Do you really think we let you in because of your threats? Snort. We are just following the trend, we let you in just to deal with you. We call this closing the door and beating the dog. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 918 It has to be me, Niu Galu Shaoqichu. The red smoke carps changed the usual image of being a coward who swallowed in front of Fang Shi. They all shook their heads and tails, extremely arrogant. They spit bubbles towards Fang Shi. This is no ordinary bubble, but a means of killing people. Those bubbles suddenly shattered and turned into countless water arrows running towards Fang River. Fang Shi calmly activated the defensive weapon. In fact, she could use spiritual power to defend, or she could use a wooden sword to resist, but she didn't think it was necessary. After all, she now has so many defensive weapons that she almost has no place to put them. It's time to clear out your inventory. The red smoke carps were so exhausted that they didn't even touch the corner of Fang Xi's clothes. Fang Shi looked at them leisurely. Don't stop. Keep vomiting. I haven't seen enough yet. The red smoke carps are going to turn white with anger. It seems that with their methods, they can't deal with this pervert, so they can only invite their boss. As long as the boss takes action, this pervert will definitely die. Originally they wanted to spare her life, but since she wanted to die on her own, she couldn't blame them. The red smoke carp began to circle wildly, so fast that Fang Shi could only see their afterimages. She couldn't help but wonder why these red smoke carps were like 5 dogs spread roots, just spinning around and playing around when they had nothing to do. She wanted to see what tricks they wanted to play. She raised her vigilance as she thought about it, and then stared closely at the red smoke carps. Finally, those red smoke carps stopped. To be precise, the red smoke carp has disappeared, replaced by a red dragon. To be honest, Fang Shi didn't know if it was a dragon. After all, he had only heard of it but had never seen one. Within the sea of consciousness, the golden pig was so excited that he could not speak coherently. It's actually a red dragon. I thought I'd dazzled all the dragons, but I didn't expect there were still fish that slipped through the net. Among the dragon clan, although the blue dragon is the most respected, the red dragon is the most delicious. Master, let's show it off. Fang Shi, get lost. If you keep beeping again, I will dazzle you. Golden pig. Have you forgotten that I am Tao Ti? You actually want to show off your gluttony. Isn't that a bit outrageous? Fang Shi didn't care whether it was outrageous or not. She looked at the red dragon in front of her eagerly. She had heard from Yue Xiao and the others that all the Western divine beasts had been exterminated, and she felt that there was something fishy about it. No matter how bad the divine beasts were, they would not be useless to that extent. It's a pity that the golden pigs don't know all the questions. If the person in front of them is really a dragon, they can get the answer from it. She was about to speak, but she never expected that the horns on the head of the red dragon in front of her would emit red light. The next moment, the water around Fang Shi would quickly spin, and Fang Shi could not help but be trapped in it. Not only that, the water flow tightened like a rope, tying Fang Shi into a zongzi. Fang Shi wanted to struggle, but found that all her spiritual power was lost. Their spiritual connection with the golden pigs has also been severed. Chulong sneered, "You have been playing tricks on my incarnation all day long, and today I will pay you back 100 times 1,000 times." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Shi was dragged to a place full of hidden reefs. Then, he was smashed around. Because there was no spiritual power, the defensive spiritual weapon also became ineffective. Fang Shi was hit so hard that it was so miserable. Not to mention the injuries on his body, his little face was smashed beyond recognition and was covered in blood. Fortunately, she often endured the pain of bleeding from her orifices, but she didn't feel too much pain. "I just feel so shameless." She was actually tricked by a red loach. If word got out, wouldn't her lifetime of infamy be in vain? However, this red dragon was often tricked by her so badly that it was obviously unrealistic for her to use a pop to escape. What should I do? While Fang Shi was racking his brains to think of a solution, Mu Jian was having a fierce psychological struggle. It knew that there was only one way to save Fang Shi now, and that was to wake up the little black ball. But its most powerful enemy in life is this donkey dung egg. If it is awakened, its master's position at the top of the heart may not be preserved. Whatever. No matter what, it's still important to save people. Thinking of this, the wooden sword in the sea of consciousness suddenly stabbed towards the little black ball's consciousness. The little black ball is just asleep, not dead. The stab from the wooden sword immediately woke it up from the pain. Before it could settle accounts with Mu Jian, it discovered that Fang Shi was in trouble. Although the little black ball had selfish motives, he was still able to grasp it clearly at the critical moment and immediately began to release his spiritual energy. Snort. What's the use of charging so much to eat for free? At the critical moment, it has to be me, Niu Gulu Shakichiu. Fang Shi noticed that there was spiritual energy flowing into her body and couldn't help but feel happy, but it didn't show on her face at all. She said to Chulong, "As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to cross the same boat, and 100 years to sleep together. We can live in the same courtyard for at least 1,000 years. Is it a little too much for you to treat me like this?" Chulong sneered. "Have you forgotten how you treat me on weekdays? You asked me to show you a waterfall, made me crawl in a circle like a dog, made me eat those unpalatable steamed buns and pancakes, and you blackmailed me for my spiritual stone in the name of making a wish. If you hadn't done me some good when you had your enlightenment that day, I would have cut you into pieces." Fang Shi sighed. "I don't want to do these immoral things, but you are forcing me to do this. The disciples who lived in this courtyard before were either crazy or stupid. If I didn't do anything, wouldn't I end up like them? So I can only act first. Besides, although the things I did were a little immoral, they did not cause any harm to you. If I had malicious intentions, I wouldn't even have to hide here. I would first lead Tianlei to the fish pond. Then you wouldn't be able to hide your identity as a red dragon. If I guess correctly, your identity must be hidden from the light, right? Maybe he will die in the light of day. Therefore, I am your benefactor, a great benefactor. Is it too much for you to repay kindness with hatred now?" Chulong was stunned. What the pervert said seems to make sense. Could it be that it did something wrong? However, it quickly sneered. "What you said sounds nice. I think you are not trying to protect me, but you are afraid that if I am struck to death by lightning, you will not be able to get my spiritual stones. Originally I wanted to spare your life, but now that you have discovered my identity, I can only send you on your way." When Chulong said this, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Countless water surged towards Fang Shi, obviously trying to strangle Fang Shi completely. At this moment, Fang Shi shouted loudly, and a wooden sword suddenly appeared in her hand. The red light flashed, and all the water that bound her was cut off. Not only that, Fang Shi also released an army of sea snakes and violent moray eels. What about dragons? A good tiger can't hold off a pack of wolves. The army of sea serpents and violent moray eels are going crazy without the mobilization of Fang Shi. Because they remembered a story told by Fang Shi. In the story, if you take a bite of the fat monk meat, you can live forever. By the same token, if they take a bite of dragon meat, they might turn into dragons. In order to turn into a dragon, rush. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 919. You are just a foil after all. Qilong never dreamed that Fang Shi could break free, let alone that she had so many aquatic monsters, and they were all god-level monsters. It couldn't help but look up to the sky and scream. Is it true that my dragon clan is not tolerated by the law of heaven? Even the last trace of blood must be exterminated. Fang's ice heart moved, and she raised her hand to signal the sea snake army and the violent moray eels not to attack for the time being. She looked at Qilong. You said that the dragon clan is not tolerated by heaven. What exactly is going on? Qilong sneered coldly. What does it have to do with you? Fang Shi, oh. Then he raised his hand, and an army of sea snakes and violent moray eels swarmed forward. Qilong, even if it has nothing to do with you, I can still talk to you. Fang Shi curled her lips. Say it. Because of the embarrassment, Qilong's already red scales turned even redder. My dragon clan is one of the great divine beast families in the West. It can be said that we dominate the entire Juyu continent. Even the other three great divine beast families can only listen to our dragon clan's orders. The golden pig's voice immediately sounded in Fang Shi's consciousness. Listen to it. Even in the heyday of the dragon clan, it was just like that. The other three major mythical beast families are on par with them, not to mention our western ferocious beast. Even if we ferocious beasts fight alone, they don't dare to provoke us. Fang Shi felt that both Jin Zhu and Qilong's words were watery and could only listen to half of them. She didn't pierce the red dragon and signaled it to continue. Qilong boasted about the great achievements of the dragon clan again, and then sighed. But I don't know since when, our dragon clan has gone downhill. Our qualifications are getting worse from generation to generation, and we can't even use our dragon clan's natal magical powers. In the end, they were wiped out by that ferocious beast Tao Ti. In fact, it is not so much that the clan was exterminated by Tao Ti, but that it was not tolerated by the law of heaven. Without our natal magical power, our dragon clan has no foundation to stand on. Even if we don't have Tao Ti, we will be destroyed by other powerful enemies. What Fang Shi said when he saw Qilong was not much different from what Tao Ti and Yao Ju said, so he concluded that what he said should be true. But why can't the dragon clan use their natal magical powers for no reason? Is it really being targeted by heaven? What did Tian Dao do to the dragon clan for no reason? Fang Shi thought about it and asked, since the dragon clan has been destroyed, why are you still alive? Qilong smiled miserably. I don't want to live either, but I was still an egg at the time and it was not up to me. Fang Shi. You have such a good reason. Qilong continued. The clan leader at that time hid me in the secret place of our dragon clan, and this allowed me to escape the catastrophe. Without the help of the elders in the clan, it took me tens of thousands of years to successfully break out of my shell. Fang Shi, needless to say, dragon eggs are really strong. After I broke out of my shell, I began to practice with great concentration. However, I don't know whether it was due to innate deficiencies or because our dragon clan was abandoned by heaven. My cultivation qualifications were very poor and my cultivation progress was very slow. I thought about it and thought it might have something to do with the fact that I couldn't absorb the aura of heaven and earth because I was hiding deep underground, but I couldn't appear in my true form. Not to mention whether it would attract the covetousness of other clans, the key point was that I was afraid of attracting heavenly Dao to kill me. Fortunately, I found a secret method in the inheritance that can turn the dragon body into several red carp. I happened to find a pond of red smoke carp in this yard, so I transformed into a red smoke carp and practiced here. If any disciples choose this courtyard, I will use some tricks to trick them, and they will naturally move away. When Qilong said this, his tone suddenly became cruel. It's just that I didn't expect to meet you. You teased me in every possible way. If I hadn't taken advantage of you, I would have dealt with you long ago. Fang Shi blinked. The story you made up is quite touching. However, there is a big loophole in it. A flash of panic flashed in Qilong's eyes, and it disappeared in an instant. What loophole? Fang Shi curled her lips. Since you accidentally discovered the fish pond in the yard, how do you explain the teleportation array? You dragons shouldn't have the ability to make a teleportation array, right? What's more, it's such an exquisite teleportation array. Little Loach, you are dishonest. Qilong's eyes flickered. My dragon clan has countless treasures, but it is just a teleportation array disc. It is not a rarity. Anyway, everything I say is true. Believe it or not. I'm too lazy to talk to you. If you want to hide here, you can hide here. When Tianlei leaves, get out of here. It thought that Fang Shi would continue to ask questions, but Fang Shi actually didn't ask anything and started directing the sea snake army to practice formation. Qilong. Who are you scaring? It decided to be out of sight, out of mind, and transformed into several red smoke carps again, returning to the fish pond. Seeing that it was gone, Fang Shi collected the sea snake army and the violent moray eel, and wandered westward. Although what Qilong said is not entirely true, one thing is certain, this is definitely the dragon clan's treasure trove. She had heard from Yao Ju that the dragon clan was the richest among the western divine beast clan. She didn't want to keep it for herself, she just wanted to broaden her horizons. After all, she is a person with a bottom line. Unless Qilong takes the initiative to give it to her, she will definitely not want it. Mu Jian secretly said to the little fat bird, do you know what the master means? It didn't wait for the little fat bird to answer and said, my master means that I will pack the red dragon together. Well, how can you, our master, fall in love with each other when we see each other? Do you think she is not afraid of Qilong being dazzled by Golden Pig? The little fat bird said calmly, if the Golden Pig has the courage, you will be the first to show off. Wooden sword. It was just about to have sex with the little fat bird when it heard the little black ball say in a sinister voice. Mu Jian, even though I am in a state of dormancy, I know all about the evil things you have done. You have been burying me a lot during this time. Tell me, how do you want to die? Mu Jian subconsciously stepped back a distance, feeling so annoyed. It wasn't that it was upset that it had offended the little black ball, but that it actually backed away subconsciously. If others saw this, wouldn't they think it was afraid of that donkey dung egg? What a shame. Just as Mu Jian was about to regain his position, he heard little black ball sneer. Mu Jian, in terms of background, you are just a sword, and I am the spirit of chaos, I am the clouds in the sky, and you are the mud on the ground. In terms of ability, I can provide my master with demonic energy and spiritual energy, and in the future I can turn the mirage into her personal space. As a spiritual sword, you have to be scolded to use the three-legged cat skills. I am like the one in the sky. How you are the dying firefly. In terms of relationships, my master and I have gone through life and death, and have never betrayed her. However, you have repeatedly tried to escape, and you have caused many troubles to the master. If the master was not generous, you should be the disaster of betraying the master. Rebuild. So, what do you compare to me? You still want to compete with me for the position of the #1 spiritual pet, are you the only one worthy of it? The wooden sword choked and was suddenly knocked unconscious by the little black ball. Little black ball, you still want to compete with me based on your mental endurance. It's really overestimating one's abilities. As long as Niu Gulu, is here, you are just a foil after all. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 920 The Clever Wu Yunjue. Mu Jian woke up soon. Its fainting was not entirely caused by the little black ball. The last time it fought for Fang Shi against the Sky Thunder, it was severely injured and it didn't even recover. It spent a lot of cultivation when dealing with the red dragon just now, and then it fainted. It felt sad for a while. It admitted that it was indeed not a thing before, and it did want to escape, and it did cause a lot of trouble to its unscrupulous owner, but wasn't that before. Now that it has been improved, why is it still holding on to the donkey dung eggs? What's the point of origin? It's still the ancestor of 10,000 swords. What's so great about you, Chaos Spirit? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, especially when he saw the gloating looks on their faces. He really wanted to fight the little black ball for 300 rounds. But it knew that it was definitely not the best idea to make a fuss now, and it might even arouse the dissatisfaction of its owner. Snort. The future is long, let's wait and see. Sooner or later I will let you know that I am the only one who is the treasure in the master's heart. Fang Shi now has no time to pay attention to the jealousy among the spiritual pets. She is wandering around in the west. But after wandering around for a long time, I gained nothing. But yes, if Chelong dares to leave her here alone, it means that the good things are well hidden, and she will definitely not be discovered for a while. Fang Shi simply stopped looking and shouted, Chelong, what's going on outside? The red smoke carp in the fish pond naturally heard Fang Zai's words, but they had no intention of paying attention to her. Although the red smoke carps are transformed from red dragons, their personalities are not exactly the same. The red smoke carp are more Buddhist-like, while the red dragon is very irritable. Although the red smoke carps didn't pay attention to Fang Shi, they still looked at the sky involuntarily. At this time, the protective formation of the Changsheng sect was already crumbling, and everyone in the Changsheng sect looked solemn. Master Han's face turned pale. Could it be that I, Han Jide, was going to die here today? In extreme fear, he could not care less about losing face and said to Elder Ji. Elder Ji, the array plate spontaneously ignited just now. Could it be that something went wrong in the Haoshan Holy Realm? How about I go with you to the Haoshan Holy Land to check it out? This is what he thought. If the Sky Thunder was not directed at him, it would naturally not chase him to the Haoshan Holy Realm, and his suspicion would naturally be relieved. If Tianlei is really coming for him, then he can save his life by hiding in Haoshan Holy Realm. After all, Haoshan Holy Realm is very secretive, and even Tianlei cannot enter within a short time. Elder Ji was suddenly caught in a battle between heaven and man. Of course he knew what Master Han was thinking. The key was whether he wanted to help him. After weighing the pros and cons, he said, I am indeed a little worried. Just let me go and have a look. If the Haoshan Holy Realm is okay, we can come back. Sect Master Sima's eyes flashed slightly. Elder Ji, you can go back alone. Master Han doesn't have to follow you, right? If he leads Tianlei to the Haoshan Holy Realm, it will be terrible. Master Han gritted his teeth and said, Sect Master, I have already explained that Tianlei has nothing to do with me. If I go to the Holy Land of Haoshan, and Tianlei really follows me, I will just go out and die on my own, and I will definitely not implicate the Holy Land of Haoshan. Sect Master Sima wanted to say more, but Elder Ji said coldly, Sect Master, we, the Westerners, have always made the final decision on matters in the Haoshan Holy Realm, so I don't need to worry about it anymore. For some unknown reason, the other three Supreme Elders also helped. Sect leader Sima gave a bitter smile and said no more. His sect leader is really a coward. However, he is more worried now that Tianlei will come in through the gap in the formation and run towards Fang Shi's yard. Even if he wants to help Fang Shi clear his name, he will be unable to do anything. It's not that he has a deep relationship with Fang Shi. The main thing is that he got Fang Shi into the Changsheng sect. If Fang Shi attracts Tianlei, both the Supreme Elder of the West and the Peak Master of the West Peak will take advantage of it. By then, let alone retaining the 50 places to enter the Haoshan Mirror, his position as the sect leader may not be secure. Shen Jilin was eager for the thunder to strike down quickly, because she was sure that the Sky Thunder was aimed at Fang Shi. Once the Sky Thunder penetrated through the gap in the protective formation, it would definitely attack Fang Shi. She was dead. Even if Fang Shi, that bitch, won't be struck to death by the thunder if she takes 10,000 steps back, then she will surely become the target of public criticism if she actually attracts the thunder. Naturally, Tianlei doesn't know what these people are thinking. It only has one idea now, which is to quickly split this broken formation, and then go to Fang Shi to avenge it. But it suddenly discovered that Fang Zai's aura had disappeared. Snort. He must have found a place to hide. When I split this broken formation, I will find you even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. It's useless even if you hide in a mouse hole. I chop hard. Under Tianlei's unremitting efforts, even though the elders of the Changsheng sect continued to repair the formation disk, a hole was still opened in the protective formation. Tianlei roared in and got in. In order to make it easier to come in, it also shrunk in size, just like a big centipede. It immediately prepared to rush to Fang Zai's residence, but when it was passing above the Changsheng sect people, it suddenly saw a hairpin inserted in Shen Jilin's head. Hairpin in the shape of a loon bird. Tianlei suddenly became furious. Is this mocking me for being a Jewer? Without saying a word, a bolt of lightning hit Shen Jilin. Shen Jilin never dreamed that Tianlei would do such a thing, and she was chopped to pieces. The first one was knocked unconscious. Tianlei didn't care whether she was fainted or not. Sayazi headed towards Fang Shi's courtyard. Halfway through, it stopped. Wrong. That stinky girl from Fang Shi is treacherous and treacherous. She knew she was watching from the sky, so how could she be so stupid that she stayed in the yard? It must be a deception. She was definitely not in the yard, but had used a secret passage or a teleportation charm to go somewhere else. Correct. That's it. It was precisely because she was hiding that it didn't detect her aura. Snort. This little trick is only meant to deceive those ignorant fools, so they won't be fooled. Where will she hide? It suddenly remembered that it had just seen an old guy sneaking away with someone else. Could it be Fang Zai's accomplice? Who? Want to play tricks in front of me? Did I find out? Tianlei twisted a few times proudly, and then chased in the direction where Elder Ji and Peak Master Han left. Fang Shi. You smart elect fool. I am coming. Just wait for my thunderous wrath. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 921. Do you think you are Fang Shi? Sect leader Sima and others were all shocked by Wu Yunju's sexy tricks. God. It seems that Tianlei is really going after Master Han. It seems that this thunder is really caused by Peak Master Han. The evidence is conclusive. The faces of the 3 Supreme Elders turned green. Sayazi ran towards the entrance of Haoshan Holy Land. If Tianlei really enters the holy realm of Haoshan, if the Haoshan mirror is damaged, their lives will not be enough to compensate. But some people are wondering, why did the thunder strike Shen Jilin? Is it true that she is just a broom star as Fang Shi said? Especially the disciples who participated in the selection trial with Shen Jilin suddenly became suspicious. This selection trial was extremely unlucky for Jian Shou. Now that I think about it, every bad luck seems to have something to do with Shen Jilin. Regardless of whether what Fang Shi said is true or not, it is better to stay away from Shen Jilin in the future. Sect leader Sima is a little confused now. Let's not talk about the blow Shen Jilin received. The key point is why Tianlei chased Elder Ji and Master Han. Could it be that this thunder is really aimed at Master Han? Does it really have nothing to do with Fang Shi? For some reason, he felt that things were not that simple, but he couldn't figure out what exactly was going on. Although he couldn't understand it, he quickly chased towards the entrance of Haoshan Holy Realm without any delay. Others followed. Most of the people here are the senior members of the sect and the direct disciples. Those inner and outer disciples are too late to hide, so they won't wade into this muddy water. There are two entrances to the Haoshan Holy Land, one of which is in the study of sect leader Sima, and the other is in the back mountain of Wudao Peak. Elder Ji and Master Han went to the entrance of the mountain behind Wudao Peak, as did the three supreme elders. At this time, Elder Ji and Master Han had just entered the Haoshan Holy Realm. Before the two of them could say a few words, they were horrified to find that Tianlei had chased him to the entrance of Haoshan Holy Realm. Master Han was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. He believed it. He really caused the thunder. He has no regard for human ethics and deserves to be struck by lightning. Elder Ji also believed it. Not only did I believe it, but I also regretted it. If he had known this, he shouldn't have helped Han Jide. Wouldn't the thunder strike him as well? He suddenly said to Master Han, Jide, Tianlei must not be allowed to enter the Haoshan Holy Realm. Otherwise, once the Haoshan mirror is damaged, our Changsheng sect will fall into a situation that will never be recovered. So, you get out. Peak Master Han was not surprised at all. Originally, the relationship between him and Elder Ji was just about using each other, but now that there is a big crisis, Elder Ji will naturally abandon him. Even if Elder Ji wanted to protect him, the other three supreme elders would not allow him to stay in the Haoshan Holy Realm. Instead of reflecting on the wrong things he had done, he resented Fang Shi even more. If she hadn't added fuel to the fire, things wouldn't have developed to this extent. At least, the Wangfu family would never find out what happened between him and Han Lianyi, let alone Yaya being his son. Not only did he resent Fang Shi, he also hated Elder Ji. This old guy usually took advantage of him, but when things got bad he didn't care about his life or death. If he hadn't known that he couldn't defeat Elder Ji, he might have had someone to support him before he died. He did not go out immediately, but deliberately delayed. Elder Ji, don't worry, one person is responsible for the work, and I will not drag you down, nor will I hinder the Haoshan Holy Realm. It's just that this Haoshan Holy Realm is different from the previous protective formation. What's outside is just a teleportation array. Even if the sky thunder strikes hard, it will only destroy the teleportation array, so it shouldn't be possible to get in. Why don't we observe it for a while? If something goes wrong, it won't be too late for me to go out. After saying this, he handed Elder Ji a storage ring. Elder Ji took it and took a look, almost blinding him. The storage ring is full of spiritual stones, roughly estimated to be 300 million. This money is really good stuff. Elder Ji originally did not want Master Han to stay in the Haoshan Holy Realm for a moment, but now he was shaken. Because he felt that what Peak Master Han said was right, no matter how overbearing the power of the Sky Thunder was, it would only split the teleportation array into powder, and it should not be able to get in. In this case, why doesn't he just go with the flow and make a fortune? So, he sighed, well, then you can hide for a while and then it depends on the situation. Master Han cursed secretly in his heart, but on his face he could only keep thanking him. At this time, Tianlei was hovering near the teleportation array. It's trying to figure out how to get in. At this time, the other three supreme elders, Sima Sect Master and others arrived. Tianlei suddenly had an idea. It struck at the three supreme elders. Of course, it didn't hit them, but hit them near them. It's obviously a threat. The three supreme elders also noticed it. Elder Bo tried and said, Lord Tianlei, do you want us to let you in? Tianlei nods. The three supreme elders are in trouble now. Put it in, what if the Haoshan mirror is damaged? If they don't put it in, they will be struck by lightning. However, they quickly thought of a way. The Sky Thunder was aimed at Master Han, so why not just let him out? So he quickly summoned Elder Ji and asked him to hand over Master Han. Elder Ji was so anxious that he was sweating. He had just collected Master Han's 300 million spirit stones and it would be unjust to hand him over now. But if you don't hand it over, the other three supreme elders and others won't do it either. Besides, even if he doesn't hand it over, the other three supreme elders can still let Tianlei in. Then he will be even more passive. After thinking about it, he suddenly took out the storage ring given to him by Peak Master Han. Jide, take this ring back. Master Han certainly understood the intention of his words. He shook his head. Elder Ji, I can't escape death today, so this ring is just a thought I'll leave you with. I just ask you to help me get rid of Fang Shi after I die, otherwise I won't die in peace. Elder Ji would have happily agreed before, but now he didn't dare to underestimate Fang Shi and just returned the ring to Master Han. Master Han Fang was furious to death. I secretly vowed in my heart that as long as I don't die today, I will definitely take revenge in the future. Fang Shi, that old man Sima Qinghong, and Elder Ji all deserve to die. Elder Ji never dreamed that Peak Master Han had already raised his status to the same level as Fang Shi. He bit the bullet and urged Master Han to get out quickly. Peak Master Han gritted his teeth, stepped onto the teleportation array, and was teleported outside. When Tianlei saw someone coming out, he thought it was Fang Shi. But when he saw it, he saw that it was the Peak Master of some kind of bird peak. He immediately became furious and directed a bolt of lightning at Peak Master Han. Of course, Peak Master Han would not be stupid and get hit by the attack. He immediately jumped to the side to avoid the lightning. Tianlei is even more unhappy now. I'm going to hit you, but you still dare to hide. Do you think you are Feng Shi? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 922. Kyongchi is so scared of Ma Claw. Then, the sky thunder struck another bolt of lightning towards Master Han. Peak Master Han dodged again. Tianlei was completely angry this time. The two lightning bolts had originally struck were the same as the one that struck Shen Jilin, and they only used 10% of the force at most. Because the other party was not the real owner of the attack, it would be difficult to explain if someone died. However, if the other party is shameless, then it can't control that much. He's just an ant. If he dies, he'll die. So, 3 lightning bolts were fired at Peak Master Han. This time, he used all his strength. Master Han Feng was unlucky. Lightning used at full power not only contains more thunder and lightning power, but can also turn corners. He runs and it chases him, but he cannot escape even if he has wings. The 3 lightning bolts actually struck Master Han. Master Han instantly vomited blood and lay on his back like a dead dog, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Tianlei did not continue to attack. After all, it still had to conserve its strength to attack Feng Shi. It continued to threaten the 3 Supreme Elders. The 3 Supreme Elders turned pale with fright when they saw Peak Master Han's tragic situation. They guessed that Tianlei might have angered Elder Ji, so they summoned him to come out and be beaten. Elder Ji is so scared that he becomes an elder. What a mistake. He shouldn't have brought Han Jide into the Haoshan Holy Realm. He left the Haoshan Holy Realm with a pale old face. When Tianlei saw that it was not Feng Shi who came out, he felt very unhappy and struck a bolt of lightning at Elder Ji. Elder Ji did not hide, because he felt that hiding was in vain. He was going to die sooner or later anyway, so he might as well die decently. Unexpectedly, the thunder only struck once and did not continue to strike. Elder Ji almost cried with joy. Tianlei actually let him go. Also, he can only be considered an accomplice at best. Tianlei threatened the 3 Supreme Elders again. The 3 Supreme Elders were very puzzled. Peak Master Han and Elder Ji had already come out. Why did Jilei still want to go in? Could it be that it has another purpose? Sect leader Sima was also puzzled. If Tianlei was coming towards Feng Shi, why did he have to enter the Haoshan Holy Realm? No matter how powerful Feng Shi is, she can't enter the Haoshan Holy Realm. However, the more critical question now is whether to let Tianlei in. Seeing that the 3 Supreme Elders had not moved yet, Tianlei immediately became furious and started to chop at them. Anyway, it has already killed several unlucky ones today, and there are probably a few more to come. As a result, the 3 Supreme Elders also took a beating. Fortunately, the 3 Supreme Elders did not hide, so it was not a big deal if they were hit a few times. But it caused great harm to their souls. Because they thought of what Feng Shi said before, those who do evil will be punished. Is it possible that they really suffered retribution? At this time, Sect Master Sima said, the Supreme Elder of the West, why not let Lord Tianlei go in? If there are any consequences, I, the Sect Master, will bear the full responsibility. The reason why he said this is because the Haoshan Mirror is an ancient artifact. Even thunder from the sky should not cause any damage to it. The key is that it cannot be stopped even if it wants to. No matter how important the Haoshan Mirror is, it cannot be compared to the lives of the people in the sect. Even the Supreme Elder of the West couldn't just be struck to death by lightning. Also, he learned something from Feng Shi, that is, if you want to be a good sect leader, you must be able to win people's hearts when necessary. This is undoubtedly a good opportunity. When the sect was in disaster, he, the sect leader, had the courage to shoulder the responsibilities, which would definitely leave an everlasting impression on many people. If nothing else, the way the Supreme Elder of the West looked at him was different from before. That's right, the Supreme Elder of the West now looks at Sima sect leader much more favorably than before. They had long wanted to give in, but they were afraid of being criticized. Unexpectedly, Sima sect leader took the initiative to stand up. They couldn't help but think to themselves, no wonder Sima King Hong could become the sect leader. In terms of taking on this role, the West Peak Master was indeed inferior to him. The Supreme Elder of the West hurriedly opened the teleportation array of Haoshan Holy Realm. Tianlei couldn't wait to lie down on the teleportation array. Because the formation disk is not too big, Tianlei can only coil himself in circles and circles, just like a lump of something. Everyone. After Tianlei was teleported in, Sima Sect Master and the Supreme Elder of the West also entered the Haoshan Holy Realm. As for others, they can only wait outside. In fact, this is also Sima Sect Master's love for them. After all, no one knows what kind of madness Tianlei will go into in the Haoshan Holy Realm. When Sima Sect leader and the others entered, Tianlei was rushing around in the west. Not only the light jump, but also a few chops from time to time. Especially the residence of the Supreme Elder in the west was smashed into a mess. The Supreme Elder of the West felt even more retributive now. Everyone's face turned pale as they recalled all the bad things they had done in their lives. In fact, Tianlei just wanted to see if Feng Shi was hiding in the house, so he struck randomly. Sect Master Sima was wondering, Tianlei wasn't looking for Feng Shi, was he? Why does it think Feng Shi is hiding here? But that's fine, it will leave if it can't find it, and Feng Shi will be fine. But he also felt that he might have been mistaken. After all, outside, Tianlei split Master Han to the point where he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Maybe it really had nothing to do with Feng Shi. He thought about it now and then, until his brain ached. Tianlei spent a long time in the Haoshan Holy Realm without finding Feng Zai's figure, and finally focused on the Haoshan Mirror standing in the middle of the Haoshan Holy Realm. Could it be that the dead girl is hiding in there? It flew around the Haoshan Mirror several times, sniffed it like a dog, and finally gave up. Firstly, I couldn't smell Fengxi's breath, and secondly, the remaining thunder and lightning power was not enough to destroy this thing. Rather than wasting time on this broken mirror, it's better to look elsewhere. Thinking of this, Tianlei couldn't wait to express that he wanted to go out. The Supreme Elder of the West wished it could get away quickly, so he hurriedly activated the teleportation array. After Tianlei went out, he happened to see the place where Qiongqi was imprisoned in the back mountain. When I saw the formation there, I immediately felt that something was fishy. He jumped over immediately. Qiongqi was scared to death. Isn't the thunder coming from the sky aimed at me? Although I have done many immoral things, isn't it normal for a ferocious beast like me to do some immoral things? Elder Mei didn't dare to stop him at all. Besides, even the protective formation was split open by thunder, let alone the formation that imprisoned Qiongqi. So, he took the initiative to open the formation. Qiongqi, #% and *#. Qiongqi scolded Elder Mei like hell in his heart. Fortunately, I gave you so many benefits on weekdays, but at the critical moment you actually sold me out. Even if you pretend to struggle for a moment, that's fine. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 923. What I'm best at is splitting the soul. Qiongqi tried hard to reduce his sense of existence, even shrinking his body, showing that he was innocent, weak and pitiful. Tianlei didn't bother to pay attention to it, and didn't even look at it. He searched for traces of Fengxi in the barrier. After searching for a while, he saw that Fengxi was not inside and flew away. Qiongqi breathed a sigh of relief. It couldn't help but wonder, Tianlei seemed to be looking for someone, couldn't it be that stinky girl from Fengxi? As for why there is such a guess, it is entirely the first time. After all, there are not many people in the world who are so wicked as to be struck by lightning. In the next 2 hours, Tianlei jumped all over the Changsheng Sect, causing the Changsheng Sect to jump and become a mess. However, no one dared to provoke it and could only watch it become a monster. The Sky Thunder jumped up and down, jumping outside the Wanfu Liangson cave. It thinks this is a good place to hide people. So, I asked to go in. Elder Duan, who was responsible for guarding the Wanfu Liangson cave, certainly didn't want it to go in, but Sima Sect Master gave the order and he had no choice but to obey. As soon as the entrance was opened, Tianlei jumped in. Then, I felt dizzy and lightheaded. When it reacted, it found itself in the grass. Ha! Isn't this outside the mountain gate of Changsheng Sect? When it was wondering, it saw 2 groups of people fighting. The clothes and looks of this group of people look familiar, aren't they the people from the Changsheng Sect? Wasn't the Peak Master of Bird Peak hacked to death by me? Why are you so alive and kicking so quickly? The other group of people were all wearing uniform clothes, and all of them seemed to have eyes on the top of their heads. Tianlei is inexplicably displeased with these people, not for anything else, but mainly because these people look crazier than Tianlei. Even if they don't like it, they don't like it, and Tianlei won't hit them just because they're too crazy. It thought to itself that it wouldn't be able to find that stinky girl Fengxi for a while anyway, so why not watch a show? Just watching, Tianlei discovered that these 2 groups of people didn't seem to be human. That group of people from the Changsheng Sect seems to be something derived from the formation, and the group of people from the Tiank Alliance seems to be a part of the soul that was separated. Where is this going? By the way, it is now in the Wanfu Liangson cave, and it is probably something in the cave. I just don't know where those souls came from. Maybe he's also a disciple of the Changsheng Sect, and he's doing the trial here. I didn't expect the Changsheng Sect to be quite good at playing. It's a pity that there isn't the soul of that stinky girl Fengxi here, otherwise it would just go up and slash her, letting her know what the fury of thunder is. Tianlei continued to watch the show while thinking about it. The 2 groups were fighting fiercely. The people from the Tiank Alliance shouted while fighting. You are just using your arms as a chariot. It is better to surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, when our army comes, we will crush your Changsheng Sect first. You ants from the 9 nether continents still want to compete with the people of our Tiank continent. You are really overestimating your capabilities. Jiu continent was originally supposed to be a subsidiary of our Tiank continent, and you people are just trying to occupy a magpie's nest. Ellipsis. The Chinese character, dove occupying the magpie's nest, angered Tianlei. Grandma is a bitch. Even if Fengxi scolds me, how dare you, a half-hearted soul, scold me? It's so boring. What I'm best at is splitting Yuanshan. 1 hit and 1 hit. Guaranteed to leave you stunned. When Tianlei thought of this, he immediately jumped out from the grass and slashed at the people of the Tiank Alliance. I told you to call me a Jue. Call you a bitch. I chop hard. Those people in the Tiank Alliance have no resistance at all. The Sky Thunder strikes with perfect accuracy, and sometimes even kills a bunch of them. Not to mention how exciting it is to chop. I vented all my previous arrogance on these people from the Tiank Alliance. It is a heavenly thunder with professional ethics. Even if it angers Peak Master Han and others, it does not dare to kill them, but these separated souls do not matter. Even if it breaks apart, it will only damage the opponent's consciousness. It's a pity that there is no spirit of that stinky girl Fengxi here, otherwise it would be more enjoyable. Ellipsis. Outside the 9 nether realm, there was the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. Several inner disciples of the Tiank Alliance covered their heads and rolled around on the ground, and some even fainted. A group of people wearing elder uniforms also looked surprised and uncertain. How can there be Sky Thunder in the 9 nether realm? And it is such a powerful Sky Thunder. Why is it targeting our Tiank Alliance? I felt something was wrong before. Originally, these disciples were supposed to be teleported to the Northern Territory but were instead teleported to the Southern Territory. There were all kinds of twists and turns on the way. It seemed that they were deliberately targeting our Tiank Alliance. Is there something wrong with the formation? Logically speaking, no. The match board was checked before these disciples entered and there was nothing abnormal. Is it just a coincidence? Ellipsis. Tianlei didn't know that what he had entered was not the 10,000 talisman heart refining cave but the 9 nether transformation realm. It was feeling very proud at this time. Although I only split some souls, I felt much more comfortable. Since there is no Fengshi here, go out and continue looking. However, it discovered belatedly that it didn't know how to get out. At this time, the formation spread stone of the 9 Netherrealm formation disc was relaying the real-time battle situation to Fengshi. Should I say it or not, Da Shitu still has a talent for storytelling, and what he tells is full of ups and downs, so lifelike. It originally wanted to get some benefits from Fengshi, but now it has given up this unrealistic idea. Even Tianlei was plotted by her. If it dared to use its wrong ideas, it would die without even knowing it. After Big Stone finished speaking, Mu Jian quickly blew a rainbow fart. Master, your technique of borrowing a knife to kill someone, no, borrowing a thunderbolt to kill someone is really wonderful. Not only did Wu Yunjue consume the power of the heavenly thunder, but he also wiped out the group of people from the Tiank Alliance. It can be said that he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. I guess the people of the Tiank Alliance couldn't figure out why they were struck by lightning in their own formation even if they tried hard. Not only that, Wu Yunju's 2 fools are still trapped in the Juyu transformation realm, and maybe they can only get out from the array on the Juyu continent. It will definitely anger the people from the Tiank League, and maybe it will smash the Tiank League to pieces. Master, my admiration for you cannot be described in words. You are my god, my light, my everything. The little black ball rolled his eyes silently. Flatterer. You don't think about how to improve your combat effectiveness, but you focus all your attention on flattering others. You really don't do your job properly and don't seek to make progress. My new Gulu Xiao Chu Chu is different. I never bothered to do such a thing. While thinking about it, he said to Fengshi. My dear master, I just took a nap, and I found that your intelligence has reached a new level. It is no exaggeration to say that you don't even need to use your hands to deal with those people from the Tiank League, you can make them drink with just your brain. And that thunder from the sky is trying to kill you without knowing its own strength, it's really asking for your own death. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 924 Am I Beautiful? Fengshi did not get carried away by the compliments of the wooden sword and the little black ball, but frowned in deep thought. She thought for a while and said to the big stone. Wu Yunjue cannot be allowed to escape from the Tiank Alliance. You must find a way to release it. Da Shitu was very puzzled. Why? Wouldn't it be better to let it go out from the Tiank League and harm the Tiank League by the way? Fengshi explained. First, the power of thunder and lightning carried by Wu Yunjue should have been almost consumed, and it will not cause any damage to the Tiank Alliance. Second, the Tiank Alliance only thinks that there is a problem with the formation for the time being, but if Wu Yunjue goes out, they may think of Juyu continent, which is very detrimental to us. Thirdly, if there is an informant from the Tiank Alliance in the Changsheng sect, and Wu Yunjue disappears for no reason, he will definitely think of the Wanfu Liangson cave, and your existence may be discovered by then. Secondly, this idiot Wu Yunjiu has helped me a lot, and I am too embarrassed to have caused such a misfortune to him. So, let's let it out. Da Shitu thought to himself, you are not embarrassed to cheat Tianlei, but you want to take a long-term approach to catch big fish, right? No wonder I was tricked so badly by her, my stone brain is no match for hers. The big stone agreed, guided Tianlei to find the exit, and sent it back to the real Wanfu heart refining cave. Tianlei was a little confused. What it experienced just now seems to have nothing to do with Fu Juan. Is it an illusion? Its majestic thunder did not break through a single illusion. Wouldn't it make people laugh out loud if I said this? So no one can say anything about this. Tianlei came out of Wanfu Liangson cave and wandered around the Changsheng sect for several times, but still could not find Fengshi. In addition, it did not carry much thunder and lightning power, so it could only fly away reluctantly. While flying away, out of anger, he chopped down the gate of Duke Peak again. Now, the unconscious Master Han is taking the blame even more firmly. I can't even dig it out. Seeing that the situation was calm, Fengshi asked the red smoke carps to let her out. The red smoke carps acted as if they were dead and ignored her. Fengshi said slowly, if you don't let me out, then I can only concentrate on finding the place where your dragon clan's treasure is hidden. Anyway, there is plenty of food in my storage ring. I won't starve to death even if I stay here for 10,000 years. The next moment, she appeared in the fish pond. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the red smoke carp, clasped its cheek and asked, Am I beautiful? The red smoke carp used all its strength to fold itself into a heart. Only then did Fengshi let it go. That red smoke carp was so angry that it turned white. No matter how beautiful you are, you still have a heart of snakes and scorpions. You damn pervert. Fengshi came out of the fish pond and did not enter the house immediately. Instead, she squatted on the edge of the fish pond and said slowly, Although you are red dragons, and red dragons are you too, they're different after all. Red dragon has only 1 life, but you have 12 lives. So, wouldn't it be good for you to live as Red Yanli? Why do you have to turn into a loach? Maybe you can become 12 dragons after practicing, that would be the real carp leaping over the dragon gate. By then, your dragon clan will be revived. The red smoked carps are so excited. Yes, although red dragons are them, they are not entirely them. Fengshi couldn't help but feel funny when she saw the tails of the red smoke carp wagging obviously happily. The red dragon and the red smoke carp are like the 2 personalities of humans. Either the east wind overwhelms the west wind, or the west wind overpowers the east wind. Compared to the red dragon, the red smoke carps are obviously easier to fool. Therefore, she prefers to see the red smoke carp in this pond, rather than the red dragon that talks nonsense. This is also her return gift to Chelong. There is nothing she can do, she is petty and will take revenge. In the water before, Chelong made her face covered with blood. Although she used a good elixir, her face still hurts now. After Fengshi deceived Qi Yanli, she returned to the house and lay down. Originally she was worried that someone would come to visit her, but later she actually fell asleep because she was too tired. She slept soundly here, but many people in the Changsheng sect were very upset. The first person to bear the brunt is Master Han. Although he saved a life, he was seriously injured, and it was confirmed that Tianlei was coming for him. People in Suzaku Peak were in a state of confusion, and many people were thinking of changing the Peak Master. After all, no one wants to follow a Peak Master who will be struck to death by lightning sooner or later. What future is there for this? The Supreme Elder of the West was also frightened. Although the Sky Thunder only struck them symbolically, it was still a strike. For the first time, they began to reflect on what they had done before. Thinking of some of the things they had done, they wished they could slap themselves in the face. In addition to them, Shen Jilin was among the people who were hacked. Shen Jilin vomited blood in the formation before, and then she was knocked unconscious by Zhang Wen and struck by a thunderbolt. It can be said that her vitality was severely damaged. When she returned to her residence, she became more and more angry as she thought about it, and tortured the 8-tailed snow fox until its body was covered with bruises. The 8-tailed snow fox was already numb. Even thought of death. But it felt that if it died like this, it would be too cowardly and too cheap for its so-called master. After being disappointed and tortured again and again, its loyalty to Shen Jilin has turned into resentment. It's a fox, it's not that it's scheming, it's just that it didn't want to use it on its master before. But she didn't deserve to be its master. It wants revenge. Even if the fish is dead and the net is broken, it will take revenge. It has to wait for an opportunity. Sect leader Sima was extremely busy because he had to deal with the mess left by Tianlei. However, he still took time to visit Feng Shi. Looking at Feng Zai's pale face, he expressed some concern and even took the initiative to give Feng Shi 11 million spiritual stones. A total of 50 people participated in the selection trial at Wudao Peak. Except for the 3 people from Feng Shi, the rest were all disciples of Wudao Peak. Excluding the 10 places promised by Feng Shi, the remaining 11 places are worth 1 million spiritual stones each. Feng Shi didn't refuse and happily accepted it. Sect Master Sima's eyes flashed and he asked, Shaoxi, do you think this thunder is really here to kill Master Han? Then why didn't it kill Master Han? Feng Shi thought for a while and said, does it think it's not fun to kill people in one go? So it plans to kill people a few more times. It's like a cat catching a mouse. It eats after it has had enough fun. Sect Master Sima, then why do you think Tianlei is still wandering around after killing Master Han? Feng Shi immediately said, of course you are familiar with the terrain. Otherwise, where can I catch Master Han next time? Sect leader Sima. Although I have no proof, I think you are talking nonsense. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 925. The wording is also very vivid. Sect leader Sima and Feng Shi chatted for a long time, chatting about everything, but they felt like they didn't chat about anything. In the end, I had to tell her to take good care of her injuries and then left. As soon as Sima sect leader returned to the study, the elusive Elder Yin came. In fact, when Tianlei entered Haoshan Holy Realm, Elder Yin also followed Sima sect leader and others. Elder Sima was slightly aware that the 3 supreme elders were all focused on Tianlei and had no idea. Elder Yin is ready for self-sacrifice. If the Sky Thunder strikes Haoshan Mirror, he will show up to share part of the power of the Sky Thunder. Anyway, he shouldn't be far away from the catastrophe, so he might as well die for the sake of the Changsheng sect. Fortunately, Tianlei only circled around the Haoshan Mirror a few times and left, so he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was just halfway relieved when he saw Tianlei running around in the west of Changsheng sect. He was afraid of hurting innocent disciples, so he followed Tianlei behind him, ready to show up to save people at any time. As for why he didn't show up when the thunder struck Shen Jilin, Peak Master Han and the Supreme Elder of the West, on the one hand, it was because the incident happened suddenly and he didn't react. On the other hand, even if he reacted, he would not save him. He just wants to save people, forget about the things that are not human. Finally, the thunder flew away, and Elder Yin went to see Feng Shi without stopping. Hearing Feng Shi and Zhang Wen's chatting, he was inspired and worried that the West Peak Master was up to some conspiracy regarding the Haoshan Mirror quota, so he ran to the West Peak again. To eavesdrop. Anyway, he was so busy that he had never been so busy in his life. Only now did he take the time to see Sima sect leader. As soon as they met, Elder Yin said, now that Han Zhai's case of being struck by lightning has been confirmed, can we get rid of him? Of course Sima sect leader knew why Elder Yin was so anxious. It was simple, he wanted a status. I want the title of master of the 3 people in Feng Shi. He immediately said, Elder Yin, although people in Duke Peak are currently in a state of flux, Han Zhai's power is so intricate that it is not a good time to move him yet. Why don't we wait a little longer and wait until the interior of Suzaku Peak collapses before we take action? This will not only provide greater certainty, but also reduce unnecessary casualties and losses. Elder Yin was not happy, but after thinking about it, he felt that what Sect Master Sima said made sense, so he snorted coldly. You are good at everything, but you are too indecisive. My precious disciple will not be like this. He will make a decisive decision at any time. Otherwise, he would not have helped you win so many places. Sect leader Sima. Let's not talk about helping me get so many places. Have you forgotten that you are the guardian elder of Changsheng sect? The key is, do you know that the thunder was probably caused by her? But he didn't say it. Because he felt that with Elder Yin's current level of obsession, what he said would be in vain, and he would not believe it at all. Forget it if he doesn't believe it, maybe he will be scolded for it. He changed the subject. Elder Yin, what choice do you think the Supreme Elder of the West will make? Will they force me to give up part of my quota, or will they increase the quota of people entering the Haoshan Mirror at the cost of depleting their spiritual consciousness? Elder Yin pondered for a while and said, if there was no such thing as Tianlei, that wimp in the West would probably play some tricks to force you to give up your place. But now that all of them have been struck by lightning, their consciences that have been dead for many years may be fake. In addition, if they want to restore their image in the hearts of the disciples, they will most likely choose to waste their spiritual consciousness to expand their quota. Sect leader Sima was somewhat impressed by Elder Yin. Let's not talk about the problem-solving ideas. The key is that the wording is also very vivid. Little did he know that Elder Yin didn't like to think about such troublesome things at all. What he said was just copying Feng Zai's original words. He heard it when he took a break from his busy schedule to go to Fengshi Courtyard in the past 2 days. Sect Master Sima complimented Elder Yin a few words without leaving any trace. Elder Yin felt a little guilty, but when he thought about it, what my disciple said was equal to what I said. I am upright and I have a clear conscience. So, he put his hands behind his back and said, King Hong, you are still young. If you learn more from me in the future, especially in terms of how to behave, you will definitely make great progress. Sect Leader Sima. You, a person who has not left your cave for hundreds of years, still have the nerve to teach me how to behave. However, he and Elder Yin agreed that the Supreme Elder of the West would most likely choose to consume his spiritual consciousness to expand the number of people entering the Haoshan Mirror. 1 day later, the Supreme Elder of the West sent a message to Sima Sect Leader, asking him to go to Haoshan Holy Land to discuss important matters. Sima Sect Master was shocked when he saw the Supreme Elder of the West. After not seeing each other for a few days, the Supreme Elder of the West had obviously lost weight. Especially Elder G, those big dark circles under his eyes looked like he had been beaten. What surprised Sima Sect Master even more was that the Westerner's attitude towards him was obviously much more polite than before. Elder G even poured him a cup of tea himself. Sima Sect Leader's first thought was, is this old guy trying to poison me? But when I thought about it again, I felt that I was worrying too much. If the Supreme Elder of the West had wanted to kill him, he would have done it long ago, and he would not have waited until now. No matter what he thought, he didn't take a sip of the tea. A gentleman does not need to take risks if he does not stand behind a dangerous wall. The Supreme Elder of the West wanted to express his attitude, so he didn't care whether Sima Sect Leader drank or not. Elder Bo first asked how the aftermath work was being handled, and then got to the point. Sect Master, although there was some problems with the previous trial formation, we still agree with the final result, and we have no objection to your 56th place in Enlightenment Peak. But because our mistake has affected other Exafeng disciples, we plan to give them 10 additional places per peak. Do you have any objections? Sect Leader Sima was stunned for a moment, and then said, is 10 places per peak a bit too much? It's not anything else. I'm mainly worried that this may cause great damage to your spiritual consciousness in the West. The Supreme Elder of the West felt mixed emotions in his heart when he heard this. When the West Peak Master heard that they were given 10 places for each peak, he immediately pointed out that the number of places was too few and thought that 15 would be appropriate. He never thought about the price they would pay for it. Although they all stopped talking later, it really made him feel uncomfortable. Of course, they also knew that Sima Sect Master didn't really mean what he said, but at least it made people feel comfortable. They sighed in their hearts again. This Sima King Hong was indeed much better than the other peak masters, and they had to think carefully about the next plan. Sect Leader Sima was vaguely aware of this subtle change, and thought to himself, did this old guy become enlightened after being struck by lightning? That's what it is. You Westerners are the Western Supreme Elders of your sect, with a transcendent status. How good is it to concentrate on cultivation? Isn't it 100 times better than fighting for power and profit, and engaging in intrigues? Elder Yin has done a good job at this point. He will not come out of the cave for hundreds of years, let alone cause trouble. But he soon thought of the good things Elder Yin had done. Next chapter around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 926 Language is an art. Sect Leader Sima felt that it was too difficult for him. I heard that all the heads of the Western Gate sect in the Northern Territory are relaxed, and none of them are as hardworking as him. At least there are no living ancestors in that sect who are enemies. There is no living father fighting for power and profit. While he was thinking about things in his mind, Elder Bo let out a long sigh. Although it will cause damage to our Western consciousness, since we planted the cause, we can only bear the consequences. Since you have no objection to this, then the matter is settled. If it were Feng Shi, he would definitely not agree so easily. After all, the increase in quotas at Exafeng has in disguise made it more difficult for disciples of Wudao Peak to obtain opportunities. Therefore, Exafeng must also compensate Wudao Peak. Even if this compensation is not required, the Supreme Elder of the West and the Peak Master of the West Peak must be allowed to admit that they owe Wudao Peak this favor, so that they can use it to bargain on other matters in the future. However, Sima Sect Master has been suffering from cowardice in recent years. He finally took advantage of it, but it was still a big advantage, so he didn't dare to go further for fear of being beaten. So, I didn't say anything more. But this time, Elder Bo changed the topic. Sect Master, how is the injury of that girl from Fengshi? Sect Leader Sima couldn't guess the intention of Elder Bo's words for a while, but he still said. Although he is still a little weak, there is nothing serious. Elder Bo nodded. Since she is fine, let her come over tomorrow morning. We Westerners can talk to her about something. Sect Master Sima's heart sank. What do you mean by this? Could it be that he wanted to kill Feng Shi? Although he suspected the Tinlay was caused by Feng Shi, he did not want anything to happen to Feng Shi, either from the overall situation or from a personal perspective. Just when he was looking for a reason to refuse, Elder Bo smiled and said, Sect Master, don't worry, we Westerners are just looking for Feng Shi to find out about the formation hedgehog, and maybe it can provide us with some ideas to solve the spontaneous combustion of the formation disk. If you are worried, just come with her tomorrow. Seeing that what he said did not sound like a lie, Sima's Sect Master smiled and said, you are joking. I have nothing to worry about. It's just that the girl is very suspicious and will probably let me accompany her. The Supreme Elder of the West. Language is an art. After Sima's Sect Leader came out of Haoshan Holy Realm, he told Feng Shi about this matter. He thought he would have to waste some time, but he didn't expect Feng Shi to agree quickly. Sect Master, although I don't want to go, but in order not to embarrass you, I will go even if it means mountains of swords and seas of fire. Sect Leader Sima. It seems that Elder Yin is right. He really needs to learn how to behave, but not from Elder Yin, but from this girl. Feng Shi was not too worried that the Supreme Elder of the West would kill her. If they had murderous intentions, they could come over secretly at night and kill her. There was no need to call her to the Holy Land of Haushan. Besides, there must be good things in Haushan Holy Realm, and the Supreme Elder of the West is also very wealthy. If she goes for a walk, she might get something unexpected. Fang Shi has no objection, but Elder Yin has an objection. After receiving the summons from Sima Sect Master, he ran over and scolded Sima Sect Master. Sima Sect Leader was speechless when he heard that his title changed from King Hong to Sima Sioa. After Elder Yin finished scolding, Sect Leader Sima explained. Elder Yin, you can only be a thief for 1,000 days, how can you prevent a thief for 1,000 days? If the Supreme Elder of the West has murderous intentions, they can still take action even if Fang Shi does not go to Haushan Holy Realm. If nothing else, Fang Shi will have to go to the Haushan Holy Realm to enter the Haushan Mirror in a few days, right? Is it possible that you don't want her to go? You can't hide. Besides, that girl in Fang Shi is smarter than a monkey. It's better that the Supreme Elder of the West doesn't have murderous intentions. If he really does have murderous intentions, he might just shoot himself in the foot. In addition, I think the Westerners seem to have woken up after being struck by lightning. Even so, I was not at ease, so I asked the Supreme Elder of the West to accompany Fang Shi tomorrow. Even if I risk my life, nothing will happen to Fang Shi. I just didn't expect you, old man. When Sima Sect Leader said this, he sighed and did not continue. Elder Yin suddenly felt uncomfortable. He seemed to have misunderstood Sima Sioa. So he coughed twice. King Hong, I was in a hurry just now. Don't take it to heart. I don't trust others and I don't trust you either. You are my most promising junior. Of course, compared to my precious disciple, you are still a bit insignificant. Sect Leader Sima. You don't have to say the last sentence at all. In fact, Elder Yin really wanted to follow him, but last time it was because of the thunder, and the Supreme Elder of the West was absent-minded. If he followed this time, he would probably be discovered. So, I had to give up. The next morning, Sima Sect Leader took Fang Shi into the Haushan Holy Realm. Fang Shi curiously looked to the west. This Haushan Holy Land was even more majestic than the Wei Holy Land where the 7 Supreme Elders were in Lang and Yuan. They really enjoyed it. But the most eye-catching thing is the quaint mirror in the distance. Fang Shi thought to herself, this should be the Haushan mirror. Fang Shi sighed to Sima Sect Leader, the only artifact in Juyu continent is different, it looks like gold. Sect Leader Sima. The Haushan mirror is grey, and even the mirror surface is grey. Which of your eyes sees its golden light? It is estimated that this girl is jealous of money and thinks that the Haushan mirror is priceless, so she said this. Sect Leader Sima didn't bother to expose it. He hummed in agreement and then urged. The Supreme Elder of the West is still waiting for us in the thatched cottage, let's hurry up and get there. What he didn't know was that Fang Shi was telling the truth. In her eyes, the Haushan mirror was indeed golden and emitted golden light. The moment they looked away, subtle ripples rippled on the surface of the Haushan mirror, and they disappeared in a flash. After a while, Fang Shi followed Sima Sect Leader to the thatched cottage where the Supreme Elder of the West was meditating. Fang Shi looked at the thatched cottage in the west and thought, how can you put on a show? Not to mention that the sect gives you a lot of cultivation materials every year, Hexafeng must also give you good things on weekdays. So you live in thatched huts. Is it to make your greedy hearts feel better? However, she soon discovered that she was wrong, and very wrong. The 5 dogs spread roots in her danshan kept kowtowing to her, with only one purpose, that is, they wanted to eat the grass in the thatched house. No need to ask, that grass must be good. It turns out that it's not that the Supreme Elder of the West wants to show off, it's that she doesn't know the goods. At this time, when she looked at the west thatched cottage, she suddenly felt different. Is this a thatched cottage? This is the Jinluan Palace. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 927, the 4 Supreme Elders don't know what they're doing either. The Supreme Elders of the West gathered in Elder Bo's courtyard at this time, and Sima Sect Master led Fang Shi to Elder Bo's courtyard. The courtyard door was open, and the 2 of them walked over to pay homage to the Supreme Elder of the West. The Supreme Elder of the West nodded, and then Elder Bo said, Fang Shi, I came to you today mainly because I wanted to see if the formation hedgehog contracted by you could be released for us to take a look at. Fang Shi looked troubled. The Supreme Elder of the West, it's not that I'm stingy, it's mainly that this big hedgehog's brain is not very good. Not to mention other faults, I'd just like to wander around, especially digging holes. I'm afraid that if I let it out, it will hit you. Wouldn't that be my fault? Elder Bo smiled and said, it doesn't matter, if it causes any trouble, we don't blame you. Hearing this, Fang Shi reluctantly said, since you said so, then I'll let it out. But we have agreed that I got this big hedgehog with great difficulty. Even if it gets into trouble, you, West, can't hurt it. Elder Bo nodded, okay. Fang Shi then released the big hedgehog. The big hedgehog curled up into a ball and remained motionless. Elder Bo felt funny. It seemed that everything Fang Shi said before was just an excuse. Isn't this hedgehog quite well behaved? Just as he was thinking about it, the next moment, the big hedgehog swooped towards Elder Bo's thatched cottage. After the first collision, the spikes were covered with hay. The master said so. Exchange a piece of grass for a jelly bean. I pierce hard. The jelly beans that the big hedgehog mentioned were the cause of the ruins beasts. Although Fang Shi only gave it the white cause, the effect was very good, probably because of the special physique of the big hedgehog. Big hedgehogs also like to eat. So when Fang Shi said that a piece of grass was exchanged for a jelly bean, it wished it could eat a full belly of grass and then spit it out for Fang Shi. Fang Shi was originally worried that the Supreme Elder of the West would make an attack, but she found that there was no anger on the face of the Supreme Elder of the West, but rather a look of surprise. She couldn't help but sigh, putting aside her character, at least the Supreme Elder of the West had one biggest advantage, and that was that he was not stingy. Such a precious thatched house has been harmed by a big hedgehog, but he is not angry at all. However, she quickly came up with a guess. Could it be that the Supreme Elder of the West doesn't know the goods either? Don't they know this kind of grass? The more Feng Shi thought about it, the more likely it was that she felt that this was a possibility. The calculations in her heart suddenly started to crackle, and the abacus beads almost fell into the face of the Supreme Elder of the West. Although she was thinking about this in her mind, she was still shouting. Big Hedgehog, stop it. No, stop it. If you keep messing around, I'll stew you when I get back. This is Elderbo's residence, you are seeking death. Ellipsis. Unfortunately, she yelled for her, and the big hedgehog continued its rampage. In the end, it was Feng Shi who rushed over with a wooden sword and restrained the big hedgehog. The big hedgehog is now like a moving haystack, and its body is covered with hay used for building a thatched house. Feng Shi was secretly happy that this big hedgehog could compete with the honey badger in terms of rolling grass. She looked guilty and said to Elderbo, although you just said that you don't blame me no matter what trouble the hedgehog causes, I still feel bad when I see what it did to your house. Don't worry, I won't default on your debt, and the cost of repairing the house will be all mine. Don't live in this small thatched cottage, I'll build you a big, beautiful house. Elderbo waved his hand, it doesn't matter, just practice it. His attention was obviously not on the thatched house. After speaking, he carefully observed the big hedgehog, as did the other three elders. Feng Shi was now even more sure that the Supreme Elder of the West was ignorant. I feel happy. Haoshan Holy Land is indeed a good place. She thought about it and said, it's covered in grass. I'll clean it up so you can observe it from the west. As she spoke, she took off the hay from the big hedgehog, and then put it into the storage ring very naturally. Neither the Supreme Elder of the West nor Sema Sect leader paid much attention, thinking that she just didn't want to dirty the yard. The Supreme Elder of the West studied for a long time but couldn't figure out the reason, but Feng Shi was right, this big hedgehog was indeed a little stupid. He stood there for a long time without moving, not even moving his eyes. Little did they know that the big hedgehog was not thinking about this bad old man at all. At this time, he was just counting how many grass roots he had planted, for fear that Feng Shi would underestimate him. At this time, the Supreme Elder of the West began to ask Feng Shi about the details before and after she conquered the big hedgehog, especially the abnormality of the big hedgehog when she had an epiphany. Feng Shi was also very interested in the changes in the big hedgehog. Not only did she tell her what she knew, she also asked the big hedgehog from time to time. It can be said that he knows everything, talks about everything, and is very cooperative. Seeing this, the Supreme Elder of the West slightly changed his impression of Feng Shi. Of course, he still disliked her. After all, if Feng Shi hadn't interfered, they wouldn't have had to spend their spiritual consciousness to expand their quota. Seeing that there was nothing more to ask, the Supreme Elder of the West picked up the teacup. Seeing people serving tea to see off the guests, Sema Sect Master was about to say goodbye. Unexpectedly, the big hedgehog went crazy and started to have fun in Elderbo's thatched cottage again. Feng Shi was angry and anxious. What did I say? It just lacks the brain to remember to eat and not to fight. Even if I beat it half to death, it will still get into trouble. I have a good heart, and maybe no one else would want it. The Supreme Elder of the West was convinced by her words. This big hedgehog was smarter than ordinary formation beasts, but it was still far behind the real monster beasts. Feng Shi was so exhausted that he finally restrained the big hedgehog. However, Elderbo's thatched cottage also had air leakage from the west, and all the holes were drilled by the big hedgehog. Feng Shi looked guilty and said she would help Elderbo build a new house no matter what. Elderbo repeatedly refused. On the one hand, he felt that it was not necessary. On the other hand, he was somewhat worried that Feng Shi had bad intentions. As the saying goes, being courteous for nothing is either adultery or theft. This damn girl won't do anything in the house, right? Feng Shi sighed. Since you don't want to, it's hard for me to insist. It just so happens that I don't have much left, so just keep it for myself. Elderbo's eyes suddenly widened. What? Lightning strikes wood. Isn't this a special demon plant that only belongs to the Tao tribe? This thing can withstand lightning strikes. If we use lightning strike wood to build a house, wouldn't it be an extra layer of protection if lightning strikes again? But why is this damn girl Feng Shi so kind? I always feel like there's something going on here. When Elderbo was weighing the pros and cons, Elder Ji said to him abruptly. Since you are willing to live in a thatched hut, why not give me my thatched hut and let Feng Shi build me a house made of lightning strike wood? Elderbo. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 928. This is asking them to pave a road to the sky with their own hands. Elderbo thinks Elder Ji is too shameless. Who doesn't know that a house made of lightning strike wood is better? Feng Shi wants to compensate me, but how can you share it? Of course Elder Ji also knows that it is inappropriate to do this, but now he is scared out of his mind by the thunder. He always felt that if he protected Han Jide, he would be struck by lightning sooner or later. He needs a lightning strike wood house more than Elderbo. Elderbo glared at Elder Ji and looked at Feng Shi. Why? Although these words were meaningless, everyone present knew what Elderbo meant. Although the big hedgehog collapsed Elderbo's thatched cottage, Feng Shi didn't need to use the lightning strike wood to compensate. After all, the lightning strike wood was too valuable. There must be something fishy here. After hearing what Elderbo said, Feng Shi bared her little white teeth. I got a lot of thunder strike wood from the Tao tribe, but there were too few people who knew the goods, and not many people could afford to buy them, so, hee. Elderbo. I'm sorry, your so-called compensation is because you want to sell me the lightning struck wood. He finally realized it. No wonder this damn girl changed her mind and turned out to be in exchange for money. He even suspected that she was the one who ordered the big hedgehog to destroy the thatched house. It's just that I can't find any evidence. After thinking about this, he didn't have any worries anymore, as long as she had something in mind, otherwise he would never feel at ease. He asked Feng Shi, how much do you plan to sell this lightning strike wood to me? Feng Shi thought for a while and said, it's too troublesome to sell a single stick. Why don't I give you a package price to build a lightning strike wooden house with the same area as your current thatched house? Just give me this number. Fang Shi said and raised a finger. Elder Bo frowned. 100 million. That's too much. I can only give you 50 million at most. Fang Shi. She originally wanted to say 10 million. As a result, Elder Bo actually wanted to give her 50 million. As expected of the Supreme Elder of the Changsheng Sect, his counter-offering okay. Although he was thinking this in his heart, his face looked painful. 50 million is too little. If you are only willing to pay 50 million, then I can only use lightning strike wood for the main frame and other wood for other parts. Elder Bo said calmly, as you said, although the lightning strike wood is extremely valuable, few people are willing to pay a high price to buy it. If you are unwilling to sell it this time, you probably won't be able to sell it. Hearing this, Fang Shi hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, okay, 50 million is 50 million, deal done. Elder Bo felt that he had taken advantage of him, and he felt a little relieved. He felt relieved, but the other three Supreme Elders were a little anxious. They also want a house made of lightning strike wood. Elder Ji, in particular, asked Fang Shi with big dark circles under his eyes, Fang Shi, can you also sell me a house made of lightning strike wood? Fang Shi said with a smile, of course. It's just that it's more expensive than Elder Bibo's. After all, my spiritual pet damaged his thatched cottage, so I have to give him a discount. Well, I don't want much, just give me 200 million. Elder Ji. For that shabby thatched hut, you give me 150 million. Isn't it even worth 5,000? So he started to bargain, and the final price was set at 5.01 million. Elder Jung and Elder Shu also purchased the lightning-struck wooden house in Fang Shi at the same price. Fang Shi immediately proposed to let the direct disciples of Wu Dao Peak come in to help build the house, and the reason was very good. Haoshan Holy Realm is a forbidden area, and it is inconvenient for others to come in, but it is different for the direct disciples of Enlightenment Peak. They have all obtained the qualifications to enter the Haoshan Mirror, and they will come in sooner or later. The Supreme Elder of the West thought the same thing, and they were eager to live in the house of Lei Jinyu, for fear that Tian Lei would kill him. Seeing Fang Zai's series of operations, Sima Sect Master thought that Fang Shi probably wanted to create opportunities for the direct disciples of Wu Dao Peak to come into contact with the Supreme Elder of the West. Although the Supreme Elder of the West is partial to the other Exafeng, he actually has little contact with the direct disciples of that Exafeng. These feelings are all from a relationship. Maybe he will develop feelings after getting along with the disciples of the Enlightenment Peak. This will go a long way in changing their state of mind. When Sima Sect Master thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh that Fang Shi really had a delicate heart with 7 orifices, and no matter what her purpose was for coming to the Changsheng Sect in the first place, she was really good to the direct disciples like Wu Dao Peak. Of course, it also helped him a lot. Because of this, although he strongly suspected that Fang Shi had caused the thunder, he had no complaints or resentment towards Fang Shi in his heart. Fang Shi didn't know that Sima Sect Master was imagining things here. There was only one reason why she asked the direct disciples of Wu Dao Peak to build the house. To be obedient. If it was someone else to repair it, she would not be able to put away the demolished thatched house that easily. No matter what they say, everyone present is very satisfied with the suggestion made by Fang Shi, and they all feel that they are the ones who benefited, and everyone is happy. More than half an hour later, the direct disciples of Wu Dao Peak arrived in a hurry. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Usually the Western Supreme Elders didn't bother to pay attention to them, let alone let them enter the Haoshan Holy Realm. Their captain must be great. Those with flexible minds, such as Huai Ming Frame, can think more. Did the captain ask them to come in to build the house? Do not. This is asking them to pave a road to the sky with their own hands. If it falls into the eyes of the Supreme Elder of the West, his casual advice may be worth several months of practice. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan also followed. After all, they were also nominally direct disciples of Wu Dao Peak. With just one glance from Fang Shi, Zhang Wen immediately understood the central idea. That thatched cottage in the West Wing is very valuable. Therefore, without Fang Shi having to say anything, Zhang Wen made arrangements for Luo Chen and others. Some are responsible for helping Elder Shi Wei clean up the items in the house, some are responsible for demolishing the house, some are responsible for designing the house, some are responsible for transporting wood, and some are responsible for building the house. He and Jing Yan were responsible for cleaning up the mess. Just kidding, of course you have to do important things yourself before you can rest assured. In the eyes of others, it was easier to clean up the rags. It was normal for Zhang Wen to choose this, so no one became suspicious. The direct disciples of Wu Dao Peak were very busy, and Fang Shi was also as busy as a small spinning top. It's just that the content of her busy work is different from others. She mainly chats with the Supreme Elder of the West. The content of the chat includes but is not limited to her tragic life experience of being framed by Shen Jilin, her story of continuous self-improvement, her deep friendship with her master and fellow disciples, her outstanding talent in cultivation. Sect Leader Sima. I brought you here just to go through the motions, but you ended up reading a book. The key protagonist is yourself. What's wrong? Have you written your own book and biography? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 929. Why does this word sound familiar to me? Sect Master Sima guessed that Fang Shi told the Western Supreme Elders to gain their favor. To put it bluntly, he wanted to lean against a big tree to enjoy the shade. He couldn't help but feel funny in his heart. If there were no previous grievances, the Supreme Elder of the West might have some affection for you, but they were so miserably tricked by you that they wanted to make a big comeback just by saying a few words from you. Dreaming. The Supreme Elder of the West also thought so. She said in her heart, this girl is really naive. No matter how eloquent you are, you can't erase the things you have done before. Don't expect to get any benefit from us. Little did they know that Fang Shi was not trying to gain any favor at all, but just wanted to distract the attention of the Supreme Elder of the West and Sima Sect Leader to prevent them from thinking blindly. If something was fishy, wouldn't her work be in vain? While we were chatting here, the Supreme Elder of the West received messages from the Peak Master of the West one after another. The meanings expressed were more or less the same, which was to inquire about information. This is also understandable. The Supreme Elder of the West is their backer of Exafeng. He called Sima Sect Master and Fang Shi over early in the morning, and then called all the direct disciples of Wu Dao Peak. There is definitely something going on here. If they don't pry around, they'll be choked to death. When the Supreme Elder of the West received the summons, his mood suddenly turned from sunny to gloomy. This person, if he doesn't like someone, no matter what the other person does, it will be wrong. This is the case with the Supreme Elder of the West. They don't like the Western Peak Master now, so they were very angry when they heard their summons. What's going on? Do we need to report to you for instructions on what we should do? So, no one replied. However, being interrupted by the Peak Master of the West, the Supreme Elder of the West became a little absent-minded. Fang Shi didn't care, and continued babbling, saying shamelessly that she was thirsty and hungry, and asked Elder Bo to get her some tea and snacks. Although Elder Bo was a little speechless, he still took out a pot of tea and 2 plates of snacks. Fang Shi was not polite either. He took a sip of tea and a sip of snacks. It was so delicious. Sima Sect Master said to himself, I didn't even dare to drink tea last time I came here, but you can eat and drink without fear of being poisoned to death. Luo Chen and others worked very quickly. In the evening, the house in the West Room was repaired. Fang Shi immediately said, the Supreme Elder of the West, Sect Master, let's go and inspect it together. The Supreme Elder of the West. Sect Leader Sima. Does we, include you? Do you think the word, inspection, is appropriate? Regardless of whether it was appropriate or not, they still followed Fang Shi to inspect the new house in the West Room. Not to mention, the house is really well built, 100 times better than the previous thatched cottage. The key is to resist lightning strikes. The Supreme Elder of the West was very satisfied and praised Luo Chen and others. But it's just a compliment. After all, not everyone has the ability to take advantage of them. When the Supreme Elder of the West was preparing to drive people away, Fang Shi said, the Supreme Elder of the West, did you, the West, see the sword formation we used during the previous selection trial? Originally, we thought about using this sword formation to compete with other direct disciples of Exafeng, but it turned out that they were too weak, and they couldn't even catch up with us, let alone fight. The Supreme Elder of the West's originally pretty mood suddenly lost its beauty. This Fang Shi is really a pot that cannot be opened. When they were about to interrupt Fang Shi changed the subject. You, West, have advanced cultivation and are well informed. Why don't we practice it now, and you, West, can give us some pointers. Sima Sect Master was moved in his heart and agreed, yes, today is a rare opportunity. I would also like to ask the Supreme Elder of the West to enlighten them. The Supreme Elder of the West was not happy, but after thinking about it, these direct disciples of Enlightenment Peak helped them build the house, so it wouldn't hurt to give them some advice. So, reluctantly said, okay. Fang Shi put her hands behind her back and said to Luo Chen and others, why are you still standing there in a daze? Why don't you hurry up and thank the Supreme Elder of the West? Upon hearing this, Luo Chen and others quickly saluted without any hesitation. Sect Leader Sima. Have you forgotten that my Sect Master is still alive? The Supreme Elder of the West was also a little speechless, but it was not difficult to understand when he thought of what Fang Shi did in the formation. Although the captain of Exafeng is also responsible, he is still far behind Fang Shi. It is no wonder that the direct disciples of Wu Daofeng obey her words. After saluting, Fang Shi asked Luo Chen and others to demonstrate the improved formation in groups. Although the Supreme Elder of the West had seen it on the mirror wall before, at that time they were all focused on how to block Fang Shi and did not take a closer look at it. Now that I took a closer look, I was immediately surprised. Although these formations may not seem to have many improvements on the surface, every change is just right and extremely confusing and misleading. The Supreme Elder of the West was even a little lucky that the other disciples of the West Peak did not catch up with the Enlightenment Peak, otherwise they might have been even more embarrassed. After praising him, they pointed out some shortcomings of Luo Chen and others. Luo Chen and others benefited a lot, and even Sima Sect Leader was somewhat inspired. Fang Shi couldn't help but sigh that although the Supreme Elder Shi was of average character, he was indeed unique in his cultivation. Of course, it is definitely incomparable to blood-devouring world. At this time, Zhu Xuan was sleeping, otherwise he would have jumped out and reduced the Supreme Elder of the West to nothing. The Supreme Elder of the West was a little reluctant at first, but later became a little addicted. For so many years, they have been guarding the Haoshan mirror in the Haoshan Holy Realm. On weekdays, apart from practicing, they are also engaging in intrigues. It has been many years since they gave guidance to the younger generation to practice. Leng Budding gave such advice, especially since these are geniuses among geniuses. They can understand everything at once and explain it clearly. This sense of accomplishment is really addictive. Especially for that kid Zhun Wen, even drawing inferences from one instance to other cases is not enough to describe his talent. Jian Capital can draw inferences from one instance to 10. The Supreme Elder of the West couldn't help but sigh, this Zhun Wen Jianshu is a born swordsman. Fang Shi, why does this word sound familiar to me? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 930. This Haoshan mirror looks so festive. You feel happy when you hear this. Although, born swordsman, sounds a bit unflattering, he can be considered to be on the same level as his junior sister. In the process of instructing, the Supreme Elder of the West also gained a little bit, and now he is even more excited. Originally, they were just going to say a few perfunctory words and be done with it, but as a result, it was already midnight. The teaching here is mutually beneficial, and the Western Peak Master outside is as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. What on earth is the Supreme Elder of the West doing? Could it be that they were abandoned to support Sima Qinghong? It's a pity that no matter how anxious they are, they can't enter the Haoshan Holy Realm without the permission of the Supreme Elder of the West. The other 3 Peak Masters were a little better. Peak Master Han was seriously injured, and he vomited a mouthful of blood out of anger. Besides them, there was another person who was very anxious. Elder Yin waited outside the Haoshan Holy Realm for a long time but did not see Fang Shi come out, and he felt a little upset in his heart. It wasn't that he was worried about Feng Zai's safety. After all, Sect Master Sima had summoned him and said everything was fine. What he is worried about is that the apprentice he unilaterally recognized has been pried away. If this was the case, he would have to beat Sima Xia until he vomited blood. Sect Master Sima felt a chill on his back and thought, it must be the Western Peak Master who is plotting against him again. However, at this time, he felt more confident than before. One has the support of Elder Yin, and the other, the Supreme Elder of the West, has obviously changed his mind. In time, he may become neutral. Without them to support the West Peak Master, it would be much easier for him to handle the next step. He knew that most of the credit for this should go to Feng Shi, so he was extremely pleased with Feng Shi. He seems to understand why Elder Yin would become an enemy. At this time, Feng Shi was listening attentively to the instructions given by the Supreme Elder of the West to Luo Chen and others. She showed just the right amount of confusion, and then just the right amount of sudden realization. Seeing her like this, Zheng Wen followed suit, followed closely by Huai Mingzhen. Jing Yan wanted to follow, but thinking of his paralyzed face, he silently took out a pen and paper and started taking notes. Although the others were a little slower to react, they also followed suit. When the Supreme Elder of the West saw this scene, he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. What about Enlightenment Peak and other messy peaks? Now they just want to teach, solve doubts and preach. Westerners quoted scriptures and talked endlessly, until foam formed at the corners of their mouths. Sect Master Sima was amused in his heart, but he also listened carefully and looked thoughtful from time to time. Before I knew it, it was dawn. Only then did the Supreme Elder of the West realize what he had done. The Westerners looked at each other and felt that each other had been poisoned. Otherwise, it would be like being possessed by an evil spirit. Apart from anything else, if the people at Xfeng knew that they had been guiding the direct disciples of Wudao Peak all night, would they go crazy? Elder Bo thought again and said to Sima Sect Master, don't spread the instructions to anyone else to avoid unnecessary trouble. Sect Leader Sima immediately said, don't worry, if anyone asks, we will help you repair your house in the west and nothing else. Feng Shi added on the side, we won't mention the matter of lightning striking trees. We are the strictest and won't tell them a word more. Elder Bo nodded, that's great. Since there's nothing else, you can go out. Feng Shi said with a smile, Elder Bo, your tea and refreshments are very good, can you give me a few sacks? Elder Bo. You look like a sack to me. Although he secretly scolded Feng Shi for being thick-skinned, Elder Bo still gave Feng Shi half a bag of tea and 2 boxes of snacks. Feng Shi happily collected it and sent back some seafood from the endless sea to Elder Shi. What comes and goes lasts forever. Sect Master Sima felt a little bit sour. You have gotten so many good things from me, why didn't you give me seafood? Even if you give me a piece of salted fish, that's fine. When walking towards the exit, Feng Shi glanced in the direction of the Haoshan mirror. Under the sunlight, the Haoshan mirror became even more golden. Feng Shi couldn't help but sigh to Sima Sect Leader again, this Haoshan mirror looks so festive. Sect Leader Sima. What adjectives are you talking about? This is the first time I heard the word, joyful, is used to describe a mirror. But he quickly figured it out. Feng Shi sold the Thunderstrike wood to the Supreme Elder of the West. He was in the right mood, so naturally everything he saw was festive. When they were approaching the exit, Sima Sect Leader once again told Luo Chen and others not to talk nonsense after they went out, and not to talk about anything other than repairing the house. Feng Shi blinked, if any of you are not good at telling lies, just say, yes, do you understand? Luo Chen and others agreed in unison. Sect Leader Sima. When I said it just now, why didn't you agree so unanimously? After leaving Haoshan Holy Realm, it turned out that all the Western Peak Masters were waiting outside, and even Peak Master Han was carried over on a soft couch. They failed to get a reply from the Supreme Elder of the West, so they had no choice but to come over to Sima Sect Leader to make innuendos. Sect Leader Sima looked surprised. You guys in the West come to me if you have something urgent. Peak Master Mo immediately said, Sect Master, I'll be the first to tell you, why is the Supreme Elder of the West looking for you? Sect Leader Sima smiled, it's nothing serious. You all know that before Tianlei went in and made a rampage, the house of the Supreme Elder in the West was damaged, so we were asked to go in and help repair it. Of course Peak Master Mo didn't believe it. The other 3 didn't believe it either. Even if you were looking for someone to repair your house, you should go to them. Why would you go to the people from Wudao Peak? Peak Master Mo said with a faint smile, Sect Master, if you don't want to say it, forget it, why bother fooling me with this? Sect Leader Sima smiled bitterly, what I said is all true. If you don't believe it, just ask the Supreme Elder of the West and you will know the truth. I still have things to deal with, so I'm sorry. After Sima Sect Master finished speaking, he left. Luo Chen and others naturally followed. Feng Shi also followed slowly, holding a lotus-shaped snack in her hand and eating it as she walked. Not to mention how sweet it was. Peak Master Mo's pupils shrank slightly after seeing it, he recognized that snack. This is a 7-leaf lotus cake. The ingredients are very exquisite. A small piece is worth thousands of spiritual stones. This is what he gave to Elder Bo. Why did it appear in Feng Zai's hands? No need to ask, it must have been given to her by Elder Bo. He immediately asked, Feng Shi, where did the 7-leaf lotus cake in your hand come from? Feng Shi tilted her little head, guess. Peak Master Mo. I guess you're a big-headed ghost. Before he could continue to ask, Feng Shi ran away in a hurry. The other 3 Peak Masters saw his serious expression and asked, what's wrong? Peak Master Mo took a deep breath, I gave the 7-leaf lotus cake to Elder Bo, and it was specially customized and cannot be bought outside. So the piece Feng Shi ate must have been given to her by Elder Bo. Hearing what he said, the expressions of the other 3 Peak Masters also changed. Peak Master He from White Tiger Peak immediately said, how could Elder Bo take the initiative to give Feng Shi refreshments? Even we don't have such treatment. Could it be that the Supreme Elder of the West gave up on us and supported Enlightenment Peak? Elder Bo, who was observing the situation outside through the formation, What did I offer as a gift? It was obviously the shameless girl who wanted to go. I am passive. 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 The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 931. She only picked up the golden eggs but forgot about the chicken that laid them. Elder Bo was so angry that he groaned. He originally thought that Feng Shi asked him for tea and snacks just because he was greedy, or because he wanted to take advantage. It seemed that he had underestimated that girl. She just wanted to use tea and snacks to arouse the suspicion of the West Peak Master, but the idiot West really fell for it. You haven't thought about it. Even if I wanted to switch sides, I wouldn't do it so obviously. Although Elder Bo scolded the Western Peak Master until he was furious, the Westerns outside knew nothing about it. But after the initial panic, they calmed down. Peak Master Wu of Shuanwu Peak frowned and said, "Logically speaking, the Supreme Elder of the West would not do this. It is probably because he is dissatisfied with us about the quota, so he made such a fuss to beat us." Peak Master Mo and Peak Master He were right. The Supreme Elder of the West was supporting them all in the West Peak. It was impossible for them to change in such a short period of time. He was probably trying to beat them. Peak Master Han was lying on the soft couch without saying a word, because he had taken refuge in the Haoshan Holy Realm before and knew that he could see the entrance inside. He will not remind the other three Peak Masters. Now that he was in trouble because of being struck by lightning, he wished that the other three Peak Masters would also suffer the same fate. If they said something wrong and offended the Supreme Elder of the West, maybe he would benefit from it. However, his plan failed. The three Peak Masters were not fools. Seeing that he remained silent, they guessed in hindsight that the Supreme Elder of the West might see what was going on here. So, one after another started to perform. Peak Master Mo let out a long sigh. Speaking of which, it was because I was upset and angry about the selection trial, so I spoke out of proportion, which is why the Supreme Elder of the West was chilled. Peak Master He nodded. Yes, the Supreme Elder of the West used his spiritual consciousness to help us expand the quota. We should be grateful, and we really shouldn't make any unreasonable requests. Master Wu Feng also echoed, if we have a chance, we can explain it to them in the West. I believe they won't blame us in the West. By the way, let's prepare some more heavenly materials and earthly treasures for repairing the spiritual consciousness and give them to the Supreme Elder of the West, so that they can repair their spiritual consciousness after the Haoshan Mirror is closed. Peak Master Wu said this and looked at Peak Master Han. Master Han, your Wanshu city under the jurisdiction of Suzaku Peak is rich in Bingshao Snow Lotus. Why don't you give more to the Supreme Elder of the West? What do you think? Peak Master Mo and Peak Master He also joined in, obviously seeing through Master Han's previous intentions. Peak Master Han was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he could only agree. The Supreme Elder of the West in Haoshan Holy Realm could see it clearly and heard it clearly. I don't know if it's because of listening to Feng's eyes, autobiography, that their ability to identify green tea has improved for the first time. Why do I feel that what the West Peak Master said was not true, but was deliberately told to them? Of course, this is also because they have preconceptions and dislike the Western Peak Master, so no matter what they do, they have other motives. Elder Shu sighed. You three, I don't know what you think, I feel a little tired. We have been fighting for so many years, but we have not achieved any results. It has delayed our cultivation, and even made the Changsheng sect fall into pieces. When I was struck by lightning before, I thought, what have we been trying to do all these years? To put it another way, if I defeat you all and help Wu Zhiheng from Shuanwu Peak to become the sect leader, wouldn't I still be the Supreme Elder? Isn't it the same as if I've been struggling for a long time and haven't bothered at all? When you have time to fight for power and gain, why not practice hard and take the time to give guidance to your disciples? Wouldn't it be nice? Elder Jung also sighed. What you said is not what I think. However, once some things start, it is difficult to end. If we stop now, will the Peak Master of the West Peak just give up? Although they cannot compare with us in terms of cultivation, they have been in business for many years and the forces in the peak are intertwined. It may not be that easy for Sima King Hong to win over those forces. If things go wrong, the Shangsheng sect will fall apart, so it is better to maintain the status quo. At worst, we will be more restrained in the future and try to be fair to Wu Dao Peak. Elder Bo nodded. Elder Jung is right. I think so too. Let's maintain the status quo and take our time in the future. Elder Shu didn't know what to say when he heard this, and sighed again, then let's do it. When the three of them reached a consensus, Elder Ji remained silent. He is different from the three of them. There is a Peak Master in Duke Peak who was struck by lightning. If he was still tied to the same pirate ship as him, he would be struck to death by lightning sooner or later. He was really scared. Even if the status quo is maintained, Hanjide must be replaced. It's not that he is adding insult to injury, the key is that other people in Suzaku Peak also want to change the peak leader. As for why he knows other people's thoughts, it's because he has an informant at Suzaku Peak. Not only does he have it, but the other three Supreme Elders also have spies. They are all old foxes who have become spritz, how can they not leave any backup plan? It's just that this imprisoned old fox has never plotted against Feng Shi. But this time, she was happily eating grass in the house. Instead of saying that she ate, it was better to say that she fed the 5 dogs sprit roots. Feng Shi looked at the 5 dazzling dogs sprit roots and said quietly, I am so good to you, but you can't even stand my golden elixir. Are you too sorry for me? 5 dogs sprit roots. Do you have to make us feel guilty at this time? Aren't you worried about our indigestion? Because of guilt, the 5 gulling roots separated out a part of the good stuff in pain and injected it into Feng's eyes meridians. Feng Shi instantly felt indescribably comfortable in his western limbs, and even his consciousness felt warm. This grass is really good. Thinking of this, she was stunned for a moment, then slapped her forehead in annoyance. She only picked up the golden eggs but forgot about the chicken that laid them. She actually forgot to ask, where did the hay come from? If I knew the source of these hay, wouldn't my dear, I could make a fortune. She regretted it and walked around the room several times, but it was useless to regret it. If the Supreme Elder of the West did not summon her, she would have no way to meet them. It seems that we can only wait for the Haushan mirror to be opened or closed to find a solution. Although she could go to Sema Sect Master to inquire, Sema Sect Master was too sophisticated and she was afraid that he would get clues. Because he didn't sleep last night, Fang Shi started to catch up on his sleep after feeding 5 bulling roots. Focus on a regular schedule. After waking up, she walked around the yard twice. Just as she was about to go back to the house, she walked to the fish pond. When the red smoke carps saw her coming, their hearts sank, and they felt that nothing good was going on. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 932. From now on, let's just fish with our tail between our legs. What shocked the red smoke carps was that Fang Shi actually asked them, "Don't you like steamed buns and pancakes? I was too arbitrary before, thinking that I liked eating these and that you also like them. Just tell me what you like and I will try my best to meet your requirements. Fish food, vegetables, fruits, herbs, monster meat, monster insects, sea monster meat, I have them all here, you can choose." Fang Shi deliberately took out some of these things and placed them beside the fish pond for the red smoke carp to choose. The red smoke carp started spitting bubbles like crazy. "What do you mean, stinky girl? Is she so kind? She won't wait for us to make a choice and then use this as an excuse to deal with us. I think 8 or 9 times out of 10 this is the case. As the saying goes, showing courtesy for nothing is either adultery or theft. She must have bad intentions. We released the red dragon before but couldn't do anything to her. Let's just keep our tail between our legs and be a fish from now on. I think we shouldn't pursue our appetites. Just eat steamed buns and flatbreads. This thing is very filling." "You're right, we're still eating steamed buns and pancakes, so even if she wants to find trouble, she won't have a chance. Suffocate her to death." Ellipsis. After a rational and comprehensive analysis, the red smoke carp did not choose anything Fang Shi brought out. Instead, they tried their best to express to Fang Shi that they liked to eat steamed buns and pancakes. Although they couldn't speak, Fang Shi could still understand what they meant. Fang Shi fell silent. She really wanted to improve the diet because she wanted to treat them better so they wouldn't turn into red dragons. There is no way the red dragon will appear again. This was considered her indirect revenge. Unexpectedly, wild boars cannot eat fine chaff, and these red smoke carps dare not accept her kindness. For a moment, Fang Shi didn't know whether to admire her own personality or the brain circuits of the red smoke carps. She clapped her hands and said, "Since you like to eat steamed buns and pancakes, I won't force you. Everything will continue as usual from now on." After speaking, he left. The red smoke carps immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that they had guessed it right. The stinky girl is digging holes for them. Humph, we are no longer what we used to be, and we won't be fooled. Fang Shi walked back to the house and was about to practice, when the voice of the little black ball came from the sea of consciousness. "Master, while I was sleeping, did you find the scabbard of the wooden sword?" Fang Shi shook her head, "Not yet." The little black ball immediately said, "Master, your cultivation is booming now, and your status in the Changsheng sect is also rising rapidly. The wooden sword is obviously holding you back. If the scabbard can be found, it might be possible to salvage it. If there is no scabbard, I don't think it will be used to fight enemies in the future. Let's use it first to chop dumpling fillings." When little black ball said these words, he did not carry the wooden sword on his back, but said it in a big way, which made the wooden sword very angry. "Donkey Dung Dan, what do you mean by this? Why am I holding my master back? If you don't tell me why today, I will dig you into a hornet's nest." The little black ball tutted, "You're in a hurry. You're in a hurry. It means I've touched on your pain point. It seems that you yourself know that you're a loser, a 250-year-old. Don't be anxious. Put aside the things that are not holding you back. Let's pick up the key ones and say, why don't you tell the master where your scabbard is? Isn't it because I have Co Juju in my heart? Aren't you just afraid that your master will completely control you? Isn't it just to leave a way out for yourself? Do you dare to say that it is not?" Mu Jian's head trembled with anger. You. What am I? Am I wrong? If you can, just tell me where the scabbard is." The wooden sword trembled like a small fallen leaf in the wind. After holding it in for a long time, he said, "Donkey Dung Egg, you are really not a human being." The little black ball said with a smile, "I am not a human being. Isn't this nonsense you said? It seems that you are not only bad but also stupid." Mu Jian choked and fainted from the anger. However, he soon woke up. It couldn't help but feel sad. Since the Donkey Dung Egg woke up, it had fainted twice from anger. Could it be that this damn Donkey Dung Egg was its nemesis? Heaven, earth, what evil have I done? I never dreamed that my lifelong enemy would be a Donkey Dung Egg. When Mu Jian was filled with grief and anger, he felt that the sword was a little hot. At first it thought it was an illusion, but soon discovered that the sword was really hot, and the sword was getting redder and redder, even revealing purple. Isn't this the best state it's in when it's looking for scolding? Do not. This is even better than its best. Didn't you see that it was all red and purple? Mu Jian felt that he had to go out and strike with the sword, otherwise the sword would not be able to withstand the huge energy. "Master, quickly, let me out. Otherwise I will explode." Fang Shi saw that Mu Jian didn't look like he was lying, so he quickly let it go. The wooden sword flew out of the house with a swish. It felt that its sword must be very powerful. If an unscrupulous owner's house was destroyed, there would be no good results. Donkey Dung Eggs are even more reason to bury them. After flying into the yard, it felt that it was not appropriate to hack the yard. After all, it belonged to the owner. It flew to the side again. This was the yard of that useless Dim Sum Jun Wen. It wouldn't be good to split it. The wooden sword continued to fly forward, and when it saw the courtyard of a direct disciple of Enlightenment Peak, it did not strike. After all, he is a subordinate of an unscrupulous master, and he will have to file a lawsuit after being hacked. It's not suitable here, nor anywhere. Where can I hack it? Mu Jian suddenly thought of a good place and flew towards the back mountain in a hurry. At this time, on the back mountain of Wudao Peak, Kyongchi was scolding Elder May 3 times a day. Ever since Elder May opened the formation that day, Kyongchi hated Elder May and scolded him 3 times every morning and evening. Forget about the extravagant scolding. Elder May's ancestors have been greeted by it for 18 generations. Elder May initially tried to explain to it, saying that actively opening the barrier could avoid irritating Tianlei. Even if the barrier was not opened, the Sky Thunder could still split Union, but Kyongchi didn't listen at all. Elder May later gave up. Just scold if you want, and just pretend you didn't hear anything. In the left ear and out the right ear. Kyongchi stood there, with one paw on his hips and the other pointing at Elder May, and cursed. You old fool. Thanks to me giving you so many benefits, you end up being a white-eyed wolf. You wolf-hearted old guy, sooner or later I will peel off your skin, beat your tendons, and drink your blood. It cursed and thought of Feng Shi, and rolled its big eyes. Older mortal, do you think the thunder in the sky was caused by Xiaoxi? I think she is just shouting, catch the thief. Elder May was about to ask why it said that, when he saw a red and purple sword light falling from the sky and striking the barrier where Kyongchi was imprisoned. The barrier was instantly split in half. The sword light dissipated 3 feet away from Kyongchi's head. Kyongchi's eyes widened in horror, and he remained motionless for a long time. The next moment, he choked and fainted. Oh my god. Scared me. I will never dare to secretly speak ill of Xiao Shishi again. Chapter 934 Crackling. Ding li ding. After Mu Jian awoke, Feng Shi also noticed it. She didn't know that Mu Jian had woke up, but she felt that Mu Jian's condition had improved, and she felt relieved. Zhu Shihuan clicked his tongue and said, it seems that Zheng Wen, that idiot, is of some use, and can occasionally provide us with some useful information. My dear granddaughter, do you know why this is? Although Feng Shi hated other people's fishing-like way of speaking, who knew it was her cheap grandfather who said this, so she had no choice but to cooperate. Why? Zhu Shihuan said slowly, because he has a simple mind, he considers things from the beginning to the end. Unlike the two of us, who have too many twists and turns, he sometimes ignores some simple answers. Feng Shi. Why do I think you are not praising the 5th senior brother, but you are praising us in disguise? Zhu Xuan boasted again and changed the topic. I guess your broken sword won't wake up for a while, and it's about to enter the Haoshan mirror. Are you trying to find a way to get another sword? Mu Jian almost died of anger when he heard this. I'm not dead yet, and you old Piao are planning to find a successor for me. No wonder you became a Piao, you lack great virtue. But then it thought about it, it was not to blame Lao Piao, the Haoshan mirror must be very dangerous, and the unscrupulous master would not be able to survive without a sword. If you want to blame me, just blame Donkey Dung Dan for not getting angry with me earlier, but for getting angry with me now. You should wait until you meet a strong enemy to make me angry again. Even Kyongchi was stunned by me. I guess no one can resist my shocking sword. While it was thinking wildly, Feng Shi took out a few spirit swords from the storage ring, which she had picked up from everywhere. Although it is a spiritual sword, it has almost no spiritual intelligence and is only slightly stronger than an ordinary sword. Zhu Xuan clicked his tongue and said, maybe I'm used to seeing those flashy broken swords. I don't think these swords are very good. Mu Jian suddenly felt happy. Old R Piao is not so hateful sometimes. Zhu Yanhuan continued, there are many spiritual swords in the Changsheng Sect Sword Pavilion. Why don't you go there and pick one? Wooden sword. I take back what I just said. At this time, Little Black Ball said to Feng Shi. Master, let's not talk about whether you can get the spiritual sword in the Sword Pavilion. Who knows whether the spiritual sword in the Sword Pavilion has been tampered with? I have an idea. Haven't you conquered many spiritual sword shadows? Why not pick some clever ones and let them inhabit these spiritual swords? Firstly, they're loyal to you. Secondly, their intelligence is adequate. And the most important thing is that they're familiar with the swordsmanship and sword formations you know. This last one alone can completely defeat the swords in the Sword Pavilion. By the way, because they're just inhabiting the spirit sword, they can escape from their shells at critical moments, and maybe they can deceive some fools. The reason why Little Black Ball worked so hard to convince Feng Shi was mainly out of compensation for Mu Jian. No matter what, Mu Jian's fainting had something to do with it, and it had to help Mu Jian. For monks, they're generally accustomed to using only one sword. If the master goes to the Sword Pavilion and chooses a more suitable spiritual sword, wouldn't the wooden sword fall out of favor? The Golden Pig and the Little Fat Bird also agreed with the Little Black Ball. Although wooden swords are cheap, they're their partners who share the joys and sorrows with them. Although they are not willing to add icing on the cake, they can provide help in times of need. Mu Jian was so moved when he saw this scene. My good brothers and sisters. I did that to you before, I'm so sorry for you. When I get better, I will never be a bitch again. Feng Shi knew the thoughts of Little Black Ball and the others, and she was not willing to choose another spiritual sword. On the one hand, Mu Jian has been following her for such a long time. Although he is out of tune, he can still do it at critical moments, otherwise he would not be able to help her fight against the thunder. It would be somewhat unethical for her to go to the Sword Pavilion to choose a sword while it was sleeping. On the other hand, she learned from past experiences and lessons that the spiritual pets she had conquered were more famous than the last, but their actual abilities were not very good, and some of them were even free of charge. For example, the Wotenshu who has been sleeping since receiving it. Therefore, she felt that even if she went to Janj, she would probably only come back with a gadget that she liked but didn't use. Rather than doing this, it is better to try what the Little Black Ball said. So, after it got dark, Feng Shi released all the spirit sword shadows and met them one by one. In the end, the tallest of the dwarfs chose 7 spiritual sword shadows and let them temporarily inhabit the 7 spiritual swords. I don't know what the remaining spirit sword phantoms were thinking, or maybe they misunderstood Feng's eyes meaning and thought they were allowed to enter the 7 spirit swords, so they scrambled to get in. The 7 spiritual swords, which were originally extremely ordinary, instantly became dazzling. Then the fighting started. That guy fought so fiercely. Crackling, ding-lee-ding. 2 swords even got into the fish pond to fight. The red smoke carps were so frightened that they trembled. They all chose steamed buns and big pancakes, and that pervert Fangshi didn't even intend to let them go. She is so inhuman. The red smoke carps were very angry, but the split sword shadows thought it was so fun. This is much more interesting than being a sparring partner before. Zhu Xuan watched with gusto, shouting and yelling, which made Fang Zai's head buzz. Fang Shi was a little speechless. Just when he was trying to make Zhu Huan stop, Zhu Huan said, don't say it, these half-dead sword spirits are a bit interesting. They fight quite methodically. Shaoxi, you'd better get these 7 swords numbered and trained. Maybe you can form a sword array by yourself. Fang Zai's heart moved, but it wasn't impossible. Fang Shi randomly took one of the 7 swords, and then began to try to form a 7-year killing formation with the other 6 swords. The idea is good, but it is difficult to implement. The sword in Fang Zai's hand is okay. After all, Fang Shi is the first to control it. The other 6 swords are filled with dozens of sword spirits, each with their own ideas, whether it is sword moves or sword spirits. You can move wherever you want, it's a mess. It's not like Fang Shi has never thought that there is only one sword spirit in a sword, but if there is only one sword spirit, the effect will be greatly reduced. It can only be said that there are advantages and disadvantages, it depends on how she chooses. Fang Shi thought about it for a while, and felt that the reason why these spirit sword shadows dared to act recklessly was because they felt that the law did not punish the public, and they could just make up for it. So, she divided her consciousness into several parts, and each part stared at a spiritual sword shadow. If anyone was disobedient, she would deal with it severely. This time the sword spirits were much more honest. Of course, the prerequisite for being able to do this is that Fang Zai's spiritual consciousness is powerful enough, and no one else can do it. Even if it is bloody. Of course, even if Zhu Yanhuan knew this in his heart, he would definitely not admit it with his mouth. He was still making sarcastic remarks there. Shaoxi, after all, you are still too weak. You see, I don't need the so-called magic sword at all, because I have already mastered the art of swordsmanship. As long as I have a sword in my heart, everything in the world can be used by me. Even a branch is the best sword in my hand. The little black ball said quietly, you are so powerful, how did you become like this? Blood-devouring world. The whole sect is a dog-licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 935 Senior Brother 5 is really a talent. Zhu Xuan was so shocked that his face turned red and his neck became thick. Of course, he is just a piao now, and his blushing and rough neck are just what he feels. He roared angrily, presumptuous. You are looking for death. The little black ball was not afraid of him at all and snorted coldly. I'm telling the truth. I know you are great, but there's no need for you to brag about it. If you have that skill, you might as well cultivate yourself, and maybe you can recover your cultivation sooner. The little black ball is now filled with gratitude to Fang Shi. Seeing that blood-devouring world is floating all over the place, the owner is too embarrassed to say anything, so it is the only one to be the bad guy. Zhu Xuan was so angry that he was about to say something more. Fang Shi said to the little black ball. Stop talking nonsense there, why don't you apologize to my grandpa quickly? The little black ball was quite obedient, and immediately said to Zhu Yanhuan, I'm sorry. Zhu Xuan snorted coldly and was speechless. He wouldn't argue with a donkey dung egg. However, he was somewhat touched in his heart. He seemed to have been bragging a lot recently, so he should try to restrain himself a little more in the future. In fact, Fang Shi doesn't mind Zhu Xuan's self-praising from time to time, and can understand it. Blood-devouring Huan was a peerless genius who only appeared in tens of thousands of years, but he sacrificed himself for the sake of the world before he could become famous in Juyu continent. Not only did he become a piao, he was also charged with almost causing a catastrophe. Although he was willing to do so, it was hard to reconcile. It's good to vent your emotions in this way of bragging, at least you won't turn into a lunatic. Fang Shi trained little black ball again, comforted Zhu Xuan for a few words, and then continued to practice the Qiyao killing formation. After countless failures, I finally succeeded 2 days later. Zhu Yanhuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In terms of spiritual consciousness, this girl is indeed better than me. If it were me, she wouldn't be able to do it in 2 days, let alone 2 years. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Fang Shi say, Grandpa, am I so useless? It took me so long to take shape. Compared with you, I'm just a useless snack. In fact, I can practice the 3-person sword formation first, and then add it bit by bit, but I am your granddaughter, and I can't embarrass you. If you want to come, I will do the most difficult one. Blood-devouring world. Just shut up. I don't want to hear it anymore. That donkey dung egg even said that I was floating. Compared with this girl, I am already very humble, okay. What Fang Shi said was actually the truth. She did feel that it took a bit long. If her consciousness was stronger, it wouldn't have taken so long at all. She then began to practice the 3-person, Western, 5-person and 6-person sword formations, and then decided how many swords to put out based on actual needs. She called Zhan Wen and Jing Yan over again. Senior brother Shi, 5th senior brother, I'll show you something fun. Fang Shi first demonstrated the 3-person sword formation to them. Before the two of them could close their mouths in surprise, Fang Shi summoned another sword and began to demonstrate the Western sword formation. After demonstrating everything, Fang Shi said with a smile, how is it? Neither Zhan Wen nor Jing Yan spoke. It's not that I don't want to say it, it's that I'm short of words. Zhan Wen remembered that Fang Shi had tried the gameplay of one person forming a 2-person sword formation in the ancient battlefield before, but he didn't expect that it would be even more fun now. One person forms a 7-person sword formation. The first one is unheard of and unseen. If the wooden sword was restored, wouldn't she be able to form an 8-person sword formation by herself? The key is that the sword formation is easier to use than a real person. Junwen's heart moved. Little junior sister, I think your sword formation can be improved. The real person still has to defend, but you don't need your spiritual sword. You can completely improve the sword formation to only attack but not defend, so the lethality will be increased several times. Fang's eyes suddenly lit up. Fifth senior brother is really a talent. Zhu Xuan said to Fang Shi, how about it? Let me just say, this muscle has its own benefits, we didn't expect this. Fang Shi. Zhu Yanhuan said this, but in fact he was somewhat impressed by Junwen. This idiot's talent in swordsmanship was indeed good. Zhu Xuan and Junwen worked together to improve several spiritual sword formations suitable for Fang Shi. Except for Fang Zai's own position, the other spiritual swords were only for offense but not defense. Fang Shi also tried to get Junwen and Jingyan to join, but they both failed and had to give up. On this day, Fang Shi was practicing the split sword formation when Elder Yin came. He has been practicing in seclusion these days. To be precise, he is suppressing his cultivation level because he is afraid that if his cultivation level rises again, he may attract thunder. As soon as he came out of seclusion, he rushed to see his precious apprentice. Of course, he met secretly and one-sidedly. Elder Yin's eyes almost popped out of his head when he saw Fang Shi and several swords forming a formation there. After Zhu Xuan saw it, he curled his lips. You haven't seen the way Mousejing looks like he has never seen the world. He really looks like a petty person. It's ridiculous that a guy like this is still an elder from the Guardian Sect. Although Fang Shi felt that what Zhu Huan said was a bit excessive, she didn't dare to say anything. After all, Zhu Huan was jealous now. If she talked about him because of Elder Yin, she would definitely become a demon. No matter, Elder Yin can't hear it anyway, so he can call the rat if he wants. A rat? No. Elder Yin watched Fang Shi practice the sword formation intently, and he had the urge to accept a disciple on the spot several times. But thinking about what Sima Sect leader said, I finally endured it. When Shaoxi comes out of the Haoshan mirror, even if the King of Heaven comes, he will have to reveal his identity and accept his disciples. When there were 3 days left before the Haoshan mirror was opened, Sima Sect leader found Fang Shi. As soon as they met, Sima Sect leader smiled as brightly as a foxtail grass blooming. Fang Shi knew at a glance that he must be asking for something. Sure enough, after saying a few words of greetings, Sima Sect master said, Shaoxi, I won't talk in circles with you, I'll just say it first. Although the situation is different every time the Haoshan mirror is opened, sometimes everyone will be transported to the same place, sometimes they are separated, but after all, you have to stay in the Haoshan mirror for a month, so you will meet other people, the chances are still great. If you meet a disciple from Enlightenment Peak who can help, please help me. I will definitely not treat you badly after you come out. Fang Shi said with a smile, Sect master, you are too ignorant. Even if you don't say anything, I will help them based on my friendship with them. To be honest, in my opinion, there is no difference between them and my senior brothers and sisters. Sect master Sima was quite moved. Just as he was about to say something, Fang Shi said with a smile. Then what? How are you going to treat me rightly? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 950. Fang Shi is already in tears. The dead branches stopped at the cliff and killed the idea of exchanging the moss fruits for the beast cause one by one. It actually wants to bargain with the unscrupulous owner. Isn't this seeking skin from a tiger? The big stone was bullied by its unscrupulous owner a few days ago. It doesn't have a long memory and wants to make the same mistakes again. It's so stupid. The wooden sword that was sealed inside the sword was rolling with laughter. With a dead branch, you still want to fight with its owner. You were really asking for trouble. And that unlucky guy Jilei was actually manipulated by a small flame. It was really useless. Ugh. It seems that the master's army of spiritual pets is really useless without it to take charge of the overall situation. Look what a mess it's become. Thinking of this, the wooden sword started to hit for the 10,000th time, trying hard to get out of the sword body, but still failed. Fortunately, its psychological quality was very good. Even so, it was not discouraged and started the 1001st impact. Fang Shi didn't know that Mu Jian was saving herself, so she put the auspicious cloud hairpin full of electricity on her hair again. She thought to herself, she had a ball of fire on her head, she was really lucky. Huai Mingzhen saw Fang Zai's mysterious operation and was so interested that he didn't ask anything. Including the sea snake army and violent moray eels released by Fang Shi, he pretended to have seen nothing. What happened to Warcraft? As long as it is released by the captain, it is a good beast. Besides, if the captain had malicious intentions, grass would have grown on his grave long ago. A person should be grateful. The captain is kind to him. If he asks questions and is suspicious, he will be a white-eyed wolf. Fang Shi was very satisfied with his performance. Knowing how to advance and retreat, and being measured, is very good. As expected of Elder Huai's nephew, he has a rich family background. The years are quite here, but the big grey fish in front are tired and vomiting blood. They swam forward desperately, but as to why they stopped flying, it was simple, they couldn't fly anymore. They can't help but complain about their companions who have died long ago. Are there not enough moths for you to eat? You must provoke these 3 evil stars. Why are you so greedy? You are dead and 100 are dead, which brings disaster to us. They selectively forgot that they also wanted to attack the 3 of Fang Shi. But this time, Fang Shi found that the water level began to drop. This underground river is interesting. The balance of the food chain is maintained by fluctuations. Of course, it may be survival of the fittest, and the moths are forced to adapt to the rise and fall of the river water. Fang Shi signaled the violent moray eel to slow down, lest the fish in front of them would be exhausted. Although she is like a wild goose, she will not kill them all. If all the fish schools are wiped out, those moths will become infested. Although this is the Haoshan mirror, this Haoshan mirror will be hers from now on, and she has to maintain the ecological balance. All the spiritual pets who sensed her thoughts. Why is the Haoshan mirror yours? Is it really okay for you to be so blindly confident? Seeing that the violent moray eels had slowed down, The school of fish took a breather. They were really exhausted. However, victory is in sight. As long as they hold on, these 3 damn humans will be in bad luck. With good wishes in mind, the school of fish continues to swim forward. Swimming and swimming, the river becomes winding, one bend after another. The 3 people in Fangxi also heard the deafening sound of the water hitting them. After turning another corner, the river stopped. To be precise, a section appeared, forming a waterfall. Schools of fish waved their fins and glided down the waterfall. Before he went down, he made a coo sound, just like an old hen. Clearly provocative. Fangxi swam to the edge of the waterfall and looked down. This waterfall is 100 feet deep. If you lose your footing and fall, the consequences will be disastrous. It would be easier to do it in the outside world, just take Eugene and fly down. But since flying is prohibited here, we can only think of other ways. Junwen and Huaimingzhen scratched their heads and tried to think of a solution, but unfortunately found nothing. Junwen saw Feng Zai's calm expression and asked, "Junior sister, have you thought of a solution?" Fangxi said, "You have also seen before that although those big grey fish can fly, their flying height is very limited, so when they come up, the height of the waterfall must be much smaller than it is now. So, we just have to wait here." Junwen and Huaimingzhen suddenly realized what they were saying and started blowing rainbow farts one after another. "You praise me and I praise you." Jian Shou praised Fangxi as a god. Fangxi shook his head. "Don't be blindly optimistic. After the water level drops, there may be other dangers here. We need to be more vigilant." As Fangxi spoke, she began to look for a hiding place. By chance, she found a groove on a nearby stone wall. There were several stalactites in front of it, making it a good place to hide. So, the 3 of them hid in that groove. The water level dropped faster and faster until it was only calf deep. But there was no movement in the water, and there were no bamboo shoots that had appeared before. Just when Junwen and Huaimingzhi felt that Fangxi might be worrying too much, many figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. These people wore battle robes and were covered in blood. They kept waving the spiritual swords in their hands. Kill, kill, kill. Following the cry of killing, gravel rolled down the surrounding stone walls, and even some stalactites broke. The murderous intent of these figures was real. Fangxi and Junwen were fine, but Huaiming was sweating coldly. He couldn't help but look at Fangxi and saw that her face was filled with tears. Fangxi casually wiped her tears with her sleeves. During the ancient battlefield, she had seen the costumes of the various divisions of the Shenyang army from General Yan, and judged from their costumes that these figures belonged to the Tiangshan camp. Thinking about it, they also died in the battle, but for some reason their obsession persisted and they remained here. Huaiming didn't know what was going on, and thought to himself, "It seems that the captain's courage is only so much. I was just scared out of my body in a cold sweat," but she was actually scared to cry. He went to see Junwen again, and when he saw Junwen also looked sad, his self-confidence, which he had been away from home for many days, returned instantly. It seems that among the 3 of them, he is the boldest. At this time, one of those figures looked towards their hiding place, and then he shouted, "Tiang dog thief, seeking death." As he stopped drinking, those figures looked over at the same time, and the long swords in their hands were pointed at Fangxi and the others. Huaiming Frame was almost scared to death. At this time, Fangxi jumped down from the groove. "The Shenyang army Tiangshan camp Fangxi invites you to join the battle." Junwen also jumped down. The lord of the Tiangshan camp of the Shenyang army heard that he has requested to join the battle. Huaiming Frame. He bravely jumped down. The Tiangshan camp of the Shenyang army. Huaimingzhen asked for orders to join the battle. He thought to himself, where is all this going? The speaking figure looked up to the sky and laughed. "Okay, I, Juelang, must have this kind of fearlessness of life and death. Kill with me. Kill. 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 Ellipsis. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 951 Yo-ho. We are coming. Huaimingzhen had 10,000 question marks in his heart, but he didn't dare to ask. He could only follow the others and wave the long sword. At first he just wanted to make up his mind, but unknowingly he was infected by the tragic atmosphere and shouted at the top of his lungs. Kill. 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 Ellipsis. With all the conscience in the world, he doesn't even know who to kill. Anyway, just keep shouting. I don't know how long I shouted, but when the water reached my waist, the figures began to become more and more blurry, and finally disappeared completely. Huaimingzhen vaguely heard someone shouting something about the sun and the moon, and something about Juyu. When he tried to listen carefully, he couldn't hear anything. He wiped his face with water and asked Junwen, "Did you hear clearly what they shouted?" Junwen was different from his usual playful smile, his face was full of solemnity. The long sword shines on the sun and the moon, and the hot blood protects the 9 netherworlds. Huaimingzhen was really not used to seeing Junwen look so serious. He wanted to ask but didn't know whether he should ask, so he didn't ask further. Fangxi pointed to the groove where they were hiding before, and Junwen and Huaimingzhen followed her and hid in the groove again. Fangxi looked at Huaimingji. "You were curious about the identities of those people, right?" Huaiming Frame scratched his head. "Captain, if it's not convenient for you to tell me, I won't be curious." Fangxi. "Those people are the obsession of the Shenyang army. The Shenyang army is not a force in the southern territory, nor is it a force in the northern territory. There are human races, demon races, Satan races, and even some great demons in disguise. They put aside their past grudges and fight against the enemy together, just to protect their homeland." Huaiming Frame is even more confused now. A team formed by the human race from the southern region, the human race from the northern region, the demon race, the Satan race, and the demon race. Why does it sound so mysterious? Then Fangxi told Huaimingzhen exactly what happened on the ancient battlefield. Huaimingzhen's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. He received a huge shock. After a while, Fangxi sighed. Foreign enemies are watching with eager eyes, and our own people are still deceiving each other, fighting to the death. If the Tiank alliance invades, the consequences will be disastrous. Unfortunately, this matter cannot be spoken out in a big way, otherwise once the Tiank League's informants learn about it, they're likely to take action in advance, which will be very detrimental to us. So far, the number of people who know about this can be counted on one hand. Senior Brother Mingzhen, I didn't want to tell you this matter originally, not because I didn't trust you, but because I was afraid of bringing you danger, but now that you have seen it, I won't hide it from you. Please keep this secret strictly and never reveal it. Huai Mingzhen nodded like a fool. Captain, don't worry, I will definitely keep it secret, let alone tell others. I won't even tell anyone if I talk in my sleep. Fang Shi nodded. Senior Brother Mingzhen, from now on, the burden on your shoulders will be heavier. What you have to shoulder is not your personal honor and disgrace, but the life and death of the entire Jiu continent. Huai Mingzhen suddenly felt excited, and he was 2 feet tall. The uncle always says that he cannot bear the burden of revitalizing the family. Oh, what he is now bearing is the life and death of the entire Jiu continent. Who are you looking down on? Fang Shi poured chicken blood and chicken soup into Huai Ming frame, and then said, as I told you before, this matter cannot be publicized for the time being, and even if I tell it, no one may believe it, and it will alarm the snake. I find that the strategy I am adopting now is to use my bond to integrate all the forces. Now the Northern Territory human race, the Dao tribe and the Demon tribe have no problem, only the Southern Territory human race is left. For the human race in the Southern Territory, the Changsheng Sect is the top priority, and I suspect that there are spies from the Tiank alliance within the sect, so I can only establish a firm foothold first and then slowly figure it out. Everything I did before was based on this starting point. The effect was good, but it was far from enough. I will ask Brother Mingzhen for more help in the future. Huai Mingzhen slapped his chest loudly. Captain, I dare not say anything else, but for the Jiu continent, I will risk my life. If you have any tasks in the future, just arrange them for me and I won't give you a second thought. Fang Shi nodded with satisfaction and told him about the Chi of Death, asking him to tell her if he had any clues. While they were talking, the water level was rising, and the sound of the waterfall was much quieter. It can be seen that the gap in the water surface was getting smaller and smaller. At this time, a big grey fish flew up waving its fins. Then another big grey fish flew up one after another. As soon as they came up, they stared westward with fish eyes. Because the 3 people from Fang Shi were in a relatively hidden place, the school of fish did not see them. They thought Fang Shi and the other 2 were dead, and they immediately made excited cooing sounds. Should. Live it. I'm telling you to yell. Were you killed by those ghosts? When they were excited, Fang Shi said quietly, what a coincidence, we meet again. Following the words, Fang Shi and the other 2 people jumped into the underground river. The big grey fish. The next moment, jump down with all your strength. Yo ho, we are coming. Yo ho, here we go again. The main theme comes and goes in a hurry. The big grey fish are so scared. Even when jumping, I didn't care too much, many of them were riding on their companions. Fortunately, fish will not drown, otherwise a few of them would have drowned. When Fang Shi and the other 2 arrived at the edge of the waterfall, the drop in the water surface was only about 3 feet, which was not a problem for them. Fang Shi first released the violent moray eel and part of the sea snake army to prevent the big grey fish from setting up an ambush below. If that's the case, if they jump down, they will end up in the mouth of a fish. In fact, Fang Shi was overly worried. Those big grey fish were so frightened that their scales almost fell off. If they had the guts to ambush below, they would have escaped long ago. After the 3 people from Fang Shi jumped down, they sat on the backs of the violent moray eels and chased them in the direction where the fish were escaping. There is still a cave below, but there are relatively fewer stalactites, and no moths are seen. After about half an hour, it suddenly dawned on me. The moment he saw the sky, Huai Ming had the urge to cry. It's not easy. He thought he was going to die several times, but unexpectedly he came out safely. He thought Fang Shi would choose to land ashore, but he didn't expect that Fang Shi still chose to travel in the water, and even let the violent moray eels dive into the water. Junwen glanced at him. Don't you understand? If we walk on the shore, we are in the light and Shen Jilin and others are in the dark. If we are in the water, it is the other way around. Study hard and don't stick your tail up. Huai Ming frame. We don't know who likes to have his tail raised. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 952. Are you lining up to welcome me? The 3 people in Fang Shi chased, and the situation in the river became more and more complicated. Not only were there many aquatic plants, but also small fish and shrimps began to appear. The big grey fish suddenly disappeared. The 3 of them were very puzzled. They were not too far away from the fish school, so why did the fish school suddenly disappear? When Fang Shi was about to investigate carefully, she vaguely heard something moving on the shore. She put the violent moray eel into the monster bag, swam to a patch of aquatic plants, and used the cover of the aquatic plants to look toward the shore. 2 groups of people were standing on the shore, confronting each other. One of the groups was Shen Jilin and others, while there were only 3 people on the other side. Jing Yan, Luo Chen and Jiang Yan. Shen Jilin was persuading Luo Chen and Jiang Yan. What we are looking for is Jing Yan, and it has nothing to do with you, so don't wade into this muddy water. Moreover, we are not looking for Jing Yan to harm him, we just want to use him to find Fang Shi to help detoxify the poisoned people. Jiang Yan snorted coldly. What a liar. Who doesn't know that you and Fang Shi and the others have a grudge? If we hand Jing Yan over to you, we might have to collect his body. Having said this, he looked at Zhu Jiyun and others. You are also respectable people after all, but you actually followed Shen Jilin and joined in the same deeds. It really makes me sit up and take notice. Zhu Jiyun and others looked a little confused, but they didn't say anything. Ding Wenchang from Duke Peak, on the other hand, sneered. Jiang Yan, don't be so weird here. We and junior sister Jilin are just an alliance, but you are following the Fang Shi like a dog all day long. Jiang Yan's violent temper could not bear this, so he immediately drew his sword. Ding Wenchang, if you are capable, you can challenge me and see if I don't kill you. Jing Yan patted Jiang Yan on the shoulder. Senior brother Jiang, wait until I say a few words to them before taking action. Jiang Yan gave Jing Yan some face, glared hard at Ding Wenchang and said nothing. Jing Yan looked at Shen Jilin and others and said, let's not talk about whether Hu Ming Frame's poisoning is true or not. Let me ask you, Hu Ming Frame is alone, why does he provoke you? I'm afraid you did something bad to him first, right? Let me guess, they're probably competing for some kind of natural treasure, right? You guys are taking it for granted and you have the nerve to ask my junior sister for an explanation. What a big face. Zhu Zhiyun and others' faces were burning, and they lowered their heads and said nothing. However, there were also some people who were dissatisfied and angry, Ding Wenchang being the most prominent among them. He sneered and said, we don't have time to talk nonsense with you. If you don't want to implicate Luo Chen and Jiang Yan, just follow us. Otherwise, none of the three of you will even think about leaving. Jing Yan said calmly, Jing Yan, always do things alone, so naturally I won't hurt my friends. Senior brother Luo, senior brother Jiang, let's go. If you meet my little junior sister, let her come and save me. Jiang Yan wanted to speak, but Luo Chen glared at him, and Jiang Yan shut up. Luo Chen clasped his fists at Jing Yan. Junior brother Jing Yan, let's go first, take care. Ding Wenchang curled his lips. The people in the sect praised Luo Chen to the sky, but in the end he was still a coward. Not only is he a coward, the so-called captain of the West is also an indecisive person. Only junior sister Jilin acts decisively and is a person who does big things. Thinking of what Master Han had ordered him to do, he couldn't help but look at Jing Yan with a hint of murderous intent. Zhu Zhiyun and others did not expect Luo Chen to agree so happily, but that's right, people are selfish, not to mention that Jing Yan is only a member of Enlightenment Peak in name only. Just when everyone was having different thoughts, Jing Yan looked at the back of the crowd and said in surprise, little junior sister. Everyone turned around subconsciously, but no one was seen at all. When he turned around, Jing Yan and the others had already run hundreds of feet away. Everyone. Didn't it mean that Jing Yan was introverted and had no scheming ideas? Why are you so full of bad water? And Jiang Yan's stupid King Jingyan can also act. Even Luo Chen, a good gentleman, has become sinister. What kind of evil wind is blowing at Wudao Peak? Shen Jilin gritted her teeth and said, chase. Just when everyone was about to chase, someone said crisply. Hey, there are so many people. Are you lining up to welcome me? Everyone followed the sound and looked over, and saw a small head protruding from the water plants in the middle of the river. It was Feng Shi with a bright smile on his face. Shen Jilin looked at Feng Shi as if she had quenched poison. Feng Shi, Hu Ming Zhen poisoned us with the poison you gave us, please hand over the antidote quickly. Feng Shi tilted her little head and looked at her. Are you sure it was Hu Ming Frame who administered the poison? I think it was you who administered the poison. You called, catch a thief, didn't you just want to lure me into the game? Shen Jilin, I know you hate me, but you can't treat Exafeng disciples as fools. Also, what on earth do you people think, that you're actually mixed up with a broom star who was struck by lightning? Even if you were not poisoned by her, you were still poisoned by her. Did she promise you any benefits? Do not be silly, if there was such a good thing, she would have hidden it secretly a long time ago. How can she tell you? I really thought she was as kind as me. Some people started to murmur in their hearts when they heard Feng Zai's words, especially Zhu Zhiyun and others. They had already disapproved of Shen Jilin's actions, but now that they heard Feng Zai's words, their thoughts became more vivid. Shen Jilin's face turned livid with anger. Feng Shi, stop sowing discord here. If you have the ability, come up. Feng Shi tilted her little head. If you have the guts, come down. Shen Jilin really wanted to jump into the river and kill Feng Shi, but she didn't dare. She felt that there must be an ambush in the water, otherwise Feng Shi would not look so confident. She is smart but some people are stupid. Ding Wenchang is very crazy now. After all, apart from Captain West and Shen Jilin, he was the only one who got the Nguyen fruit in the previous selection trial. In addition, Peak Master Han promised that as long as he got rid of any one of the three Feng Shi people, he would accept him as a disciple, so he sneered. Feng Shi, you are looking for death. After saying that, he jumped into the river. Feng Shi slithered and retracted his head into the water. Everyone watched from the shore and did not hear any fighting. After a while, Feng Shi revealed her little head again and sighed. Ding Wenchang was eaten by a big grey fish. He swallowed it like a jujube. He swallowed it without even chewing it. Do you want to come down and be his companion? Everyone subconsciously took several steps back. Big grey fish. If there really is a big grey fish, why is Feng Shi okay? It seemed that Ding Wenchang was probably killed by Feng Shi using some means. Shen Jilin gritted her teeth. Everyone, Feng Shi is openly killing his fellow disciples. We can't just sit idly by and ignore it. Let's go down together. Feng Shi curled her lips. Shen Jilin, everyone is here to look for opportunities in the Haoshan mirror. It would be better for you to drag them through the muddy water for your personal grudges. I highly doubt you did it on purpose. You just don't want them to get a chance. Sure enough, it makes sense for the thunder to strike you. You are bad and stupid and deserve to be struck by lightning. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 953. This tale is going to fly over the edge. Shen Jilin was about to refute, but Feng Shi didn't give her a chance to speak and raised her voice. Your explanation is a cover-up, and cover-up is a guilty conscience. If you were really doing it for everyone's benefit, why didn't you jump out yourself instead of dragging others into the water with you? To put it bluntly, isn't it just to treat others as fools? Feng Shi said this and looked at Zhu Zhiyun and others. You should stop your losses immediately. If you follow her again, your trip will be in vain. As for the senior brothers who were poisoned, I think you are in good condition. You might as well use your spiritual power to temporarily suppress the poison. After you get out, you can find the Supreme Elder of the West to detoxify. As for whether it was poisoned by Hu Ming Frame, let the law enforcement hall investigate thoroughly after he gets out. Of course, if you believe me, you will be able to find the poison and antidote in Shen Jilin's storage ring if you restrain her. It's up to you to decide how to do it. Seeing that Zhu Zhiyun and others were obviously shaken, Shen Jilin gritted her teeth and said, "Everyone, don't listen to Feng Zai's nonsense. My original intention of calling you together was to get more opportunities, and the facts have proven that what I said is true. Senior brother Ding Wenchang can't see anyone alive or dead now. We have to take down Feng Shi no matter what. I'll jump down first and you can do it yourself." Shen Jilin said and jumped into the river. She was forced by Feng Shi to have no choice but to take the lead. Moreover, she had the best water-spread route, so she still had confidence in her heart. Some people followed Shen Jilin and jumped into the river, while others watched on the bank and did not enter the water. Feng Shi saw Shen Jilin getting closer and made a gesture of wiping her neck. "Shen Jilin, I advise you to go back immediately, or I will kill you. My patience has its limits. I used to tolerate you jumping up and down just to have fun and relieve boredom, but if you kick your nose and face, I will send you on your way." Shen Jilin felt chills all over her body. She somehow felt that Feng Shi was serious and she kept her word. Her movements stagnated, and she did not dare to continue swimming forward. Suddenly, she felt that this was too humiliating, and gritted her teeth and said, "Feng Shi, stop using your big words to bully others here. Leave senior brother Ding Wenchang to me, and I can let you go." Feng Shi chuckled and said, "Just admit it if you are cowardly, and stop making excuses here. You want Ding Wenchang, right? Here, give it back to you." The next moment, a huge fishtail emerged from the water and ejected a man to the shore. Zhu Zhiyun and others on the shore took a look and saw that it was Ding Wenchang who bounced up. However, they didn't judge it by their appearance, only by their clothing. Because Ding Wenchang's face was pitch black at this time, just like charcoal. Not even a hair is left. What happened? Could it be that he was struck by lightning in the river? How unlucky is this to be struck by lightning even in the river? Could what Feng Shi said be true? This Shen Jilin is a bad guy, whoever gets close to her will be in trouble. At this time, Feng Shi said, "Except for Shen Jilin, none of you have any grudges against me, so I can forget about it. But from this moment on, if anyone dares to attack those of us at Enlightenment Peak, I will never forgive him." Feng Sis, after Feng Shi finished speaking, his figure disappeared above the water. Shen Jilin and others did not dare to chase, let alone dive into the water to see what happened. Shen Jilin suppressed her fuming anger and said, "Senior brother Ding's injury is serious, let's go up and take a look." Others followed and got off the donkeys and went ashore. After a while, Ding Wenchang woke up, but his western limbs were like ants crawling, and he felt indescribably uncomfortable, but he couldn't tell where he was uncomfortable. He scratched here and there like a monkey, which looked very funny. At this time, Zhu Zhiyun said to Shen Jilin, "Junior sister Shen, thank you for taking care of us in Shuanwu Peak before, but we still have to rely on ourselves to find opportunities, so we say goodbye. We remember your favor and will definitely repay it if it is of use to us in the future." Shen Jilin was filled with hatred in her heart, but she looked calm on the surface. "Senior brother Zhu is serious, we are all from the same sect and should help each other. If you want to go it alone, please do so." Zhu Zhiyun and the people from Shuanwu Peak hugged Shen Jilin and the others, then turned and left. At this time, Huang Bali, the captain of Baihu Peak, also said goodbye, and his words were similar to Zhu Zhiyun. Shen Jilin also forced a smile and said a few kind words. To be honest, Yu Waiyu, the captain of Duke Peak, also wanted to leave, but Ding Wenchang and the other two wanted to stay, so he decided to wait and see. As for the captain of Qinglong Peak, Yu Waiyu, he had no intention of leaving. After all, Shen Jilin was from Qinglong Peak, and they did get benefits from following Shen Jilin. Shen Jilin said immediately, "My fellow disciples, thank you for your trust in me. Don't worry, I will definitely let you return home with a full load. Let's put aside the matter of Hu Ming Frame for now. There is an opportunity not far from here. Let's go." After hearing Shen Jilin's words, the atmosphere that was a little depressed just now suddenly became lively. You can easily get opportunities by following junior sister Jilin. Zhu Zhiyun and others actually believed Feng Zai's lies. How stupid. At this time, Feng Shi and the others had reunited with Jing Yan and the others. After Jing Yan and the others ran out for a short distance, they jumped into the river when they saw the movement and swam quietly over. As soon as they met, Zheng Wen gave Jing Yan a thumbs up. "Jing Laoshi, you are so good now, you can even create something out of nothing and make a fuss about it. No matter how hard you work, you can catch up to half of my skills." Jing Yan. Hu Ming said to himself, "Zheng Wen also asked me not to raise my tail. What does this mean to him? Not only is the tail raised, the tail is also flying over the edge." At this time, Jiang Yan asked carelessly, "Hu Ming Frame, what is the poisoning that Shen Jilin said about?" Hu Ming Frame immediately told what happened, and Jiang Yan suddenly cursed. "I have long thought that Shen Jilin is not a good person. If nothing else, he is obviously from the Hunyuan sect of the Northern Territory, but he has come to our Changsheng sect. Pooh, a good dog doesn't think the family is poor, so what?" After finishing speaking, he later realized that these words reflected the meaning of Feng Shi and the other three, and he quickly added, "Don't worry too much, I'm talking about Shen Jilin, not you. Feng Shi 3 people. You might as well not say the last sentence." Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 954, what do they envy you for? However, the 3 people in Feng Shi also knew that Jiang Yan was a coward who said what he said but didn't mean it, so they would not argue with him. Hu Ming Frame knew it was time for him to appear. After all, he is the best at smoothing things over. He smiled and said, "Of course it's different." Shen Jilin got on the pole by herself, and the captain and the others were invited by the sect master. They are distinguished guests of our Changsheng sect. Captain, Shen Jilin and the others are gone, what should we do next? Fang Shi followed his words and said, Shen Jilin is mainly targeting the three of us, our senior brothers and sisters. We should not cause trouble to other disciples of Enlightenment Peak, so we will just look for opportunities next. Senior brother Luo, senior brother Jiang, what are your plans? The reason why she said this was to give Luo Chen and Jiang Yan a way to follow them if they wanted to, and they would not be embarrassed if they didn't want to. Jiang Yan was careless and couldn't understand Fang Zai's intention, but Luo Chen understood it. He immediately said, Captain, of course we will follow you and do whatever you want. Jiang Yan echoed, that's right, we have met you, Captain, of course we have to follow you. Fang Shi said with a smile, okay, then let's go together. Huai Mingzhen felt happy because Fang Shi only asked Luo Chen and Jiang Yan if they would follow her but not him. What did this mean? It shows that he is one of our own. He finally broke into the camp of the three brothers and sisters. Do not. He is too small. He broke into the camp that saved Juyu continent. He wants to save the common people. He wants to be remembered forever. He will live forever. Ha, it seems that the wording is a bit inappropriate. When Huai Mingzhu was in a daze, Jiang Yan asked Fang Shi curiously, Captain, I saw a very big fish tail just now, why is it missing now? After Shen Jilin left, Fang Shi put the violent moray eel into the monster bag, so Jiang Yan asked this question. Fang Shi said with a smile, it's a little pet of mine. I'll show it to you if you have the chance. Although Jiang Yan was a naive person, he also knew how to measure things. Seeing that Fang Shi was obviously unwilling to say more, he scratched his hair and stopped asking any more questions. At this time, Huai Ming Frame said, Captain, I heard what they said just now. It seems that Shen Jilin can find an opportunity in some way. How about we follow them and take a look? Let's have a mantis stalking the cicada with the oriole behind. Zhang Wen curled his lips, what you are thinking is quite beautiful. Although Zhu Xiyun and the others are gone, there are still 20 people like Shen Jilin and the others. If we follow them, we may not necessarily know who is the oriole. Huai Ming Frame choked, this is true. Fang Shi was about to speak when Leng Budding saw a flash of grey in the water plants not far away. Her heart moved and she stepped closer. After a few pulls, nothing unusual was found. But Fang Shi felt that there must be something fishy here, maybe it was the hiding place of those big grey fish. Could it be that there is a formation here? Fang Shi studied for a long time but couldn't figure out the reason. The other 5 people didn't do much research on the formation, so they could only stare at it with big eyes. Zhang Wen came over and said, little junior sister, if there is a formation here, how did those big grey fish get in? They don't understand the formation, right? Fang Zai's heart moved, and she immediately used her spiritual consciousness to say to the violent moray eel. Give me the carcass of a big grey fish. The violent moray eel was a little reluctant. He finally managed to get some food reserves and had to donate one, but he didn't dare not listen. After a while, Fang Shi saw the body of a big grey fish with only half of it left. Fang Shi. You are so stingy. Fang Shi threw the half-sectioned body of the big grey fish near the grass, and clearly noticed the change in spiritual power. The moment the big grey fish body disappeared, Fang Shi, Zhang Wen and others jumped into the grass. Inside, the figure disappeared in an instant. After a feeling of weightlessness, the scene in front of Fang Shi's group changed. It was still in the water, but now it is in a valley. Not far from them was the body of half a big bird. Jiang Yan exclaimed, Captain, wasn't that half a fish you just threw in? Why did it turn into a bird? Am I hallucinating? After saying that, he pinched his thigh and grimaced in pain. Fang Shi also wondered why the body of a big grey fish turned into a bird. And this bird looks huge. Just then, a cooing sound sounded in the air. Fang Shi looked up and saw a large flock of grey birds circling overhead, blocking out the sky and the sun. She had an extremely bold guess in her mind. These big grey birds were transformed from those big grey fish. She thought of a legendary description. There is a fish in the North Ming dynasty, and its name is Kun. Kun is so big that I don't know how many thousands of miles it is. It turned into a bird, and its name is Peng. However, she had no time to think about it now, because those big grey birds had already swooped down with murderous intent in their eyes. Fang Shi wanted to escape, but she didn't know how to get out. The place they came in looked like any other place. Fortunately, the formation disc was usable, so she quickly started setting up the formation. While setting up the formation, she complained in her mind that she didn't know what could be used and what couldn't be used in the Haushan mirror. It seemed to focus on doing whatever you wanted. But yes, there should be a formation at the entrance to this place, so it's not surprising that the formation disc can be used. The big grey birds began to attack the formation set up by Fang Shi again and again. The fire of revenge was burning in their hearts. They thought that there was no hope of revenge in this life, but they didn't expect that the smelly girl came to their door. If they let this damn girl escape in their lair, their lives would be in vain. Although there were many formation discs in Fang Zai's storage ring, there were too many big grey birds. Almost as soon as a formation disc was opened, the previous one was broken. If it continues like this, it won't last very long at all. At this time, Fang Shi thought that she still had 5 golden feathered eagles. She is also a doctor for dead horses, what if they can fly here? So, Dejin was released. Dejin's eyes are so hungry. Seeing those big chubby grey birds made me laugh out loud. But after flapping its wings twice, it couldn't fly at all. Dakin was extremely disappointed. I thought my dream had come true, but I woke up before the dream even started. Fang Shi was not too surprised, because usually in the secret realm, foreign demonic birds were basically unable to fly. When she was about to put Dejin into the spirit beast bag, those big grey birds suddenly stopped attacking and all stared at Dejin. Fang Shi saw envy in their eyes. She was wondering, why did they envy Dejin? Do you envy Dejin for being contracted by her? Is her personality so charming now? Of course, she also knew that it couldn't be the reason. She asked Dejin, what do they envy you for? Dejin, are you envious of my good figure? After all, I am on a diet. Fang Shi. All of them are starving ghosts. Didn't I feed you Bigu pill? Didn't I feed you animal core? Didn't I feed you meat every 3 to 5 months? Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of Dejin, Fang Shi looked at the big grey bird squatting not far away and said with great pride. Are you envious of Dakin? Put forward your requirements and I will satisfy you. The big grey birds looked suspiciously, and then started cooing crazily. Jiang Yan said from the side, Captain, do they want to recognize you as their aunt? Fang Shi. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 955 Please, be a human being. Fang Shi felt that Jiang Yan's words were completely off base. But when she thought about Killen's big boy, she felt that it wasn't so outrageous. Ugh. Sometimes people are troubled if they're too charming. In the past, there were unicorns who recognized their mothers, but now these big grey birds recognize their aunts. By the way, the blood demon tribe still insists on making her a saint. Fang Shi asked those big grey birds with a try mentality, do you want to recognize me as your aunt? The big grey birds thought she was crazy. Do we recognize you as our aunt? I'm afraid you don't want to eat shit. Fang Shi heard the negativity in their angry cooing. It seems that she is too passionate. So why do these big grey birds envy Dakin? Her eyes couldn't help but wander between Dejin and the big grey bird. Was she envious of Dejin's size? But the two are almost the same. Envy your cultivation. Although Dejin's cultivation level is higher than that of these big grey birds, he is not so envious, right? You can't envy Dejin because his feathers are golden, right? Ha. Sometimes the more impossible the answer, the more likely it is. She immediately asked those big grey birds, do you envy Dejin's feathers? The big grey birds' eyes suddenly lit up, they cooed and nodded desperately. Fang Shi. A bunch of superficial-looking dogs. However, it should not be said that Dakin's golden feathers look festive. By the way, the Haoshan mirror is also golden. She just likes the golden ones. When I see Jin Kankan, I think of gold. Daijin didn't expect those big grey birds to be envious of his golden feathers, and his confidence suddenly exploded. My neck, which was originally drooping because I couldn't eat any meat, was also raised. He also shook it deliberately to make the golden feathers look even more radiant. This made those big grey birds extremely envious. What they are most dissatisfied with is the grey feathers. Too tacky. It's so ugly. Everyone talks about the golden winged rock, but no one talks about the grey winged rock. They can't even imagine how beautiful they would look if they also had golden feathers. When they saw that Fang Shi was silent after asking, they suddenly started cooing in dissatisfaction. Fang Shi raised her hand, quiet, quiet. The big grey birds were really obedient and suddenly became as quiet as chickens. Fang Shi put her hands behind her back and said, I'll give you 2 choices. The first choice is that I mix some dye to dye your wings gold, but this is a one-time use. When new feathers grow out, they will still be grey. It treats the symptoms but not the root cause. As for the second option, I will spend time and energy to help you prepare the elixir to turn your feathers completely golden. Even if new feathers grow out, they will also be golden. Which one do you choose? The big grey birds cooed non-stop. Any fool knows to choose the second option. Fang Shi raised her hand to signal them to shut up, and then said, It seems that you want to choose the second option, but the second option is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it's hard to say whether it will be successful. Furthermore, we are here to look for opportunities, we can't waste our time helping you dye them. Unless, you can give us enough benefits, such as helping us find some opportunities, how about that? The big grey birds cooed in disgust, and then some of the big grey birds flew away. About an hour later, these big grey birds flew back and started unloading. Parchments, spiritual vessels, porcelain bottles, etc. were thrown all over the floor. Fang Shi. She just said it casually, thinking that she could get some herbs at most, but she didn't expect an unexpected surprise. Opportunities are indeed reserved for those who gather the wool. The eyes of several people in Huaiming frame almost popped out. Could these big grey birds have dug the grave of some powerful person? Otherwise, where would so many good things come from? At this time, Fang Shi picked up a parchment and flipped through it. It contained some prescriptions for elixirs. As soon as she finished reading, the parchment burned and turned into ashes. Fang Shi. I forgot about this. However, the West University family also sent her a lot of parchment rolls before, and they didn't spontaneously ignite. When she was confused, Jiang Yan stared at his eyes and said, I heard that a lot of parchments in the library were burned some time ago. Could it be you, Captain, who did it? Fang Shi. Shut up you. I don't even need to take you with me. Huaiming frame glared at Jiang Yan. What nonsense are you talking about? These parchments must be special, and they will self-destruct as long as someone looks at them. Captain, am I right? Fang Shi nodded approvingly. Or say that your boy has a future. I didn't even think of this reason. Jiang Yan scratched his hair and felt that Huaiming Zhen was different from before. Where is the difference? It seems more dog-legged. Fang Shi was afraid that the other parchments would spontaneously ignite, so she didn't continue to look through them. She didn't even need to wink at Zheng Wen, who quickly put everything into the storage ring. After collecting it, he said, I will collect it first, and when we get out, we will divide the stolen goods. Luo Chen and the other two, is it okay to share the spoils? They didn't have any objections. This thing was brought by the captain based on his ability. It had nothing to do with them. It was normal regardless of distinction. At this time, the big grey birds began to urge Fang Shi to quickly research the elixir that would change the color of their feathers. Fang Shi blinked and said, Researching elixirs is such a waste of time, why not do this? I have 5 golden feather eagles, you can intermarry. Your descendants might be golden feathers. Isn't this method better than taking pills? The big grey birds. Dakin and others. Please, be a human being. Can you please stop talking about this inhuman approach? Fang Shi continued to lobby those big grey birds. This method I mentioned will work once and for all. Think about it, even if I turn your feathers into gold, won't your descendants still be grey? You can't just care about yourselves and not care about the lives of future generations. The big grey birds obviously didn't want to confuse their bloodlines, and the angry Goo 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 refused. Da Jingxin said, you are not happy, but we are not happy either. With your ugly looks, are you worthy of our brothers? Fang Shi originally did not expect the big grey birds to agree to this method, but it was just to pave the way for herself. If a permanent dyeing method cannot be found, she will blame these big grey birds. I have shown you the way. If you don't agree, you can't blame me. Fang Shi signaled the big grey birds to be quiet, and then asked, who among you is the bird king? One of the largest grey birds cooed a few times. Fang Shi nodded, come here, I will make a contract with you. Bird king. Are you crazy? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 956. Why is this? The bird king cooed angrily. Fang Shi said somewhat speechlessly. You asked me to develop a permanently dyed elixir, so I have to study you, right? If you don't make a contract with me, how can I sense your spiritual aura and prescribe the right medicine? We are all trapped here, are you still afraid that we will do something bad to you? Although Fang Zai's words made sense, Bird King felt that there was a trap here. The reason why it can become the king of birds depends on this first awareness of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. So, it randomly selected a big grey bird and signaled it to make a contract with Fang Shi. Although the big grey bird was unwilling, it did not dare to disobey the Bird King's order, so it reluctantly signed a contract with Fang Shi. Fang Shi felt a little pity. She originally wanted to coerce the emperor to persuade the princes, but she didn't expect that the Bird King was quite capable. It doesn't matter, you can get one at least and instigate it to rebel when the critical moment comes. Fang Shi pretended to study the big grey bird's consciousness for a while, then plucked out a feather from the big grey bird, and let the big grey bird put some blood in it and smell it. Immediately afterwards, I started tinkering with bottles and jars there. Jiang Yan asked Luo Chen in a low voice, can the captain really do it? Why do I feel a little hung up on it? Huai Mingzhu came over and said, believe in Fang Shi and gain eternal life. Jiang Yan. Luo Chen. This kid seems to be getting more and more crazy. Fang Shi tinkered for a while and produced a large pot of dye. Bird King, come here, I'll give you a temporary golden color to make you beautiful for a while. The Bird King agreed without hesitation. Because it really wants to have Dejin's golden feathers. Fang Shi called to Huai Mingzhen and others, come on, Tonys, come here. Dye the Bird King's feathers. A few people in Huai Frame are a little confused, are they dragging their feet? Could it be that the captain was implying that they were dragging their feet in doing things? Then they have to be smarter this time and dye the Bird King's feathers quickly. They never dreamed that one day they would have to dye birds. They began to dye the feathers of the Bird King in a hurry. After a lot of work, I finally put all the dye on the feathers of the Bird King. Fang Shi asked the Bird King to stand there and not move. After an hour, he would find a water source to wash it, and it would have golden feathers. The Bird King was really obedient, standing there motionless, like a wooden pile. An hour later, the Bird King couldn't wait to fly away, probably looking for water. Seeing the direction in which the Bird King was flying away, Fang Zai's eyes flashed slightly. The direction in which the Bird King flew away should be the exit. After all, the underground river they entered was the source of water. Of course, although the chance is very small, it does not rule out that there are other water sources here. Half an hour later, the Bird King flew back. The cooing started all the way. The golden feathers looked like Saturn under the sunlight, making those big grey birds cry with envy. Too beautiful. It's so pretty. Even if it is only a short period of time, it is worth it. Then, everyone looked at Fang Shi longingly. After Fang Shi tinkered with another pot of dye, she called the big grey bird she had contracted with over, Xiao Hui, I'll dye it for you this time. Although Xiao Hui didn't like the name very much, when he heard about dyeing it, he immediately started cooing with excitement. It seems that being contracted is not a bad thing. Xiao Hui soon enjoyed the very unprofessional service from several Tony masters. Fortunately, the effect is also very good. Seeing Xiao Hui's new golden feathers, many big grey birds felt sour. Ugh. If only they were the ones contracted. This is what Fang Shi wants. She had to make these big grey birds subconsciously feel that it was good to be close to her, so that they could be obedient. Next, Fang Shi stopped tinkering with dyes and started refining elixirs. She felt that this dyeing had the same principle as Yirong Dan, which was nothing more than changing the appearance, so she followed this path to explore. After spending a day and a night, Fang Shi finally worked out a recipe. Then, start refining the elixir. In just a quarter of an hour, the elixir was released. Jiang Yan and the other three were dumbfounded. This was the first time they saw someone making alchemy without putting the herbs in order, but stuffing them all into the alchemy furnace. It only took a quarter of an hour. The most outrageous thing is that the elixir yield rate is 100%, and they are all top-grade elixirs. How did they know that Fang Shi was flooded? Otherwise it would not just be a top-grade elixir, but a top-grade elixir. Fang Shi took out a pill and asked, who wants to give it a try? Immediately, a big grey bird couldn't wait to express that he wanted to try. It is so greedy for the golden feathers of the Bird King and Xiao Hui. I decided to give it a try even if it was risky. Fang Shi immediately let him take the elixir, and then waited for the results, taking a break. Half an hour later, the big grey bird turned into a big grey duck. Fang Shi, Jiang Yan and others. Birds. The experimental bird collapsed and shouted, "Ga, ga, ga." Fang Shi comforted him, "Don't worry, I will refine the antidote for you right now, and I will guarantee that you will change back." Sure enough, after taking the antidote, the test bird returned to normal. Fang Shi originally thought that this failure would make the birds lose confidence in her, but she found that the birds looked at her with a bit of admiration. Fang Shi. You birds are really unconventional. How did she know that the big grey birds thought that Fang Shi could turn them into ducks with a small pill? She was so powerful. She is so powerful that she can definitely refine the elixir that turns them into golden feathers. In the next 2 days, Fang Shi kept adjusting the formula, but the results were not satisfactory. Although he turned the big grey bird into the appearance of other demonic birds, its feathers were always grey in color. Once, he even turned a big grey bird into a bald chicken. The big grey bird fainted on the spot. Fang Shi sighed. King Bird, I think maybe I'm not too excited, so my brain is not very flexible. If you go and get me some more treasures, maybe I'll have some inspiration. Although the Bird King thought her reason was a little outrageous, he still sent his men to get it done. Fang Shi soon received gifts from the birds. She cheered up and continued tinkering with the recipe, even testing it on herself, almost turning herself bald. The birds were really moved. Fang Shi didn't need to say anything, so he took the initiative to get a bunch of good things back for Fang Shi. Jiang Yan smacked his lips. What a chance our captain's vote will bring. I did a rough calculation, even for the top powerful cave, there must be 10 or 8, right? This has to be the wealthy one. If it's the poor one, there are probably dozens or hundreds of them. At the same time, Shen Jilin's face was as black as the ashes on the bottom of a pot. She successfully found several treasure places with people from Suzaku Peak and Qinglong Peak, but they were all empty, not even a fart. Why? What is this? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 957 Fang Shi wears hair of 5 colors. Shen Jilin was angry and panicked. She was angry because she failed again and again, but she was panicked because the attitude of other people in the team towards her had changed significantly. They followed her just to look for opportunities, but after trying so hard to find the so-called treasure place, they found nothing. Everyone would have an opinion. Yu Waiyu, the captain of Duke Peak, frowned and said, Junior Sister Shen, everyone's time is limited. You are leaving us right and left in vain. We really can't afford to delay. Aren't you all lying to us about what you said before? Shen Jilin secretly resented it. Why didn't you say anything when you got the benefits, but now you bring it up to accuse me? However, there was a look of guilt on his face. Senior brother Yu, what I said before was not a lie, and I don't know why this is the case. Originally, I wanted to lead you to get more opportunities, but in the end I did bad things with good intentions, and I really feel sorry for you. When she said this, she looked like she was about to cry. Immediately, an admirer jumped out and said, Junior Sister Jilin, you are kind-hearted to help, and it is not your fault that you can't find the opportunity. Maybe the time has not come yet, and we will be able to return home with a full load next time. Yes, Junior Sister Jilin, we don't blame you. It's not available here, we can just look for it somewhere else. Maybe there were treasures in the cave originally, but they were taken away by fellow disciples from previous sessions. If we look for more places, we will definitely gain something. Ellipsis. Yu Waiyu also softened his tone. Junior Sister Shen, what I said just now was a bit harsh, but can you tell us why you can know where there is an opportunity? Don't worry, I definitely don't mean to covet you. I just want to help you analyze what went wrong. In fact, someone had asked Shen Jilin before, but Shen Jilin just smiled and said nothing, so no one asked further questions. Shen Jilin knew that if a clear answer was not given now, many people would probably choose to leave. She was silent for a moment and then said, I didn't want to hide it before, but people may not believe it if I tell it. Ever since I entered the Haushan Mirror, I felt that someone somewhere was guiding me where I could have a chance. I originally thought it was ridiculous, but you have seen it before, and it did gain something. It's just that I don't know why I have failed time and time again in the past 2 days. If you think it's a waste of time to follow me, please feel free to do so. Yu Waiyu was hesitant after hearing Shen Jilin's words. After weighing it, he decided to wait and see for a day or 2 before making any plans. Most people have the same plan. Of course, those admirers were determined to be with Shen Jilin. On the other side, Fang Shi was refining elixirs with her colorful hair. Jiang Yan bared his big teeth and said to Luo Chen, if nothing else, our captain's spirit of testing the medicine with his own body is really admirable. Just as Luo Chen was about to speak, Jiang Yan continued, Senior brother Luo, what do you think if I dye my hair red? Let's get some good luck too. Luo Chen. You have this free time, why not practice hard? Didn't you see that Jing Yan and the others were meditating and practicing? The 5 big golden birds are also busy communicating with those big grey birds. They don't want to either. However, the unscrupulous master said this. Since I took you in, have you made any contribution to me? You have eaten a lot of bigoo pills and beast cores from me. Don't you feel you owe me something? Now we need you to step forward. You are here to push back and forth, do you still have a conscience? I didn't ask you to intermarry with them, I just asked you to formulate relationships with them. Isn't this difficult? Besides, I'm doing this for your own good. Although those big grey birds look a bit ugly, they can fight on land, water, and air, and they're much more powerful than you. You might gain something from communicating with them, and your cultivation level will skyrocket. Ellipsis. De Jinwu was deceived by Fang Shi Jujube and the big stick, and reluctantly communicated with those big grey birds. Although they are all birds, their languages are also different. Fortunately, Xiao Hui is in the middle as a translator, so the communication is smooth. De Jin felt that they were just like the unfavored princess in the story, who could only be forced to get married. Otherwise, why wouldn't the master let the little fat bird do this job? Isn't Phoenix more stylish? It didn't even think about it. The little fat bird was now as fat as a little hen. Could those big grey birds take a fancy to it? Dakin started the road of social bird with a tragic mood. Not to mention, it really has a gift for language. In just half a day, it can communicate with those big grey birds without the need for Xiao Hui to translate. De Jin described the outside world vividly. Although the big grey birds listened with interest, they did not look forward to it. Dai Jin thought the same thing. These big grey birds have special physiques. They are sometimes birds and sometimes fish. It is really difficult to find a place to stay outside. Besides, no matter how nice it is outside, it's not as good as freedom. Ever since I followed an unscrupulous master, not only have I been forced to maintain a slim figure all year round, but I have also been forced to be a social bird. It makes me cry just talking about it. Dai Jin deliberately brought the topic to those treasures. Those big grey birds may not have interacted with foreign birds all year round. They were all naive and simple, and spoke without any precautions. There are many caves on the other side of the mountain, and they're full of these things. There were some herbs, fruits, etc., but we ate them all, and only these rags were left. In the eyes of these big grey birds, these things can't be eaten or used, so aren't they just junk? The only function now is to exchange for a set of golden feathers. After Feng Shi learned about this situation, she became even more motivated. Holding a rainbow head and making alchemy. Finally, she refined a batch of satisfactory elixir. She looked at the birds. Who is going to test the medicine? Silence fell. In fact, these big grey birds were very motivated to participate in the experiment at first, but after a big grey bird took the elixir and turned into a bald chicken, they became a little timid. Although the bald chicken later grew feathers after taking the elixir, that was also dark history. Feng Shi simply ordered a big grey bird and said, "You come and eat it." The big grey bird swallowed the elixir with a mentality of looking forward to death. The next moment, he choked and fainted. The other big grey birds suddenly became frightened. Good thing they weren't selected. However, they soon changed their minds. Because of the fainted grey bird, the color of its feathers slowly changed from grey to yellow, and finally turned into a dazzling golden color. The birds suddenly became restless. She did it. She actually refined the elixir that turned their feathers completely golden. She is the god. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 958 I never lie to birds. To express their excitement, the birds cooed around Feng Shi. He screamed and jumped at the same time, creating a whirlwind. Feng's eyes' rainbow hair was blown into an afro. Feng Shi roared angrily, and the birds became quiet. The big grey birds were like a flock of erring little quails, hanging there with their wings drooped and their heads lowered. If the gods were unhappy, they might not be given the elixir. They have to make birds with their tail between their legs. Feng Shi used the cleaning technique several times and combed the messy hair before saying, "As you can see, this elixir has been successfully developed. However, there is a very critical problem now. The number of herbs in my storage ring is not enough to refine enough gold-dyed elixirs. I will give you two choices. The first choice is that I will refine all the remaining herbs. I estimate that I should be able to refine about 30 pills. Then you will draw lots to decide who owns the pills." There was a commotion among the birds. 30 pieces. There are hundreds of them. This amount of elixir is not enough to fill the gaps between teeth. If you don't win, wouldn't you be happy in vain? It would have been okay before. After all, everyone was always grey, but now that the birds have turned golden, they can't stand it anymore. We are all birds, why can they become beautiful and we have to stay ugly? Feng Shi raised her hand. "Shut your mouth. Don't interrupt me when I speak from now on. Do you hear me?" The big grey birds quickly closed their mouths and nodded wildly. Jiang Yan was singing his big tooth music, and the captain seemed to have become the king of birds. Feng Shi continued. "Now let me tell you the second option. There are also many herbs in this Haotian mirror. Although the tugs may not be complete, I can also use other herbs with similar effects instead. So a few of us will go out to collect herbs first, and when we have collected enough, we will come back to help you refine the dying elixir. What do you think?" There was another commotion among the big grey birds. Feng Shi raised her hand, and the birds suddenly became quiet. "Are you afraid that I won't keep my word and slip away without coming back?" "Don't worry about this. I always keep my word and never lie. I will definitely do what I promised you. Of course, if you are worried, you can send a few birds to follow us out to supervise us. Do you think carefully about which one to choose?" After Feng Shi finished speaking, she did not continue to persuade and let the birds make their own choices. The Bird King took the big grey birds and flew far away and started cooing. The Bird King also threatened Xiao Hui not to talk nonsense. Xiao Hui feels that the Bird King underestimates it. Although since the contract, the temporary owner has secretly fed it a lot of delicious food, and her spiritual pets are also very friendly, but it is a principled golden-winged rock, how could it turn its back on its own kind? Since ancient times, it is difficult to have both loyalty and filial piety, so it can only be sorry for its temporary owner. The big grey birds cooed and finally made a decision. Feng Shi asked the Bird King, "How do you choose?" A hint of cunning flashed in the Bird King's eyes, and he cooed. Xiao Hui translated the words of the Bird King to Feng Shi, which probably meant that they chose the second option, but there was an additional condition, which was to keep the 5 big golds as bird hostages. If Feng Shi returns safely, everyone will be happy. If Feng Shi doesn't keep his promise, Dai Jin and the others will have no chance of living. Even if Feng Shi wanted to refuse, even if she forced Dai Jin and the others to act as social birds, it was impossible for them to take this risk. Unexpectedly, Dai Jin actually said to her through his spiritual consciousness, "Master, we are willing to stay." Feng Shi. Are you crazy? Or is it a little female that you fell in love with when you were a social bird? Want to stay for love? Dai Jin explained, "The cultivation methods of these dapping birds are very useful for us to improve our cultivation, so we want to communicate more with them. Furthermore, flying is prohibited inside the Haotian mirror. Even if we follow you out, we can't help. We might as well be a hostage here, and at least we can make some contribution to you, the master." Feng Shi asked again and again to make sure that Dai Jin was speaking from his heart, and then agreed. After some bargaining between Feng Shi and the Bird King finally decided to send 10 big grey birds to follow Feng Shi out, while Dai Jin and the other 5 stayed behind. After reaching a friendly agreement, Fang Shi began to refine the dying elixir. For the safety of Daijin and the others, she kept a backup plan. She did a little trick when refining the dying elixir. If the Bird King goes back on his word after she leaves, Daijin can use this to blackmail the Bird King. Daijin and the others were very touched. Although their unscrupulous owners often let them starve, they were still very kind to them. Besides, although they were not given meat to eat, they were given bigu pills and beast cores after all. If you want to blame them, they're too greedy. Thinking of this, Daijin and the others suddenly felt that Fang Shi was the best master in the world. The fact that their heads were contracted by her meant that their ancestral tombs were struck by lightning. It has to be said that Fang Zai's spiritual pets all have the ability to comfort themselves. Fang Shi handed the dying gold pill to the Bird King, and asked the Bird King openly, "Where did you get those parchments and stuff? Can you take us to see them?" The Bird King readily agreed and said that he would just take him out on the way. Fang Zai's heart moved. It seems that the treasure is hidden outside the formation. She immediately contracted 9 big grey birds, which together with the little grey birds from before made exactly 10. Then he asked Luo Chen and others to sit on the backs of several big grey birds, and followed the Bird King to fly into the air. Dajinwu looked up from the ground, feeling a little uncomfortable. However, he soon cheered up and started chatting with the remaining big grey birds. Cuckoo. Li li li. Fang Shi sat on Xiao Hui's back and looked at the surrounding terrain. There are many mountains in the distance, which is probably where the cave that the big grey bird mentioned is located. In addition, she saw a wide river, which should be a tributary of the underground river. In this way, there are 2 ways from this valley to the outside world, one is by water and the other is by land. I just don't know where the formation from the valley came from. Could it be the artifact of the Haoshan mirror? While Fang Shi was thinking about this, Jiang Yan and Luo Chen were still in shock. Not only did they leave safely, but the captain also had 10 more big grey birds as helpers. There is no flying here, and there is no way to control the sword. With these 10 big grey birds, not to mention Shen Jilin gathered 20 people, even 200 people are no match for them. The captain's brief introduction is so cool. No wonder Huai Ming Frame is so crazy, they're also a little crazy now. At this time, Shen Jilin was leading the people from Qinglong Peak and Suzaku Peak to the treasure place, wheezing and panting. This time she deliberately chose a cave that was the furthest away, the most difficult to walk, and required climbing a cliff to get up. She felt that this time it would definitely not fail. After all, the terrain is difficult and difficult for ordinary people to get up. This time, she is bound to win. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 959. Fang Shi painted a painting. Fang Shi sat on Xiao Hui's back. Xiao Hui felt a little guilty for not informing Fang Shi and started to look for words. This is my first time flying with people on my back, and I don't have much experience. What do you think? Fang Shi smiled and said, "It's not bad, it's more stable than my own sword." Xiao Hui thought to himself, isn't it said that human swordsmanship is quite stable? Why did the temporary owner say it would be safe to fly without it? You didn't say that to comfort it, did you? Xiao Hui's original guilt was amplified. If you like the junk in the cave, I will take you to find it. I'm not bragging, I know all the large and small caves nearby. There were some herbs and fruits in the cave, but we ate them all, leaving only the tatters. Fang Shi secretly scolded these big grey birds for being ignorant, but suddenly a question came to his mind and he asked. Did the herbs and fruits not deteriorate if they were placed in the cave? Or is there a formation in the cave? Xiao Hui immediately said, I don't know if there is a formation, but we jumped in easily. The herbs and fruits were placed in the jade box. After we ate the food, the jade box was thrown into the hole. Do you think it's strange or not? Those jade boxes suddenly disappeared for some unknown reason some time ago. They were probably taken away by some unscrupulous person. Fang Shi suddenly thought of a possibility, then silently took out a jade box and asked Xiao Hui, does it look familiar? Xiao Hui twisted the bird's neck and looked at it, then fell silent. Fang Shi also fell silent. After a while, Xiao Hui said, you may have misunderstood just now. What I said was that it was probably taken away by some kind person. Fang Shi. Are even birds' emotional intelligence so high now? How are you sure this is the jade box in the cave? Seeing that Fang Shi was not angry, Xiao Hui breathed a sigh of relief and said, because I remember that the pattern on the jade box was like this. I told my companions at the time that the human race was too busy to make a broken jade box and carve such complicated patterns. Fang Shi automatically filtered out the nonsense behind Xiao Hui. She wondered in her heart, could it be that the jade box she got at the gate of the Changsheng Sect was not a reward from the ancestor, but the tatters in Xiao Hui's mouth? Why do the things in the Haoshan mirror appear near the mountain gate of the Changsheng Sect? But considering the giant beasts can appear in the selection trial, it doesn't seem too strange that the jade box appears near the mountain gate. Could it be the artifact of the Haoshan mirror? Are you deliberately playing with it? It is good. Very good. If this thing was really done by the Haoshan mirror's weapon spirit, she would let it know what it means to be sinister in the world and what it means to regret. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, this kind of jade box was originally produced in batches, and everything was just a coincidence. After a moment of anger, she calmed down and thought of another question. Why are the jade boxes in those caves all the same? She asked Xiao Hui, what else is there besides those things in those caves? Are there any skeletons? Xiao Hui said regretfully, no. We specially searched for it back then. Even if there is no human flesh to eat, we can just eat some bones to taste it. Fang Shi, still eating human bones. I can't choke you to death. However, when she thought about the big grey fish she killed, she seemed to have a double standard when saying this. At this time, the little black bull said, Master, if there is a skeleton frame, then these things should be placed in the storage ring instead of being placed in the cave. Fang Shi thought the same thing, so where did these things come from? Could it be that the spirit of the Haoshan mirror was released? Is it prepared for the disciples who enter the Haoshan mirror trial? It's not impossible. How come Qi Ling has so many treasures? It seems that there are many secrets in this house and mirror. At this time, Fang Shi noticed the fluctuation of spiritual power, and a transparent barrier appeared in front of him. Before she could take a closer look, Xiao Hui flew over with her in a sprint. Fang Shi looked back and saw that there was no valley like before, only rolling mountains. The Bird King asked Xiao Hui to tell Fang Shi that most of the caves nearby had been plundered by them, leaving only the largest cave on the cliff, which contained a lot of rags. Of course, there are caves in other places, but they're far away, so the Bird King will not follow them. Fang Shi naturally had no objection, since Xiao Hui and the others knew how to go. So, the Bird King took Fang Shi and the others to the cave on the cliff. As soon as they entered, the eyes of Jiang Yan and others almost popped out. There are spiritual weapons, parchment scrolls, array discs scattered on the ground. The treasures that had been robbed outside were scattered here like rags. Fang Shi didn't bother to take a closer look and asked Zhang when to put everything into the storage ring. Don't beep when you see something good, it's the right thing to collect it quickly. Otherwise, there will be long nights and many dreams, and it won't necessarily be whose name it is in the end. After careful inspection, several people found that nothing was missing. Just when they were about to leave, Fang's eyes flashed. She took out her dagger and drew an orchid on the cave wall, and drew a broom and a star next to it. Then I took out some powder and applied it on it a few times. The pattern looked very simple. Zhang Wen and Huaiming Zhen almost burst out laughing. Luo Chen and Jing Yan were more reserved and just smiled. Only Jiang Yan looked confused and kept asking Huaiming Zhi, "What are you laughing at?" Huaiming Zhen laughed and said, "Isn't it true that the captain painted Shen Jilin as the broom star?" Shen Jilin said before that she would lead people to look for opportunities, and maybe she would find them here. When I see this, ha ha ha, no, I want to laugh when I think of that scene. Only then did Jiang Yan realize that he was happily grinning. The captain is so talented. The kingbird doesn't understand what they're laughing at and doesn't want to understand. He is anxious to go back and take charge of the overall situation. The dyed gold elixir in its hand is not ready to be distributed for the time being, because it is likely to cause conflicts. It will wait until Fang Shi comes back from collecting herbs before dividing it. Its ability to become the Bird King depends not only on its cultivation but also on its brains. Of course, this has nothing to do with the fact that his father is the king of birds. When the Bird King was leaving, he said to Fang Shi, "No matter what happens, you have to ensure the safety of my subordinates, otherwise you won't even think about your 5 bird hostages." Of course, Xiao Hui translated these words for Fang Shi. After the Bird King finished speaking, he hurried away. Fang Shi thought it was in a hurry to go back and eat the dyed gold elixir, so she didn't think much about it. She said to Xiao Hui, "Let's go, take me to find other caves." Xiao Hui immediately said, "Those caves are very far away, you have to be mentally prepared." "It doesn't matter if you stay far away, let's go." Xiao Hui's eyes flickered and he took off. About half an hour after flying out, Xiao Hui said to Fang Shi, "Master, I have to tell you something." Fang Shi had a vague premonition in her heart. What's going on? Next chapter around 8:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 960. They can do it. Xiao Hui said with a slumped belly. You also know that we are coon in the water and golden winged rocks on land. Therefore, we have to stay in the water for a while every once in a while, otherwise our size will quickly shrink. Fang Shi, how long? It's been a long time, just one day. Fang Shi, how small will it become? It's not that small, just as big as a chicken. Fang Shi, are you sure the chick isn't too young? Do you have no concept of size at all? No wonder there were fewer of those big grey birds from time to time. She thought she was going on patrol, but ended up taking a bath. No wonder the Bird King ran away like he was on fire just now. It turned out to be a guilty conscience. But thinking about the tricks she did on the dyed gold elixir, it seems to be even. Xiao Hui thought that Fang Shi would be furious, but he found that Fang Shi was very calm. The temporary owner is so generous, so tolerant. In comparison, their bird kings are a bit unorthodox. Then, it heard Fang Shi calmly say, although there is no water here, there are icebergs. From now on, you can lie down on the icebergs to cool down and relieve your fatigue. Small Grey. Are you sure that we lying down on the iceberg are recovering from fatigue and not being solved? Are you sure we won't turn into frozen fish? Although it was unwilling in its heart, it did not dare to say anything because it was wrong. Icebergs are just icebergs. In the worst case, they will just huddle together to keep warm. Come out immediately when the time is up. In order to stagger the time for the big grey birds to take a bath, Fang Shi first let 5 big grey birds enter the spirit beast bag containing the iceberg. Among them is Xiao Hui, the chosen one. Although Xiao Hui and the other big grey bird were mentally prepared, they were still very cold. God, they've never been this cold in their lives. On weekdays, they have been to some snowy mountain tops out of curiosity, but they always took one look and flew away. They have never stayed for such a long time, let alone lying on the ice. Besides, they're usually soaked in water. Will lying on ice work? At this time, Fang Shi told them the story of lying on the ice to beg for carp. Xiao Hui, the protagonist in other people's stories, can melt ice naked. You as the golden winged rock can definitely do it too. When the ice turns into water, you can have an ice bath. Work harder, I'm optimistic about you. Small Grey. It may have been blind before. Does this temporary master have anything to do with tolerance? But even now, I can only lie down on the ice and melt the iceberg with my body temperature. Fang Shi looked at the 5 big grey birds that were as cold as grandsons, and said in a serious voice. I am doing this for your own good. Your life was too comfortable before, which is not conducive to your improvement in cultivation. If nothing else, you are far behind Da Jin. You call yourself the golden winged dapping in vain. Remember, when heaven is about to assign a great responsibility to a bird, it must first harden its mind. After Xiao Hui and the others listened to Feng Zai's teaching, deception, they suddenly felt very ashamed. It turns out that the temporary owner has good intentions. They actually suspected that she was retaliating. They should be damned. Isn't it just a cold spot? It's not a big deal. They can do it. Feng Xi used her spiritual consciousness to pay attention to the situation of Xiao Hui and the others. If they couldn't hold on, she would definitely release them. However, she thought there should be no problem. Not to mention the big grey bird, even ordinary monsters would not freeze to death in a short time. Sure enough, Xiao Hui and the others gradually adapted. Fang Shi felt relieved when he saw this. At this time, Zhang Wen said, "Little junior sister, we didn't see Shen Jilin and the others all the way here. I'm afraid the paintings you left in the cave won't be used." Fang Shi said nonchalantly, "Even if it's not used, it doesn't matter, just use it to beautify the environment." Zhang Wen. At this time, Shen Jilin and others were sweating profusely and fearfully climbing the cliff, trying to enter a cave above. It is forbidden to fly here. If you fall down midway, the consequences will be disastrous. Finally, they entered the cave. Seeing the empty cave, many people collapsed on the ground. On the one hand, I am too tired, on the other hand, I am disappointed, even desperate. Especially the captain of Suzaku Peak, Yu Waiyu, he regretted extremely that he should have left decisively before, instead of choosing to continue to follow Shen Jilin. A few people were not willing to search far and wide, and one of them exclaimed, "Everyone, come and look, there is a painting here." Everyone immediately cheered up, and Shen Jilin breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what was painted on the wall, she had to tie it to chance, so that Yu Waiyu and others could continue to follow her. She walked to the stone wall with good wishes. When she saw the painting, her face suddenly turned pale. Then it turned green. Then it became red. Angry. Feng Shi. It must be something good done by that bitch Feng Shi. Maybe the treasure in the cave was stolen by her. At this time, everyone else's eyes were all on the painting, and they did not notice the change in Shen Jilin's face. At this time, someone said, "What does this painting mean? Could it be to guide us where there is a treasure? Broom, stars, could it be a broom star? This orchid?" There was deathly silence in the cave. These people are not fools, so they naturally think of what Feng Shi said, Shen Jilin is a broom star. Now that such a painting appears in the cave, is it possible that this is the Haoshan mirror reminding them? Many people subconsciously took a few steps back, wanting to stay away from Shen Jilin to avoid being implicated. Shen Jilin and Jane Capital are going crazy. This painting must have been painted by Feng Shi. She just wants to destroy my reputation. She must have stolen all the treasures in the cave. Let's go find her now to settle the score. As soon as she said these words, Yu Waiyu said coldly, "Junior sister Shen, Feng Shi was in the river before, and this cliff is far away from the river. How could she arrive here before us? What you say is so ridiculous. From now on, we should each find our own opportunities. Farewell." Immediately, several people began to agree and asked to say goodbye. Shen Jilin was so angry that she couldn't produce any evidence that Feng Shi had done this painting. She was heartbroken. "Senior brother Yu, I can understand how you feel at this time. After all, I have let everyone down once again. I guarantee that it will be foolproof next time, because there is a barrier where the treasures of heaven and earth grow, and only the blood of the eight-tailed snow fox can open it. There is only one eight-tailed snow fox in the world, so no one but me can enter there. Of course, if senior brother Yu insists on leaving, I won't stop you. I will just take the others." The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 961. Feng Shi can believe that she was deceived by a bird. Yu Waiyu weighed it again and again, and then said to Shen Jilin, "Junior sister Shen, we can only stay in the Haoshan mirror for 1 month, and I was too anxious just now to speak too seriously. Since you are confident, let's go together." Others also stopped talking. After all, Shen Jilin looked confident. It would be a big loss for them if they didn't follow her. Shen Jilin sneered in her heart, but she looked magnanimous and open-minded. They rested in the cave for a while before leaving. Before leaving, Shen Jilin's admirer scraped off the paintings on the stone wall. Although the paintings on the stone walls have been scraped off, they have taken root in the hearts of these people. On the other side, Feng Shi was asking Xiao Hui, who had just taken a bath in ice water, "How far is it to the cave you mentioned?" "Yeah, it's not that far. It will probably arrive in a day or two." When Feng Shi saw it stammering, she knew there was something fishy going on, and she suddenly had an ominous premonition in her heart. She suddenly thought of a question. This place is already far away from the previous river. If according to what Xiao Hui said, the cave is still a day or two away from here, how did it get there before? After all, it only needs to be soaked in water for a day or so. Although it can fly even after its shrunken body, wandering around in the sky with such a small body is no different than dying. If you encounter a monster bird, you will show it off. So, it's lying. The cave it refers to does not exist at all. Feng Shi Jianshu couldn't believe that he had been deceived by a bird. Ugh. It was true that people died for wealth and birds died for food. She was also dazzled by the treasures in the cave, so she easily believed the words of the Bird King and Xiao Hui. It seems that she can take this as a warning in the future. When Xiao Hui saw what happened in Dongchuang, he was trembling like a sieve. It is also forced to have no choice. Even if the King of Birds asks him to do this, he dare not disobey. As the saying goes, it has been difficult to have both loyalty and filial piety since ancient times, so it can only be sorry for its temporary owner. It cried an apology, and 9 other large grey birds followed suit. Feng Shi was not too angry. After all, he had received gifts from many birds, and he was satisfied. However, there was a chilling look on her face. "Although I only have a temporary master-pet relationship with you, I regard you as my own spiritual pets. Not to mention anything else, just how much seafood have you eaten? What you eat in 1 meal is more than what Dakin eats in a year. But how did you repay me? You guys really disappoint me. It chills me so much." Xiao Hui and the others were already feeling guilty, and now they were even more guilty of themselves. They wished they could give Fang Shi a few atonements. At this time, Little Black Ball said, "What's the use of you just apologizing? You have to use practical actions to make up for your mistakes. For example, do you know where to find good stuff? It doesn't matter if there is no cave but only natural materials and earthly treasures." Although Fang Shi didn't express anything, Xiao Heichu knew that what he said touched her heart. The little Miu Gulu ball is the favorite of an unscrupulous owner, so it's certainly not ordinary. After hearing what Little Black Ball said, Xiao Hui and the others began to rack their brains to figure out where to find good things. After a while, Xiao Hui's eyes lit up and he said, "I remembered, there is a barrier not far from our bird's nest, and it's full of delicious food. Every time I get hungry, I just run there and take a look through the barrier to enjoy it." Fang Shi. How can you, a bird, look at plum blossoms to quench your thirst? See what you can do. She asked Xiao Hui, when you say delicious, do you mean the treasures of heaven and earth? Xiao Hui nodded. Yes, they're all good things to eat. That barrier must be tens of thousands of years old at least, because I saw many purple haze fruit trees inside. It takes at least 30,000 years for these things to bear fruit, and the ones inside have all bear fruit. Fang Shi. Quick, take me there. Xiao Hui is a little confused. It's okay to go, but the barrier is very strong. The humans you came in before also wanted to enter, but they all ended in failure. I'm afraid that if you go, it will be in vain. Fang Shi sighed, no matter if it works or not, I have to give it a try. It's not that I am greedy for money, it's mainly because there are probably herbs in it that can be used to refine the golden elixir. Before Fang Shi could finish speaking, Xiao Hui turned around and flew back, whoosh. Fang Shi. When it comes to dyeing gold elixir, why do you change from being chronic to being impatient? Jun Wen and others were puzzled. Little junior sister, why are we going back now? Fang Shi told the story without hiding anything. Jiang Yan bared his big teeth and said, Captain, you are so smart, how come you were deceived by a bird? Were you considered smart but you were deceived by your cleverness? Fang Shi, I regret taking you with me for the 100th time. Although this Jiang Yan was hot-tempered in the past, he was still not 250. Why is he so careless recently? Little did she know that in the past, Jiang Yan treated Fang Shi as an outsider and had to think carefully before speaking. Now that he treated Fang Shi as his backbone, he no longer had so many scruples and could just say whatever came to his mind. At this time, Huai Ming Frame said to Jiang Yan, "What do you know? Our captain regards these golden winged rocks as his spiritual pets, so he has unreserved trust in them. As the saying goes, the person closest to you hurts the most. Our captain must feel uncomfortable right now. If you still rub salt into her wounds, are you still a human being?" Jiang Yan. I didn't seem to say anything. Why did you just give me the outline and go online? Xiao Hui and the others were already guilty, but now they feel even more guilty. Make up your mind to hit the barrier for Fang Shi wherever you go. Regardless of whether they can be broken, at least they can contribute. Fang Shi glanced at Huai Ming Frame with admiration. Although she didn't say anything, everything was unspoken. Huai Ming Frame felt happy, but Jun Wen felt sour. Although he knew that Huai Ming Frame would never be able to surpass him no matter how hard he performed, he still felt a sense of crisis. He has to keep working hard. As the saying goes, life never ends and admiration never stops. The next chapter will be around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 962. The eight-tailed snow fox wants to terminate the contract. After half a day, Yu Waiyu and the others finally arrived at the good place. Shen Zhilan said, "The barrier is transparent, and the situation inside is clear." Seeing the countless treasures of heaven and earth inside, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Shen Zhilan's admirers said in a hurry, "How about it? I told you that junior sister Zhilan won't lie to us. It was just a small mistake before. Now that this barrier is in front of you, some people have nothing to say, right? Junior sister Zhilan is so generous. If it were anyone else, she would have turned against us. After all, we don't owe anything to them, so why should we be so angry? Junior sister Zhilan, don't worry, no matter what happens, I will always stand by your side." Ellipsis. Yu Waiyu and others are a little uncomfortable, but they don't care about so much now. The most important thing is to find a way to enter the barrier and get those heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Shen Zhilan was very proud. As long as she brought Yu Waiyu and the others into the barrier, they would be completely convinced by her. Fang Shi, even if you are used to using conspiracy and tricks, you will only be trampled under my feet in the end. Shen Zhilan thought as she released the eight-tailed snow fox. The most important thing to open this barrier is the hard work of the eight-tailed snow fox. She used her spiritual consciousness to say to the eight-tailed snow fox, "Take your heart's blood and lend it to me." The eight-tailed snow fox did not hesitate at all. "Master, I need to use my magical power to take out the purest blood from my heart, but I have to use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to do that. You have to let me out first." Although Shen Zhilan felt it was a bit troublesome, she still released the eight-tailed snow fox. Yu Waiyu and others were stunned when they saw the eight-tailed snow fox, because the eight-tailed snow fox looked weaker than before. When Shen Zhilan saw this, she sighed. "As you know, its foundation was damaged by Fang Shi, so even though I treated it with all my heart, it was still very weak. If it weren't for the opportunity that everyone could get this time, I wouldn't be willing to let it take heart blood. After all, it would make its body worse. Fortunately, there are a lot of natural and earthly treasures in this barrier. It should be no big deal if we let it eat more." Shen Zhilan's admirers immediately said, "Junior sister Zhilan, you are so selfless. Don't worry, when you get in, you will pick out the treasures first, and we will take the rest." Yu Waiyu and others had no objection to this. After all, Shen Zhilan took the greatest credit for being able to enter the barrier. It was rare for Shen Zhilan to see the eight-tailed snow fox being more pleasing to the eye. This useless thing finally came in handy. She looked at the eight-tailed snow fox. "Let's start." The eight-tailed snow fox said to her, Master, there are too many people and the mixed spiritual energy is not conducive to my heart blood. Can I go aside and use my magical power? Shen Jilin was in a good mood now, so she readily agreed. The eight-tailed snow fox staggered to a distance of about 100 feet from everyone, and then began to sit cross-legged and meditate like a human. Many people were surprised to see it. It was the first time for them to see a monster cultivating like this. Seeing that half an hour had passed and the eight-tailed snow fox was still meditating there, Shen Jilin became a little impatient and urged. What are you talking about? Why don't you hurry up and get the heart blood? The eight-tailed snow fox said feebly, Master, I am too weak to use my magical powers, so I have to absorb some spiritual energy from heaven and earth first. Shen Jilin had no choice but to continue waiting. Although Yu and others were anxious, they couldn't say anything and waited with Shen Jilin. However, their attention was basically focused on the treasures inside the barrier, and they were thinking about how to quickly get the most valuable things after entering. At this moment, someone inadvertently looked up and exclaimed, Look, what are those? Shen Jilin and others immediately looked up to the sky and saw 5 big grey birds flying in the distance. These big grey birds are at least in the early stages of becoming gods. Although their cultivation is not very high, they're in the sky and we are on the ground. If they attack us, they will definitely cause us some trouble. Take a closer look. Is there anyone on the back of that big grey bird? There really is someone. I was far away and I didn't notice it, but now I'm closer and I see it. Why do I feel that the person in the front looks a bit like Fang Shi? Ellipsis. When Shen Jilin and others all looked up at the big grey birds, a look of determination flashed in the eyes of the eight-tailed snow fox. It has had enough of the so-called master's torture. If she doesn't save herself, it will die in her hands sooner or later. Therefore, even if it pays a huge price, it must take a gamble. It immediately bit open one of its front paws, and then quickly formed a seal. A blood hole immediately appeared on its chest, and a drop of heart blood spattered on the barrier. The next moment, the eight-tailed snow fox ducked into the barrier, and then quickly formed another seal. The remaining blood on the barrier instantly turned into nothingness, and the barrier closed. At this time, Shen Jilin and others also discovered the abnormality belatedly. Shen Jilin looked at the eight-tailed snow fox in the barrier in disbelief. She thought something had happened to the eight-tailed snow fox while taking the heart blood, and said in a bad tone, What happened? The eight-tailed snow fox changed its submissive manner in front of her and let out a sharp roar. It used its spiritual consciousness to say to Shen Jilin, What's going on? I want to terminate my contract with you, and I want to get rid of this vicious villain like you. Back then, you hatched me in advance for your own selfish reasons and I was born with deficiencies. Not only did you not feel guilty, but you disliked me for it. Even if you dislike me, you actually abused me, causing me to be covered in bruises. You, a vicious woman, are not worthy of being my master. Don't you want to enter this enchantment? Next life. After the eight-tailed snow fox finished speaking, he quickly ran forward. Shen Jilin and Jane Capital are going crazy. She immediately used her consciousness to use the power of the contract to punish the eight-tailed snow fox. She felt that a bitch like the eight-tailed snow fox would only obey if it hurts. The eight-tailed snow fox was indeed in pain, and its entire sea of consciousness was shaking violently, but it still ran forward, even though its 7 orifices were already bleeding. Even if it means death, it must leave this bad woman Shen Jilin. It finally ran under a tree. The tree was full of purple fruits. It picked one and swallowed it whole. The pain in the sea of consciousness subsided slightly. It quickly swallowed 3 more pills, and then began to sit cross-legged and meditate, forcibly peeling off the contract mark left by Shen Jilin on its sea of consciousness. Even if this will cause its cultivation to fall to the chi refining stage, even if it may cost it its life, it will not hesitate. Shen Jilin's eyes were full of resentment. You want to die, right? I'll make it happen for you. When she was about to strengthen the divine mark of her main pet contract, someone in midair said crisply, Broom Star, what are you doing? The sound of Broom Star immediately reminded Shen Jilin of the paintings on the stone wall, and she suddenly became angry and looked up. She saw Fang Shi sitting on a big grey bird, looking at her with a smile. Shen Jilin gritted her teeth and said, Fang Shi, did you paint the painting on the stone wall? Did you steal the treasure inside? Fang Shi looked confused. What painting? What treasure? Are you talking in your sleep? Shen Jilin pointed at Fang Shi. You don't have to pretend to be confused here. Originally I was wondering why you stole the treasure before us, but now I understand. You must have used these big grey birds to steal the opportunity that originally belonged to us. Fang Shi, please return the things to us quickly, otherwise we will never be done with you. Fang Shi was happy. Shen Jilin, are you going crazy? What you said is all nonsense. You previously falsely accused Brother Mingzhen of poisoning, and now you falsely accuse me of stealing some treasure. What's the matter? Are you just hoping to survive by falsely accusing others? Should I say it or not, someone as vicious as you is really a scorpion daddy. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 949, you can be as strong as you want. Fang's eyes widened in surprise. This 10,000-year fire marrow can actually command those alienated moths. Not only has this thing become a spirit, but he can also have a younger brother. Ever since entering the Haoshan mirror, strange things have happened one after another. First, the fire-eating beast turned into a unicorn, and then the 10,000 years of fire marrow became a spirit again. She sighed while watching the battle. Those big grey fish staring at the 3 people in Fang Shi didn't expect the alienated moths to get involved, because usually these alienated moths just watched from the sidelines. The big grey fish is too lazy to cause trouble with these alienated moths, and the two are on the same page. However, those big grey fish didn't take these alienated moths seriously. If they couldn't, they could retreat into the water. These alienated moths could only stare. They even have some expectations. After all, they haven't tasted the taste of alienated moths yet. Seeing the alienated moths getting closer and closer, the big grey fish opened their mouths wide, and their slender tongues shot out, trying to draw the alienated moths into their mouths. At this moment, those alienated moths shook their wings crazily, and then tiny white scale powder fell into the mouths of those big grey fish. Black smoke suddenly appeared from the mouths of those big grey fish, and then they plunged into the water painfully. Almost in the blink of an eye, the body was floating on the water. Jian Wen and Huai Ming were shocked. The scale powder of this alienated moth was too poisonous. Fortunately, the junior sister, Captain, is capable, otherwise they would have died a long time ago. Seeing the tragic death of their companions, the other big grey fish did not flinch. Instead, they all jumped up and crashed into the alienated moth. The purpose is very clear, which is to knock these alienated moths into the water. As long as they are exposed to water, these alienated moths will not be able to display the great abilities even if they have great abilities. Of course, the alienated moths would not sit still and wait for death. They flew to the top of the cave and pressed their bodies tightly against the stone wall. Although the big grey fish can fly, the flying height is limited, and there are large and small stalactites blocking it, so there is no way to hit those alienated moths. Seeing that they couldn't do anything to those alienated moths, they vented their anger on Feng Shi and the other three. They all swam towards the location of Feng Shi and the other three, preparing to launch an attack. The 10,000 years fire marrow began to flicker again, but unfortunately there was no movement from the alienated moths this time. Feng Shi couldn't help but feel amused. It seemed that the 10,000 years of fire marrow could only control those alienated moths. She looked at the big grey fish that were ready to attack and curled her lips. The next moment, Feng Shi released an army of violent moray eels and sea snakes. Needless to say about the violent moray eel, this guy worked extra hard to avoid becoming a power bank for Jilei. Sizzling discharge. One call and one accurate call. The sea snake army didn't even need to be mobilized by Feng Shi and rushed towards the fish school impatiently. God knows, since they followed this unscrupulous master, they have been hungry twice a year, for half a year at a time. Except for the occasional meal, I rely on willpower to survive the rest of the time. Now that I finally have the opportunity to have a good meal, I naturally won't let it go. Those big grey fish are really unlucky. They're usually bully moths, but where have they seen such ferocious sea beasts? Although they can fly, the time they stay in the air is very short. Sooner or later they have to fall into the water, and there is no way to escape from the palms of the sea snake army and the violent moray eels. The sea serpent army and the violent moray eel were very skilled, and they did not eat on the spot. Instead, they tried their best to stock up on food in their own storage spaces. After all, they were the most reliable these days. If they rely on that unscrupulous master, they will starve to death sooner or later. The big grey fish outside the attack range immediately fled. Flying and swimming, I wish I could grow 2 more legs. Less than legs come. Feng Shi asked Jian Wen and Huai Ming to sit on the back of the violent moray eel, chasing after him closely. She didn't want to kill them all, she just wanted to follow the fish to find the exit. Seeing Feng Shi leaving, Wan and Huomui quickly followed. Those alienated moths also wanted to follow, and the 10,000 years of fire marrow suddenly rushed toward them, scaring them so much that they scattered and fled. After several attempts, the alienated moths stopped following me. Feng Shi was amused in her heart. This 10,000 years fire marrow has quite a bad temper. Feng Shi took out the jade box and waved to the 10,000 years fire marrow. The 10,000 years fire essence was really obedient and flew over immediately. But it didn't enter the jade box, but slipped into the auspicious cloud hairpin on Feng Zai's head. Jilei, who was watching the excitement inside Xiangyun hairpin. No, brother, did you go to the wrong door? This is my house. Jilei was stunned for a moment and then became furious. Grandma is a bitch. He actually bullied me, Lord Jilei. What a hack. A bolt of lightning struck the 10,000 years fire marrow from the tribulation thunder. The 10,000 years fire marrow was immediately split into 2 halves and then closed again. Jilei. It didn't believe in the evil and struck it several times. As a result, the effort was in vain. The 10,000 years fire marrow even twisted a few times proudly, almost making Jilei angry to death. Jilei can no longer bear such grievance. It wanted to fly out and complain to Feng Shi, but when it thought that there was an outsider like Huai Ming frame, it had no choice but to convey its emotions to Feng Shi through its spiritual consciousness. Although Jilei couldn't express clearly to Feng Shi could also make a rough guess. But there was nothing Feng Shi could do, she couldn't get into the Xiangyun hairpin. Other spiritual pets can also be restrained by divine consciousness, but this 10,000 years fire marrow is a supernumerary. Seeing that Feng Shi couldn't help, Jilei chopped up the 1 in fire marrow again. Although it is of no use, it is mainly used to vent one's anger. The 10,000 years of fire marrow is just waiting there to be hacked. You can be as strong as you want. The breeze is caressing the hills. I will just ignore you. Jilei exhausted most of the power of thunder and lightning but was unable to do anything with the 10,000 years fire marrow, so he asked Feng Shi to throw it into the water and then find the violent moray eel to charge it. Violent moray eel. No, why is it that I am the one who suffers from what happened between you two? I finally managed to gain some power, and it all came to an advantage for the unconscionable Jilei. Is this justified? In order to appease the violent moray eel, Feng Shi rewarded it with 3 purple beast cores, which finally made it feel better. Seeing Feng Shi give the violent moray eel core, Dead Branch thought of his moss coin and said immediately, Master, have you forgotten that I still have a lot of moss fruits here? Before it finished speaking, Feng Shi said, if you don't tell me, I've forgotten. Give them all to me. I'll give you 3 purple beast cores too. Dead branches. Is it too cheap? There are so many moss fruits and you only gave me 3 purple beast cores. You have to give me at least 100. Master, isn't 3 coins a bit? A bit much, isn't it? Just 2. No, I mean. More, just 1. Dead branch, then just 3. Next chapter around 8:30.